You have a new delivery order from ELME. Please handle it promptly. The voice prompt echoed through his headphones. Chao Tianming took a deep breath and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. He opened his phone, accepted the order, and mounted his trusty delivery bike, heading towards Yang Guofu's spicy hot pot. 20 minutes later, Chao Tianming arrived at Unit 1302, Building 11 of Huaiyue Longting Community, carrying the neatly packaged hot pot. Who is it? It's the delivery guy. A girl clad in a black lace night dress, her hair elegantly pinned up, opened the door. Upon gazing at the beautiful woman before him, with her alluring figure, Chao Tianming unconsciously swallowed hard, silently exclaiming, "Wow, she must be a flight attendant." He quickly reminded himself and checked the information. In the next moment, a faint blue information list appeared above the head of this enchanting woman in Chao Tianming's vision. Name, Lu Shuang. Appearance score, 80 rewards for scores above 90. Age, 27. Identity, nighttime talent streamer. Characteristics. Deleted, dating experience, 12. Overall evaluation. As long as the brother is ranked first, the sister will be compliant. Strategy progress. Unfinished. This was the system that Chao Tianming had awakened to. Initially, he believed that the arrival of this system would propel him to greatness, allowing him to indulge in a life of luxury and pleasure. Little did he know, there was a limitation. Only women with a score above 90 would suffice. After all, how often does one encounter a beauty of such caliber? In pursuit of 90-plus beauties, Chao Tianming decisively resigned from his position at a private company, abandoning his HR role to join the ranks of ELME's Blue Army. While delivering food, he sought women that met the system's criteria. After all, the highest score among his colleagues was merely 75, held by the head of the publicity department. If he continued working there, he would not only fail to complete his strategic tasks, but might not even encounter any relevant NPCs. However, delivering food was different. It allowed him to interact with a diverse array of individuals, making it the easiest profession to meet strangers. After a year of diligent effort, Chao Tianming indeed encountered several women scoring above 90. There was Li Ting, a law student Su Ling, a kindergarten teacher Zhang Xinyu, a dancer and Yu Minjing, a flight attendant. Utilizing his work, he successfully acquired the phone numbers and addresses of these women. He later added them on WeChat for online chats, proceeding to invite them out. But when they discovered that Chao Tianming was merely a delivery worker, he received no further communication from them, save for the occasional link sent, which turned out to be a cut one. Of course, Chao Tianming did successfully invite one girl out. That was Su Ling, the kindergarten teacher. Upon meeting, he fervently pursued her. He delivered porridge in the morning, meals in the evening, and frequented KTV after work. He bought numerous clothes and spent considerable money, yet he could not even secure a kiss. Su Ling would often casually mention how her colleagues had purchased new designer bags or the latest iPhone. Thus, Chao Tianming secretly bought her the newest Apple phone and a Chanel bag she had long admired. He intended to surprise her with these gifts on her birthday. On that day, he did not inform Su Ling in advance, wanting to create a surprise. However, when he arrived at her kindergarten with flowers and the gift box, he stumbled upon a wealthy heir driving a Mercedes, the trunk filled with roses, passionately confessing to Su Ling. Su Ling, blushing, climbed into the Mercedes. When Chao Tianming called her to ask where she was, Su Ling claimed her mother was ill, and she had to return to the countryside, hastily hanging up. He thought that sincerity would surely yield results. To his dismay, it was wealth that opened the doors. It was at that moment that Chao Tianming realized the truth behind the term simp, which described his own plight: to give everything yet gain nothing. Since then, he continued diligently delivering food each day, searching for women who met the system's criteria, meticulously recording them. Yet he never invited any of them out again. In that moment, he understood that without money, he would never be able to attain women of such caliber, unless he adopted a mindset of starting from the ground up over 3 years. Thus, making money became paramount. If he were as affluent as a chaebol from South Korea, he wouldn't need to struggle to find targets. He could simply speak, and numerous beauties would come forth for him to select and appraise. After leaving the streamer's community and glancing at the time, Chao Tianming ordered himself a portion of duck delicacies. Upon returning to the community's entrance, he also purchased 2 bottles of beer. Today marked his final day of delivering meals. Tomorrow, he would bid farewell to ELME for good. This past year, he had often felt hungry while working for ELME, yet had not succeeded in touching anything worthwhile, so he was ready to change his path. Otherwise, he would not only fail to complete the system's tasks, but might also never find a wife in his lifetime. Fortunately, he had saved some money from his previous job as an HR, combined with the meager savings he had acquired through a year of enduring elements while delivering food. Thus, he planned to switch careers to logistics. There was a saying in the industry, if you want to get rich quickly, dive into cold chain logistics. Cold chain logistics had been around for 15 years, but recent national policies had indeed spurred its growth. Some even proclaimed that earning $100,000 a month was not a dream. Of course, those making such claims were likely selling refrigerated trucks. If it were truly that simple, everyone would be running logistics for cold chain. However, it was undeniable that cold chain logistics was a highly profitable industry. Yet, high profits often accompanied substantial risks. Hadn't the fourth brother mentioned a risky but highly lucrative route he had in Thailand? Cold chain logistics was no different. Fortune favors the bold. Some earned $50,00060,000 a month, while others lost everything, leading to family dissolution. Chow Tai-ming's desire to pursue cold chain logistics was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, it was a well-considered choice. He had spent considerable time researching online. He delved into numerous logistics websites and even visited several frozen goods production bases in Binhai. Binhai, being a coastal city, boasted an abundance of seafood, ensuring a steady supply of goods. The challenge lay in ensuring fast and safe delivery, which was crucial. Many in the cold chain business fail to profit because they cannot deliver quickly and safely. Especially in the initial years, rampant fuel theft made it difficult. If you didn't stockpile fuel, the full tank could vanish overnight, and upon waking, you might even discover you lost 4 tires. Furthermore, in an attempt to cut costs, drivers often drove alone, leading to fatigue and, in the event of an accident, potentially fatal consequences. However, for Chow Tai-ming, these were not concerns. It wasn't that he was an exceptional driver or had extensive connections, it was because he had a system. Since binding with the system, although he had yet to complete a single task or receive any rewards, the system came with its own storage space. Chow Tai-ming had checked that the space was a staggering 10,000 cubic units. Moreover, time within the space was static, meaning everything placed inside remained unchanged, regardless of how long it stayed there. For instance, if a cup of boiling water were placed inside, it would remain as freshly boiled when retrieved days later. A chilled can of cola would still be perfectly cold upon retrieval, even after several days. Since acquiring this space, Chow Tai-ming had retired his refrigerator. Any food that could not be consumed was stored within the system space. It was the extraordinary nature of this system space, along with its vast capacity, that inspired Chow Tai-ming to pursue cold chain logistics. He only needed to place the goods inside the system space, whether tropical fruits or frozen seafood. He could deliver them intact. In logistics, he would undoubtedly possess an innate advantage. Upon entering his apartment, Chow Tai-ming gently placed his purchases on the coffee table. This apartment was not owned by him, but rented. Costing $30,000 a year, without including utilities, it was considered a decent community in Binhai. He chose to spend so much on rent because he had noticed the high attractiveness of the women in this community while delivering food, having even delivered hot pot to a beauty who scored 91. He thought that living nearby would increase his chances, but after renting, he realized his working hours were vastly different from the norm. He rarely encountered the community's beauties and mostly crossed paths with early risers walking their dogs. Moreover, their modes of transport differed. Chow Tai-ming rode his electric bike down the stairs, while the beauties drove their autos from the garage. They were like 2 parallel lines that would never intersect. However, the rent has already been paid, and the surroundings are quite pleasant, so Chow Tai-ming has no thoughts of moving. He shed his clothes, leaned back on the sofa, turned on the television, and opened a beer. Taking a hearty gulp, with half a bottle gone, Chow Tai-ming felt a sense of clarity wash over him. A little beer eases the heart, satisfies cravings, dispels laziness, alleviates backaches. It soothes sorrow, calms irritation, and resolves life's minor troubles. Burp! Whoever studied this concoction deserves accolades. It truly invigorates one's spirit. Originally, he had purchased only 2 bottles of Lao Shui, yet as he indulged, several additional bottles of Qingdao appeared on the coffee table. Ah! If only a soft, lovely girl were here to embrace me, it would be even more delightful. Gazing at the elegant dancers on the television, a subtle smile played upon Chow Tai-ming's lips. Indeed, Camille was right. Elegance is eternally in vogue. Chapter 2 Local Characteristics. The following day, at dawn, Chao Tianming finished his preparations early and descended the stairs, embarking on his journey atop his little electric scooter. Of course, he wasn't clad in his blue uniform. The choice of the blue factory over the yellow one stemmed not only from the issue of remuneration but also from concerns regarding attire. Strangely, the mere thought of donning the yellow robe failed to evoke in Chao Tianming the majestic sense of sovereignty one might expect. Instead, it conjured a peculiar illusion of becoming the chief eunuch. Chao Gonggong.as the saying goes, opportunities once lost are never regained. Hence Chao Tianming opted for the blue factory.at, the Shangda Automobile Trade Center. Hey brother, how much for this truck? Chao Tianming expertly pulled out a cigarette, offering it to the other party. Little brother, you truly have an eye for quality. Let me tell you, this vehicle just arrived yesterday. Look at its pristine condition, 13 meters long, capable of carrying 30 tons, perfect for long-distance cold chain transportation. The seller enthusiastically introduced the 13-meter refrigerated truck while enjoying the cigarette handed over by Chao Tianming. Chao Tianming smiled, remaining silent as he circled the vehicle slowly. To be honest, were it not for the lack of a vehicle to pick up goods, coupled with the necessity of having a refrigerated truck as a FAAD, he would not have wished to squander his money on this purchase. Boss, I can see you're a straightforward person. Give me a fair price, and I'll seal the deal. The truck was in good condition, with low mileage and a relatively new age, quite satisfactory, he thought. It could be put to work immediately without any refurbishment, a flat price of 250,000. As the seller stated his price, Chao Tianming simply turned and began to walk away. Hey, little brother, what's the meaning of this? The seller, taken aback by Chao Tianming's abrupt departure without a word, was bewildered. Shouldn't there be some negotiation before parting ways? This was not how business was typically conducted. Brother, your offer is far from sincere. Chao Tianming said nothing further, continuing to walk away. The seller's eyes darted, and he broke into a grin, jogging to catch up. Little brother, don't rush off. Have a smoke. He produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Chao Tianming, even pulling out a lighter to ignite it. Look, if you like the truck, just say the word, and I'll give you a discount. Though the seller spoke frankly, Chao Tianming understood that he was merely a smiling tiger, bowing and scraping in hopes of extracting money from him. I won't waste words. 200,000, and I'll sign the contract right now. This was the principle Chao Tianming adhered to. When unfamiliar with the market, one should bargain aggressively. It mattered not whether the price could be lowered. One must take the first cut. Upon hearing this price, the seller's mouth twitched in disbelief. Eventually, they settled on a price of 210,000. Subsequently, Chao Tianming arranged for a 2-year loan, with a down payment of 20,000, the remainder to be paid off over the next 2 years. Including interest, it essentially amounted to 230,000. That same day, Chao Tianming took the truck to the car wash for a thorough clean, then spent 6 days handling various formalities. On the 7th day, he drove the truck to the largest seafood production base by the coast. Mr. Chao, here is the contract. After you sign, since this is your first collaboration with us, a deposit of 50,000 is required. Without hesitation, Chao Tianming signed his name. Truth be told, paying a deposit of 50,000 was quite standard. It was his first time working with this supplier, and they were entrusting him with goods worth 500,000 for transportation. It was only reasonable to request a deposit in light of unknown reliability and capability. 10% was a fair demand, especially considering the freight for this journey was a hefty 23,000. It was indeed true that a decade's worth of effort can be squandered in a moment, while a year's worth of refrigeration can lead to wealth. Tio earned 10,000 in 3 days. One must invest in a refrigerated truck. However, all this was without accounting for cost. If anyone else were to undertake this job, fuel expenses alone would be around 10,000, with tolls and highway fees adding another 6,000. After deducting vehicle depreciation, labor, and other miscellaneous costs, a net profit of 5,000 would be quite commendable. Yet, costs were of no concern to Chao Tianming. He had no intention of driving. Expenses such as fuel and tolls were far from his mind. His plan was to load the truck, drive it to a secluded, surveillance-free area, and then stow it away in a space. As for himself, he would simply purchase a train ticket to the destination. Upon arrival, he would similarly find a deserted spot to retrieve the truck, then drive it to make the delivery. In the meantime, he would incur no fuel or toll expenses. He would buy a sleeper ticket, board the train, and sleep. How utterly effortless, of course. The key was to avoid detection. After settling the payment, Chao Tianming drove the truck to load the goods. The 13-meter refrigerated truck could accommodate up to 30 tons, but this time he was only transporting 20 tons of large shrimp. Loading continued until late into the night, and only then did he set off. During the loading process, Chao Tianming had secretly booked a direct train ticket to his destination. Opting for the luxury of a high-speed train at the cost of $650, he would arrive the following morning. However, he chose not to deliver immediately, instead spending a day exploring the city before making the delivery. Otherwise, arriving a day early after a 2-day journey would raise suspicion. Even so, the recipient of the delivery was quite astonished. "Brother, I never anticipated your speed to be so remarkable. Others would take at least 2 days. Yet you arrived a full half-day early. Haha, brother, you're just joking." In your local parlance, this is but a trivial matter. The two shared a hearty conversation, and the proprietor from Sichuan introduced Chao Tianming to local sources of goods, mentioning that a friend of his had a large batch of tropical fruits requiring transport to the coast. Upon hearing this, Chao Tianming eagerly agreed. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? He could seamlessly secure a return load. That very evening, he accompanied the Sichuan magnate and his friend to indulge in local specialties at the Jing'ergu. Thus, over the course of 6 days, he netted a profit of 40,700, originally 48,000, with 1,300 spent on travel expenses and 6,000 for entertaining. When he previously worked in HR, his monthly earnings barely reached 7,000, often leaving him exhausted. Even when feeling unwell and taking leave, he had to remain vigilant, constantly checking his phone and responding to messages. Later, in food delivery, he braved the elements. It was nowhere near as pleasant as the ease of earning money now. Chapter 3: Why do I find even the female zombies to be quite attractive? Time flowed like water, and days turned into songs, as delightful moments slipped by. In just 2 months, the once financially strapped Chao Tianming now boasted over 300,000 in savings. Rest assured, Brother Liu, I will ensure the safe delivery of the goods within the stipulated time frame. I trust you, Brother Chao. When you return, let us have a drink. Absolutely, I'll make the arrangements. With that, Chao Tianming gently pressed the accelerator and gradually drove away. The Liu brother Chao Tianming referred to, full name Liu Tiexing, was a senior executive at the seafood factory, overseeing the transportation of goods. The allocation of tasks and destinations was entirely at his discretion, making him a key figure with whom all the truck drivers sought to cultivate a relationship. Chao Tianming was no exception. After sharing drinks twice and visiting KTV together, their bond deepened, evoking a sense of camaraderie that felt like a long-lost connection. Thus, when a sizable order arose, Liu Tiexing assigned it to Chao Tianming, 30 tons of seafood, including lobster, king crab, abalone, and salmon, collectively valued at over 7 million. The freight offered was also generous, amounting to 38,000. Recognizing the opportunity, Chao Tianming was eager to reciprocate with a comprehensive arrangement upon his return. Loading the goods took until 11:30 at night, but Chao Tianming's train ticket was for 3 a.m. Consequently, he decided to head home for a shower and change of clothes before making his way to the train station. At precisely midnight, a streak of green light suddenly swept across the sky, illuminating the streets where late-night revelers remained. A midnight barbecue stall for young men had just ordered 2 crates of beer and various barbecue delicacies. Hey, Lao San, why is your head green? How goo? Yours is green too. Shut up. You're the one who's green. Seriously, brother, your head is genuinely green. At that moment, all 4 lifted their gazes skyward. The sky appeared as though a minotaur had rampaged through, casting an eerie green glow. Just then, the barbecue stall owner approached with a platter of skewers. Here you go, gentlemen. Your skewers are ready. Enjoy. As the vendor set down the platter and turned to leave, he suddenly felt a hand grasp his arm. Just as he was about to inquire whether the 4 needed anything else, he turned to find a face so pale it was almost ghostly. Mere fists away from him. Elder brother, what are you doing? Please don't stand so close to me. I am, after all, a respectable person. Yet, the only response he received was a gaping maw revealing sharp teeth, exuding a faint odor of decay, accompanied by a guttural rasping sound emanating from its throat. After taking a shower, Chao Tianming wiped his head and stood by the window, smoking a cigarette. However, the incessant notifications on his phone filled him with profound shock. Urgent notice. According to multiple reliable sources and eyewitness accounts, terrifying incidents of humans attacking humans have occurred in several areas of the city. Some individuals are exhibiting abnormal behaviors akin to that of zombies. According to authoritative departments, these individuals may have contracted an unknown virus, leading to strange behaviors among some infected. However, the source of infection and transmission routes remain unclear. Numerous areas have reported similar situations, resulting in utter chaos on site. Authorities have swiftly deployed a significant number of police forces to establish defenses in key areas to maintain social order. Medical teams have also responded promptly, forming expert groups to isolate and treat the infected, while simultaneously launching research and analysis on this unknown virus. Furthermore, the government has activated emergency response plans, urging all citizens to remain vigilant and strictly adhere to the following directives. Minimize outdoor activities. Avoid crowded places. Ensure personal protective measures when going out. Report immediately to relevant departments if encountering individuals displaying abnormal symptoms. In this critical moment, the entire city is united in confronting this unprecedented challenge. We will continue to monitor the developments of this event and provide you with the latest and most accurate information. What the hell? At that moment, Chao Tianming stared blankly at his phone screen, bewildered. What is going on? Is this some kind of prank? Am I dreaming? My newly acquired Mate 110 can't be infected. How could such an outrageous event occur? My logistics business had just begun to pick up, and I hadn't even had the chance to relish my success when you tell me there's a zombie outbreak? At that moment, Douyin videos were flooded with reports of zombie attacks. Some audacious vloggers even ventured out to live stream. Folks, can you see this? Living zombies. The video depicted a woman in a white dress, covered in blood, hunched over a man, her hands gripping his legs as she furiously gnawed at him. The man on the ground emitted agonized cries, trembling and occasionally convulsing. Witnessing such a shocking scene, the comment section erupted. This live stream is explosive. It looks just like a product of Ma Do. What is happening? The streamer must be joking. Zombies? Do you think this is Resident Evil? The streamer's team made it look quite realistic. Just look at that woman's makeup, so alluring. Why do I find that female zombie quite charming? Are you all insane? This is real. The officials just reported it. I don't know why, but zombies have suddenly erupted in major cities. What the hell? Could it be that the Eagle Sauce Nation has unleashed biochemical weapons on us? Oh my god, does that mean we're all going to turn into zombies? Is this for real? Don't joke around. I'm still a virgin. This streamer is legit. I was just munching on skewers at a roadside stall when suddenly a man rushed over and bit my neck. And now I'm bleeding. Sob, sob, sob. What the hell? You're still in the mood to watch live streams. Hurry to the hospital. The comments in the live stream chat were chaotic. Yet it seemed the streamer had already been discovered by the zombies. The screen shook violently, followed by horrifying screams. Ah! The next moment, the live stream froze, capturing the sky as the scream echoed in the chat room. An eerie silence fell over the comment section. Several seconds passed before someone dared to comment. What the hell? That streamer didn't just die, did they? Chapter 4. Fiction becomes reality. The apocalypse erupts completely at this moment. Chao Tianming gazed at his phone screen, his mind overwhelmed by a torrent of thoughts. That instant, he regretted not having made more preparations sooner. Just as Chao Tianming intended to continue watching the video reports, he suddenly heard a loud crash from upstairs, resembling something heavy falling and shattering. Then came a woman's piercing scream. Text omitted here. This sound instantly captured Chao Tianming's attention, prompting him to listen intently. Meanwhile, upstairs in his building, a woman clad in a lace nightgown, her feet adorned with sheer nude stockings, trembled in fear. Although over 40, she still retained an air of grace. However, she was now petrified. Her face, once flushed from drinking, had turned ashen. Today was supposed to be a romantic anniversary for the couple. She had even donned her stockings, yet her husband had suddenly undergone a drastic transformation, rushing to the bathroom and madly gnawing at the toilet bowl, seemingly oblivious to the blood streaming from his split lips, as if the toilet were the most exquisite delicacy. The grotesque wound made her drop the wine bottle in her hand, shattering it on the floor. It was this very sound that attracted Chao Tianming's attention from below. At that moment, he strained to hear. Shortly after, another harrowing scream resonated from upstairs, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The chilling sound sent shivers down his spine. This moment, Chao Tianming, whose fists had unconsciously tightened, felt a slight sweat forming in his palms. He took a deep drag from the nearly burnt-out cigarette between his fingers. After a brief moment of composure, he hurriedly locked all the doors and windows of his home. He then stored his only kitchen knife, a super, in the system space for emergencies, perhaps due to the previous scream from the 18th floor. Neighbors began turning on their lights. Even the person across from apartment 1801 knocked on the door, inquiring if everything was all right. However, after receiving no response for a while, they returned to their own apartment. Meanwhile, Chao Tianming picked up his phone to check the homeowners group chat. Apartment 1301, Taohua Yidua. Family. Major news, zombies have appeared in our city. Apartment 802, Guangzhou Shanyuan. Is this for real? I just saw related videos. It's supposedly nationwide. Apartment 1202, Huakai Fuguei. Isn't this some prank? Most stuff on the internet is fake nowadays. Apartment 302, Gaoshan Lushui. It's true. I just saw the official announcement. Following that, a screenshot was shared, featuring an official report. Apartment 1801, Nicolaus Maudo. I just heard a scream from next door. I thought they were arguing, so I went to knock on their door. But after waiting for a long time with no response, I went back. Apartment 601, Shihui Zikingren. Oh my god, is it really this intense? By the way, they wouldn't have turned into zombies already? Would they? The homeowners group chat was abuzz with discussions about the zombie crisis, yet there was a lack of crucial information. Perhaps the sudden outbreak caught the authorities off guard, preventing them from implementing emergency measures in time. Now, they could only wait. Chao Tianming smoked his cigarette while scrolling through Douyin, having completely forgotten about the train ticket he had booked for 3 o'clock to deliver goods. What is the point of that now? A zombie outbreak is occurring. This might just be the beginning of the apocalypse. At this moment, he needed to ascertain the current situation both domestically and globally as swiftly as possible. If it were merely a few cities experiencing a zombie outbreak, it would be manageable, and with the supplies in his system space, he could afford to wait for rescue. After all, while not everything in the country is reliable, the military is undoubtedly the people's most dependable ally. However, if it's a nationwide outbreak, he would have to consider finding a safe city and then escaping abroad as quickly as possible. If the entire world, then he could only resign himself to fate. Fiction had become reality. Even the usually carefree Chao Tianming felt an overwhelming sense of tension. He pondered what emergency measures he should take next. Based on his years of watching apocalyptic films and reading novels, the first thing to do is stockpile supplies. With supplies, he could continue to survive, prolonging his existence. Otherwise, he would have to venture out, risking his life just to eat. Of course, supplies included water. Many apocalypse novels depict that once a zombie outbreak occurs, the water supply becomes contaminated over time, making the lack of water more terrifying than the lack of food. Hence, he must stockpile water. With his system space, he had ample room to store supplies and water. With this thought, Chao Tianming rushed to the water dispenser and stored the only 2 bottles of mineral water he had into the system space. Subsequently, he began to open WeChat, utilizing the life payment feature to recharge his family's water card with a sum of 10,000 yuan. A rough estimation suggested that this amount could procure 2,000 tons of water, sufficient for an ordinary family of 3 to last approximately 16.67 years. If used solely by Chao Tianming, it would sustain him until the end of the apocalypse. Of course, this is merely a hopeful assumption, for according to standard logic, 2,000 tons of water would require a faucet running continuously for 66 days. Should the apocalypse truly arrive, tap water would likely last no more than half a month. In dire circumstances, it could run out within 3 days. Chao Tianming retrieved 2 of the largest buckets. Placing one in the kitchen and the other in the bathroom, he turned the faucet to its fullest, and as soon as a bucket was filled, he would transfer the water into his system space. Thus, he tirelessly repeated this task. For 4 consecutive days, Chao Tianming dedicated himself to the accumulation of water. When hunger struck, he would nibble on some bread or instant noodles, and when fatigue overcame him, he would take a brief nap on his bed. The front door had long been barricaded with a refrigerator to prevent any intruders from breaking in during this chaotic initial phase. It is well known that in many post-apocalyptic novels, individuals often do not perish at the hands of zombies or disasters. Rather, they fall victim to the blades of their fellow survivors. Some desperate survivors, in a state of hunger, may even resort to consuming the flesh of their own kin to stave off starvation. Thus, Chao Tianming remained vigilant. During these days, he kept a close watch on the evolving situation. While it could not be said that conditions were deteriorating rapidly, they were certainly far from optimistic. Chapter 5. The neighbor across the door in recent days? The official news has been abundant. This outbreak of zombies is of a global nature, making any thoughts of escaping abroad to evade the crisis utterly futile. Moreover, there is troubling news as the authorities have cryptically revealed that a substantial number of zombies have emerged within the military ranks. Although they have been suppressed, this has nonetheless resulted in significant casualties. Support troops may be delayed, and survivors are urged to stockpile supplies and prepare for home confinement. With this statement, Chao Tianming understood that the situation had become exceedingly grave. One commendable trait of the Chinese populace is their instinct to self-isolate at home in the face of danger, refraining from venturing outside. Having endured the tumultuous times of war, they have a tendency to hoard provisions. Regardless of their financial status, as a result, the number of fatalities within their community due to the zombies has remained relatively low. On the first day of the outbreak, families secured their doors and windows, opting for isolation. Thus, 3 more days passed. By this time, some residents of the community were beginning to falter. 7 days had elapsed, and their previously stored supplies were nearly depleted. In the group chat for Building 9. Building 9? Room 402. Unknown bystander. Brothers, can anyone alive speak up? Who has instant noodles to sell? My family has run out of provisions. Building 9. Room 1301. Known for being handsome since childhood. If anyone has, please sell me some. My household is out as well. Also, does anyone have relatives working with the authorities? Do we know when the rescue team will arrive? Building 9. Room 1601. Tonight's wind lifts your quilt, bro. Don't be foolish. The rescue team won't be coming anytime soon. Haven't you seen the news? The military has also experienced a zombie outbreak. Building 9. Room 1301. Known for being handsome since childhood. What should we do then? My family has nothing to eat. Building 9. Room 402. Unknown bystander. Shall we form a group to venture out for supplies? It would be relatively safer with more people. Building 9. Room 1301. Known for being handsome since childhood. I think that's a good idea. Who wants to search for supplies? Sign up now. Building 9. Room 2001. Wusong defeats Pan Jinlian. Anyone up for some gaming? I'm feeling quite adept. Building 9. Room 1301. Known for being handsome since childhood. What the hell? We're discussing going out to find supplies, and you? Building 9. Room 2001. Wusong defeats Pan Jinlian. What else can I do? My supplies are nearly gone, and I probably won't last until the day after tomorrow. Might as well play a few rounds. Building 9. Room 1902. Listening to Springs and Treasures. Hee. How many rounds do you want to play? Building 9. Room 2001. Wusong defeats Pan Jinlian. Get lost. Chao Tianming consistently monitored the information in the resident group chat but refrained from replying to any messages. At this juncture, it was far better for others to believe he had perished than to be aware of his continued survival. However, just as Chao Tianming was preparing to quietly endure a few days at home, a resident from Building 9 reached out to add him as a friend. The display showed that it was none other than his neighbor across the hall. Liking osmanthus cake, hello, I am your neighbor. Upon receiving the friend request, Chao Tianming fell into deep contemplation. This neighbor had moved in just 3 days prior to the outbreak. He had seen the man of the couple once. He appeared to be in his 30s, exuding a refined and gentle demeanor, though his delicate features left Chao Tianming with an impression of softness. As for the woman, he had not yet encountered her. The reason he referred to them as a couple was due to the red wedding character affixed to their door. The day of their marriage coincided with the day of the outbreak. One could not help but wonder which master had foretold such an inauspicious omen. Had the outbreak not occurred, Chao Tianming would have been more than willing to befriend them, for having more connections could lead to more opportunities. However, under the current circumstances, he found himself weighing the pros and cons. Chao Tianming quietly lit a cigarette, pondering silently. Firstly, the fact that the neighbor had taken the initiative to add him at this time could only arise from 2 possible motivations. The first being a test to ascertain whether he had turned into a zombie. If he remained unresponsive, it was highly probable that the neighbor would assume he had either perished or transformed into one of the undead. For only zombies and the deceased do not respond to WeChat messages. If the roles were reversed, he would also likely conduct a probe before confirming the presence of anyone in the neighboring household, and then seek a way to enter and procure supplies. The second possibility was that if he responded, they would directly ask to borrow food. However, Both scenarios indicated that the neighbor was utterly out of resources. Particularly for a newlywed couple, their stockpile was likely far less than that of an ordinary household. After much contemplation, Chao Tianming made his decision. He pressed the screen to accept the friend request. As soon as it was approved, the neighbor sent a message. Liking Osmanthus cake, hello, I am your neighbor. It is truly wonderful to connect with you. Tianming Logistics greetings. How may I assist you? Although Chao Tianming could already surmise that the neighbor wished to borrow supplies, he still inquired. Meanwhile, in the corner of room 1701, where Feng Shunan resided, she stared at her phone screen, her appearance slightly haggard, yet failing to conceal her captivating beauty. Somewhat disheveled hair was simply tied back, adding to her delicate, weary charm. She bit her lower lip slightly, her expression a blend of embarrassment and contemplation, before her fingers began to tap rapidly on the screen. She had gone without food for 2 days, and had she had any other options, she would not be seeking help at this moment. Although she had just embarked on married life, she was not the Na'vi newcomer fresh out of school. She had watched nearly all the zombie movies, from the earlier Resident Evil series to Train to Busan. Thus, she could almost definitively assert that the zombie outbreak signified the onset of the apocalypse. Moreover, she had been keenly observing the external circumstances over the past few days. The elderly woman who had been incapacitated for years was now seen standing and gnawing on her grandson. The security guard at the entrance, with his head tilted, was pursuing the property manager with the intent to bite. Ultimately, the property manager was overwhelmed by a horde of zombies who ruthlessly tore into him, leaving his innards exposed. The horrific screams and moans were unbearable even for her, who had grown accustomed to life and death in a hospital setting. She would curl up in a corner every night, only falling asleep when exhaustion overcame her. As for her husband, he had left on the night of their wedding and had not returned since, not due to death, but rather because he had gone to a friend's house to drink. Narrowly escaping disaster. Alone, she had subsisted on leftover dishes from the wedding banquet and some seeds and candies, managing to endure these 7 days. She had been waiting for rescue from both the authorities and her husband. Yet, ultimately, in a bid to survive, she decided to seek assistance from her neighbors, with Chao Tianming, the one across the hall, being her first choice. Chapter 6. The Neighbor's Visit. Beauty rating 94. Liking Osmanthus cake. I sincerely apologize for bothering you. I am truly out of options and must seek your help. My husband and I were recently married and did not stockpile much in the way of supplies. Now, our food is nearly depleted. I wonder if you could lend me some, and I promise to repay you double once the situation improves. Chao Tianming read the message that arrived on his phone, inwardly acknowledging the accuracy of his assumptions. Tianming Logistics. My supplies are also running low. Chao Tianming did not agree outright, nor did he directly refuse. To be honest, he was not in dire need of food. He still had 30 tons of seafood lying within his system space. However, he was not inclined to freely give away his resources. If the neighbor possessed something else he could utilize, then exchanging a small amount of food would not be out of the question. Yet, he needed to maintain the facade of being equally desperate. Otherwise, he would risk attracting unwanted attention. Seeing that the neighbor had not outright declined, Feng Shunan felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. It was essential to understand that in the wake of an apocalypse, food was undoubtedly the most precious commodity. No one would easily part with it, as everyone was acutely aware that lending equated to giving without expectation of return. She had a fondness for Osmanthus cake. I have a rather small appetite. Just a few packets of instant noodles suffice for me. Tianming Logistics, I would very much like to assist you, but my food supplies are also dwindling. I am rationing my own meals, uncertain of how much longer I can endure. Feng Shunan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she did not surrender. She understood that the other party must still possess some food. Otherwise, they could have simply stated they had none, rather than implying their supplies were limited. Thus, their unspoken intention hinted at a desire for an exchange. However, what did she have that was worthy of such a trade? Suddenly, she recalled some jewelry she had purchased for her wedding. I have some gold jewelry. I wonder if you might be interested. It could serve as a means to barter for food. Chao Tianming scoffed dismissively. Tianming Logistics. Jewelry holds no value in these times. If you genuinely seek food, I would prefer something more practical for an exchange. Feng Shunan bit her lip, continuing her search for items to trade within her home. Yet, after scouring every corner, she found nothing suitable. In that moment, she fell into deep contemplation. Truth be told, she understood that in such apocalyptic times, Women were viewed as a natural resource. If she were to present herself attractively and trade her body for sustenance, many men in the building would likely be willing. However, she was resolute in her unwillingness to sell herself. Just as despair began to envelop her, an idea struck her. I am a doctor. I can provide medical assistance when needed. Would that suffice as a trade for food? Upon reading this message, Chao Tianming's eyes lit up. What a talent! In apocalyptic films or novels, a doctor may not always be the protagonist, yet they undeniably serve as a crucial supporting character. One could almost classify them as a strategic resource. It is impossible for anyone to survive alone in such dire circumstances. The probability of death is far too high. He would undoubtedly need to form a team in the future. If she could be of use to him, offering her food would be a trivial matter. Tianming Logistics. That works. Come to my place. With that, Chao Tianming donned a windbreaker and slipped on 2 arm guards he had fashioned from magazines and tape during his leisure time. He then approached the door, placing the refrigerator into his system space. He leaned against the peephole, observing the activity outside while occasionally glancing at his phone for any updates from her, eager to ascertain how many people she might be bringing. He feared that upon opening the door, a sudden rush from her side could result in dire consequences. Meanwhile, Feng Shunin initially felt elated, but soon her expression clouded with concern. After much contemplation, her gaze sharpened as she made a firm decision. She donned her thickest, most modest attire, masked her face, and wrapped herself tightly. After a moment's reflection in the mirror, satisfied, she picked up her phone to send a simple acknowledgement. Finally, she concealed the newly purchased wedding knife within her sleeve. I am heading out now. Please unlock your door. I fear there may be zombies outside. Chao Tianming glanced at his phone before quickly typing a 2-word reply. Tianming Logistics, okay. Approximately 30 seconds later, the security door across from him opened slightly. A figure wearing a hat cautiously peeked out, scanning the corridor. Sensing no immediate danger, they swiftly pushed the door open and stepped outside towards Chao Tianming's entrance. Observing this, he also opened his door. Hurry in, he urged in a hushed tone. Feng Shunan hesitated but ultimately stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Feng Shunan was momentarily taken aback. She had not intended to shut the door, reasoning that if he harbored ill intentions, she could escape at once. However, Chao Tianming had a different perspective. Noticing her hesitation, he snapped, What, do you want the zombies to come in? At the mention of zombies, Feng Shunan shuddered slightly and promptly secured the outer door. She entered and took a seat on the sofa. Chao Tianming took a couple of steps back, maintaining a respectful distance. Feng Shunan felt intimidated by the commanding tone of his voice and instinctively replied, Oh, all right. She approached the sofa, standing awkwardly beside it. Meanwhile, Chao Tianming darted to the door, locking it with a swift motion. Peering through the peephole once more and confirming the absence of others, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, his actions rendered Feng Shunan tense and apprehensive, causing her to grip the knife hidden within her sleeve tightly. Chao Tianming scrutinized her, noting her nervous demeanor and the hidden weapon behind her back. A smirk crept across his face as he silently activated the system scanned. The next instant, a blue panel materialized before him. Name, Feng Shunan. Appearance score, 94. Rewards for scores above 90. Age, 26. Occupation, obstetrician. Traits, composed, intelligent, quick learner. Dating experience, 0. Overall evaluation, an exceptionally gifted academic prodigy. Progress, incomplete. Upon absorbing this information, Chao Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the woman, who appeared so tightly wrapped like a mummy, was in fact such an extraordinary individual. This woman was truly remarkable. The crucial detail that the system indicated her dating experience was 0 confirmed. She was indeed a rare find. Feng Shunan felt a shiver as she noticed Chao Tianming gazing intently at her, her heart racing with anxiety. The dryness in her throat, already exacerbated by her tension, prompted her to swallow nervously. Chapter 7. Her husband is not home. Perhaps sensing her unease, Chao Tianming spoke in a low, soothing tone. Please, take a seat. There is no need to be nervous. With that, he fetched a chair and positioned it 3 meters away from her. Would you care for a cigarette? He inquired, offering her a smoke. Noticing Feng Shuanan's hesitant gesture, he lit one for himself and began to smoke. Thus, they exchanged glances in silence, the atmosphere in the living room thick with tension, only interrupted by the occasional distant moan of a zombie. Suddenly, A rumbling sound emanated from Feng Shunan, breaking the stillness. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. Could you spare me some food? Consider it a loan. I promise to repay you when the opportunity arises. As she spoke, her eyes reflected a deep plea. Chao Tianming did not respond immediately, instead taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Where is your husband? Huh? My husband? Yes, I believe my husband is at home. Feng Shunan was puzzled by the question but instinctively lied, omitting the fact that her husband was not with her. You are lying, Your husband is not here, is he? How do you know? Noticing her trembling voice and awkward demeanor. Chao Tianming couldn't help but smirk. He was aware that she had married on the day the apocalypse began. Furthermore, he had learned from the system scan that she was still a pure, untouched maiden. If her husband were not gay or lacking certain attributes, it was evident he was not present. After all, who among newlyweds would abstain from intimacy, especially after being cooped up for 7 days? If it were him, he would have acted long ago. Of course, even if the system indicated she had dating experience, he could ascertain her husband was absent, for if he were home, she wouldn't be out seeking food. Do not be alarmed. I am aware your husband is not home, and I also know you are concealing a knife in your sleeve. As for how I know, if I were your husband, I would never allow my wife to venture to another man's home for food during such perilous times. It would be like sending a lamb into a den of wolves, with a smile. He addressed Feng Shunan. Nonetheless, this smile did little to ease her anxiety. Instead, it heightened her sense of unease. Please, hold your tongue for a moment and listen to me. You are Feng Shunan, aged 26, an obstetrician. You married your husband on the day the zombie outbreak occurred, but he has yet to return. As of now, you remain an untouched maiden. As his words sank in, Feng Shunan was left speechless. Her shock rendering her motionless as she retreated to the corner, her face a mask of terror, akin to encountering a demon. Do not be afraid. This is merely a small ability of mine. With that, Chao Tianming retrieved a chilled bottle of cola from his system space, placing it on the coffee table and gently nudging it toward her, signaling that she was welcome to drink. However, this miraculous display of conjuring further shattered Feng Shuanan's understanding of reality. Are you a god? I am not a god. I merely possess certain abilities that set me apart from others. Chao Tianming lit another cigarette, patiently waiting for her to regain her composure. 3 minutes later, Feng Shunan finally seated herself on the sofa again, albeit still perched on the edge. Her gaze fixated on the chilled cola on the table, her throat involuntarily swallowing as she fought the urge to reach for it. Observing the other party's gluttonous demeanor, yet striving to maintain composure, Chao Tianming chuckled softly, rose from his seat, and gently pushed the chilled bottle of cola towards them. Go ahead, drink up. Once you've finished, we can continue our discussion. Feng Shunan glanced at Chao Tianming, then at the cola resting upon the coffee table. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand. Sizzle, gulp, gulp, despite her intense hunger. Feng Shunan still managed to consume the drink with remarkable grace. Perhaps it was the sugar that slightly invigorated her spirit. I can offer you food. Ample enough to satiate your appetite, Chao Tianming remarked. Flipping his palm to reveal a massive box that materialized seemingly out of thin art. He slowly unveiled the lid. 2 enormous Australian lobsters lay nestled within, each weighing over 2 pounds. The sight of them left Feng Shunan utterly astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. After a lengthy pause, she finally managed to stammer, What do you want in exchange? In truth, Feng Shunan had already surmised what he desired. Yet, until he explicitly articulated that answer, she clung to a slender thread of hope. You are an astute individual, not one of those foolish women who believe their beauty grants them carte blanche to act as they please in the presence of men. Thus, I prefer to engage with intelligent individuals, particularly those who do not overestimate their own cleverness. When faced with someone of your intellect, I shall be forthright. I offer you 2 choices. First, you may stay and follow me. While the apocalypse may not guarantee a life of luxury, I can assure you that I will provide you with sustenance. Do not respond just yet. Allow me to continue. You are aware that, in this world of chaos, women are considered commodities, and beautiful women are particularly susceptible to becoming others' possessions. A woman of your striking beauty, once discovered, is unlikely to escape becoming someone's plaything unless she takes drastic measures. If you still harbor illusions that people can behave as they did before the world descended into turmoil, upholding decorum and obeying the law, I can only conclude that you are naive. Even before the apocalypse, those who approached you were often motivated by base desires. As he spoke, Feng Shunan's complexion drained of color, but she recognized the grim truth in Chao Tianming's words. Prior to the apocalypse, had it not been for her strict upbringing and her own traditional values, her exceptional looks and charm would have easily attracted countless admirers eager to win her over with extravagant dinners. Even a casual stroll would have drawn the attention of affluent suitors. However, she understood that their true intentions were to dominate and belittle her. Now, with the onset of the zombie apocalypse, moral integrity and social order had eroded, leaving her vulnerable to the very fate Chao Tianming described. The brazen manner in which he spoke felt as though it trampled upon her pride and dignity, carefully preserved for over 20 years. She gently closed her eyes and inquired, "And what is the second option?" Chapter 8. Which lady has food at home? I'm willing to serve as a door-to-door security guard. Chao Tianming smirked, a grin that exuded an unsettling charm. His system had not mandated that the targets of his strategy must willingly consent. In the past, he feared a 3-year timeline. But now, no one had the luxury to concern themselves with such matters. Moreover, should he dispose of a body, the zombies below would readily assist in erasing all traces. The process might be arduous, yet it provided a unique opportunity to showcase the skills he had gleaned from films. Upon reflection, it could even prove exhilarating. Noticing the tremors in her shoulders, Chao Tianming chuckled lightly. Of course, you are free to resist with a knife, attempt to flee, or even eliminate me. However, I advise you to take a moment and contemplate whether your relationship with your husband is worth sacrificing yourself for. He may very well be dead, or perhaps he is currently entwined with another woman. After all, in this world, everyone despises the likes of Chao, yet secretly yearns to embody him. With that, Chao Tianming nudged the box containing the lobsters closer to her, and then produced a 3-pound king crab alongside an entire salmon. Do you wish to become my woman, fighting alongside me for survival in this chaotic world? Or will you cling to the memory of the husband who has long since abandoned you? Choosing instead to resist me, I present you with a choice. The path forward lies in your hands. He lifted his chin slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Shunan, who stood at a crossroads. Her heart a battleground of conflicting emotions. It was not that she held a profound attachment to her husband that prevented her from betraying him. Rather, she felt little emotional foundation with the man she had married. With family pressures looming, she had reluctantly entered the realm of arranged marriage, her current spouse being a product of that process. Their courtship had lasted less than 4 months, during which he had treated her with utmost respect. Their outings consisted solely of innocent gestures, such as hand-holding during movies or shopping, never crossing into more intimate territory. This treatment led Feng Shunan to believe she had encountered a man who honored her. She had anticipated that on their wedding night, she would entrust him with her most cherished gift. However, fate took a cruel twist. Her husband was called away by friends for drinks that very afternoon, shortly before the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. What truly rendered her indecisive was her pride. She could not bear the thought of commodifying her body in exchange for survival. She was a person, not livestock. Yet, with the apocalypse upon them, what truly separated humans from animals? In recent days, she had witnessed too much death and darkness in humanity. Fearful of both zombies and the predatory intentions of others, she had been reduced to curling up in the corner of her bedroom, living in a state of constant anxiety and hunger. The oppressive weight of her emotions became unbearable, and at that moment, she sank to the ground and wept. Woo, she felt utterly despondent. Come on, violate me, at least this way. I can experience what it means to be a woman one last time before I die. She was exhausted by this life, devoid of even a glimmer of hope. Observing her tear-streaked visage, Chao Tianming clenched his fists. Had this been a time before the apocalypse, he would have been willing to invest time, emotion, and resources into pursuing such a remarkable woman. But in this new reality, he could not afford to be soft-hearted. Was there a flicker of compassion? Perhaps. After all, he was still human, capable of kindness, even as a remorseless figure. Yet Chao Tianming knew he could not allow himself to relent. To entertain such thoughts would surely lead him to his own demise. If he wished for her complete submission, he must first shatter her last vestiges of hope and fantasy, only to then offer her a new chance at survival, placing her hope firmly in his hands. This was the only way to ensure her absolute allegiance. After a brief pause, Chao Tianming approached Feng Shunan, confiscating the pristine dining knife beside her. He gently patted her shoulder. Cry it out. It's all right. Once you're done, wash your face and let us prepare a meal. Lobster, king crab, salmon. Decide what you wish to cook. The kitchen is stocked with every seasoning you might need. With that, he turned his attention away from her and made his way to the restroom, turning on the tap to gather more water. He needed to stockpile enough supplies before the water ran dry. While busy with the task, he kept a watchful eye on Feng Shunan. He would not ease his vigilance until she had fully surrendered herself to him. Too many protagonists in apocalyptic novels had met their demise due to misplaced trust in those around them. After 10 minutes had passed, perhaps having exhausted her emotional turmoil or simply worn out from crying, Feng Shunan rose unsteadily, grasping the seafood box from the coffee table, and stumbled toward the kitchen. Witnessing this, a subtle smile graced Chao Tianming's lips. 9th Building Owners Group, 9th Building 202. Fitness enthusiast Luli. Which lady has food at home? I am willing to serve as a door-to-door security guard. Photos. Abs photos. 9th Building 1801. Nicholas Maudo. I heard your plans from the second floor. I'm on the 18th. Building 1001. Aunt Xian. Young man. I have some instant noodles at home. Shall we share a meal? 9th Building 1202. Blossoms of Wealth. You exude a sense of security, young man. I have plenty of canned goods at home. 9th Building 1401. Bunny. Hey there, I'm starving too. Please feed me. Photos 9th Building 1902. Listening Springs. Let us chat privately. Little Sister. 9th Building 1401. Bunny. Alright, Big Brother. 9th Building 2001. Wu Song's 3 Strikes on Panjinlian. Count me in. 9th Building 402. Unknown Bystander A. Didn't you say you had no food? 9th Building 2001. Wu Song's 3 Strikes on Panjinlian. This can be arranged. Building 9, Room 402. Unknown Passerby A. Wow. Observing the messages in the group chat, Chao Tianming genuinely felt inclined to commend his delightful neighbors. Even with the apocalypse upon them, this group managed to maintain such harmony, which was indeed a rarity. It is worth noting that the residents of the adjacent Building 7 had succumbed to madness. Many had not perished at the hands of zombies, but rather by their own neighbors forcibly breaking down their doors. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. At least they had enjoyed some moments of joy. He couldn't help but wonder if they were planning to engage in a game of Do Di Ju or Sankoe that evening. Chapter 9. Sated like a lobster. Unbeknownst to her, a fragrant aroma wafted through the kitchen. The rich scent of seafood instantly permeated the entire room. Feng Shunan had not prepared these delicacies in an overly elaborate manner. She simply cleaned them thoroughly and placed them directly into the steamer. A few sauces were concocted, and the salmon was sliced for sashimi. After all, this was the simplest and quickest way to prepare them. Additionally, noticing a half bag of rice nearby, she took the liberty of steaming 2 bowls. During this time, she felt the urge to sneak a bite, but resolutely restrained herself. Naturally, these little actions did not escape Chao Tianming's notice. The steamed seafood was transferred into a bowl, and Feng Shunan served 2 bowls of rice. Once the meal was ready, she softly informed Chao Tianming before bowing her head and standing to the side. She was quite hungry, yet without Chao Tianming's cue, she dared not sit down to eat first. Please sit. Upon hearing Chao Tianming's invitation, Feng Shunan cautiously approached the dining table and took a seat opposite him. Her gaze fixed intently on the seafood and rice before her. However, her throat tightened as she swallowed hard. Go ahead. There's no need to be nervous. After saying this, Chao Tianming extended a pair of chopsticks towards her. Thank you. As she accepted the chopsticks, Feng Shuanan's hands trembled involuntarily. It had been 2 days since she had consumed anything other than water. Gazing at the enticing seafood before her, every cell in her body was electrified with excitement, and her hands shook uncontrollably. This was sheer luxury. The Australian lobster and king crab were not the kind of fare that an ordinary family could indulge in at will, typically reserved for festive occasions. Now, in the midst of an apocalypse, she was able to savor such delicacies. Truly miraculous. I will eat now. Please do. With the affirmative response, Feng Shunan, trembling, picked up a piece of salmon and placed it atop her rice. Taking a hearty bite, delicious. It was exquisite. This sensation was unlike anything she had ever experienced, and in an instant, she felt as if she had transcended. She fought back tears that threatened to spill, determined not to let them fall. At just the right moment, Chao Tianming slid a paper towel across the table towards her. Don't just eat the rice. Have some lobster too. You can fill up on lobster. As he spoke, Chao Tianming grasped the lobster, applying gentle pressure to separate its head from its tail, and placed it before her. Go ahead, in that moment. Feng Shunan could no longer contain herself. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like precious pearls. Yet, she stifled any sound, resolutely shoveling rice into her mouth with fervor. Chao Tianming remained silent, quietly sitting nearby, lighting a cigarette. 30 minutes later, Feng Shunan reluctantly set down her utensils. After devouring a 2-pound lobster tail, a bowl of rice, 2 crab legs, and several slices of salmon, she could eat no more. Satisfaction, utter satisfaction. Her once flat stomach now felt pleasantly rounded. Content and well-fed, Feng Shunan sat quietly, observing the man before her. Just moments ago, he had looked at her in the same way. Only after she had finished did he finally take up his own portion, savoring each bite. To be honest, Chao Tianming was not particularly hungry. Yet being robustly built, he polished off the entire 2-pound lobster, along with the claws that Feng Shunan had left behind. The king crab remained untouched. As Chao Tianming set down his utensils, Feng Shuanan's heart raced. Though she had prepared herself to become his partner, her lack of experience made her feel exceedingly anxious. She felt restless even sitting in her chair. Thus, she hastily stood up and gathered the bowls and chopsticks. I'll wash the dishes. Leave it be. Those words made Feng Shunan tremble, her eyes wide with disbelief as she turned to look at Chao Tianming. He casually lit another cigarette, reclining in his chair. Don't force it. Just go. With that, he turned away, no longer looking at her. It felt as though he was merely there, quietly smoking. Yet only he knew that his attention remained fixed on Feng Shunan. This was his final test of her. He wished to discern her true intentions. If she was genuinely committed to him, she would not leave simply because of his words. This would afford him some peace of mind in their future interactions. Without the need for constant vigilance, if she chose to depart, he would apprehend her the moment she crossed the threshold, employing methods of immediate justice as dictated by the law. The system's tasks did not stipulate that she must be sincere. Once the mission was complete, he could easily dispose of her through the window, clean and efficient. Feng Shunan remained by the dining table, frozen in place, her gaze fixed on Chao Tianming. Why? She had prepared herself to be at his mercy. Why did he want her to leave? Was it a moment of conscience, or did he find her unattractive? Perhaps, given her poorly applied makeup, he indeed deemed her unappealing. Yet why had he previously complimented her beauty and offered her a place by his side, assuring her that she would never go hungry as long as he had food? Why say such things? She had steeled herself for this moment. At that moment, Feng Shuanan's emotions were in turmoil. Her mind was a chaotic tangle of questions and confusions. Slowly, she lifted her head, directing her gaze back to Chao Tianming, seeking answers in his expression, but he remained quietly seated, smoking. After a moment, Feng Shunan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then, without a word, she began to tidy the dining table. As the sound of washing dishes echoed from the kitchen, a subtle smile crept across Chao Tianming's lips. He knew then that this was a success. After washing the dishes, Feng Shunan meticulously cleaned the kitchen. She spent over an hour attending to her tasks before finally emerging. Deep within her, she wished to linger in the kitchen a while longer. Fearing that the moment she stepped out, his first words would be, "You may leave now." Initially, she had come merely to borrow a couple of packets of instant noodles to survive. At that time, she had worried about whether he was a good person, even bringing a kitchen knife from home for protection. Yet now, deep within her heart, she found herself reluctant to leave. For reasons unknown, despite only a few hours of interaction, he instilled in her a sense of reliability. Perhaps it was the food, or perhaps it was him. Regardless, she wanted to stay. As Feng Shunan emerged from the kitchen, she found Chao Tianming in the living room. Practicing horse stance exercises to maintain a healthy waist and kidneys. Horse stance is essential. This was advice from a college roommate named Wang Chao. Chapter 10. From now on, you will exercise with me. In his words, frequent practice of horse stance not only strengthens the lower body but also fortifies the waist and kidneys. Once mastered, it could significantly enhance one's fighting capabilities, particularly in confrontations with the opposite sex. Therefore, regardless of how busy he was, Chao Tianming made it a point to practice horse stance every day, progressing from 5 or 6 seconds to over 30 minutes. This routine had persisted for 7 years. Observing Chao Tianming with his eyes gently closed and silent, Feng Shunan dared not intrude. Instead, she sat quietly in the corner of the sofa, lost in thought. After about 5 minutes, Chao Tianming slowly opened his eyes, signaling the end of his session. From now on, you will exercise with me. I will teach you how to do horse stance. Feng Shunan blinked in surprise and responded. All right, it was important to note that, amidst the zombie outbreak, while the neighbors had maintained a semblance of harmony in recent days, this was merely the calm before the storm. Once a spark ignited, a fierce conflict could erupt within the building. Starving survivors might resemble rabid dogs or hungry wolves, prying open the doors to seize your food. In the absence of sustenance, the notion of cannibalism would no longer be a mere tale from fiction. Hence, it was imperative to enhance one's strength. Go take a shower. There's no need to deliberately appear unattractive in front of me. Feng Shuanan's head shot up, her eyes wide with astonishment. He could tell. He did not want her to leave out of disdain for her appearance. At that moment, a flicker of joy arose within Feng Shunan. Perhaps she believed that at his core, Chao Tianming was a good person. After all, if he found her unattractive and wished her to depart, that would indicate disdain. Yet if he recognized her beauty and still wanted her to stay, it suggested a sense of conscience. My clothes and toiletries are over there. May I return to retrieve them? Feng Shunan spoke softly, her head lowered. She was uncertain whether her request might be misconstrued by Chao Tianming, but given her current circumstances, it was indeed inconvenient to bathe here. Chao Tianming cast a glance at Feng Shunan, his eyes narrowing slightly before he nodded. I shall accompany you. It conveniently allows me to store things directly into the space. Feng Shunan had witnessed Chao Tianming's miraculous abilities before, so she nodded in agreement. To prevent encountering zombies upon opening the door, the two first surveyed the situation in the hallway, then swiftly opened the door and arrived at Feng Shuanan's home across the way. Upon entering, Chao Tianming began to appraise his surroundings. One must admit, this newly renovated marital abode was quite splendid. Not only was it equipped with all the necessary appliances, but the decor also reflected his preferred minimalist style. The enormous LCD television and the fully automatic massage chair beside the sofa seemed to narrate the owner's aspirations for a life of comfort and beauty. Your house is quite impressive. Chao Tianming remarked with a smile. It's decent. Really, during the renovation, we intended to reside here long-term. So we used quality materials, Feng Shunan replied as she moved toward the master bedroom, opening the wardrobe to organize her clothes. Since she would be following Chao Tianming to his place, it was only natural to bring all her garments along. After a brief exploration, Chao Tianming discovered something amiss and inquired with curiosity. Why are there no wedding photos of you and your husband in this marital home? At this question, Feng Shunan, who had been tidying her clothes, paused momentarily. Her expression turned somewhat wistful, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. We did take photos, but we opted against large frames. We only kept 2 albums. He said that hanging portraits in the house would disrupt the feng shui. Do you actually believe in that? Feng Shunan remained silent, continuing to sort through her belongings. What about your wedding photos? Show them to me. Feng Shunan was puzzled as to why Chao Tianming suddenly wished to see her wedding photos. Yet she did not refuse. She merely felt a tinge of embarrassment, considering she would soon be living with the man before her. Nevertheless, he wanted to see her wedding photos with another man. Chao Tianming held Feng Shuanan's wedding photo delicately, examining it closely. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Just gazing at the wedding photo filled him with the sensation of spring's arrival. With a swan-like neck, a butterfly back, a wasp waist, and a peach-like posterior, her 94-point beauty was utterly breathtaking. Stars and internet celebrities paled in comparison. This woman was nothing short of divine, an angel who had descended to earth. If one were to cast this photograph outside, any passerby would surely come to her aid. Thus, Chao Tianming found himself questioning whether the man in the photo was perhaps a eunuch or simply an old fool. To leave such a stunning beauty alone in an empty house before marriage was indeed a stroke of fortune for him. Taking a deep breath, Chao Tianming lit a cigarette, striving to calm his restless heart, though his gaze occasionally wandered toward the busy figure in the bedroom. Moments later, Feng Shunan approached him, her head bowed. Hands clasped in front of her. May I discuss something with you? Chao Tianming looked at her with curiosity. Go ahead. This will be my first time. Can we do it here? She hesitantly asked. Rest assured. This marital home has never been occupied by him, and the marriage bed has only been slept on by me. It's quite clean. After saying this, she quickly turned her head away, biting her lip. Unable to meet Tao Tianming's gaze on the sofa, Tao Tianming was momentarily taken aback, his eyes lingering on Feng Shunan, whose shyness ignited a spark in him. He had not anticipated such a request from her. Had it been any other demand, he might have considered it, but this one, oh yes, it was certainly acceptable. This house was not only significantly better than his rented flat, but it was also tidy and well kept, with the bed linens having been laid out by Feng Shunan on her wedding day. Moreover, from her words, it seemed that apart from her, no one else had touched that bed. For someone like Tao Tianming, who possessed a mild case of obsessive cleanliness, this was nothing short of perfection. Just the thought of it ignited an inexplicable thrill within him. Perhaps it was the idea of engaging in acts meant for others in someone else's marital home. Or perhaps it was simply his surname, Chao, inheriting ancestral intentions. In any case, this sensation made Tao Tianming's mind race with excitement. The two words that came to mind were exhilarating. Noticing that Tao Tianming had been silent for a while, Feng Shunan timidly glanced at him, her anxiety prompting her to clarify, I mean no offense. I simply wish to leave my first time in a marital home, so it wouldn't feel regretful. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, her head lowering further. Upon hearing her words, Tao Tianming slowly rose to his feet. He approached Feng Shunan, gently lifting her chin to meet his gaze. You are about to become my first woman. I shall fulfill your request, ensuring you have no regrets. However, I have a request of my own. Wear your wedding dress tonight. The moment he spoke, Feng Shuanan's face was left in utter disbelief. Chapter 11. To accomplish a task, one must grasp both ends firmly. The moon hung high, and night descended. The once bustling streets lay quiet as if enveloped in a slumbering forest. Occasionally, the distant roar of a zombie could be heard, and a gentle breeze would rustle the leaves along the roadside, draping the city in a cloak of terror. In the Qingqing Yijing residential complex. Building 9, Apartment 1701. Feng Shunan had finished her bath, donned her wedding dress, and applied delicate makeup, sitting serenely on the red wedding bed adorned with auspicious symbols. Come out, Tao Tianming's voice resonated, prompting Feng Shunan to rise and exit the room. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Feng Shunan was his first woman, or that he was about to become her first man, but Tao Tianming wished to make this night, laden with significance, a touch more romantic, almost as if granting her a reward. He donned the suit he had purchased specifically for receiving an award at a previous annual meeting and meticulously prepared a candlelit dinner featuring steak, seafood, and red wine. With the lights dimmed, Tao Tianming produced a lighter and ignited the candles on the dining table. The flickering candlelight instantly illuminated the room, filling it with a warm and romantic atmosphere. The soft glow cascaded into every corner, reflecting off the exquisite tableware and delectable food. Wrapping this special night in a dreamy veil, Feng Shunan stepped out of the bedroom, her hands trailing the hem of her wedding dress. Tao Tianming felt as though time had frozen. His gaze was riveted upon her, unable to shift even a fraction. At that moment, Feng Shunan resembled a breathtaking painting. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate and flawless, as if she could be pierced by a gentle touch. Bathed in the candlelight, she radiated a soft, pearl-like glow. Her exquisite visage, with elegantly flowing contours, resembled a masterpiece sculpted by a divine creator. Clad in the pristine white of her wedding dress, her beauty was accentuated to perfection. The skirt of the dress swayed gently, light as a cloud, while lace embellishments added a touch of romance and elegance. Beautiful, noble, pure, sensual, Tao Tianming found himself at a loss for words to describe the enchanting woman before him. Yet he knew, he was utterly captivated. Feeling Tao Tianming's fervent and unabashed gaze upon her, Feng Shunan lowered her head slightly, her ears flushing, unable to meet his eyes. Please, take a seat. As Tao Tianming spoke, Feng Shunan slowly settled into her chair. Tao Tianming took a quiet deep breath, then poured a glass of the already aerated red wine for her. Thank you. Feng Shunan quickly bent forward, extending her hands to accept it. In that moment, a flash of white light dazzled Tao Tianming's eyes. Ahem. Today marks our first meeting. Perhaps you feel our acquaintance is rather brief, but I believe that at the moment your life reaches its conclusion, you will undoubtedly be grateful for the choice you made today. With that, Tao Tianming raised his glass, gently offering it to her. Feng Shunan said nothing. Her face slightly flushed, She raised her glass to clink lightly with his as they toasted. The rich flavor of the wine spread across their palates, mirroring the complexity and beauty of their current emotions. Whether it was the intoxicating effects of the wine or the anticipation of what lay ahead after dinner, Feng Shuanan's cheeks bloomed like a ripe apple, radiant and tempting, as they savored the red wine and indulged in the sumptuous feast. In this early stage of the apocalypse, even if some households boasted abundant supplies, no one could present fresh seafood and beef like Tao Tianming did in the popular vernacular. It was simply extravagant. Soon, a bottle of Penfold's Grange was nearly empty. Tao Tianming set down his glass and slowly approached Feng Shunan from behind, his gaze lowered, slightly fixated on the abyss. When he gently placed his hands on her smooth, white shoulders, Feng Shunan jolted as if electrified, her body instantly tensing to tea that moment. Her cheeks flushed deeper, and her heart raced, as if about to leap from her throat. Her voice was barely audible, laced with shyness and nervousness. Tao Tianming's hands rested softly on her shoulders as he leaned in closer, whispering into her ear, "You look truly beautiful tonight." His breath grazed her ear, tinting it with a rosy hue. Feng Shunan, feeling shy, lowered her head, unsure how to respond. Tao Tianming gently turned her to face him. The blazing gaze seemed capable of melting her. "I in this apocalyptic world, encountering you is my fortune and will surely be yours as well." After speaking, Tao Tianming lowered his head, silencing the words about to escape Feng Shuanan's lips. His warm palm glided down from her pristine shoulders. The sudden tenderness caused Feng Shuanan's body to involuntarily tremble. Yet she was tightly embraced by Tao Tianming. At this moment, Tao Tianming finally understood why his former superior often remarked that in any endeavor, one must grasp with both hands and ensure both are strong. After a long while, during the vernal equinox, the two breathed greedily the fresh air. Feng Shunan gasped for breath, her eyes still shy, yet imbued with a sense of bewilderment. Suddenly, Tao Tianming exerted force, wrapping her in his arms and pushing open the bedroom door. The crimson wedding bed appeared festive to the EY. It did not remove the high heels and wedding dress. In the darkness of this apocalypse, their warmth became the most precious support. The flickering candlelight and the aroma of red wine filled the air. As their love blossomed even more vibrantly in this challenging moment, Building 9, Apartment 1601. Damn. The one upstairs must be devouring those blue pills like a meal. Since 8 o'clock tonight, it's now 11. Acting like a damn donkey, I'm left both hungry and uncomfortable. Zhang Di cursed as he stretched a hand out from beneath the covers to grab his charging phone from the bedside table. Unlocking it, he opened the UC browser. Soon, the remnants of sleep faded, and his eyes brightened. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a stunning beauty. Rewards. 1. Energy absorption. Similar to the powers of Marvel's Black Emperor. 0.2.10 basic attribute points. Finally, he had waited for this moment. Tao Tianming clenched his fist in excitement. To avoid awakening the slumbering Feng Shunan beside him, he suppressed his exhilaration, rose from the bed, slipped on his slippers, and exited the bedroom. Sitting on the sofa, he lit a cigarette and hurriedly checked the system rewards. Name: Tao Tianming. Age: 25. Height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. System space: 10,000 cubic meters. Superpower: energy absorption, similar to the powers of Marvel's Black Emperor. Speed: 4. Strength: 5. Mentality: 5. Physique: 7. Available attribute points: 10. Wow, incredible. Chapter 12. On the third day of acquiring superpowers, sorry, I don't eat beef. The system's offerings are guaranteed to be of high quality. Tao Tianming had seen Marvel, particularly the abilities of Black Emperor, which were practically a cheat. Not only could he absorb any energy, but he could also convert that energy into his internal power. It could be said that as long as he did not exceed the limit of the energy he could absorb, all energy attacks would be ineffective against him. Furthermore, he could transform the absorbed energy to sustain his life and maintain his youthful appearance. Had it not been for his safety protocols being inadequate and not fastening his helmet, he would not have been felled by a mere coin. With this ability, Tao Tianming was virtually invincible. As long as he did not recklessly enter areas filled with toxic gas or attempt self-drowning, there was little that could threaten his life. Simply put, it was a skill of if you don't court death, you won't die. Of course, should the official government deploy national weapons, or if someone else awaken power specifically countering his spatial abilities or mental control, Tao Tianming could still be in danger. The 10 attribute points seemed somewhat trivial in comparison. After examining his panel, Chao Tianming ultimately allocated the 10 points across several attributes. Name: Chao Tianming. Age: 25. Height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. System space: 10,000 cubic meters. Superpower: energy absorption, similar to the powers of Marvel's Black Emperor. Speed: 7. Strength: 7. Mentality: 7. Physique: 10. Available attribute points: 0. As for why Chao Tianming did not balance the 4 attributes but rather prioritized raising his physique to 10, well, one understands the implications. After all, being a man with a woman, he must shoulder the physical labor at home. Once the basic attribute points were allocated, Chao Tianming felt as if he had just emerged from a sauna, invigorated and brimming with energy. Were it not for Feng Shunan being utterly exhausted and asleep, he might have even wished to rouse her for more work. Subsequently, he retrieved a knife from the system space. Holding the knife in his right hand, he glanced at his left arm. After contemplating, he turned the blade upward, aligning the back of the knife against his arm, and struck down forcefully, bang, with a muffled thud. Chao Tianming's arm remained unscathed. He even felt a faint energy flowing into his body from the spot he had just struck. There was no pain. Rather, the warmth from that energy felt somewhat pleasant. This time, with the blade facing inward, Chao Tianming swung the knife fiercely. The sharp edge met his left arm in an instant, and at the moment of contact, a barely perceptible ripple spread outward. Akin to a disturbance in the air, the warm energy flowed into his body once again. He struck his arm repeatedly, 7 or 8 times. If an outsider were to witness him at this moment, they would surely flee in terror, muttering curses under their breath, for Chao Tianming appeared as if he had just escaped from a mental institution, self-harming. Gazing at his unblemished left arm, Chao Tianming laughed, an audacious grin. Truth be told, even if he ceased to pursue any virtuous individuals from this day forth, the power he currently possessed was sufficient to allow him free rein in this world. This ability was far too overpowered. On the first day of acquiring superpowers, be wary of Superman. On the second day, I am a citizen of the nation. On the third day, sorry, I don't eat beef. In the following 3 days, Chao Tianming remained industrious, experimenting with his powers while also stockpiling water resources. Naturally, he dedicated an hour each day to practicing stances. Once a woman has a man, she transforms. Feng Shunan was no exception, becoming increasingly gentle and nurturing. Darling, dinner is ready. Feng Shunan, clad in a black and white apron, lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness as she called out to Chao Tianming. Previously, he had encouraged her to address him this way, but now she wished to do so of her own accord. Chao Tianming pushed himself up from the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a nearby towel. Gazing at the demure and charming woman before him, he couldn't help but smile. Startled by Chao Tianming's sudden advance, Feng Shunan instinctively tensed, releasing a soft sound from her throat. Yet, Chao Tianming merely intended to tease her, not to press further. Why did you add goji berries to the ribs you stewed today? He asked, noticing the layer of red goji berries floating in the clay pot. I once heard the elders say that newlywed men need nutrition, so I thought to add some, she replied, her voice diminishing as she spoke, her head drooping lower. Her delicate hands intertwined nervously. Don't worry, my strength is something others may not know, but you surely do. It's you who ought to nourish yourself. Now, Chao Tianming's physique, while not akin to that of the formidable Xiang Yu, could certainly be described as robust. What a joke. He needs to nourish himself. It's simply absurd. Hearing Chao Tianming's words, Feng Shunan couldn't help but recall the first time she met him that night. It was simply, despite having remained virtuous for many years as an obstetrician, she had not been untouched by the world. Her classmates had studied obstetrics, and they often discussed various topics related to childbirth in their dormitory. She had naturally been influenced by these conversations. Moreover, she had even read Japanese romantic dramas with a few of her more risque friends, gaining an understanding of biological structures. However, there were some things best left unsaid. The two enjoyed their rice and drank the yam and rib soup, feeling quite content. However, the other survivors were not so fortunate. The vast majority had completely exhausted their supplies, especially Zhang Di from apartment 601, who stayed up late into the night every day. Hard work pays off, but it has left me with dark circles under my eyes. Building 9, apartment 601. Socialism's successor, brothers, Is anyone willing to accompany me to scavenge for supplies? If so, press 1. Building 9, Apartment 601. Socialism's successor brothers. Is anyone willing to accompany me to scavenge for supplies? If so, press 1. Chapter 13. Going out. Building 9, Apartment 601. Important matters must be repeated thrice. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, there were already individuals in the group expressing a desire to venture out together in search of supplies. Yet, human nature often inclines towards caution in times of information asymmetry, prompting many to adopt a wait-and-see attitude. At that time, most households still had ample food reserves, and thus, no one was willing to risk exposure to the zombie virus by stepping outside. However, the situation has changed. Today marks the 10th day since the outbreak of the zombies. Young people, who once frequently ordered takeout during their 996 work schedules, now find their homes devoid of provisions. Consequently, calls have begun to circulate for groups to unite in the search for essential supplies. In Building 9, Unit 1601. The wind tonight lifts your blanket. I would rather be bitten to death than starve to death. In Building 9, Unit 1301. Since childhood, others have praised my handsomeness. Me too. In Building 9, Unit 402. Unknown passerby, AA1. This proposal quickly garnered widespread support, with numerous bold individuals eagerly responding with the one in the chat. After a brief moment of silence, when no one else chimed in, the original instigator fell silent as well, clearly having shifted to private conversations. Since yesterday, voices in the group have begun advocating for a search for supplies. Chao Tianming pondered the messages in the group chat. Although his system space contained a considerable stock of seafood and water, seemingly ensuring a worry-free existence, the monotony of daily seafood meals would soon become tiresome. Moreover, he would no longer be alone in the days to come. Perhaps it would be 2 people, or in time, 3 or 4, those supplies would inevitably be depleted. As a man, he felt the weight of the responsibility to provide for his household. Surely, he could not allow the woman accompanying him to go hungry. Given his current strength, dealing with zombies posed no challenge. Thus, Chao Tianming was also tempted to embark on an expedition. He raised his hand. Shunan. Upon hearing Chao Tianming's voice, Feng Shunan set aside her bowl, wiped her hands, and obediently approached him, sitting on his lap as he pulled her into his embrace, his hand resting naturally on her waist. Husband. Feng Shunan pressed down on Chao Tianming's mischievous hand, her eyes glimmering with uncertainty. I need to go out for a bit. This revelation. Feng Shunan's previously dreamy eyes widened in alarm, her gaze now filled with confusion as she looked at Chao Tianming. Husband? It was already the 10th day of the zombie outbreak. Although water, electricity, and gas had not yet been cut off, official news online had dwindled significantly. I believe it's time for us to search for supplies. He continued. Moreover, venturing out now increases our chances of finding plenty of resources. The food in the supermarkets has not yet expired. If we wait any longer, we may find ourselves facing expired goods. In the early days of the apocalypse, people had sufficient food in their homes. Even if some chose to scavenge, they would typically stick to nearby supermarkets rather than travel far to larger malls. Given the uncertainty of encountering zombies along the way, husband, I want to go with you, Feng Shunan stated firmly. At this moment, she had shed any initial resistance and now fully accepted Chao Tianming, viewing him as her anchor in this chaotic world. She understood that if anything happened to him, her fate would be equally grim, perhaps even worse than that of ordinary women, while they might ultimately become slaves. She could only foresee a fate of becoming a mere plaything for others' amusement. Chao Tianming smiled, gently stroking Feng Shunan's hair. No need. You know how formidable I am. The zombies outside pose no threat to me. My concern is whether you will be safe at home, especially considering that this building is not only home to zombies, but also to survivors who have shed any semblance of legal restraint. While the neighbors in Building 9 appear harmonious for now, who knows if chaos will erupt in the next moment? Moreover, many people in this building are aware of your appearance, and there are undoubtedly those who watch you in secret. Now that you are entirely mine, I cannot allow anyone to take advantage of my absence. While I'm gone, try not to make any noise at home. Lock the door, push the sofa against it to block entry, and don't open the door for anyone. Husband, perhaps I should accompany you, Feng Shunan replied, her voice tinged with genuine reluctance to part with him. She feared losing him. No. Outside is far more dangerous than staying home. I worry about not being able to look after you out there. Be good. Listen to me. With that, Chao Tianming wrapped his arm around her neck, leaning in to plant a fervent kiss on her luscious lips. Despite his current strength rendering him fearless of zombies, Chao Tianming donned a thick windbreaker, slipped on the makeshift arm guards he had fashioned from books and magazines, tightened his shoelaces, and donned his gloves before pushing open the front door. With a resounding thud, the security door slammed shut behind him. Gripping a stainless steel mop handle in his right hand, he pressed the elevator button with his left. As the elevator lights flickered with changing numbers, he tightened his grip on the mop handle with a chime. The elevator doors slowly opened. As expected, it was empty inside, save for a patch of dried blood on the wall, a grim testament to the horrors that had unfolded there. Feng Shunan peered through the peephole, observing as Chao Tianming signaled an OK gesture before stepping into the elevator. Soon, it arrived at the first floor, and Chao Tianming stepped out. Whether it was a stroke of good fortune or mere luck for the zombies, he encountered none. Unlike previous days filled with the echoes of zombie growls in the corridors, today was eerily silent. He wondered if the zombies had wandered off or if other residents had dealt with them. Adjacent to the entrance was a row of simple parking stalls, housing motorcycles and bicycles. Under normal circumstances, Chao Tianming would have parked his small electric scooter there. However, since his logistics work, he had scarcely needed it. So he had stored it in his system space. Now, he retrieved it, finding it still charged. Mounting the scooter, one hand on the handlebars and the other gripping the mop handle, he resembled a formidable general from ancient times. With a twist of the throttle, the electric scooter surged forward, racing towards the community gate. Chapter 14. The leader of Building 7. His actions inevitably drew the attention of some zombies. Zombies are remarkably sensitive to sound. Any hint of noise alerts them to a target. As the previously aimless zombies detected the sound and caught sight of Chao Tianming, they surged towards him as if fueled by adrenaline. Sprinting with a speed comparable to that of a normal human, far from the stiff, sluggish portrayal in films. Chao Tianming glanced back at the three relentless zombies pursuing him. In the past, he would have fled at breakneck speed. But today, his lips curled into a smirk as he suddenly veered the scooter around, charging straight at the three zombies behind him. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Come on," and charged forward. As he approached the zombies, he tightened his grip on the steel mop handle, using it as a makeshift spear to thrust into the chest of one of the zombies. Originally aiming for its head, his inexperience caused him to aim for the chest instead. Yet this choice proved fortuitous. The tremendous force propelled the zombie backward, its rotting flesh punctured by the steel rod. Had it not been for the absence of a sharp point and the obstruction of its sternum, this strike might have dealt a fatal blow. While a human would have been incapacitated by such an injury, this was a zombie, which continued to lunge at Chao Tianming despite its grievous wound. Indeed, the only way to truly eliminate a zombie is to destroy its brain. Otherwise, even if its limbs are severed, it will continue to crawl toward its target like a maggot. Lacking a suitable weapon made it challenging to achieve this goal. Although he had acquired supernatural abilities, rendering him impervious to zombie attacks, he had no desire to engage in close combat and risk returning home reeking of decay. After swatting away the few pursuing zombies, he decided not to linger, twisting the throttle and riding off on his electric scooter. His objective was not to eradicate zombies, but rather to seek out useful supplies, making it unnecessary to waste time on such encounters. Before long, Chao Tianming exited the community. With a high occupancy rate in their neighborhood, numerous storefronts lined both sides of the entrance, including 3 supermarkets, 4 pharmacies, 2 breakfast shops, and extending outward, hot pot and barbecue restaurants. The entrance of the small supermarket at the corner has long been battered and broken, revealing a gaping hole. The once diverse shelves now stand desolate and bare. It is evident that this destruction was wrought by the survivors within the neighborhood. However, such matters are of no concern to Chao Tianming. His aspirations extend beyond these modest establishments. He seeks the grandiose integrated shopping complexes. Approximately 10 kilometers away lies a shopping center, a vast complex that amalgamates leisure, entertainment, shopping, and dining. It is there that resources are truly abundant. Not long after Chao Tianming departed, in room 2005 of Building 7 across the way, a robust man clad in a black tank top, with a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips, observed the neighboring Building 9 through a pair of binoculars. This man, known as Xia Bin, the newly appointed leader of Building 7 at the tender age of 28. Originally hailed from a privileged background, He was an ardent aficionado of outdoor sports, frequently assembling teams with acquaintances to challenge the limits of extreme sports, a devoted fan of novels as well. Xiaobin found himself invigorated rather than despondent in the face of the apocalypse, a stark contrast to the trembling, despairing normalcy of others who cowered at home awaiting rescue. He immediately commenced self-rescue efforts, stockpiling a considerable cache of supplies and rallying a young team within Building 7. Of course, while the good learned, the bad also adapted. As his group expanded, so too did his ambitions. He established a rule of resource sharing, demanding that the survivors of Building 7 surrender their food to him for centralized distribution. Naturally, any rational individual would reject such an imposition, leading the survivors of Building 7 to ignore him. This disregard fueled Xiaobin's sense of authority, provoking him to orchestrate a stealthy raid one fateful night. Several survivors' doors were forcibly opened, and those who had been peacefully slumbering in their homes were swiftly subdued before they could react. They helplessly watched as Xiaobin and his cohorts emptied their stores of food and supplies, even absconding with unworn underwear. While some attempted to resist, their efforts were in vain against the overwhelming numbers of Xiaobin's faction. Those who fought back were brutally beaten and subsequently thrown from the upper floors. A particularly tragic incident befell a young couple in their 30s, whose newborn child was merely 5 or 6 months old. After the husband was subdued, he could only watch in horror as his wife was violated repeatedly over 3 consecutive days, ultimately leading to her utter degradation. The husband, witnessing the atrocity, was driven to madness. In the end, the entire family was discarded outside to become fodder for the zombies. News of this heinous act spread like wildfire through Building 7, instilling fear and trepidation among the survivors, who grew increasingly wary of Xiaobin. Yet, some began to quietly plot a rebellion, cognizant that if the status quo persisted, they would inevitably be driven to desperation. Among them was a young man named Li Ming, a former soldier who resolved to organize a resistance against Xiaobin's tyranny. He discreetly contacted other courageous survivors, gathering them to strategize. However, some individuals preferred to be subservient rather than risk standing up for themselves. While Li Ming and his compatriots deliberated their plan of action, one of their own secretly informed Xiaobin of their intentions. Before Li Ming could mobilize his group, Xiaobin and his henchmen arrived at their door, catching them completely off guard. The ensuing confrontation lasted nearly an hour, saturating the corridor with the stench of blood. Xiaobin emerged unscathed, even brandishing Li Ming's severed head, sharing images within the Owner-S group of Building 7. Though the images were few and devoid of sound or text, they sent shivers down the spines of the surviving residents, a stark warning from Xiaobin. Any further defiance would lead to a fate akin to that of Li Ming. That very night, 2 attractive female influencers voluntarily climbed into Xiaobin's bed. Chapter 15. Under surveillance. What a gem. What kind of gem is Brother Bin? A young man, savoring a bowl of chicken and mushroom-flavored instant noodles, looked up to inquire. This individual, known as Zhang Chao, aged 22, had trained in free fighting for several years and was Xiaobin's most trusted enforcer. Typically, Xiaobin would not permit anyone to dine in his quarters. Yet Zhang Chao was an exception. After their encounter, the 2 women were even gifted to Zhang Chao as a reward. Big Chao, take a look, Xiaobin said, handing the binoculars to him and gesturing towards Building 9's 17th floor. Wow, what do you see? Zhang Chao exclaimed after seizing the binoculars. Brother, that girl is a stunner. At that moment, Zhang Chao lost interest in his remaining noodles, his gaze fixated on the glass across the way. Yet, moments later, the curtains of the 17th floor window were drawn shut. Indeed, they had been observing room 1701 of Building 9. After Chao Tianming's departure, Feng Shunan had moved her sofa to block the door, securing her domain. After tidying her living space, she remembered to draw the curtains, mindful of Chao Tianming's prior advice to keep them closed during daylight. Though zombies wouldn't be attracted by the absence of curtains, other survivors could easily spy on her movements through the window. If they discovered she was alone with ample supplies, they would swarm like locusts, leaving her utterly destitute. Brother, do you want me to gather the boys to capture her? Zhang Chao eagerly offered, his enthusiasm palpable. Xiaobin, too, felt a stirring desire, captivated by the woman's beauty, especially the way her form was accentuated as she cleaned. Previously, the 2 influencers had been considered stunning, each with 1 million followers and even an offer of 500,000 from a wealthy admirer for a personal visit. Yet, In comparison to the woman on the 17th floor, they paled in significance. However, Xia Bin was no fool. He understood that in this apocalyptic world, recklessly invading the other building could yield unforeseen consequences. While they had successfully cleared the zombies from Building 7, the situation in Building 9 remained uncertain. They had no knowledge of the number of zombies or survivors within, nor could they ascertain whether the stunning woman was the partner of the building's leader. Thus, with many uncertainties looming, Xiaobin hesitated to act impulsively. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let us not rush. We need to devise a solid plan. We still lack clarity on the situation in Building 9. Upon hearing Xiaobin's prudent words, Zhang Chao nodded in agreement. Though he believed capturing an individual was not particularly challenging, he recognized the wisdom in Xiaobin's caution. Meanwhile, Chao Tianming remained blissfully unaware that someone was already eyeing his woman from across the way. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly rushed back to confront them, demonstrating what true surprise entailed. The once bustling streets now lay desolate and abandoned. Scattered vehicles stood haphazardly, and bloodstains marred the glass surfaces, evoking an eerie sense of horror, as if silently recounting the brutal tragedies that had unfolded here. The storefronts along the road gaped open, their contents strewn chaotically, as if ravaged by a tempest. A gust of wind occasionally stirred a tattered poster. Swirling in the air with a whispering rustle, reminiscent of forlorn spirits, a profound sense of desolation pervaded the atmosphere. Despite several zombies detecting Chao Tianming's presence, his swift electric scooter allowed him to outpace them, leaving them far behind. Once he vanished from their sight, the zombies ceased their pursuit, turning their heads to seek other prey. Thus, after 30 minutes, Chao Tianming arrived at a large integrated shopping complex, Impression City. Located closest to his neighborhood, he had often delivered takeout here during his time at the Blue Factory. This place, a hub for shopping, entertainment, and dining, was once a vibrant locale in Binhai City. However, now it lay in ruin, littered with corpses and blood, a stark testament to its fallen state. Chao Tianming cautiously halted his electric scooter at the entrance, meticulously surveying his surroundings. At this moment, the entrance of Impression City stood firmly shut. The immense glass doors coated with a layer of dust and smeared with blood. Among the row of glass panels, one had been shattered from the outside, revealing a gaping void, a clear indication that survivors had previously breached this place and caused destruction. However, the absence of zombies or corpses in the vicinity left Chao Tianming feeling perplexed. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the mop handle tightly and cautiously approached the grand entrance. Through the glass, he beheld an abyss of darkness, a silence so profound it sent shivers down his spine. While others might fear the presence of zombies or other survivors within, Chao Tianming, endowed with the extraordinary ability to absorb energy, held no such trepidation. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to enter through a nearby window that had already been opened. Inside, another door awaited him. Evidently, this was a fire exit, albeit one that had been damaged. A gentle push prompted a dull thud, followed by a wave of putrid stench that assaulted his senses. He flicked on the flashlight he had prepared in advance. Before him lay a vast pool of bones, ravaged to the point of near obliteration, alongside scattered, desiccated entrails. The garments adorning the skeletal remains indicated that these had belonged to survivors who had ventured in from the outside, rather than the staff of this shopping center. The outbreak of zombies had occurred precisely at midnight, when the mall had long since closed its doors. Logically, only a handful of night security personnel should have been present. Yet, survivors seeking supplies had forcibly gained entry, only to meet their demise here. Chao Tianming, flashlight in hand, made his way towards the underground supermarket, his primary objective being sustenance. Although his system space was already stocked with nearly 30 tons of seafood, he could not subsist solely on seafood for every meal. Setting aside concerns of gout from excessive consumption, the monotony of flavor would soon wear thin. Thus, his first target was the supermarket. However, as he prepared to descend the stairs, passing by a clothing store, he suddenly heard a faint noise. Immediately, Chao Tianming came to a halt, his gaze sharp and scanning the surroundings. He spotted a shadow flitting past in the corner, causing him to tighten his grip on the mop handle. Slowly, he approached the corner, cautiously lifting the curtain. Yet, nothing was there. Just as he turned to leave, a foul odor assaulted him. In that instant, he beheld a zombie clad in a security uniform, its mouth dripping with green pus, lunging toward him. Startled, Chao Tianming instinctively recoiled. However, the zombie was remarkably swift, closing the distance in an instant. Reacting on instinct, he raised the mop handle and swung it forcefully at the creature's head. With his strength now far exceeding that of an ordinary person, the blow produced a sound akin to breaking air. With a resounding thud, the mop handle struck the zombie's skull, sending the creature hurtling backward to crash against a shelf, creating a cacophony. Yet, the zombie's resilience was astonishing. Despite the massive dent in its head from the strike, it was not yet vanquished. It struggled to rise, intent on lunging at Chao Tianming once more. Naturally, he would not wait for the zombie to attack first. Gripping the mop handle tightly, he brought it down again and again upon the zombie's skull. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3, until the head became a grotesque mess of flesh and blood, green pus splattering everywhere. He finally ceased. Upon inspecting the steel mop handle in his grasp, he noticed it had bent from the exertion. He glanced at the now muddy remains of the zombie, slowly retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. After taking a few deep puffs, his nerves began to settle. Even with newfound power, the adrenaline of his first encounter had left him anxious and exhilarated. Moreover, the realization that this once human creature had met such a gruesome fate weighed heavily on him. Despite knowing he was safe, the tension and excitement surged through him. As he continued to smoke, he made his way towards the supermarket entrance. Indeed, the door had been pried open slightly, indicating that other survivors had entered. Yet, he wondered if anyone remained inside. Chao Tianming entered with a slight crouch, immediately greeted by a scattering of food across the floor. Most of it consisted of high-calorie items like energy bars and instant noodles. It appeared that many had come through, only to drop their supplies in a panic upon encountering zombies. However, Chao Tianming had no intention of gathering the scattered food, as the supermarket's vast expanse was filled with shelves brimming with products. He did not wish to waste time on the food strewn across the ground, especially since instant noodles and energy bars were hardly delectable. The supermarket was distinctly divided into sections. The area closest to the entrance featured an array of premium imported fruits, followed by the vegetable section, grains and oils, meats, seafood, and beverages. The second floor housed various daily necessities and instant products. After several days, some of the imported fruits began to spoil, emitting a foul odor. The vegetable section fared better. Though some greens had wilted as for the other food categories, they remained untouched. While perusing the shelves, he gently caressed the goods, witnessing them vanish as if by magic, leaving only empty shelves in their wake. The meat section was particularly abundant, all meticulously stored in refrigerators. Chao Tianming wasted no time and collected everything. However, when he reached the seafood section, he hesitated. The selection here, in terms of freshness and variety, paled in comparison to what was in his system space. If he desired seafood, he could procure it from the seafood factory later. As for the alcohol, that was a prized asset he would not overlook. Especially the high-proof spirits, which could be deemed strategic resources in the apocalypse. Given the scarcity of medical alcohol, the value of spirits became exceptionally pronounced, useful for disinfecting wounds and serving as vital fuel. Chao Tianming adopted a thorough approach, ensuring to gather every last drop. Soon, the first underground level was devoid of supplies. The second underground level featured daily necessities and an assortment of snacks. Without hesitation, he collected all food items he encountered, particularly the spices, which he deemed essential for survival. In a world that might endure for years, or even a lifetime, he could afford to go without many things. But not the necessary seasonings. After all, a dish of braised ribs with MSG would certainly taste better than one boiled in plain water. However, the daily necessities required a more judicious selection. After all, his system space could only accommodate 10,000 cubic meters. Every bit of space saved mattered. From small items like spoons and bowls to larger appliances like ovens and dishwashers, nearly everything related to daily life was available. He only needed to gather a couple of each essential item. There was no need to take everything. He recalled the time he had merely brushed against a light switch for less than a minute, only to accidentally crush a cup while trying to drink from it. Felt akin to a child wielding a massive hammer. Immense destructive power yet lacking the finesse for delicate tasks. Breaking a cup was trivial, but the thought of accidentally damaging Feng Shunan was daunting. Such a loss would be significant. Thus, over the past few days, he had limited his energy absorption to small amounts, allowing his body to gradually adapt. However, that was no longer feasible. He needed to breach the imposing door before him. He located a fire suppression switch on the wall and struck it with the mop handle, shattering it. Reaching inside, he yanked out the wiring. Grasping the metal wire in his palm, he felt a surge of warmth radiating from his hand. This warmth swiftly spread throughout his body, and Chao Tianming could distinctly sense his physiological functions rapidly ascending. His muscles taut, and his eyes gleaming with newfound confidence. As for the oven and dishwasher, a few spares would suffice. There was no reason to squander system space on such items, if he desired them later. Any large shopping center would surely stock plenty of household appliances. After scouring this level, Chao Tianming did not depart. Logically, a large supermarket would possess a substantial warehouse for storing supplies, particularly for fast-moving items. It was inconceivable that only the merchandise on display would suffice, especially for perishable fruits and vegetables, which would necessitate a cold storage facility to replenish stocks. Chao Tianming's gaze flickered as he meticulously searched for the warehouse entrance. Soon discovering subtle clues, in a corner of the supermarket, he spotted a seemingly ordinary door. However, he sensed something amiss. He pushed against it with force, only to find it utterly immovable. This only solidified his belief that behind this door lay the storage warehouse of the shopping center. Chao Tianming swiftly retreated, creating a distance from the door, before suddenly accelerating towards it. With a powerful run-up, he delivered a flying kick, boom. A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the supermarket. However, the door only exhibited a slight indentation. Chao Tianming furrowed his brow, surprised at the door's sturdiness. Considering the enhancement of his attributes, his physical strength was now comparable to that of the world's top athletes. After attempting twice more, he confirmed that relying solely on his physical strength would be insufficient to open the door. Yet, he was not disheartened, for in addition to his base physical power, he possessed a supernatural ability, a remarkable skill that allowed him to absorb any form of energy. On the very night the system had rewarded him with this ability, he had conducted experiments, absorbing fire and electrical energy from gas and wires, respectively. Thus, he was fully capable of absorbing these two forms of energy, albeit he had not taken in much at the time. Having discovered that a sudden influx of energy would diminish his control over his body, gripping the wire tightly, he continued to absorb electrical energy, greedily drawing in energy like a bottomless pit. As he accumulated more energy, the air around him began to tremble slightly, static electricity crackling around his body. After approximately 5 minutes, Chao Tianming gradually released his grip. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Approaching the iron door, he lifted his leg and kicked gently. He intended to test the strength of his light kick, but the instant his foot made contact with the door, a resounding crash echoed. The once indestructible iron door tore away from the wall, flying inward and stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing. Astonished, Chao Tianming surveyed his handiwork, a wave of exhilaration rising from within. Indeed, immense power was intoxicating, yet it required meticulous control. Otherwise, if he returned home with such strength and mismanaged it, he risked demolishing his own house. After a brief moment of shock, Chao Tianming began to examine his surroundings. Unsurprisingly, he found himself in the supermarket storage area, filled with neatly packed goods, fruits, vegetables, beverages, and more. Without hesitation, he gathered everything into his possession. With this bounty, he no longer had to worry about food. Taking out his phone to check the time, feeling it was still early, he decided to continue exploring. Although he had secured enough food, he still lacked other supplies, particularly clothing. Especially for Feng Shunan, whose wardrobe was woefully inadequate. After changing several times a day, she was left with few options. Additionally, she had only a single pair of flesh-colored stockings remaining, the rest having been damaged in battle. The supermarket's vast expanse made it impossible to explore fully in a short time. So Chao Tianming's first target was the women's clothing section on the 3rd floor. However, just as he exited the underground supermarket, he noticed several zombies approaching. Perhaps the noise from breaking the warehouse door had attracted them. Initially, their pace was slow, but upon spotting Chao Tianming, they seemed to receive some unspoken command, collectively raising their heads to gaze at him before charging forward with alarming speed. At that moment, having just absorbed energy, Chao Tianming felt invigorated and eager to unleash it. As the fierce zombies rushed towards him, he swung the mop handle with all his might. The already bent mop handle snapped at a 90-degree angle, becoming utterly unusable. Nevertheless, The three charging zombies were sent flying by the impact point. One of them had its head burst open like a watermelon from the strike. The fourth zombie, moving more slowly, arrived just as the others were propelled backward. Discarding the mop handle, Chao Tianming brandished a Kambihi frying pan. It seemed he had finally acquired a suitable weapon. With a resounding thud, he struck the fourth zombie's head, driving it into its chest cavity. "Ah, I barely exerted any force, and you all went down," he sighed, hands on his hips, lifting the frying pan as he strode away. The first floor showcased a plethora of sportswear, cosmetics, and jewelry. After a quick sweep, he made his way to the women's fashion section on the third floor, a veritable paradise for women, replete with renowned brands, including many international high-end labels. From outerwear to undergarments, the selection was vast: Chanel, Dior, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Prada, and many more. Chao Tianming eagerly claimed every brand he could name. Upon encountering Balenciaga, he paused, a smirk forming on his lips. It is said that in the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Many items boasted increased attack speed. Standing in the Balenciaga store, surrounded by an array of fashionable products, he couldn't suppress his excitement. The texture feels exquisite. The patterns are incredibly stylish. Chapter 18. The new treasure indeed. The Balenciaga brand encapsulated the essence of speed. Chao Tianming gently caressed a pair of sheer white stockings adorned with lace embroidery, marveling at the craftsmanship, so smooth and refined. Upon exiting the Balenciaga store, apart from a Lenovo computer on the counter, he found nothing else. After an hour, he had thoroughly cleared the third floor of renowned women's fashion, including the globally acclaimed Victoria's Secret, with Feng Xunan being the sole individual in need. One could never foresee how many would require clothing in the future. Thus, it was wise to prepare in advance rather than scramble when the need arose. After finishing on the third floor, Chao Tianming proceeded to the fourth, where furniture, appliances, and a food court resided. His purpose for visiting was not to acquire home appliances, but rather to seek out a fuel generator. With certain cities already experiencing power outages, it was likely that Binhai would not withstand the situation for long. Hence, he aimed to secure a generator before the lights went out. As he walked, he collected anything that caught his eye. After a thorough search, he indeed discovered a fuel generator in a secluded area. Although he was unfamiliar with its model, that did not deter him from clearing the store. After wandering for a while longer, he decided it was time to return. However, upon descending to the second floor, the sound of hurried footsteps caught his attention. Instinctively, he concealed himself behind a pillar, peering out to observe. He saw 5 or 6 figures hastily making their way towards the supermarket. It appeared that more survivors could no longer resist the urge to search for supplies. He wondered how they would react upon encountering the already empty shelves below. Once they vanished from sight, Chao Tianming descended the stairs, wishing to avoid any encounter with them. Wasn't he out of fear of these individuals? Indeed, given his current strength, dispatching a zombie was a trivial task, let alone dealing with a few people. He simply found the prospect of complications unappealing. Leaving the mall, Chao Tianming did not head straight home but instead made his way to the gas station. Without fuel, the generators he had acquired would merely serve as decoration. Thus, securing fuel was imperative. On his way, as he passed a BMW dealership, he paused to admire his modest electric scooter before glancing at the sleek silver BMW R9T parked behind the glass window. With a flick of his finger, the tempered glass door shattered effortlessly. Stepping inside, he cautiously placed his palm on the motorcycle, gliding along its smooth lines, the exquisite metallic brush texture akin to caressing a lover's skin. Chao Tianming had seen many people riding this model on Douyin, and he had envied them immensely. He dreamt of owning a motorcycle like this, to ride through the astonished gazes of passers-by while delivering food. This BMW R9T was unlike the standard model. It was evidently modified. Beautiful metal plates adorned the sides of the engine, etched with intricate and mysterious patterns, a harmonious blend of ancient magical circles and modern mechanical aesthetics. The exhaust system had been upgraded to a high-performance titanium alloy, robust and angled outward at a 45-degree slope, exuding an imposing presence akin to a mighty beast. The front and rear tires were notably wider than the factory tires, boasting complex and exaggerated tread patterns that conveyed a sense of power and dominance. The suspension system had undergone significant modifications, featuring adjustable high-performance shocks, the stout shock tubes appearing robust and formidable. Coupled with the elegant aerodynamic design, The motorcycle seemed less a machine and more a slumbering beast resting on the ground. The showroom housed only this motorcycle, with the rest showcasing new sedan and SUV models. Clearly not a dedicated motorcycle shop, it seemed this eye-catching vehicle had been deliberately placed at the entrance to attract attention. Heh, how fortunate for me. At the bar counter of the exhibition hall, Chao Tianming searched and soon discovered a large bunch of car keys, among which was the key to the Latte 719. As he turned the key, the engine roared like a beast. Splendid, splendid. Chao Tianming glanced at his trusty little electric scooter, which had accompanied him for over a year. Don't worry, old friend. Even with this new treasure, I shan't abandon you. He gently caressed his faithful companion before storing it in the system space. The two SUVs parked in the exhibition hall. The X5 and X7 were also tucked away by Chao Tianming. Though urban SUVs lack robust off-road capabilities, they were better than nothing. Perhaps they would prove useful in the future. As for the remaining 3 Series and 5 Series sedans, they were utterly useless in this apocalyptic world. Finally, he approached his beloved new treasure, swung his right leg over, and proclaimed, "Let's go, darling." With that, he twisted the throttle and surged forward with a thunderous roar. With this new toy, Chao Tianming felt as exuberant as a child, bringing an extraordinary sound to the previously silent streets. The unique growl of the engine instantly drew the attention of survivors peering from the windows of the buildings lining the street. "Wow, this guy is impressive. Even in the apocalypse, he's out there racing," exclaimed a young man with slightly yellowed hair, standing by the window, gazing at the distant motorcycle. On the table beside him lay a black motorcycle helmet. However, some others, upon spotting Chao Tianming, displayed disdainful expressions. What a fool! Unbeknownst to Chao Tianming, he had attracted countless gazes along his route. All he knew was that dozens of zombies were trailing behind him, their decayed bodies emitting a nauseating stench, their hollow eyes filled only with a hunger for fresh flesh. Yet, Chao Tianming remained unfazed, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Truth be told, he had deliberately slowed down, allowing the zombies to pursue him. Otherwise, if he sped away, these zombies would never keep up with the BMW Latte 719. At a gas station, 5 burly men were present. 3 of them were filling barrels with fuel using gas pumps, while 2 others wielded axes and cautiously surveyed their surroundings, clearly on guard against the potential appearance of zombies. Chapter 19. Is this still human? These 5 men were survivors from a nearby community. They had begun scavenging for supplies on the 3rd day of the zombie outbreak, first purchasing, then stealing, and now simply collecting whatever they could find. Bold and meticulous, combined with their robust physiques, they had managed to gather a substantial amount of supplies over the past few days. The leader, Yu Hong, was particularly foresight, anticipating that the entire city would soon experience a power outage. He had taken precautions by rallying a few brothers to gather some fuel for emergencies. Among survivors, their actions could indeed be deemed pioneering in this apocalyptic landscape. It is worth noting that many survivors were still naively waiting for official rescue. Move faster. Just as Yu Hong was urging them to hasten, a distant roar of an engine grew progressively closer to their ears. Instinctively, the 5 men turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Soon, they spotted a figure riding a motorcycle on the street ahead. Due to the sunlight's glare, their view was not entirely clear, but they could still discern that it was a person on a motorcycle. One of them, a stout man resembling a certain action star from the land of cherry blossoms, remarked, "Who the hell is this fool? Riding such a loud motorcycle out here during the apocalypse? Whoa, big brother. You nearly scared me to death. Making such a racket could attract the zombies," exclaimed another, visibly startled. "Wait, zombies?" said the stout man, swallowing hard, as his words echoed. The others gradually realized the situation. Behind the motorcycle racing toward them was a horde of zombies, densely packed and ominous. Their pupils constricted in unison. Why Yu Hong's face turned pale as he cursed, "Damn it, this guy is trying to get us killed." The others wore expressions of terror, never having imagined such a scene unfolding. "He's coming for us, this lunatic. Big brother, what should we do?" A younger member asked in a panic. Why Yu Hong gritted his teeth. Forget about the fuel. Find a place to hide. However, as they scanned their surroundings, they found no suitable refuge near the gas station. Only a modest 100-square-meter building meant for transactions and selling snacks. That moment, Chao Tianming spotted the group at the gas station, his brow furrowing as he thought how poorly timed their presence was. His original intention was to procure some fuel and then deal with the zombies, but he hadn't anticipated encountering other survivors seeking fuel. Although he was not a saint, he did not wish for his arrival to result in the demise of these individuals at the hands of zombies, especially since they had not provoked him, and he was not the kind of twisted individual who relished witnessing innocent lives being slaughtered. At this point, he was merely 10 meters away from the gas station. If he advanced further, the zombies would surely discover the group. Therefore, he swiftly executed a sharp turn and halted, promptly storing the motorcycle in the system space. The BMW Latte 719 was a newfound treasure for Chao Tianming, and he had no desire for it to be damaged in the ensuing battle. During this time, Yu Hong and his companions seized the opportunity to slip into the gas station service area and quickly lock the door. With the motorcycle drawing ever nearer, Yu Hong tightened his grip on the axe and urgently instructed his brothers, "Quick, see if there's a back door or side entrance. We need to escape." The group dispersed, searching for an alternate exit. As their leader, Yu Hong remained positioned, eyes fixed intently on Chao Tianming. "Boss, there's a back door here leading to another street." Little Fatty hurriedly returned to inform Yu Hong. Yet, at that moment, it seemed Yu Hong was oblivious to his words, his gaze transfixed on the outside. Unable to contain his curiosity, Little Fatty followed Yu Hong's line of sight. The next moment, he gasped in astonishment, as if witnessing something unbelievable. After halting, Chao Tianming retrieved 2 frying pans from his system space. Lacking suitable weapons, he evidently deemed the frying pans to be the most appropriate choice, crafted from durable 306 stainless steel. With a fierce yell, Chao Tianming charged into the throng of zombies. As the prey rushed toward him, the zombies grew even more exhilarated. However, they remained unaware of the formidable force they were about to confront. Chao Tianming moved with remarkable speed. Having absorbed energy, he surged into the horde like a fierce leopard. A swift kick sent the nearest zombie flying backward like a cannonball, toppling several others in its wake. Although the kicked zombie did not perish, it could no longer rise, bearing a visible deep dent in its chest. If not for its clothing, one would unmistakably see the imprint of a foot. Without a moment's hesitation, Chao Tianming bulldozed through the swarm like a tank. The frying pans whirled in his hands, creating a gust of wind as they struck. Each swing produced a series of dull thuds. He did not concern himself with where the pans struck. As long as they made contact, it sufficed. Before long, the surrounding zombies were sent sprawling like tattered dolls. Several zombies struck in the head emitted sounds akin to bursting watermelons. Their skulls, fragile as pottery, shattered under the frying pan's heavy blows, splattering a mix of red and white fluids, accompanied by a foul stench. Were it not for Chao Tianming's exhilaration, he might have been overwhelmed by the noxious odor. Soon, the zombies surrounding him were in disarray. One lunged at him from the side, but Chao Tianming deftly sidestepped, swinging the frying pan backhandedly to deliver a crushing blow to the zombie's neck, twisting its head a full 180 degrees before its body crumpled to the ground. Yu Hong and his brothers, peering through the window of the service area, were left in a state of disbelief at this incredible spectacle. Little Fatty stammered, "Boss, is he even human? He's taking on all those zombies single-handedly." Yu Hong's eyes widened, his grip on the axe tightening and loosening unconsciously. Initially, he had feared that the motorcycle rider would bring about their doom. But now it seemed that the situation was not as dire as they had imagined. Chapter 20, Big Brother. He can't possibly be one of those space awakeners described in novels. Before them stood a horde of 50 or 60 zombies. Yet within a mere few minutes, this young man had dispatched them all. While the others, not foolish, quickly recognized the extraordinary nature of Chao Tianming. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary person to kick a zombie several meters away. While they remained lost in shock, Chao Tianming's battle was nearing its conclusion. Had it not been for his desire to adapt to the surging energy, Chao Tianming would have unleashed the full force of his own energy in a single explosive burst. Curious to see if he could eradicate the zombies with one swift strike, in a mere 7 minutes, all the zombies numbering in the 50s and 60s around him lay sprawled on the ground. None able to rise, he gazed down at one particularly unfortunate zombie, its body shattered, struggling to crawl towards him with just one hand. Chao Tianming casually tossed aside the frying pan he had been holding. The sound of a watermelon shattering echoed in the air. After dispatching the zombies, he surveyed his surroundings before producing a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a deep drag in the swirling smoke. his cold visage appeared even more enigmatic. Observing the chaotic scene before him, littered with the remnants of the undead, his heart remained undisturbed, as if this were merely a routine task he handled daily. He walked slowly towards the gas station's service area, each step exuding a unique steadiness. Upon seeing him approach, Yu Hong and his companions instinctively tensed up. Despite having witnessed Chao Tianming's bravery moments before, the presence of this extraordinarily powerful stranger filled them with trepidation. However, Chao Tianming merely cast a fleeting glance at them through the window before turning away. He then moved to the fuel pump, beginning to fill his system's storage with fuel. For safety reasons, the current fuel tanks were buried underground. Otherwise, he could have simply taken them without the hassle. Yu Hong and the others watched in bewilderment, unsure of what this man was doing. Why was he holding the fuel pump with one hand while covering the nozzle with the other? And yet no fuel was flowing. This was utterly unscientific. As they observed Chao Tianming's actions, a sense of mystery deepened within them. They couldn't fathom why, despite being human, they felt a chill running down their spines in his presence. Big brother, what on earth is he doing? Why does the gasoline seem to vanish into thin air? Could he be one of those space-awakened beings from novels? One of the younger members whispered to Yu Hong. Yu Hong turned to glance at the one who spoke, gently shaking his head. Let him be. We should just watch for now and not provoke him. Yu Hong sensed Chao Tianming's extraordinary nature. Thus, when the younger member suggested he might be an awakened one, his heart sank. If their suspicions were indeed correct, they could not afford to antagonize this individual. After about 10 minutes, Chao Tianming furrowed his brow. This pace was too slow. At this rate, by nightfall, he wouldn't have much fuel left. With a frown, he set down the fuel pump and approached the gas station's control room. Standing at the entrance, he looked through the glass at Yu Hong and his companions, his gaze calm yet penetrating, as if he could see into their very thoughts. Instinctively, Yu Hong and the others tightened their grips on their weapons. Their bodies tensing, Chao Tianming spoke. I need to expedite the fuel flow. Do you have any solutions? Is there a backup fueling system or an adjustable flow device at this gas station? Yu Hong was taken aback. Not expecting Chao Tianming to initiate a conversation, he hesitated before responding. We're not quite sure. We didn't study these things when we arrived. Chao Tianming frowned slightly, scanning the service area before saying, then stay here and don't move. With that, he headed towards the control room. He knew that gas station control rooms usually contained operational panels for adjusting fuel flow and other parameters. Yu Hong watched Chao Tianming's departing figure. Exhaling in relief, he turned to his companions and said, everyone, stay alert. Regardless of whether he is an awakened one, we cannot afford to clash with him. The younger members nodded in agreement. Even without Yu Hong's warning, they would have refrained from provoking this formidable individual who had single-handedly taken down dozens of zombies. Had it not been for their leader's insistence on staying hidden and the fear that fleeing might provoke this killing machine into a misunderstanding that could lead to their demise, they would have long since made their escape. Chao Tianming entered the control room, which was filled with various instruments and pipelines. Drawing on the knowledge he had accumulated, he began searching for the key components to control the fuel flow among the numerous devices. After some exploration, he discovered a control panel adorned with complex scales and valves. He studied the markings carefully before cautiously adjusting the valve to increase the fuel flow rate. Once satisfied, he swiftly returned to the fuel pump. As he picked up the pump again, the fuel surged forth like a torrent, rapidly filling his system's storage. A glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he continued to expedite the collection of fuel. An hour later, he set down the pump. The fuel in his system would suffice for a while, and he had no desire to linger. Turning back to glance at the service area, he was surprised to find the group had not yet left. Their audacity was remarkable. Waving at them, Chao Tianming summoned his beloved BMW Latte 719 and, with a roar, departed. As Chao Tianming drove away, Yu Hong and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't left earlier out of fear. They simply didn't dare to. If he had chosen to unleash his wrath, they would likely fare worse than the zombies. Within 5 seconds, they could easily find themselves dispatched to the underworld for a game of cards. After leaving the gas station, Chao Tianming rode his cherished vehicle towards home. Passing by a hardware store, he seized the opportunity to rob it, ensuring he had all the necessary tools for his endeavors. He even acquired a particularly effective weapon, an octagonal hammer designed for construction sites. The alloy steel hammerhead measured 75 mm wide, 197 mm long, and weighed 24 pounds, approximately 10.89 kilograms, with a rubber grip extending 960 millimeters in length. For Chao Tianming, this tool was perfectly suited as a weapon. Historically, many martial generals in ancient battles wielded hammers as weapons. Figures such as Li Yuanba and Pei Yuanqing exemplified this with their hammer-wielding prowess. Chapter 21. What are you all doing? I am a respectable person. The construction-grade octagonal hammer could indeed serve as a weapon, particularly advantageous when confronting zombies. Unlike swords and knives that rely on sharp edges for damage, the octagonal hammer possesses unique benefits in combating the undead. Its substantial weight grants tremendous impact force with each strike. When the hammer descends upon a zombie, it does not require the precision of a sword or axe aimed at vital points. Striking the head, limbs, or torso can inflict severe damage through sheer force. The bones of a zombie crumble under the hammer's weight, rendering them immobile. Even if a direct hit to the head is missed, a powerful blow to other body parts can cause the zombie to topple, losing balance and creating opportunities for further attacks. The octagonal hammer's range of attack is another significant advantage. Its distinctive shape allows for a larger attack radius, enabling the user to strike from a relatively safe distance, thereby reducing the chances of a zombie closing in. In contrast, swords and axes often necessitate closer proximity to the undead, heightening the risk of being scratched or bitten. Furthermore, the octagonal hammer boasts remarkable durability. Unlike swords that may dull or break after repeated use, it retains reliable lethality even in prolonged combat, making it a formidable weapon for survivors in a post-apocalyptic zombie world. Of course, the octagonal hammer also has its drawbacks, primarily that it requires significant strength from the user. Otherwise, its potential remains unfulfilled, and one risks injuring their own back. However, this is primarily a concern for ordinary individuals. With Chao Tianming's current physical strength, he could easily wield it. After absorbing energy, this seemingly small hammer would feel as light as a cotton swab to him. Given the chance, Chao Tianming would love to forge himself a green dragon crescent blade or a Fangtian Huaji. This outing had truly yielded a bountiful harvest. Whistling a cheerful tune, Chao Tianming returned to his residential complex. To avoid unnecessary complications, he had previously hidden his loud BMW Latte 719 outside. He then walked back home. Strangely, whether due to the zombie blood on him or the fact that the zombies in the complex had fled elsewhere, he encountered not a single undead creature upon entering the premises. Hey, someone has returned from outside. Oh, what did he bring back? As he spoke, a burly, bald man leaned closer, peering out of the window. This was indeed the entrance of the complex, and these individuals were survivors from the area. They were originally a group of societal delinquents who spent their youth engaging in brawls and offering protection services. In recent years, with the rapid economic development and the government's vigorous campaign against organized crime, they have retreated from the limelight, resorting instead to illicit means, securing contracts, opening KTVs, and establishing foot massage parlors. In a remarkable transformation, they have washed their hands of their former lives and emerged as entrepreneurs. Now, as the world descends into chaos, devoid of legal and moral constraints, their true natures resurface. They have taken to the business of robbery and pillaging. This band of individuals has gathered to cleanse their own building of its residents. Similar to the situation in Building 7, anyone who refuses to join them is expelled and fed to the zombies. The elderly and children are disposed of, leaving only a select few women to serve them and satisfy their desires. Moreover, these individuals possess a keen awareness of potential dangers. Beyond seizing existing resources, they have also begun to raid homes. Each day, they assign members to monitor the community's movements, meticulously recording everyone who leaves. Those who venture out during this period are undoubtedly in search of supplies. Should anyone return with resources, they seize the opportunity to intercept that person, demanding a portion of their goods, half, to be precise. They artfully refer to this as a toll. Naturally, survivors brave enough to venture out for supplies possess considerable courage and are reluctant to part with their hard-earned provisions. At this point, resources equate to life itself. With life lost, what is there to fear? Consequently, many individuals prioritize food over survival, ultimately meeting a brutal end at their hands, discarded like refuse to feed the undead. Yet, there are also those who, with shrewdness, relinquish a portion of their gathered food. Before long, survivors from several nearby buildings are aware that a gang is robbing individuals at the community's northern entrance. As a result, they cease to use the northern gate for their expeditions. It has been 2 consecutive days without any survivors returning from that direction. Coincidentally, Chao Tianming, upon returning to the community, approaches precisely the northern gate. Brother Dao, he isn't carrying a backpack. Damn, without a backpack. Does he not conceal anything on his person? Dressed so heavily, he must be hiding food within his clothing. Brother Dao, how astute. Let us proceed. Just as Chao Tianming pondered the absence of zombies near the northern gate, a large group suddenly rushed out from Unit 1 of Building 3, swiftly surrounding him. Each individual brandished weapons, exuding a menacing aura. The middle-aged man at the center appeared to be their leader. As Chao Tianming prepared to speak, he was struck dumb by the leader's command. Kid, take off your clothes. Chao Tianming, what do you want? I am an upstanding citizen. Kid, we're in a hurry and do not wish to waste time. If you know what's good for you, strip off your clothes and leave half of the food you have on you. The rest, you may take home. Otherwise, if we act, you'll be left with nothing. At this point, Chao Tianming understood. This was nothing short of highway robbery, and they assumed he was hiding food beneath his clothing due to his lack of a backpack. A smile crept across Chao Tianming's face. Damn, what are you laughing at, brat? Didn't you hear what Brother Dao said? Chapter 22. You are simply lawless. Chao Tianming tilted his head, his gaze shifting to the yellow-haired thug who had just insulted him. The amusement in his eyes vanishing, replaced by an icy glare. What are you looking at? Have you never been cut before? Keep dawdling, and I'll make sure you bleed out right here, as he spoke. The thug feigned intimidation, raising his machete slightly. Chao Tianming let out a cold chuckle, his voice low yet laced with menace. Kid, you're quite bold to publicly threaten me with bloodshed. You are truly lawless. The yellow-haired thug initially faltered under Chao Tianming's imposing aura, retreating a step before regaining his composure and charging at him in a fit of rage, heedless of Brother Dao's orders. Those entrenched in the underworld are most concerned with their pride, hence his fury, as he felt compelled to teach this audacious youth a lesson. However, as the yellow-haired thug charged, Chao Tianming remained calm and collected, even displaying a hint of disdain. Though the onlookers, it seemed he had been paralyzed by fear. Their faces twisted in mockery. The yellow-haired thug sported a smug grin, exerting more force as he aimed to cleave the insolent youth in two yet. Just as the blade was about to descend upon Chao Tianming's forehead, the thug realized he could no longer bring his weapon down. Curiosity piqued, he instinctively glanced to the side. Upon doing so, his previously smug expression froze, his pupils dilating in disbelief. 2 fingers were poised, effortlessly pinching his machete. The owner of those fingers was none other than Chao Tianming, the very person he intended to intimidate. The surrounding onlookers, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, felt their smiles fade. Collectively gasping in shock, the yellow-haired thug's eyes widened as he grappled with the absurdity of the situation, attempting to wrench his weapon free, but it remained immovable, as if gripped by a vice. You! The yellow-haired thug's voice turned shrill with fear. Chao Tianming's gaze was frigid, a smirk tugging at his lips, tinged with mockery. Humph! With such meager skills, you dare to threaten me with bloodshed? You are but a dreamer. With a slight twist of his fingers, the yellow-haired thug felt an overwhelming force emanate from the machete, rendering him unable to hold on as it slipped from his grasp. Chao Tianming deftly caught the weapon, twirling it with practiced ease, his confidence instilling dread in the hearts of the surrounding robbers. The sneers that once adorned their faces were replaced with trepidation as they recognized that this seemingly ordinary individual was anything but trivial. Brother Dao's brow furrowed, an unsettling feeling swelling within him. He understood all too well that if they failed to subdue Chao Tianming today, their reputation would be tarnished, and their ability to continue this life of crime in the area would be jeopardized. Fear not, he is but one man. Let us confront him together, Brother Dao shouted, attempting to rally his comrades. Upon hearing his call, the gang steeled themselves, advancing once more toward Chao Tianming. Yet, he remained unperturbed, flicking his wrist as the machete transformed into a streak of light. Hurtling toward the retreating yellow-haired thug, the blade struck true, embedding itself in the thug's abdomen, lifting him off the ground before he crashed heavily to the earth. Scanning his surroundings with a chilling gaze, he regarded the group as if they were mere corpses. As the robbers drew nearer, Chao Tianming suddenly sprang into action, moving through the crowd like a specter, a spiked hammer now in hand. Duong, duong, duong! the air was filled with screams of anguich. Though his movements appeared casual, each swing of the hammer bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking down upon the marauders with devastating force. Some were struck in the arms, their bones shattering upon impact, causing their weapons to fly from their grasp. Others were hit in the chest, sent hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings. Blood pouring from their mouths. One unfortunate soul was sent soaring into the air by a well-placed upward strike. Upon landing, his lower body was reduced to a mangled mess, convulsing as though electrified. Chao Tianming navigated the chaos with ease, his presence akin to that of the Grim Reaper, leaving destruction in his wake. Brother Dao's complexion turned ashen. He had never encountered such ferocity before, and fear surged within him like a tidal wave. Though he urged his subordinates to charge, he himself lingered at the periphery, even taking a step back to distance himself from Chao Tianming. Realizing that the man before him was akin to a living legend, effortlessly dispatching his underlings as though they were mere insects, he hesitated to engage. It is often said, let the older brother face the danger, while the younger brother bears the burden. As long as the older brother stands, the younger brother will never fall. The loss of a few subordinates was inconsequential. The priority was survival. Thus, Brother Dao, weighing the risks, turned and fled. Survival was paramount. Yet, before he could escape even 2 meters, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Witnessing a screwdriver protruding from his chest, blood saturating his clothing in an instant, he attempted to glance back at Chao Tianming, but found himself unable to control his body any longer. Thud, Brother Dao. The leader of this gang breathed his last. His demise jolted the remaining thugs back to reality. With their leader gone, what was the point of continuing the fight? Moreover, this man before them was no mere human. He was akin to a demonic deity in their minds. Chao Tianming evoked more terror than the zombies themselves. When fear takes root, reason flickers like a candle in the wind, precariously close to extinguishment. No longer could these thugs cling to notions of brotherhood or street code. A singular thought consumed them: escape. Flee from this godlike figure as far as possible. Yet, Chao Tianming would not let them slip away easily. Suddenly, several knives and forks appeared in his hands, which he hurled at the fleeing thugs. The sheer force transformed these utensils into streaks of light, slicing through the air with a deadly whistle. The knives and forks flew true, aimed at the retreating thugs, akin to the scythe of death, reaping lives. One of the dining knives was plunged directly into the nape of a young man's neck. He scarcely had time to scream before collapsing to the ground, sliding forward a short distance due to inertia, stirring up a cloud of dust. One of the young men, hearing the sound of slicing air, instinctively turned around, only to have a fork instantly pierce through his eye socket. He emitted a chilling scream, covering his face with his hands as blood gushed through his fingers. He spun around wildly in place before collapsing to the ground in silence. Chapter 23. Unproven theories are purely empty boasts. The remaining young men, witnessing the scene, ran even more desperately, their spirits nearly shattered as they cried out in despair. Yet, Chao Tianming's assault showed no signs of abating. A handful of screwdrivers appeared in his grasp, and with a flick of his wrist, they flew like petals scattered by a celestial maiden towards the fleeing figures in less than 5 seconds. No one was left standing. Brother, I was wrong. Spare me. I understand my mistake. Let us go. We swear we won't dare again. A devil. He is a devil. Chao Tianming stood amidst the chaotic scene, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the contorted bodies sprawled across the ground and those gravely injured yet still clinging to life. At that moment, there was no trace of compassion in his eyes. He understood that in this apocalyptic world, showing mercy to enemies is an act of cruelty to oneself. Whether these individuals committed evil was beyond his concern. In this world of survival of the fittest, one could resort to cannibalism for survival. Thus, he could not interfere with their intentions. However, they had foolishly chosen to rob him. Once they became his enemies, there was no room for negotiation. Only in their demise could Chao Tianming find solace. Chao Tianming lifted his octagonal hammer and methodically struck the heads of those who had not yet succumbed. Ensuring there were no survivors, after confirming their demise, he retrieved a pristine towel from his spatial inventory. After gently wiping his face, he walked while cleaning the bloodied head of the hammer. Wow! At a corner, Chao Tianming could no longer contain himself and spat. This was his first experience of taking a life, and he had done so in such numbers. Initially fueled by rage, he felt little impact. But as the adrenaline waned and he beheld the lifeless bodies that resembled tattered sacks, he could not suppress his revulsion. The sensation was entirely different from killing zombies. Those zombies were once human. They had, in a strict sense, ceased to be human, having mutated into monsters due to a viral infection. Thus, while he felt some discomfort in slaying zombies, it did not elicit a strong reaction. Humans, however, were a different matter altogether. These were living beings, now reduced to mangled limbs and shattered bones by his hand. Damn. This is disgusting. He hastily retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his spatial inventory and gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling considerably more at ease afterward. Those novels claiming that protagonists feel exhilaration upon their first kill are nothing but unproven boasts, mere bluster. Meanwhile, the young men left behind by the Knife Brother to guard the women had all been rendered speechless by fear. Many had witnessed the horrifying scene unfold from the windows above. This group had frequently engaged in brawls, and in the wake of the apocalypse, most had blood on their hands. However, witnessing Chao Tianming treating human heads like soccer balls and killing as if he were slaughtering chickens was a first for them. The sight of dismembered limbs, spurting blood, and agonizing screams haunted their minds like a nightmare, rendering their legs heavy as lead and making their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Is this still human? One young man stammered, his lips quivering, his voice laced with terror. Shut up! A seemingly authoritative figure snapped, though his eyes betrayed a profound fear. What are you panicking about? He has already left. Indeed, Chao Tianming had departed. Even though he knew that Knife Brother still wielded some influence, he had no intention of cleaning it up. As he made his way back to the entrance of Building 9, he encountered 2 zombies, which he swiftly dispatched. Zombies no longer posed any threat to him. Killing them was merely a matter of convenience. Fortunately, power had yet to be cut, and the elevator was still operational, sparing him the labor of climbing stairs. Had he needed to ascend to the 17th floor, it would have been quite exhausting. Seeing Chao Tianming return safely, Feng Shunan was filled with overwhelming emotion. During the few hours of his absence, she had been unable to calm her mind, her imagination plagued by terrifying scenarios. Fearing for his safety. After all, Chao Tianming was not just her first man. He was her sole support in this apocalyptic world. If anything were to happen to him, she would have no reason to live. For someone with her looks, life could be more torturous than death. Thus, upon seeing him unharmed, she cast aside all notions of decorum and rushed forward to embrace him tightly, tears streaming down her face. You finally returned. I doubt. Feng Shuanan's voice trembled with emotion, her body quaking slightly. Chao Tianming gently patted her back, offering reassurance. It's all right. I'm here, safe and sound. Chao Tianming had not anticipated that his mere absence of a few hours would elicit such a drastic emotional shift in Feng Shunan. Who would have thought that just days earlier, they had been strangers, and now she looked at him with the yearning of a devoted wife awaiting her husband's return. Reflecting on the initial proposal he had made for her to be his woman, she had been quite resistant, yielding only due to a combination of coercion and a calculated assessment of their circumstances. Yet now, her loyalty was unmistakable, even to the point of worrying for his safety. Chao Tianming gazed into Feng Shuanan's reddened eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, softly saying, "All right, it's nothing to worry about. I managed to gather plenty of ingredients. Let's have hot pot tonight." Feng Shunan nodded gently, reaching out to tenderly remove Chao Tianming's clothing. Those garments were beyond salvaging. They needed to be discarded. He had acquired a substantial amount of high-end outdoor wear that day, making it unnecessary to keep the blood-stained clothes. Without further inquiry, Feng Shunan obediently packed them into a garbage bag. This trip had proven bountiful, yielding an abundance of vegetables and fruits. Chao Tianming took out some hot pot ingredients and asked Feng Shunan to wash them while he retreated to the bathroom. After having dispatched over 100 zombies and survivors that day, he was reeking of the foul stench of blood. After his shower, he donned his pajamas and settled onto the sofa, smoking a cigarette while observing Feng Shunan busily working in the kitchen. At that moment, Feng Shunan, clad in an apron, was industriously preparing food. From behind, he could see that she wore a light green camisole on her upper half, and on her lower half, a pair of light brown satin shorts. Her long, fair legs, exposed and accentuated by the shorts, appeared even more alluring, each movement embodying a graceful rhythm. Her heels, blushing as if touched by makeup, were a divine gift from the Creator. Chapter 24. What you desire is not what I seek. Chao Tianming's gaze lingered on her legs for a moment before shifting to her busy silhouette. He exhaled a puff of smoke, which swirled languidly in the air. Unbeknownst to him, he had already approached Feng Shunan from behind. "Ah, husband." Feng Shunan was startled by Chao Tianming's sudden presence. "I went out today and brought back some clothes for you. After dinner, try them on. Sure, I'll do as you say." A smile crept onto Chao Tianming's lips. He relished Feng Shuanan's current demeanor of submission and reliance on him. "You smell so good." Feng Shuanan's face flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her head. "Husband, let me wash the vegetables first." Noticing her body stiffen at his words, Chao Tianming chuckled. Refraining from teasing her further, he settled back onto the sofa and turned on the television. Now, the television was devoid of any programming. All channels had ceased broadcasting. Occasionally, there were one or two news updates, but they were mainly released online. Thankfully, the internet was still operational, allowing for some programs to be viewed. He contemplated the impending day when the internet would vanish, leaving them without any form of entertainment. The television aired a skit by Uncle Zhao, while Chao Tianming scrolled through Douyin on his phone. Entertainment live streams had disappeared, replaced by videos of zombie sightings. The graphic nature of these videos was astounding. However, this also subtly indicated that the authorities, overwhelmed by the zombie outbreak, had lost the capacity to regulate the internet. As for the Building 9 owners group, some had already begun openly trading their bodies. A bag of instant noodles for one encounter, 5 bags for an all-night stay, complete with surprise blind boxes. Of course, Chao Tianming merely indulged in some amusement. With Feng Shunan by his side, he had grown more selective. Furthermore, the system's task required a score above 90 for rewards, rendering him uninterested in the superficial allure of others. Simply put, what he sought was not that, if his thoughts were to be revealed to others, they would undoubtedly scoff and retort, "What you desire is not what I seek." Certainly, the initial reward from the system has indeed conferred significant advantages upon Chao Tianming, having experienced the first reward. He now yearns for a second. This singular reward has rendered him extraordinarily powerful. One can only ponder what a second would bring. Might it propel him to new heights? If a third, fourth, or even fifth were to follow, could he become invincible like the legendary Saitama? Thus, he is currently contemplating how to accomplish the second task. Were it not for the apocalypse, even a casual stroll down the street would likely yield encounters with numerous stunning women scoring over 90. At the very least, a visit to various universities would surely present him with a couple. It is worth noting that during his delivery job the previous year, he had crossed paths with many exceptional women, students, elegant ladies, nurses, and streamers from all walks of life. Regrettably, at that time, Chao Tianming's meager finances had prevented him from pursuing any of them. He wonders how they're faring now, whether they are still alive. If they are, there remains a glimmer of hope for him. However, such a probability is rather slim, especially in the wake of a zombie outbreak that has decimated the global population by more than half. Even if they have miraculously survived, they would likely be in hiding. Given their striking beauty, if discovered, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Therefore, locating them will not be an easy feat. Having someone like Feng Shunan, who lives next door and has proactively sought food from him, is truly a stroke of luck. He had been completely unaware that a woman of such beauty, scoring a remarkable 94, resided so close. Nevertheless, Chao Tianming is not ready to abandon hope entirely. He plans to reach out to these individuals after his meal, taking a chance that perhaps some are still alive. This leads him to consider the potential within his own community. The Qingqing Yijing residential complex is vast, comprising 36 buildings, with each housing around 120 units. Even if the occupancy rate is merely 50%, that still amounts to approximately 60 individuals per building. Thus, it is highly improbable that Feng Shunan is the only stunning woman scoring above 90 in the neighborhood. The challenge lies in how to uncover them. As for whether they would be willing to accompany him, that decision is ultimately not theirs to make. "Darling, dinner is ready," Feng Shunan calls, having prepared the ingredients. Chao Tianming sets aside his cigarette and approaches the dining table. Feng Shunan has already pulled out a chair and thoughtfully placed a cushion upon it. Hot pot, a delightfully straightforward dish, requires only the proper preparation of ingredients. Young people are particularly fond of As for the base and dipping sauces. Those are readily available. However, Feng Shunan has taken the extra step of frying some Sichuan pepper oil to enhance the dipping sauce's flavor. Gazing at the table laden with ingredients and the fragrant broth, Chow Tianming's stomach growls in anticipation. Today's spread is lavish, featuring lamb and beef, which are essential for hot POTI in addition to the meat rolls. There are fresh shrimp paste, fish balls, and crab sticks. The shrimp paste is crafted from fresh Australian lobster, a pure delicacy, while the fish balls are made from bass. The crab sticks are genuine king crab legs. The vegetables are diverse, all procured from the underground supermarket today, and exceptionally fresh. Feng Shunan also presents plates of sliced tripe and duck intestines, the essence of hot pot dining. The tiny hairs on the tripe are distinct, and the duck intestines are impeccably cleaned, devoid of any unpleasant odor. As Chow Tianming surveys the bountiful array of dishes, a sudden idea strikes him. Since seeking out women proves arduous, why not invert the approach and have those hidden beauties come to him? What is the most enticing thing now? Undoubtedly, it is food. In the hierarchy of needs, food, clothing, shelter, transport, food holds the utmost importance. Especially in these apocalyptic times, lacking sustenance equates to death. If he can provide food, particularly the luxurious offering of hot pot, it is certain to entice some. Not everyone will choose to perish for the sake of dignity. Even someone like Feng Shunan, who managed to preserve her purity before the apocalypse, has resorted to seeking him out for food, ultimately yielding to his persuasion and clever tactics, thus reaching a wise compromise. Chapter 25. Recruitment announcement. Moreover, Chow Tianming is skeptical that anyone could remain indifferent to food in these times. Even if there are a few, they would surely be a minority. Realizing this, he decides to post a recruitment advertisement. First, he takes several photos of the abundant food laid out before him, then records a brief video, feeling that the visual representation would be more impactful. After editing the video, he adds an audio clip and some text. Recruitment announcement. Position: female secretary for daily living. Gender requirement: female, age 18 to 35 years old, youthful and beautiful. Job requirements: responsible for daily living, including laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Experience is not necessary. Compensation: 3 hearty meals a day, complete with meat and vegetables. Exceptional candidates will eat whatever the boss eats. Priority given to those with special skills. Contact person: Mr. Chow. WeChat contact: 138,444 x times x times x. Chow Tianming promptly shares the video and the accompanying message across his social media platforms and group chats, employing a dual approach in his outreach. He is confident that someone will take the bait. After sending the message, he sets his phone down and begins the patient wait. However, unbeknownst to him, just 2 seconds after he dispatched the video, the once quiet group chat exploded with activity, akin to a small boy tossing a stone into a serene pond. In the Qingqing Yijing residence group, a large collective encompassing the entire community, Building 36, Unit 1605, Deunde Core. What's going on? Is someone actually posting job offers? Building 28, Unit 1302, Delage. My goodness, what am I seeing? I can't believe someone is actually enjoying hot pot now. Building 17, Unit 1803, Centimeter Home. What the heck? Is that lobster? And vegetables? Building 14, Unit 702, Suihao. Brother, I want to apply. Building 36, Unit 1203, Summer Breeze. Little brother, I'm exactly 35 this year. I'm attentive and skilled in laundry and cooking, and I can warm your bed too. What do you think? Building 18, Unit 502. Shang, stop joking. You all are something else. You seriously believe this? This is clearly an old video with some audio added to trick Navi women like you. Building 10, Unit 1001, Cocoa Soft Candy. I know Tianming Logistics. He is a resident in our complex and used to deliver food that I recall he delivered to me once. I believe he just started the logistics business recently. Building 16, Unit 701, Silk Road. Perhaps he really has stockpiled a significant amount of food. Building 33, Unit 1505, Little Demonis. Is this for real? Hearing you all talk makes me feel tempted. Building 5, Unit 2002, Bin Borba. Tianming Logistics. Brother, let us not be so rigid about gender. I can do anything too. Building 8, Unit 1405, Lon Lon. Tianming Logistics. Little brother, I'm 36 this year, but I look very young and am still unmarried. Picture attached. Building 22, Unit 1806, I am Lu Duping. What the heck? Sister upstairs, why not come to my place? I have plenty of instant noodles and a bird that can spit water. Building 35, Unit 1303, Leopard head 0 charge. Dude, your calculations are ringing too loudly. I heard it all the way from Building 35, by the way. Is that bird a legit one? Building 20, Unit 1501. Flowers blooming prosperity. Tianming Logistics. Auntie is also quite young, and I can offer more skills while consuming less. Building 13, Unit 403, Street Office, Mr. Hao. In my opinion, if he has so much food, he should share it with everyone. During this apocalyptic period, resources should be distributed equally, following a communal approach to weather the storm. However, this statement did not garner the support of the group. Instead, a young man directly tagged him to deliver a scathing rebuke. Building 29, Unit 1105, Wielding Dreams. Street Office, Mr. Hao, are you being foolish or just plain wicked? Why haven't you shared your resources with everyone? Now that you see others have supplies, you suddenly want to preach about sharing. You should be ashamed of yourself, truly a disgrace to the Hao surname. In my 23 years of life, I've never encountered someone so shameless. Building 27, Unit 1901, Prosperity and Strength. The person above is right. Ever since the zombie outbreak, this old fool has been stirring trouble, pretending to be righteous while trying to swindle others into giving him supplies without contributing anything himself. Building 13, Unit 403, Street Office, Mr. Hao. You all truly lack a sense of the bigger picture. Building 29, Unit 1105, Wielding Dreams, Street Office, Mr. Hao, the bigger picture my foot. If you care about the bigger picture, bring out your resources and share them with us. Building 13, Unit 403, Street Office. Mr. Hao, Hemph. I won't waste my breath on you small-minded citizens without collective awareness. Amidst the uproar in the group chat, numerous women who believe themselves to be of considerable beauty have begun stealthily adding Chao Tianming as a friend. In Building 34, Unit 1306, a girl clad in yoga attire focuses intently on her phone screen. Her name is Zhang Xinyue, a student from the Film and Television Department at Binhai University. At the tender age of 22. She is merely in her third year and has yet to graduate when she finds herself amidst a zombie outbreak. Not a local resident, she has rented this apartment, and her parents are not nearby. Fortunately, she has a penchant for cooking, which has allowed her to stockpile some provisions at home. However, days have passed, and her supplies are nearly depleted. She contemplates whether to venture out with the other residents of her building in search of resources. A peculiar recruitment message unexpectedly appears in the property owners group chat. To be frank, she harbors substantial skepticism towards this announcement. The message states a need for a female secretary to manage daily living tasks, cooking, laundry, and cleaning, with no prior experience necessary in this dire time. The idea that anyone would still be hiring for such a position seems absurd. Moreover, the stipulation for candidates to be aged between 18 to 35 and possess youthful beauty is glaringly evident. The implications of such requirements are unmistakable. This is not merely a search for a secretary, but rather an invitation for something far more dubious. Yet, as Zhang Xinyue scrutinizes the video accompanying the message multiple times, she finds no hint of artificial deception. If the footage was indeed recent, the abundance of resources displayed is astonishing. Who would dare indulge in such a lavish hot pot meal? At this moment, a flicker of temptation stirs within her. Her relentless pursuit of knowledge and martial arts was driven by a desire for a life of happiness and the aspiration to propagate the traditional culture and skills imparted by her master. Yet, now she finds herself grappling with the mere act of securing a meal. Rising to her feet, she slowly draws a tang sword resting on the coffee table. In the next instant, a figure as graceful as a soaring swan begins to dance through the living room. Chapter 26. Drinking Huaxia strong liquor, battling friends and family. The other women, unlike Zhang Xinyue, are not so conflicted in these times. Societal norms have shifted dramatically. In the wake of the apocalypse, moral boundaries have eroded further, and it is not uncommon for a single packet of instant noodles to sell for exorbitant prices overnight. With someone broadcasting a video seeking female secretaries who can also enjoy hearty meals, the prospect of a well-prepared hot pot becomes an enticing lure. The notion of enjoying such a meal now equates to dining on a lavish feast worth millions before the world changed. Consequently, whether attractive or not, the attention of many women has gravitated towards Chao Tianming. Among those who see this message, a staggering 90% have eagerly requested to add him as a WeChat friend. The remaining 10%, though intrigued, prefer to observe first. After all, if this is a trap, they must be prepared to evade it. If the offer is genuine, contacting Chao Tianming later would not be too late. As long as they possess sufficient beauty, they are confident that this affluent employer would gladly accept them. However, it is not solely women who have set their sights on Chao Tianming. A faction of men is also interested in him. Their intentions are not to serve him but to ascertain whether this so-called Tianming Logistics truly possesses the resources he claims. If he does, they plan to eliminate him and seize everything for themselves. Unbeknownst to Chao Tianming, such thoughts are brewing among these individuals. Even if he were aware, he would not take it to heart. In the past, if so many had plotted against him, he would have fled without hesitation. But now? Well, if anyone with ill intentions were to arrive, they would soon discover the sharpness of his blade. The broth for the hot pot has long since reached a boil, releasing an aromatic fragrance. After a long day, Chao Tianming can no longer resist the urge to dig in. A hot pot meal must begin with meat. Fresh slices of fatty beef cook in mere seconds, ready to be dipped in sesame paste. A delightful experience indeed. Meanwhile, Feng Shunan, seated beside him, constantly serves him vegetables, embodying the image of a devoted wife. What is a meal without wine? Especially when Chao Tianming's space is filled with an abundance of it. White, beer, red, and even over 20 boxes of strong liquor. Were it not for his robust physique, he might have indulged in a bit of strong liquor himself, fearing that Feng Shunan might not handle it well. But do not underestimate that small bottle. It boasts annual sales exceeding 10 billion, beloved by countless online users. As he enjoys his meal, Chao Tianming recounts the events of his day to Feng Shunan. When she hears about the horde of 60 to 70 zombies trailing him at the gas station, her face pales in fright. Yet, upon learning that he dispatched them all, her initial surprise transforms into admiration. She knows that Chao Tianming is no ordinary person. She witnessed his extraordinary abilities from the very first day they met. He had mentioned possessing a different space, but she never imagined his combat prowess was so formidable, akin to that of a superhero. Shunan, I awakened a new ability these past few days. I can absorb energy. Whether it's electrical, thermal, or kinetic, I can draw it in, enhancing my own strength. While dealing with zombies isn't exactly effortless, it has become quite manageable. In the presence of his beloved, Chao Tianming seized the moment to boast a little. My dear, you must promise not to put yourself in perilous situations. If anything were to happen to you, I would truly be at a loss. Previously, Feng Shunan would not have reacted this way. However, after giving her most treasured possession to Chao Tianming that fateful night, her heart has since been his. Even if that first encounter was under duress, her feelings for him have only deepened, and her heart now belongs entirely to him. Seeing the genuine emotions that Feng Shunan inadvertently reveals warms Chao Tianming's heart. Rest assured, I won't undertake any reckless endeavors. After all, I could never bear to leave you behind. With that, he gently embraced her, and she nestled her head against his chest. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupts from the dining table. Chao Tianming glances at his cutting-edge Mate 110 phone, where a small green icon is flashing incessantly. Upon opening it, he is met with a flood of friend requests. Simultaneously, his WeChat Moments and the property owners group chat have exploded with activity. Song Su. No way. Isn't that Tianming? After so many days of the apocalypse, you're still enjoying hot pot with all these ingredients? How extravagant, Lu Ming. Is this for real? It can't be a scam. Right? Didn't Xiao Chao start delivering takeout after quitting his job? Sun Liming. Who is this Xiao Chao? This is President Chao. That meat roll looks like 5A Wagyu. Sun Liming. President Chao, please accept my respect. After so many days of the apocalypse, my family has run out of rice and firewood. I can only boil a bucket of instant noodles at home. I never expected President Chao to be enjoying hot pot. Zhao Shui, President Chao, do you still have meat rolls? Could you lend me some? I promise to return it after the apocalypse. I'll treat you to a meal. My home is just 10 kilometers away at the Zijing Mansion community. Zhou Wei, old Chao, it's Dewei, your brother Wei, don't listen to them. My place is closer to yours, just 2 communities away. It's a 10-minute drive. Bring some meat rolls over, and we can drink together. Zhang Bin, shut up. Zhou Wei, how dare you? There are zombies lurking everywhere. Stepping outside is practically a death sentence. Don't you dare ask President Chao to deliver. President Chao, don't listen to him. This guy is trying to trick you. Just tell me where you are. I'll come to find you. I have a pickup truck in my garage. Su Ling. Tianming, it's me, Xiaoling. Su Ling, do you remember me? Chapter 27. Su Ling calls upon seeing this. Chao Tianming chuckled. Su Ling, such a familiar name. Were it not for the lesson she taught him back then, he might still be delivering takeout, forever a sycophant. At least she was kind enough not to exploit the impoverished. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Tianming replied to her comment. Of course I remember. I could never forget you. Since our hurried farewell, I have missed you dearly. Just as he sent the message, he noticed Feng Shunan leaning in, her eyes wide with curiosity, clearly eager to know who Su Ling was. Feng Shunan nodded obediently. Chao Tianming smiled and explained. She is a teacher, exceptionally skilled at imparting knowledge, particularly adept at enlightening others. I was once enlightened by her lessons. The moment when the term teacher was first mentioned, Feng Shunan couldn't help but recall the elegant instructor that Chao Tianming had introduced to her a few days prior. Assuming that this individual was also a personable girl, however, as soon as the latter part of the sentence escaped her lips, an unsettling sensation washed over her. She even discerned a fleeting glint of coldness in Chao Tianming's gaze, suggesting that her husband harbored unspoken thoughts. Although Feng Shunan was unaware of the events that had transpired between the two, she instinctively understood that it could not be anything positive. Otherwise, the sharpness in Chao Tianming's eyes would not have been so pronounced. Chao Tianming cast a glance at Feng Shunan, who appeared somewhat dazed, and with a smile, affectionately ruffled her hair. What's wrong? Are you feeling jealous? Feng Shunan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retorting, of course not. In truth, she wouldn't allow herself to be perturbed by such matters. Earlier, during their meal, she had already seen the video Chao Tianming posted in the homeowners group, announcing a recruitment for a female secretary. If she were an ordinary woman, witnessing her partner advertising such a position would have led her to question him fiercely. Yet, she remained untroubled. The moment she decided to be Chao Tianming's woman, she had come to terms with reality and understood her place, and no matter what Chao Tianming chose to do, her role was merely to support him, especially in the current apocalyptic circumstances, in this return to the law of the jungle. Where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, the absence of law and morality rendered naive notions of monogamy utterly foolish. After all, a powerful lion does not merely have one lioness by its side. With the onset of the apocalypse, coupled with her encounters with Chao Tianming, her mindset underwent a profound transformation. Furthermore, the intimacy they shared over the past few days made Feng Shunan acutely aware of the disparity between herself and Chao Tianming. She even began to secretly contemplate whether she should find a sister to share the burdens. After all, earlier that day, while Chao Tianming was out scavenging for supplies, she had discreetly texted her cousin to inquire about her current situation, hoping to persuade her to move closer. She had intended to discuss this with Chao Tianming after dinner, but before she could bring it up, her husband began announcing the recruitment for a female secretary. If only one secretary were to be hired, Feng Shunan would much prefer it to be her dear cousin. After all, they had grown up together, sharing countless intimate moments. She knew her cousin inside and out. Even if they were to share a bed in the future, she would not feel shy. Instead, it would be a case of keeping it within the family, strengthening their bond. Chao Tianming observed her silence and, with a satisfied smile, redirected his attention to the screen of his phone. That moment, Su Ling had ceased exchanging messages with Chao Tianming and had shifted her focus to her friends list. It was indeed wise not to have deleted Chao Tianming from her contacts. She had contemplated that should her wealthy boyfriend abandon her, she could always turn back to Chao Tianming. After all, he had once adored and pampered her. Even if she made a mistake, she believed that a few soft words would surely win back his forgiveness, for the errors she committed were but trivial ones that any woman might make. However, little did Su Ling anticipate that only a few months later, the zombie outbreak would occur. Her former affluent boyfriend had vanished without a trace, likely having become a zombie or fallen victim to one. As she watched her family's stockpile of food dwindle, she discovered through her social media feed that Chao Tianming was still alive and had amassed a considerable amount of supplies. In that instant, Su Ling devised an elaborate plan to manipulate Chao Tianming. Her fingers danced swiftly across the screen of her phone. Su Ling, how have you been lately? Upon receiving Su Ling's message, Chao Tianming felt a flicker of emotion and replied, Not bad, I have plenty to eat and drink. Just had a delightful hot pot. Su Ling eagerly opened the photo he sent, revealing the remnants of the hot pot he had just shared in a video. The table was nearly devoid of meat rolls, with only the shells of lobsters and crabs remaining. The pot still simmered, but only a few vegetables remained uneaten. Nevertheless, Even this leftover feast made Su Ling's eyes gleam with envy as she swallowed hard. After a considerable pause, Su Ling steadied herself and replied with a bright smile, "Knowing that you're doing well brings me peace of mind." Seeing her message, Chao Tianming smiled broadly. Indeed, high-end green tea types like her were different. Her words were soothing to the heart. In the past, he would have been utterly captivated by her charm, willingly devoting himself to her every whim. However, he lamented that those times were long gone, and he had transformed into someone entirely different. With a subtle smile playing on his lips, he retrieved some exotic fruits from his supplies: golden pillow durians, cherries, bayberries, lychees, and peaches. Snap, snap. He sent 2 more photos. Post-meal desserts, Su Ling was taken aback. Having already indulged in a lavish meal, she was astonished to see Chao Tianming enjoying fruit. Gazing at the mouth-watering images on her phone screen, she swallowed again, her shock and jealousy growing like wild weeds. She could not fathom how the man who once catered to her every need had now transformed into someone with such abundant resources in this apocalypse. Why was it that a mere food delivery man could relish hot pot and fruits while she struggled to scrape together instant noodles? Chapter 28, Imported Fruits, Video. Chao Tianming sent yet another video. Su Ling opened it to find him peeling lychees. The fruits appeared succulent and juicy, surely sweet to the taste. Su Ling's throat involuntarily tightened as her gaze fixated on the lychees in the video, as if she were trying to see through them. Her fingers tightened around her phone, her unyielding resentment intensifying. In the video, Chao Tianming leisurely peeled the lychees, occasionally flashing a smile at the camera, which struck Su Ling as particularly irksome. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to compose herself and replied, "Tianming, you truly have opened my eyes. While others are struggling to find food in this apocalypse, you seem to be living so comfortably. How did you manage that?" She aimed to use this seemingly curious approach to coax Chao Tianming into revealing the source of his supplies. Upon reading her message, Chao Tianming's smile grew even brighter. "Let me tell you, I was working in logistics and picked up a job just before the outbreak. I loaded a truck with seafood, over 30 tons of it, all Australian lobsters and king crabs. Who knows how long I can feast on it?" He added a sigh emoji, which only aggravated Su Ling further. 30 tons. That was an unimaginable quantity, far more than one could consume. Su Ling responded, "Wow, you're amazing. Normally, one would say, you're so lucky." Yet, Su Ling opted for, "Wow, you're amazing." What was so impressive? Only Feng Shunan knew her true worth. Chao Tianming deliberately sent a shy emoji in response to her flattery. "It's nothing special. I just happen to have a bit more luck than others. But from your tone, it seems you're not having the best time." Su Ling hesitated for a moment upon receiving Chao Tianming's message. Then a cunning smile crept onto her lips as her fingers continued to glide over the screen. "Su Ling, well, it's nothing much. Ever since the zombie outbreak, life has been a bit tough. You know, my family hardly stocked up on food, and now we're almost out of supplies. Plus, at night, I can hear the zombies howling downstairs, making every day feel like a struggle." After sending that message, she silently mused, "You used to care for me so much. Seeing me in such dire straits, surely you, Chao Tianming, can't remain indifferent." Su Ling was confident that her beauty would compel Chao Tianming to come rushing to her aid. However, at that moment, Chao Tianming merely chuckled softly at Su Ling's message. In the past, he might have been driven to desperation by her pitiful words, eager to rush to her side and rescue her from her plight. Yet now, having experienced so much, he had seen through Su Ling's true nature, recognizing this as yet another tactic to extract resources from him. He would not forget the pain of past wounds so easily. Setting his phone aside, he leaned against Feng Shunan, nuzzling her affectionately, and opened his mouth. Understanding his unspoken request, Feng Shunan picked up the freshly peeled lychee and offered it to him by one imported ones. Feng Shunan. All right. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Su Ling found herself growing increasingly anxious, as Chao Tianming had yet to reply or even offer a word of assistance. That moment, her impatience reached its peak. She couldn't help but furrow her brows, a flicker of irritation stirring within her as she silently chastised. "How has Chao Tianming become so heartless? He used to be so compliant with me." Resolutely, she vowed to devise a way to have him come and fetch her, for all those supplies were rightfully hers. With a quick thought, she sent another message. "Tianming, I miss you. The times we spent together linger in my mind. refusing to fade. Do you remember that time we went to KTV? I still recall the song you sang. We were so happy back then. I truly miss those days. In this apocalyptic world, I live in constant fear. But thoughts of you bring a flicker of warmth to my heart. Can you really bear to ignore me? Upon sending this message, Su Ling felt a slight smile tugging at her lips. Convinced that her heartfelt reminiscence would surely sway Chao Tianming, she sat in the dimly lit room, her gaze fixed intently on the phone screen, eagerly awaiting his reply, as if she could already envision him arriving with ample supplies to rescue her from her dire situation. Chao Tianming, upon reading her message, couldn't help but chuckle. He understood her intentions all too well. She was fishing for help, yet he was doing the same. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up his phone and replied, "Honestly, I miss you too, but you know the current situation. Hordes of zombies are roaming outside. Please, take care of yourself. If you can avoid going out, do so, and stay in a safe place for now. Perhaps things will improve soon." Chao Tianming's initial response provided a glimmer of hope, expressing his concern while subtly alluding to the grim circumstances, without offering a definitive answer. Su Ling, upon receiving his reply, muttered a curse under her breath, recognizing his newfound cleverness. Despite her attempts at nostalgia, he remained unfazed, prompting her to escalate her efforts. After a brief moment of contemplation, she sent another message. "Alas, I wish I could hide, but my current residence is far from safe. Zombies wander by frequently, and I dare not sleep, fearing that one day, Tianming, I truly long to see you one last time." Image crying. Su Ling deliberately crafted her words to sound pitiful, adding a fearful emoji, hoping to soften Chao Tianming's heart and prompt him to offer sanctuary. Chao Tianming, upon seeing her new message adorned with a crying emoji, found himself smiling even more brightly. He understood that Su Ling was creatively seeking assistance from him. This time, he decided not to prolong the teasing and feigned concern. "The situation there sounds dire and quite frightening. Here, I am safe. If you wish to come, I can provide you with a secure place. However, the challenge lies in how you would make it here. Considering the streets are teeming with zombies, it would be exceedingly difficult for a girl like you to traverse safely." After reading this message, Su Ling realized that Chao Tianming's heart had softened. It seemed she needed to stoke the flames further. "Su Ling, Tianming, how about you come to pick me up? You are so brave. I believe you can bring me back safely." Su Ling, once you bring me back, we can live happily together. After sending this message, Su Ling felt it still lacked impact. Tio persuade Chao Tianming to brave the dangers for her sake. She needed a trump card. Thus, she picked up her phone, tousled her hair, struck a pose, and snapped a selfie to send. Photo JPG. In the picture, she deliberately displayed a sweet smile, her eyes glimmering with allure and anticipation. Her beauty captivating enough to make anyone's heart flutter. Satisfied, she kept her gaze glued to the screen, eagerly awaiting Chao Tianming's response, hoping it would rekindle his cherished memories of her. Chao Tianming, meanwhile, munched on imported lychees while perusing his messages. Upon seeing her photo, he instinctively clicked to open it, revealing a stunning visage. Her features appeared meticulously crafted, with delicate brows arching over large, watery eyes that conveyed a sense of vulnerability and longing, evoking an innate desire to protect her. Her slightly upturned nose and cherry-like lips seemed to pucker, as if playfully expressing her desires. Wow! What a face of first love. The allure is undeniably potent. Just as Chao Tianming marveled at her beauty, a system notification chimed, and a blue holographic screen appeared before him. Name: Su Ling. Appearance score: 91. Rewards for scores above 90. Age: 21. Occupation: kindergarten teacher. Traits: dating experience: 10. Overall evaluation: progress: unfinished. What in the world? When I first met Su Ling, she was a budding flower. How is it that in less than half a year, she has transformed into a 10-kill champion? Surely, that rich air didn't take her to indulge in extravagant delights. Go clarify. Chao Tianming had always perceived Su Ling as a naturally fair girl, a so-called white moonlight in the eyes of netizens. However, now it appeared she was perhaps only 87 pure, with the remaining 13 veering into unknown territory. Initially, he adhered to the principle of valuing good girls and avoiding bad ones. Yet he felt apprehensive about Su Ling, who seemed to have lost her innocence. While he could absorb energy, he was not equipped to handle viruses. A 10-kill champion. Who knew if she had contracted any hidden afflictions? After a shiver ran down his spine, Chao Tianming pondered for a considerable time before finally messaging Su Ling. All right, hang in there for a few days. I'll prepare my weapons and then come to fetch you. Sometimes, offering someone hope can be more painful than delivering outright despair. Su Ling, upon receiving Chao Tianming's response, was overjoyed. The shadows of her worries dissipated as she leapt with excitement in her room, exclaiming, I knew he wouldn't abandon me. Humph, with just a little nudge, he'll come to my rescue. She quickly replied, Wow, Tianming, you're so wonderful. I knew you wouldn't leave me to fend for myself. I'll behave for the next couple of days and wait for you. Please be careful. I'm counting on you. After sending this message, Su Ling began to daydream about sharing delightful meals with Chao Tianming in his safe haven, as if she had completely escaped the zombie-infested, perilous reality surrounding her. Meanwhile, Feng Shunan, witnessing her excitement, couldn't help but voice her curiosity. Darling, when do you plan to go pick her up? It's so dangerous outside. What if? Pick her up. Not a chance. I'm just toying with her. Feng Shunan, what is going on? Isn't your goal to find a beautiful live-in secretary? Why do you seem indifferent to such a lovely girl seeking help, even showing a hint of disdain? He glanced at Feng Shunan, adjusted his position to rest his head more comfortably on her thigh, and slowly replied, Initially, I did consider bringing her here to serve as our maid. But now, I wouldn't dare accept her, even if it were offered for free. Feng Shunan, perplexed, inquired, Why not? When I last saw her, she was still a budding flower, much like how you were when we first met. Yet, in less than half a year, she has morphed into a 10-kill champion. What does that even signify? I certainly can't afford to take her on. Feng Shunan, not Navi, grasped the terrifying implications of a chaotic private life. Yet she was curious about how her husband knew Su Ling had become a 10-kill champion. Are you curious why I know so much about her after not seeing her for half a year? Indeed, Feng Shunan felt puzzled. Despite her intelligence, she couldn't fathom the reason. Consequently, Chao Tianming shared some capabilities of his system with her. One of my abilities allows me to see the basic information of others. So, when you saw her photo, your opinion changed? Exactly. Then why did you still agree to go pick her up? Even in an apocalyptic world, one must offer a glimmer of hope. Besides, I only said I'd prepare my weapons and then come for her. When that will happen remains uncertain. Feng Shunan understood that her husband was merely painting a rosy picture. This enticing prospect seemed delightful, yet it was unlikely to materialize. All right, you go tidy up the place. Once you're done, let us see the clothes I brought back. Feng Shunan nodded obediently. He then rose and walked silently to the dining table, beginning to tidy up. As she arranged the items, her thoughts drifted to the necessity of contacting her cousin shortly, especially since her cousin had mentioned earlier that she was out of food. Without assistance, she feared her cousin would not last much longer. The reason Feng Shunan had refrained from mentioning this matter during lunch was twofold. Firstly, she was uncertain whether Chao Tianming would agree to the request if she brought it up impulsively. After all, the household provisions belonged to him, and the sudden addition of another person would inevitably increase consumption. Secondly, if she intended to bring her cousin over, it would require Chao Tianming's involvement. Although she had become his woman, making such demands without forethought would be unwise. Chapter 30. Remarkable, beyond words. She had initially planned to broach the subject later that night, but it seemed unnecessary now. Her partner had already begun searching for a secretary online, with a particular emphasis on physical attractiveness. The implications were clear, and Feng Shunan understood them well. Therefore, she was not concerned about whether her man would agree to bring her cousin over. After all, she believed her cousin to be even more beautiful than a girl named Su Ling. She couldn't fathom that her partner would overlook such a treasure, especially considering her cousin's long, slender legs, which were far more impressive than those of the internet celebrities enhanced by filters. If she were a man, her cousin would undoubtedly be her first choice. Feng Shunan proceeded to wash the dishes while Chao Tianming returned to the bedroom. Retrieving several garments he had acquired during his shopping spree, a Chanel silk scarf, a Gucci satin dress, Balenciaga stockings, Christian Louboutins black and red high-heeled shoes, and a classic Victoria's Secret ensemble adorned the bed. Observing this splendid array, a subtle smile crept across Chao Tianming's lips. Unbeknownst to Feng Shunan, who was busy tidying up, was the delightful surprise her partner had prepared for her. Otherwise, she would surely be apprehensive about whether she could handle the evening's festivities, thus compromising her ability to focus on her tasks. At times, Having such a robust partner could be a double-edged sword. Take Chao Tianming, for instance. He was a source of both affection and frustration for Feng Shunan. During the apocalypse, a strong and capable partner provided a woman with a sense of security. However, Chao Tianming's boundless energy posed its own challenges. Tio ensured Feng Shunan could fend for herself in this harsh world. He diligently supervised her and insisted on daily workouts. Though exercise brings joy, dedicating 6 hours a day to it felt excessive. Each time they finished a session, she felt as if her body were falling apart, and she would sleep soundly for 10 hours straight, without waking once. Nonetheless, there were benefits. After several days of training, her once creamy skin became even more delicate and smooth, and her flat abdomen began to reveal faint traces of defined lines. Buzz, buzz. While smoking and gazing out the window, Chao Tianming's phone vibrated intermittently. He picked it up to find that, in just a short span, several individuals had requested to add him as a WeChat friend. Chao Tianming accepted them all and promptly sent out a group message containing his previously posted recruitment ad. Soon, responses began to flood in with photographs. Boss, I'm 23 this year, 170 cm tall, weighing 110 pounds. Shy. Images. Judging by her height and weight, the individual appeared to have a commendable figure, and he hoped for a gem. This process was akin to opening a blind box. The thrill remained until unwrapping it. However, upon clicking in, he discovered a significant discrepancy between the buyer's presentation and the seller's display. The system then prompted, name, Zhang Qian. Appearance rating, 65, 90 points or above qualifies for a reward. Age, 27. Occupation, makeup artist. Feature, possesses remarkable makeup skills that can make her blend into the crowd. 12 characters omitted. Strategy progress, incomplete. Chao Tianming. To be honest, this girl named Zhang Qian had an acceptable figure and long legs, yet her appearance was merely average. While not unattractive, she did not stand out, though her profession as a makeup artist suggested that her looks could significantly improve with a touch of artistry. Had this been before the apocalypse, she would likely have attracted numerous admirers, as evidenced by her 12 dating experiences. Unfortunately, she did not meet the system's minimum requirements. Chao Tianming decisively replied, sorry, application unsuccessful, and promptly blocked her. Zhang Qian. Boss, could you tell me what was lacking? I can change. She sent a picture of herself, clutching her chest. Image. Initially attempting to tempt Chao Tianming and inquire about her rejection, Zhang Qian quickly realized she had been blocked, causing her to stomp in frustration. Chao Tianming remained unfazed by her reaction. He had numerous other photos awaiting his review. Name, Sun Yujia. Appearance rating, 85, 90 points or above qualifies for a reward. Age, 30. Occupation, nurse. Feature, eager to learn, quick to adapt. Dating experience, 7 times. Overall evaluation, a nurse who enjoys administering injections. Strategy progress, incomplete. Name, Zhang Yin. Appearance rating, 82, 90 points or above qualifies for a reward. Age, 27. Occupation, personal secretary to a chairman. Feature, open-minded, mature. Dating experience, 3. Overall evaluation, a responsible child willing to bend to earn. Strategy progress, incomplete. Name, Lu Lian. Appearance rating, 88, 90 points or above qualifies for a reward. Age, 36. Occupation, owner of a pajama store. Feature, cunning and shrewd. Dating experience, 7. Overall evaluation, beautiful with fair skin, exuding maturity and intellect, possessing an abundance of femininity. Strategy progress, incomplete. Chao Tianming. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The expression, the figure, the stockings. They were simply exquisite. Indeed, one need not fear a young girl playing coy, but rather a woman past 30. For a woman beyond 30 is not merely an aunt but a treasure, deeply understanding and wise. Capable of both charm and grace, she is dignified in the parlor and virtuous in the kitchen. She knows what you do not, and possesses skills you have yet to learn, enchanting and captivating. As he gazed at the alluring woman in the photograph, Chao Tianming felt a fleeting stir of attraction. Especially given the system's description, she appeared to be a woman of considerable intellect and talent. Had he not already been captivated by Feng Shunan, who boasted a score of 94, his standards might have been less stringent. Alas, what a pity. Subsequently, Chao Tianming examined numerous photos sent by other women. Yet none met his expectations, with not a single one rivaling the cultured store owner. Chapter 31. Boss, his hot pot is different. In Building 7, Xiaobin sat before a steaming self-heating hot pot, accompanied by a bag of spicy snacks and a bottle of chilled beer. He poured himself a glass of the beer and gestured to a young man standing nearby, who had been swallowing hard in anticipation. Come, sit down, let us share a drink. This young man, also from Building 7, was named Wang Junjie, only 20 years old. He was among the earliest to align with Xiaobin's group. His distinct 3/7 hairstyle earned him the nickname Airmao, as it resembled two pieces from a distance. Upon hearing this, Wang Junjie's eyes lit up with surprise and disbelief. He paused momentarily, seemingly unable to comprehend that such good fortune could befall him. He eagerly nodded, rubbing his hands together as he cautiously took a seat across from Xiaobin. His gaze filled with gratitude and reverence. Bin Gu, I truly appreciate this. I am at a loss for words. He leaned forward slightly, his demeanor extremely reserved, fearful of inadvertently displeasing Xiaobin. Drink up, we're all brothers here. Wang Junjie gingerly lifted his cup, trembling slightly, and took a delicate sip, wary of gulping it down too quickly. Yes, fine. Drink up. There's more where that came from. Xiaobin lit a cigarette, taking a puff before offering it to Wang Junjie. The young man was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Bin Gu, is this also for me? Wang Junjie tentatively inquired, and upon seeing Xiaobin give a gentle nod, he broke into a broad smile and eagerly took it over. He then hastily placed it to his lips and inhaled deeply, his expression resembling that of someone who had just discovered a masterful technician. Pray tell, do you have any significant news? Upon encountering his superior's query, Wang Junjie promptly set down his cigarette and spoke. Bin Gu, our community not only has a group for each building, but there is also a larger group that was established by the property management in its initial stages. Some early owners joined that group, but it later filled up, leading to the creation of separate groups for each building. Get to the point? Well, just a moment ago, I discovered someone in the group who posted a video of themselves eating hot pot. Upon hearing this, Xiaobin instinctively lowered his gaze to the half-eaten box of self-heating hot pot before him and frowned. Continue. Boss, his hot pot is quite different. To substantiate his claim, Wang Junjie immediately pulled out his phone and showed Xiaobin the recruitment video posted by Chao Tianming in its entirety. The more Xiaobin watched, the brighter his eyes became, and he felt an involuntary motion in his throat. Zhang Chao, who had been silent until now, stood up behind Xiaobin, fixated on the phone screen. After watching it 3 times, Xiaobin finally returned the phone to Wang Junjie and fixed his gaze on him. Do you know which building he resides in? Yes, he's in Building 9. Apartment 1702. He used to be a delivery person. He was the one who delivered KFC to me, and I even gave him a 5-star review. The moment Xiaobin heard Building 9, 1702, he was momentarily taken aback. His eyes narrowing slightly. At that moment, memories of the stunning woman he had observed earlier through his telescope flashed in his mind. He recalled that the exquisite woman seemed to reside on the 17th floor of Building 9. Though it was likely apartment 1701. What a remarkable coincidence. A sly smile crept across Xiaobin's lips. A delivery person, you say? This fellow does possess some skills. Even in these times, he can prepare such a lavish hot pot. Building 9, is it? He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before continuing. Have you contacted him in the group? Inquire about how he managed to procure this hot pot? Wang Junjie hurriedly shook his head. No, Bin Gu. He is seeking beautiful women, and I don't meet the criteria. As soon as I saw the video, I rushed to report to you without engaging in the group chat. Xiaobin nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Seeing that he dares to post such a video, even if he may be exaggerating, he must have stockpiled quite a bit of food. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk posting a video to attract women. Boss, could it be that this guy is simply out of his mind? At a time like this, he is still thinking about finding a woman. Zhang Chao remarked with a disdainful laugh. You're correct. He is not seeking a woman. He is courting disaster. In this apocalypse, the foremost rule is to keep one's wealth hidden, yet he flaunts it brazenly, utterly foolish. As he spoke, a chilling smile appeared on Xiaobin's face. One can't help but perceive him as a pervert stalking young women at night. For reasons unbeknownst to him, thoughts of the woman he had seen earlier stirred a sense of excitement within Xiaobin. Chaozi, go inform the brothers to arm themselves. We're heading to Building 9 shortly to teach him a lesson, and do it swiftly. I fear others may catch wind of this and get there first. Understood, boss. With that, Zhang Chao quickly grabbed his phone to notify the others. Xiaobin poured another glass of liquor for Wang Junjie. Mao, you've done a great service. Once we deal with that fellow, I'll make sure to find you a woman. Thanks, boss. Wang Junjie's voice trembled with excitement. Xiaobin rose, stretching his limbs, his gaze filled with a fierce anticipation. He paced the room, mentally calculating the impending operation. Moments later, Zhang Chao returned with a report. Boss, the brothers have been notified, and they're gathering now. Xiaobin nodded in satisfaction. Let us move. A formidable group made its way to the underground parking lot, intending to approach Building 9 from there. Given their numbers, traversing the stairwell would surely attract the attention of any survivors within. Damn it, keep it down. We don't want to attract any zombies. The group proceeded cautiously, treading lightly through the dimly lit, somewhat eerie underground parking garage. Xiaobin led the way, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, tightly gripping a fire axe that gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen in the faint light. They carefully navigated around abandoned vehicles, occasionally startling a few foraging rats, the squeaking sounds sending chills down their spines, fearing the noise might draw the undead closer. Chapter 32. Yuan Fong says I'm brainless. Meanwhile, in apartment 801 of Building 9. Four individuals were gathered. Old Wang, do you think Chao Tianming would lend us some food? Inquired a somewhat plump young man named Chu Yunfei. Fatty, you're not thinking of backing out, are you? Moreover, we're neighbors. He wouldn't refuse us a bit of food, especially since we've given him 5-star reviews before. The speaker was Wang Yaodong, also known as Old Wang, who stood at about 1.75 meters tall with a slightly darker complexion. His large, bright eyes conveyed a sense of intelligence. Old Wang is right. We're just borrowing a little food from him, not stealing. Once the zombie crisis is over, we'll repay him double, 10-fold, or even 100-fold. I don't have that much money. Chu Yunfei scratched his head, displaying an awkward expression. I have it, Zhao Tai interjected, wrapping an arm around Chu Yunfei's shoulders and giving him a reassuring look that suggested he had plenty of money. Don't worry, tonight's expenses will be on me, Zhao Gongzi. But, just as Chu Yunfei was about to voice further concerns, Wang Yaodong cut him off. But what? No buts. Since he posted that recruitment information in the group, it indicates he has quite a bit of food at his disposal. We're not asking for much, just enough to last us half a month. If he is truly so heartless as to refuse, then we can't be blamed for disregarding our neighborly ties. As he spoke, a hint of ruthlessness laced Wang Yaodong's tone. Fine, Chu Yunfei sighed, reluctantly nodding. With that, Zhao Tai and Wang Yaodong turned their attention to the quiet young man sitting beside them. Yuan Fong, what do you think? I'll say it again. My name is Fong Yuan, not Yuan Fong. Fong Yuan sighed, a touch of exasperation in his voice. Very well, Yuan Fong, Wang Yaodong replied with a smirk. All right, Zhao Tai. Let Fong Yuan express his opinion. Upon hearing Wang Yaodong's words, Zhao Tai raised his hands in surrender and fell silent. Fong Yuan did not rush to speak. Instead, he surveyed the group. After a few moments of contemplation, he gradually began, to be honest, I don't believe we will succeed. His statement immediately darkened Wang Yaodong and Zhao Tai's expressions. Why? Wang Yaodong asked in a low voice. We all have a certain understanding of Chao Tianming. I recall he was a delivery person and has recently been involved in cold chain transportation. Given the recruitment video he posted today, it's not hard to deduce that he must have a significant stockpile of supplies. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to make such bold claims about being well-fed. Then why do you think we won't succeed? Fong Yuan glanced at the skeptical Wang Yaodong. Old Wang, if you were in his position, would you lend food to others? Absolutely not, Wang Yaodong replied firmly. But we could rob him. Precisely, you're right that we could rob him, but, Fong Yuan paused, have you considered why he decided to post that video recruiting a female secretary? At this, the group exchanged glances of confusion. Could it be for any other reason than to show off? He is an old bachelor who may not have even held a girl's hand before. Now that he has some supplies, he thinks he can use them to attract a couple of women. If this were before the apocalypse, who would bother with him just because he has a bit of food and drink? Zhao Tai scoffed, his disdain evident. If you had such a stockpile of supplies, would you be seeking women so openly at this critical moment? Even if you did want to find a woman, would you do so brazenly? Upon hearing this, Wang Yaodong furrowed his brow. Perhaps he has simply lost his mind, Zhao Tai interjected. Fang Yuan cast a sideways glance at Zhao Tai, as if regarding a fool. Hey, what's with that look? Ignoring Zhao Tai, Fang Yuan continued, throughout history, wealth should remain concealed. Any rational person wouldn't flaunt their supplies at this juncture. If I had such an abundance of food, I would certainly keep it hidden from prying eyes. In times of peace, there are still individuals who fall prey to kidnapping due to their immense wealth. How much more so in this apocalyptic era? As the saying goes, heaven knows no bounds, the earth knows no laws. Men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Once one's vulnerabilities are exposed, it inevitably invites calamity upon oneself. Be why your reasoning. It seems that Chao Tianming is nothing short of a fool. Zhao Tai's eyes widened, as if he had seen through Chao Tianming's facade. Fang Yuan interjected, I do not perceive him as a simpleton. I recently perused the chat records of the owner group from the past month. Zhao Tai retorted, why on earth would you bother with the owner group chat? Hold on, Zhao Tai. Wang Yaodong interjected, casting a disapproving glare at Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai shrugged, a sheepish smile gracing his face. Noticing the silence, Fang Yuan continued, upon reviewing, I discovered that in the past month, Chao Tianming has only posted 2 messages in our Building 9 owner group, one of which was the recent recruitment video he shared. The other was an inquiry about whether our community was experiencing a water outage. What? The group was taken aback, puzzled as to why Fang Yuan would mention such trivial matters. Asking about a water outage seemed utterly irrelevant. I say, Yuan Fang, what does this have to do with us? This time, Wang Yaodong did not stop Zhao Tai from questioning, as he too was perplexed by the connection. The connection is significant. While you may deem his messages inconsequential, they were precisely the information Chao Tianming needed at that moment. Moreover, he refrained from engaging in idle chatter, which distinctly indicates he is an exceedingly cautious and goal-oriented individual. Are you jesting? You can claim he is not one for idle chatter? Which may be true, but how can you ascertain that he is both cautious and goal-oriented? Zhao Tai chimed in, I suggest you consume some walnuts. They are beneficial for cognitive development. What do you mean? Are you implying I lack intelligence? No, I mean you are devoid of common sense. Zhao Tai's temper flared at this remark. How dare you? Yuan Fang, clarify your statements. Who lacks intelligence? Enough, Zhao. What time is it to be bickering? It was Yuan Fang who claimed I lacked intelligence. Yuan Fang is correct. I believe you have indulged in too many distractions, rendering your mind ineffective. It is indeed time for some walnuts, old Wang. Your words are utterly heartless. When have I ever sought distractions without you tagging along? Chapter 33. Quite the artistic bacteria. Observing the conversation unfold, Chu Yunfei sighed. Old Fang, please continue. The outbreak of zombies had persisted for 10 days now. And during this period, every survivor still alive in Building 9, regardless of age or gender, had contributed to the group chat in some capacity. The only individuals who remained silent fell into 2 categories, the first being those who had likely perished. Typically during the initial chaos of the outbreak, the probability of death was notably lower after the onset of home isolation. The second group comprised individuals deliberately abstaining from communication, creating an illusion of their demise while secretly observing their surroundings. Isn't that akin to lurking in the bushes like a seasoned predator? Zhao Tai's comment drew approving glances from Wang Yaodong and Chu Yunfei. Indeed, you were quick to respond this time. Thus, when Chao Tianming unexpectedly posted that recruitment video, I was astonished. Given his previous conduct, such a brazen announcement seemed illogical. If he were not a madman, he must possess a certain audacity. Are you suggesting that his decision to share the recruitment video, showcasing his abundant resources, stems from a lack of concern for others' intentions? Precisely. Yet, what perplexes me is how a logistics individual could have acquired such confidence. Fang Yuan pondered this. A flicker of doubt crossed his deep, dark eyes. What if he has obtained a firearm? Zhao Tai's assertion garnered the attention of the 3 others. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Then what use is there in attempting to rob him? Even the 4 of us combined would be no match for a single round. Zhao Tai, once exuberant, now felt deflated as though he had been tasked with satisfying a dozen wealthy matrons. What shall we do now? If Chao Tianming truly possesses a weapon, attempting to seize it would be tantamount to courting death. It would be far safer to venture out in search of supplies. Perhaps there exists an alternative path. Fang Yuan's words left Wang Yaodong and the others momentarily stunned. What path? Wang Yaodong inquired eagerly. If we cannot overpower him, we might as well join him. What? A series of light footsteps echoed from outside. Fang Yuan swiftly signaled for silence before hastily approaching the door. Peering through the peephole, he observed a group of robust young men wielding sticks and kitchen knives ascending the stairs. These were the subordinates of Xia Bin from Building 7. A sly smile crept across Fang Yuan's face as he regarded them. It seems the universe has conspired to deliver us assistance. Old Fang, what is happening? Wang Yaodong whispered near Fang Yuan's ear. They are delivering us the means we require. What? Meanwhile, Chao Tianming meticulously selected his future assistant. Suddenly, a long-neglected WeChat friend notification flickered to life, displaying the image of a portly man clad in official garb. The message read, "You are being watched. Danger lurks." The sender was none other than Fang Yuan. Based on Fang Yuan's analysis, it appeared that Chao Tianming possessed something of value. Moreover, the newcomers were unfamiliar faces, unmistakably survivors from other buildings, who had clearly come seeking Chao Tianming. Although Chao Tianming and his associates harbored intentions towards him, that was an internal affair of Building 9. The arrival of outsiders was a different matter entirely. Even if they could not be stopped as a member of Building 9, it was only fitting to offer assistance from the shadows. Thus, Fang Yuan promptly sent a WeChat message to Chao Tianming. As Chao Tianming pondered the identity of the sender and whether to respond, he was suddenly alerted to a cacophony of rustling footsteps from below. Moments later, he peered through the peephole and witnessed a throng of youths armed and surrounding his rental unit. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. When he shared the recruitment video, he had anticipated that someone would come to claim his resources. He had expected it to happen later in the night. Yet they had arrived far sooner than anticipated. Xia Bin, flanked by his followers, approached the door of Unit 1702, panting and cursing. Who the hell designed this access card system? Without it, the elevator is useless. Climbing up here is exhausting. He then cast a lewd glance at Unit 1701, home to a stunning beauty. He planned to deal with Chao Tianming first, seize the supplies, and have his underlings transport them away, all while ensuring a few loyalists remained behind to secure the woman in 1701. The thought of her alluring figure filled him with respect. Such a woman could be both sweet and savory. And today, he intended to savor both. Raising his right hand, he gestured, and Zhang Chao understood, shouting, "Let us go." With that command, his lackeys began to pry open the door to Chao Tianming's rental unit. From inside, Chao Tianming observed the scene through the peephole, incredulous at their lack of finesse. To prevent them from damaging his door, he decided to step out and reason with these unruly individuals. With a push, the security door swung open, and the force sent one of the young men crashing against the wall. For some inexplicable reason, the surrounding crowd seemed to hear the sound of a watermelon bursting. "What are you doing out here at this hour?" The sudden turn of events left Xia Bin and his entourage in a state of confusion. What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? How dare this person speak to me in such a manner? I'm asking you a question. Why are you here at this hour? As Chao Tianming spoke again, the crowd finally began to respond. A muscular young man in a black tank top, with tattoos visible on his shoulders, stepped forward, standing defiantly opposite Chao Tianming. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you even know what we do?" Chao Tianming appraised the man, his gaze lingering on the tattoos for a moment before scoffing disdainfully. "Tattoos? How quaint. Your entire ensemble resembles a bizarre art exhibit." Chapter 34. Even beating someone seems to require effort. Indeed, it's all about Hello Kitty. As soon as Chao Tianming's words escaped his lips, the tattooed youth's mouth twitched involuntarily. Two younger men standing nearby could no longer contain themselves and erupted into fits of laughter. Their mirth acted as the spark that ignited a powder keg. The expression on the tattooed youth's face morphed into one of extreme displeasure as he glared furiously at the two who dared to laugh, his eyes practically burning with a desire to devour them whole, causing the pair to instantly stifle their amusement. "How dare you mock me?" The tattooed youth glared menacingly at Chao Tianming, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. "Today, you shall meet your end with that." He swung his fist with a fierce whoosh, aiming directly for Chao Tianming's face. This man before him had ridiculed him as part of the gang, and he was determined to impart a lesson that would be etched in memory. To demonstrate that crossing the gang was a grave error, for their wrath could be lethal, fueled by rage, he summoned every ounce of strength he possessed, as his fist descended upon his target. The tattooed youth wore a grotesque grin, relishing his impending victory. Surely, bound by the laws of the world before the apocalypse, He preferred the unrestrained freedom of the present. However, in the next instant, he felt as though his fist had plunged into a mound of cotton. No matter how hard he tried, he could not land the blow. Upon steadying himself, he discovered that his massive fist had been effortlessly caught by the individual before him, as if the opponent had exerted no effort whatsoever. How could this be? The tattooed youth's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He never imagined that his full-force strike could be so effortlessly neutralized. A smirk tugged at the corners of Chao Tianming's mouth, laced with derision. You can barely muster the strength to throw a punch. It seems your tattoo is indeed Hello Kitty. Damn it. You will pay for this. The tattooed youth, humiliated and enraged, clenched his other fist and aimed a powerful strike at Chao Tianming's abdomen. The wind from his punch whistling through the air, clearly indicating that he was using all his might to salvage his lost pride. Yet, Chao Tianming remained unfazed, the moment the punch was about to connect. He contracted his abdomen sharply while simultaneously delivering a precise kick to the tattooed youth's knee. The tattooed youth let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground in a half-kneel, his punch veering off course to graze Chao Tianming's clothing. Seizing the opportunity, Chao Tianming released his grip on the youth's fist and delivered a resounding slap to the tattooed youth's face. The force was tremendous, propelling the tattooed youth away, and in the process, a spray of bloodied particles erupted from his mouth as he fell unconscious to the ground. I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already down. Chao Tianming brushed off his hands nonchalantly, his tone dripping with scorn and disdain. The remaining youths, wide-eyed with terror, stared at the tattooed youth now sprawled on the ground, unconscious. They could scarcely believe that the figure they had once regarded as formidable had been so easily vanquished by this man in flip-flops and shorts. Falling without even lasting a single round, the atmosphere around them thickened with tension. Those young men, armed with makeshift weapons, had lost their earlier sense of amusement. Seeing this, Xia Bin was both astonished and furious. As their leader, he was well aware of the tattooed youth's abilities. Though not the strongest among them, he ranked within the top 5. Xia Bin never imagined that this seemingly ordinary man in casual attire would possess such remarkable prowess. Coupled with the fact that this man had emerged from the room of that exquisite woman, Xia Bin concluded that he must be the leader of Building 9. Yet, even if he was the leader of Building 9 and possessed extraordinary skills, venturing out alone was tantamount to courting death. Seizing the opportunity before others from Building 9 arrived, he resolved to kill him. Xia Bin's eyes glinted with malice as he bellowed, his voice laced with a reckless ferocity. With this command, the previously hesitant young men were ignited with a fervor, brandishing their knives and creating a dazzling display of flashing blades, radiating a chilling aura. Chao Tianming regarded the impending onslaught with not a shred of fear. Instead, a smile played at the corners of his mouth, his eyes reflecting a thrill. Come on, my dear. With a taunting gesture, he beckoned the group toward him. This provocation incited the crowd further. Many of them were young and hot-blooded. Easily swayed by their emotions, in response to Chao Tianming's challenge, they charged at him with reckless abandon. The first among them, a burly youth, his face contorted with rage, raised his knife high above his head and swung down with all his might toward Chao Tianming's head. As if intending to cleave him in two, the blade slicing through the air with a menacing whistle. Yet, Chao Tianming remained calm and collected. Just as the knife was about to strike, he acted. Instead of attacking, he extended his index and middle fingers, gently pinching the blade. The opposing youth felt a wave of dread wash over him, but before he could express his astonishment, a searing pain struck his abdomen. As if he had been hit by a vehicle, sending him tumbling backward uncontrollably, crashing into the youths behind him, causing a cacophony of cries and curses as the scene descended into chaos. Meanwhile, the knife remained effortlessly pinched between Chao Tianming's fingers, as he stood there casually, resembling someone holding a mere leaf rather than a sharp blade. His eyes glinted with mockery as he surveyed the disheveled and furious young men before him. The smile on his face growing more pronounced. Little pups. Those two sharp words pierced through the hearts of the youths like a dagger, igniting their already heightened fury. Damn it. I'll smash you to pieces. A youth with bulging veins on his forehead screamed hysterically, his eyes bloodshot, completely consumed by rage, swinging a hammer as he charged at Chao Tianming once more. Brothers, let us all attack together. We must turn this ignorant fool into mush today. Chapter 35. The more you struggle, the more comfortable I become. In this pivotal moment, Xiaobin further stoked the flames. The young men, caught in this frenzy of emotion, roared in unison and lunged at Chao Tianming once more. In an instant, blades glimmered ominously in the confined space, exuding an air of chilling ferocity. A cacophony of steel clashed, forming a lethal web of death that sought to ensnare Chao Tianming. Yet, he did not flinch or evade. Allowing the onslaught to descend upon him, as the weapons made contact with his body, a sense of exhilaration washed over the youths. However, they soon realized that Chao Tianming merely regarded them with a mocking gaze. The weapons, upon striking him, seemed to sink into an impenetrable substance. Initially, there was a slight ripple, but no matter how forcefully they swung, they could not inflict even the slightest harm. They discovered that their knives could not penetrate his skin. Though the blades pressed firmly against Chao Tianming's flesh, their efforts only produced minute ripples, as if striking a resilient, elastic surface, halting their advance completely, rendering them incapable of drawing blood. The youths stood in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, their movements coming to an abrupt halt as they gaped at Chao Tianming as though he were some sort of monster. How is this possible?" the yellow-haired youth stammered, his voice devoid of the previous bravado, replaced instead by profound fear. Moments ago, he had contemplated turning Chao Tianming into pulp, yet now he realized that his prized weapon felt more like a mere tickle against the man. This overwhelming contrast left him momentarily stunned. Observing their frozen expressions, Chao Tianming couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Use all your strength. Don't hold back. Damn. You all wanted to beat me, didn't you? Come on. Are you even human or a ghost?" A scarred youth gaped, his voice turning shrill with terror, laced with despair, as the earlier bravado dissipated completely. Chao Tianming chose not to respond to the youth's question. Instead, he remarked to himself, "Look at me, I haven't even fought back. I'm truly giving you a chance, and yet you're so inept." He then turned to the yellow-haired youth, who remained stupefied. "Kid, didn't you say you were going to smash me? If you don't take me down, I'll make sure to smash you instead." With that, a 1-meter-long octagonal hammer materialized in Chao Tianming's right hand. With a resounding thud, the yellow-haired youth was sent flying like a kite with its strings severed. He traced a perfect arc through the air before crashing heavily towards Xiaobin. At that moment, Xiaobin had lost the buoyant confidence he had upon his arrival, replaced instead by sheer terror. It was only when the yellow-haired figure hurtled towards him that he regained his senses and instinctively attempted to evade. However, the narrow corridor afforded him little room to maneuver, compounded by the throngs of people surrounding him, leaving him nowhere to escape. He could only watch helplessly as the approaching body grew ever closer. In his panic, he reached out to shield himself, but before he could even lift his arm, the yellow-haired youth crashed into him with tremendous force. Xiaobin let out a harrowing scream, his body propelled to the ground by the force of the impact. Had it not been for the assistance of those nearby who helped absorb some of the blow, his bones might have shattered upon impact. Even now, he was acutely aware of the excruciating pain in his coccyx. As for the yellow-haired youth, he was now gasping for breath, as if he were a deflated sack, sprawled on the ground with his face pressed against the floor, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicating any semblance of life, though the balance had shifted towards inhalation rather than exhalation. Blunt instruments are truly perilous. A mere touch can inflict injury, and a strike can prove fatal. The sheer force of that blow redefined the crowd's understanding of power, as they beheld the pitiful figure of the yellow-haired youth, barely clinging to life. A chill swept through their hearts. As if it were not he who had been struck, but themselves, fear cascaded over them like a tidal wave. The surrounding youths turned pale, their breaths stifled, instinctively retreating a few steps from the scene of chaos, seeking to distance themselves from the source of danger. Yet the corridor was too constricted for any meaningful escape. They could only tremble in place, their eyes filled with dread and despair. Xiaobin struggled to his feet. "Who on earth are you?" Chao Tianming chuckled at the question. "You're quite amusing. You come to pry open my door without even knowing who I am. You are Chao Tianming? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Aren't you just a delivery man?" Xiaobin's eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. He could never have imagined that the seemingly harmless sheep he had encountered would turn out to be a ravenous wolf. No wonder he dared to post recruitment videos in the group. Flaunting his abundant resources, clearly, he had no fear of us knocking on his door. Xiaobin's gut twisted with regret. How had he provoked such a formidable adversary? How can it be impossible? The zombie apocalypse has erupted. The end times have descended. What remains beyond the realm of possibility? Enough chatter. You may take your leave now. With that, Chao Tianming brandished the octagonal hammer, stepping towards Xiaobin and his companions. Each step echoed ominously, quickening their heartbeats and sending cold sweat cascading down their spines. Big brother, please spare us. We won't dare again. I beg you, let us go. One young man, overwhelmed by fear, fell to his knees, desperately banging his head against the ground. The sound resonating loudly until blood began to flow, he paid no mind to his pain, pleading for Chao Tianming's mercy. With his lead, others soon followed suit, kneeling in succession, the scene devolving into chaos. Their cries for mercy piercing the stillness of the night. As their leader, Xiaobin felt a twitch of despair at the sight before him. You fools, stand up. Do you think that kneeling and begging will spare you? Don't be ridiculous, however. The youths were utterly consumed by fear, ignoring Xiaobin's admonitions, continuing to prostrate themselves in supplication. A wave of hopelessness surged through Xiaobin. He understood that given Chao Tianming's demonstrated ruthlessness, their pleas would likely fall on deaf ears, yet he was unwilling to resign himself to inaction. Chao Tianming regarded the kneeling supplicants with a smirk, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Indeed, those who can become leaders possess a modicum of intelligence. Correct? You worthless scum, you might as well perish. Your continued existence is a blight. With that, he raised the octagonal hammer and charged at the crowd. The sounds of bones shattering and anguished screams echoed through the corridor, each individual he targeted collapsing like a rag doll. Xiaobin, seizing the moment Chao Tianming struck, gritted his teeth against the pain and scrambled towards the stairs. His steps faltered, nearly sending him tumbling down the staircase, yet the primal instinct to survive compelled him to grasp the railing tightly, regaining his footing and fleeing desperately. Thinking of escaping? Chao Tianming sneered coldly, swinging his hammer to clear a path. With a slight exertion of his legs, he leaped over a flight of stairs, pursuing Xiaobin with relentless determination. As the leader of the group, Chao Tianming had no intention of letting Xiaobin slip away. After a few bounds, he stood directly before Xiaobin, who collided with him in his frantic flight. Some may escape, but not you. As he spoke, Chao Tianming waggled his fingers mockingly. Spare me. Xiaobin collapsed to his knees. Terror and despair etched across his face, beads of sweat mingling with blood on his brow, rendering him utterly disheveled. He clutched Chao Tianming's legs, pleading desperately, Brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, spare me this once. I will be your dog, your most loyal dog. Chao Tianming regarded Xiaobin's abject pleas with an expression of cold indifference. He exerted pressure to free his leg from Xiaobin's grasp, but the latter held on with the desperation of a drowning man. Humph, be my dog? You think you're worthy, brother? I truly understand my mistake. I will do whatever you ask, without question, if you kill me. It would only sully your hands, spare my wretched life, and I will serve you devotedly, gathering information and resources. Just grant me this opportunity for redemption. Xiaobin wept profusely, his eyes pleading, aware that any flattery could be justified if it meant securing his life. As for the future, should an opportunity arise, he vowed to repay his debt 100-fold. Chao Tianming, however, found Xiaobin's supplication laughable. Ha ha ha, do you really think I would believe your empty words? You, of all people, would betray me for a mere morsel. Today, you come to pry open my door for a scrap of resources. Tomorrow, you might plunge a knife in my back. I have no time to be on guard against you. He paused, adding, besides, I prefer docile and beautiful little kittens over dogs. With a single hand, he hoisted Xiaobin effortlessly. Xiaobin struggled in vain against the iron grip. You speak the truth. Killing you would indeed soil my hands. Yet I have no desire for your continued existence. Therefore, I kindly ask you to perform a little act of bungee jumping without a rope. With that, Chao Tianming strode towards the window of the staircase. No, please, no. At that moment, Xiaobin's fear surged. He could almost hear his grandmother's voice calling out to him. His eyes widened in horror, nearly spilling over with terror, as he flailed desperately, attempting to break free from Chao Tianming's vice-like grip. His voice hoarse and cracked from sheer dread. "Rest assured, this is the 15th floor. You won't feel a thing upon landing." With a swift motion, Chao Tianming opened the window and, with a flick of his wrist, carelessly tossed Xia Bin out as one might discard refuse. Xia Bin plummeted like a kite without a string, hurtling towards the ground below. The wind howled past his ears, a cacophony reminiscent of death's roar. His mind blank as he instinctively screamed in despair, though the sound was quickly swallowed by the rushing air. With a thunderous crash, Xia Bin's body struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He lay twisted and contorted, blood seeping from beneath him, quickly forming a small pool as his limbs lay grotesquely bent, clearly indicating that his bones had shattered under the immense impact. Chao Tianming stood by the window, expressionless, peering down at the scene. "I told you there would be no pain." Upon landing, not even a scream, he dusted off his hands, turning to ascend the stairs, where more unscathed refuse awaited his attention. Zhang Chao stood on the second floor, gazing down at Xia Bin's mangled form, a chill running down his spine, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he instinctively tightened his grip on the short dagger at his waist. Finding a semblance of security in the gesture, he silently congratulated himself for the decision he had made moments earlier, preparing to retreat strategically ever since Chao Tianming had sent the tattooed man flying with a single slap. As Xia Bin's most formidable aide and the strongest combatant among his subordinates, he was acutely aware of the true prowess possessed by the tattooed man. Had he been the one to face the tattooed individual, victory would be within reach, albeit at the cost of considerable exertion. However, Chao Tianming, with a mere flick of his wrist, sent the tattooed man's entire set of teeth flying, rendering him breathless in that instant. Zhang Chao realized that Chao Tianming was undoubtedly a concealed master of extraordinary skill, and their actions that day could very well provoke a ravenous beast. Thus, when the group collectively turned their aggression towards Chao Tianming, he deliberately slowed his pace, even discreetly inching backward, prepared to make a hasty retreat at any moment. As he had anticipated, Chao Tianming was nothing short of a monster, impervious to blades and bullets. He had previously heard from his mentor about the existence of hidden masters in Huaxia, that the legendary golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt were not merely fabrications. There were even unparalleled experts capable of turning iron to dust. Akin to superheroes, his mentor had advised that should one encounter such an individual, it would be wise to avoid engaging them, unless armed with an AK, wherein one might stand a chance from a distance. Otherwise, fleeing as far as possible was the only prudent course of action. Thus, upon witnessing Chao Tianming's invulnerability to weapons, he fled without a moment's hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, 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 bang. Just as Zhang Chao lamented his narrow escape, several corpses fell from the sky, landing like meat patties not far from Xia Bin. The sight sent chills down Zhang Chao's spine as he glanced upwards, then took off running. Chapter 37. Yuan Fong. You were right. Meanwhile, after Chao Tianming dealt with those intruders, he tossed their bodies out of the corridor windows, discarding them as far as possible. He had no desire to smell their stench lingering in the hallway in the days to come. Once finished, he brushed off the specks of blood on himself, his gaze still exuding an air of cold indifference and ruthlessness, as if the lives he had just cast away were mere bothersome debris. Standing by the window of the corridor, he smoked a cigarette, his eyes fixated on the corpses below. Fresh blood attracted a throng of zombies, with several zombie dogs mimicking the actions of a veterinarian on the grasslands. With so many lives extinguished, the survivors still clinging to life in Building 9 must surely be aware of the recent events. Presumably, peace would reign for a while, at least until no one dared to covet his supplies again. He could finally focus on selecting a consort. Unit 801, Building 9. Wang Yaodong, Zhao Tai, Chu Yunfei, and Fang Yuan sat together, passing a single cigarette among them. Zhao Tai, in particular, appeared pale, his voice trembling. Yuan Fong, you were absolutely right. Thank goodness we didn't go to Chao Tianming to demand supplies. Otherwise, we would have walked right into a death trap. Not only would we have returned empty-handed, but we might have ended up just like those poor souls down there. Wang Yaodong took a deep drag from the cigarette, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke, his brow furrowed. How on earth did he manage to take down more than 20 people? Is he some sort of devil? The chilling memory of those bodies raining down from the sky sent a shiver down his spine. He felt an immense relief that they had heeded Feng Yuan's advice and refrained from approaching Chao Tianming for supplies. Otherwise, they would be. Feng Yuan maintained the calmest demeanor among them, though his brow was also knit in concern. He had considered that Chao Tianming might possess some countermeasure or even a weapon of equality. Yet, he believed that Chao Tianming was merely making an example to instill fear in that group. However, the absence of gunfire was unexpected, and he could hardly fathom that Chao Tianming had eliminated them all. Over 20 individuals. If each wielded a knife, ordinary people would have been reduced to mere pulp. Yet, not a single one managed to land a blow on Chao Tianming, nor did they even have a chance to escape. Well, one did manage to flee, but what difference does one more make? Old Feng, what are you thinking? Wang Yaodong inquired, noticing Feng Yuan's silence. Nothing much, I'm just contemplating how Chao Tianming achieved this. His strength far exceeds our imagination. Those 20 individuals, armed to the teeth, were utterly powerless against him. There must be secrets we are unaware of. Zhao Tai shivered. Whatever those secrets may be, it's fortunate we didn't provoke him. Given the current circumstances, we should focus on our own safety. At that moment, it wasn't just Zhao Tai and his companions discussing the recent events. The commotion caused by Chao Tianming had reverberated throughout Building 9, drawing the attention of other survivors who had heard the anguished cries echoing through the corridor. Many had witnessed the dismal spectacle of bodies plummeting from above. Unit 1801, Building 9. Nicholas Maudo, what just happened? I heard screams from my home. Unit 1601, Building 9. Tonight's wind lifted your quilt. I heard it too. Right above me. It was so brutal. Unit 1301, Building 9. Since childhood, others praised my handsomeness. What's going on? Someone spill the details. Unit 501, Building 9. Pure-hearted membrane repairman. Just take a look out the north window. You'll find out. Unit 701, Building 9. Cece. Oh my god. How did so many people die? Wow. Pictures. Unit 302, Building 9. High mountains and flowing water. I just witnessed the entire process of making tofu pudding. Unit 404, Building 9. Not watching romance or action, just watching romantic action. Give me a break. What's the time for tofu pudding? Who did this? It's utterly ruthless to take so many lives without a second thought. Unit 1005, Building 9. Dream chasing salty fish. I suspect this isn't simple. There must have been a conflict, probably over supplies. In these times, people will do anything to survive. Unit 804, Building 9. Artsy youth Xiaozhong. Regardless of the reason, such cruel methods are utterly heartless. How can we feel secure in this building? It feels like our lives are constantly at risk. Unit 1204, Building 9. Fishing enthusiast old Zhou. I wonder if I'm right. It seems these people were after 1702. If so, they brought this upon themselves. These words, the chat fell silent. Given that Chao Tianming had previously posted a recruitment message in the group, everyone was aware that he likely had substantial supplies. Making it natural for others to covet what he possessed, IT was already generous enough not to act against him. However, they had not anticipated that merely 2 hours had passed before someone attempted to rob him. Let alone that Chao Tianming would eliminate them all with such merciless efficiency. Naturally, those in Building 9 who had been contemplating seizing Chao Tianming's supplies now retreated into their shells, relieved they had not acted sooner. Chao Tianming retrieved his keys and opened the door, immediately encountering Feng Shunan, who stood at the threshold, her face ashen and gripping a kitchen knife. Having witnessed the turmoil in the corridor, she had initially feared for Chao Tianming's safety, seeing the armed intruders as a clear threat. Just as she had mustered the courage to confront the intruders alongside him, she had seen Chao Tianming effortlessly dispatch them with a single blow. Surprise coursed through her as she marveled at her husband's strength. Yet, as the cries of the fallen filled the air, it became apparent that Chao Tianming had transformed into a veritable god of war. Ruthlessly dispatching his foes, she even witnessed one unfortunate soul having their skull smashed in by Chao Tianming's blow. The sheer brutality of the scene turned her complexion ghostly pale, her stomach churning violently as though about to eject its contents. In that moment, she realized that what transpired was far beyond her imagination. This was no mere act of self-defense or repelling villains, but a harrowing massacre. Chapter 38. An unexpected delight. Feng Shunan understood that in this apocalyptic world, it was a matter of kill or be killed. Mercy towards one's enemies was cruelty towards oneself. Yet, the visceral impact of such brutality, witnessed up close, nearly overwhelmed her. Gritting her teeth, she fought to suppress her nausea as she bore witness to the entire ordeal. Once Chao Tianming had dealt with the corpses, he opened the door. He appraised her with a scrutinizing gaze before stepping closer and gently taking the knife from her trembling hands. It's all right. It's all taken care of. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Shuanan's discomfort stemmed from witnessing the entire sequence of events. The first time she had seen him personally take so many lives, he misinterpreted her reaction as fear from the crowd of armed intruders. I am fine, just a bit unsettled seeing so many dead for the first time. Could you spare me a cigarette? Chao Tianming gazed in astonishment at Feng Shunan, remaining silent as he retrieved a Zhuangman cigarette. Delicately igniting it, after taking a puff, he offered it to her. Feng Shunan inhaled sharply, coughing violently. Take it slow, she gasped, nearly brought to tears by the harshness. Wiping her eyes with her hand, she signaled that she was fine and, once she composed herself, added, Darling, why do you enjoy smoking this so much when it's so harsh? Perhaps it was the smoke that choked her, or perhaps it was the presence of Chao Tianming. But her cheeks flushed slightly. Observing her flustered demeanor, Chao Tianming felt a smile creeping onto his lips. You don't smoke now and think it's unpleasant, but once you start, you'll find it hard to quit. It is much like you and me with that. He nonchalantly lit another cigarette for himself. Huh? Feng Shunan was utterly bewildered. All right, I'll freshen up first. You just take your time. I'll call you in a bit. Okay. Sure. The night was particularly tranquil. Welcome to the League of Legends. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. The following text is omitted, consisting of 5,798 characters detailing the gameplay of the computer game League of Legends. After a series of 3 matches, Feng Shunan found herself utterly powerless against her opponent. Darling, I'm too exhausted today. Let us play again tomorrow, shall we? To be honest, she was no match for Chao Tianming in League of Legends. Although he picked up the game quickly, she was merely a novice. Many aspects of the game remained foreign to her, and she struggled to leverage her strengths and utilize her equipment effectively. Therefore, Chao Tianming couldn't demand too much from her. Ultimately, he quietly exited the game, set his phone aside, and picked up a Zhuangman cigarette from the bedside table, lighting it with a sense of detachment before opening Douyin. Darling, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Hearing the slight hesitation in Feng Shuanan's voice, Chao Tianming turned his head, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. What is it? Feng Shunan lowered her head slightly, her hands unconsciously clutching the corner of the quilt, and spoke softly, Darling, may I ask you for a favor? Chao Tianming placed his phone aside, sitting up straight and looking at her earnestly. We don't need to speak of favors between us. Just tell me what you need. Feng Shunan shifted closer to him, whispering, I have a cousin, Anren, who is 23 and also resides in Binhai. Could you bring her here? Darling, she is quite beautiful, not inferior to that girl named Su Ling. If you're considering hiring a female secretary, I believe my cousin would meet your standards. By the end of her request, her voice had dwindled to a whisper. Upon hearing that her cousin was as attractive as Su Ling, Chao Tianming perked up. An unexpected delight. A smirk played on his lips as curiosity glimmered in his eyes. He leaned closer to Feng Shunan, intrigued. Shunan, do you know why I want to hire a female secretary? Feng Shunan was well aware of his reasons. It was simply for convenience, having someone to assist with tasks when necessary. Since she couldn't deter her man's intentions, she chose to support him. After all, people outside were fighting over a mere bag of instant noodles, but her man had an abundance of food. Rather than allow another woman to benefit, it would be better to assist her cousin. It could be considered as keeping the resources within the family. Feng Shunan remained silent, merely nodding in agreement, softly responding, Yes, then you wish for me to bring your cousin here? Aren't you worried? Before Chao Tianming could finish, Feng Shunan interrupted. Darling, my cousin has grown up alongside me. We share a close bond. I have been preoccupied and lacked the means to assist her, but I don't want her to suffer a tragic fate. I have no other family left. On the day of the apocalypse, Feng Shunan had called her parents, but regrettably, she had been unable to reach them since it was evident that they had met with misfortune. Only her cousin, who had grown up with her, remained alive. However, during a phone call earlier that day, she learned that her cousin was also running out of supplies, having eaten only half a potato that day, and was on the verge of collapse. Darling, I beg you, save her. She is genuinely beautiful, and I will persuade her. She is very obedient. Chao Tianming maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he was elated. When the opportunity arises. One must seize it. Very well, send me your cousin's address, phone number, and a photo. I will go to fetch her tomorrow. Additionally, remind her to hide well tonight and await my arrival. Upon hearing Chao Tianming's agreement, Feng Shunan was overwhelmed with joy, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes, thank you, darling. I will tell her to find a safe place and wait for you to come. As she spoke, she hurriedly picked up her phone and dialed her cousin's number, her voice trembling with excitement. After a brief pause, her cousin answered. Cousin, your brother-in-law will come to fetch you tomorrow. Make sure to lock the door tonight and stay safe. You must hold on. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chao Tianming and Feng Shunan rose early. After a simple breakfast, Chao Tianming set out to collect Feng Shunan's cousin. The previous night, Feng Shunan had sent him her cousin Anren's contact information, home address, and photograph. Upon seeing Anren's picture, Chao Tianming's heart leapt with joy. She had an oval face, willow-like brows, cherry lips, and long legs reminiscent of a star named Zhang Runan, a quintessential beauty in the eyes of men. The system had rated her a staggering 93 points, just 1 point shy of Feng Shunan. Name, Anren. Appearance rating, 93. Rewards for scores above 90. Age, 23. Occupation, graduate student in music. Characteristics, fair-skinned, beautiful, long legs, and a voice capable of singing and playing instruments. Text omitted. Progress. Not completed. Chapter 39. Journey westward. Given the events of the previous day, he was reluctant to leave Feng Shunan alone at home. Almost everyone in the neighborhood was aware that Chao Tianming had supplies. If someone discovered that he was gone, they would likely attempt to break in and seize his provisions. The sight of a woman like Feng Shunan would entice them to act. He certainly did not wish to return to find his home ransacked. However, the night brought increased zombie activity, and while he wasn't afraid on his own, the danger escalated with Feng Shunan in tow. If she were to be bitten by a zombie, the loss would be significant. Therefore, Chao Tianming resolved to depart during the day, taking Feng Shunan along. He had heard from Feng Shunan that her cousin Anren lived in the western part of the city, in a newly developed area of Binhai. Many large real estate companies were constructing projects there. The properties were spacious and expansive, with numerous villas. Although many amenities were still underdeveloped and transportation wasn't particularly convenient, affluent individuals had purchased homes there, as they typically drove and were not concerned with transportation issues. Anren's home was located in the recently completed Yuehua International Community, though not the finest community in the Western District. It was certainly a notch above the current residence of Chao Tianming and Feng Shunan. Chao Tianming gathered all the items he could take with him into his storage space. After all, most of them were new and unnecessary to leave behind to gather dust. Just as they were about to head downstairs, an idea struck him. He quietly returned to the rental apartment and retrieved 2 boxes of instant noodles and a box of biscuits. He intended to leave these supplies for the survivor who had informed him the day before. Although the individual had not assisted him directly, providing him with a warning was a gesture of kindness. In the previous day's circumstances, had he lacked the strength, even if that individual had come to help, it would have merely added another life to the chaos. Since the person was willing to forge a bond of goodwill, he felt it was only right to reciprocate. Leaving behind some supplies would settle this debt, as it was possible they would never meet again. He sent a short video message, informing the individual that he had left some supplies in room 1702. The key was hidden under the doormat. If they found it, they should retrieve it promptly. After sending the message, Chao Tianming descended the stairs with Feng Shunan. Meanwhile, in room 801 of Building 9, Feng Yuan stared in astonishment at the message on his phone. He hadn't anticipated that just a day later, Chao Tianming would be leaving. Furthermore, based on the message, it seemed he did not intend to return. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed the location of the key but would have prepared the supplies for the individual to pick up. Old Feng, why are you still dawdling? Let us hurry and get those supplies. Right? If we delay and someone else discovers it, we'll be in trouble. Chao Tianming and Feng Shunan soon reached the ground floor and exited the building. As soon as Chao Tianming pushed open the door, a foul stench assaulted them. Clearly, the corpses that were discarded by him yesterday have succumbed to varying degrees of decay due to the relentless gnawing of the zombies. The foul stench of decomposition unmistakably emanated from those lifeless bodies. The 2 individuals quickly covered their mouths and noses, hastening their departure. The number of zombies within the community had increased significantly. Not long after, Chao Tianming and Feng Shunan encountered a scattered horde of zombies. These grotesque creatures, clad in tattered clothing hanging from their already putrid forms, revealed ghastly white bones in several places. Their skin exhibited a nauseating shade of ashen gray, marred with dark crimson scabs and bite marks, as though they had clawed their way out of the very depths of hell. Their hair, sparse and disheveled, swayed erratically with their movements, while their murky, lifeless eyes glimmered with a ravenous longing for the living. With mouths agape, foul-smelling viscous fluids dripped from their jagged teeth, punctuated by low, hoarse growls that echoed chillingly through the desolate community, sending shivers down the spine. While Chao Tianming remained unfazed, Feng Shunan was witnessing zombies at such close proximity for the first time. Instantly, her face drained of color, and she instinctively took a step back, gripping Chao Tianming's shirt tightly. "Husband." At the sound of Feng Shuanan's trembling voice, Chao Tianming gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. "Do not fear, Shunan. I am here. Just a few zombies. They can be easily dealt with." No sooner had he spoken than the zombies noticed their presence, their eyes turning a blood-red hue, akin to starving beings who had not eaten for a month, surging towards them with frenzied abandon. "They're coming. Take a step back and be cautious," Chao Tianming commanded, retrieving his octagonal hammer from his spatial storage, wielding it with purpose. Though the zombies were swift, Chao Tianming was swifter still. In a single bound, he found himself directly before the nearest zombie. Had the creature possessed any intelligence, it would surely have been bewildered by the sudden proximity of its prey. With a resounding crack, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the zombie was sent soaring through the air, akin to a golf ball struck with force. In its flight, it collided with two other zombies before finally crashing into a large tree, coming to a complete halt. That unfortunate zombie would never rise again, its skull obliterated by the blow, leaving only a jaw still connected to its neck. With each swing of the hammer, once, twice, thrice, another zombie succumbed, rendered immobile. The octagonal hammer in Chao Tianming's grasp became akin to the scythe of death, relentlessly reaping the lives of the undead. Each arc of his swing bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking precisely at the fragile skulls of the zombies, accompanied by the bone-chilling sounds of their demise, as they fell like broken puppets, never to rise again. Feng Shunan watched in rapt amazement, her astonishment growing with each fluid and graceful motion. Had she not spent her days consuming videos that illuminated the dreadfulness of zombies, she might have believed them to be mere paper creations. Yet, this also served to affirm the formidable prowess of Chao Tianming, instilling within her a sense of security. She closely followed him, her eyes brimming with admiration and reliance, silently grateful for the fortuitous decision she had made in the past. In a mere 3 minutes, not a single zombie remained standing. "Let us move on." With Chao Tianming's protection, the pair swiftly exited the community. Upon reaching the street, Chao Tianming promptly retrieved the BMW X7 from his spatial storage. Inside the community, vehicles and pedestrians had been segregated, and the roads were impassable due to the presence of zombies. However, once on the street, the situation changed. Although there were numerous abandoned vehicles lining the road, ample space remained for driving. The two proceeded westward. Chapter 40. Acquiring firearms in Bin Hai, West District, at Yuhua International, Unit 21. Apartment 1801. A beautiful girl with a bun hairstyle anxiously awaited, clutching her phone. This girl was Ran, Feng Shuanan's cousin. She intermittently glanced at her phone screen and then out the window, her eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. Yesterday, upon learning that her cousin Feng Shunan was alive, well-fed, and on her way to rescue her, she could hardly contain her excitement. She had hardly slept a wink that night, and no one knew how she had endured the past 10 days. Her parents had gone on a trip a month prior. Initially, she thought she was free from her mother's incessant nagging and could indulge in her favorite spicy noodle dishes. However, mere days into her newfound freedom, the zombie outbreak occurred, ushering in the apocalypse. After the 3rd day of the outbreak, she lost all contact with her parents. Thus began her descent into a relentless cycle of panic and solitude, clinging to her phone while studying survival guides and observing the outside world. Yet, she was merely a 23-year-old girl, fresh out of university, yet to begin her career, utterly helpless and bewildered in the face of this sudden apocalypse. Throughout the 10 days, she confined herself to her room, ever vigilant of the zombie activity outside. The slightest sound of a growl, her heart raced. Sleep was elusive at night, as she feared a zombie might suddenly breach her sanctuary. She had contemplated seeking out other survivors, But the survival guides warned against trusting anyone, especially neighbors, who could either assist or betray her, with the latter being a far more probable outcome. Thus, she remained ensconced in her small haven, waiting and hoping for someone to rescue her. Yet, as time wore on, her hopes dwindled, and even the official channels ceased their communications, urging self-rescue. It was then that she understood that no one would come for her. Just yesterday, in her despair, she had resolved to seek help from her neighbors, knowing that to obtain food, she would have to offer something in return. What that would entail was clear to her. As just 3 days prior, girls in her building had begun trading their bodies for sustenance. She wrestled with her inner turmoil. On the brink of collapse, her cousin Feng Shunan finally reached out to her, bearing the promise of food and a rescue. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within her, illuminating her darkest hour. Feng Shunan guided Chao Tianming as they journeyed westward. Upon encountering a police station, Chao Tianming brought the vehicle to a halt. Seeing him stop, Feng Shunan queried, "Husband, why have we stopped? Let us check inside. Perhaps we might procure a firearm." Procure a firearm? While Chao Tianming possessed the strength to face zombies without fear and was untroubled by other survivors, Feng Shunan was not so fortunate as seen today. Leaving her alone while he ventured out left him feeling uneasy. Confronting a zombie was one thing. There was a chance of evading them, as they lacked intelligence. However, encountering malicious survivors posed a far graver threat. Such survivors would seize any opportunity to conquer. Hence, Chao Tianming intended to secure a means of protection for Feng Shunan, and a firearm was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Given their current proximity to the police station, he felt it prudent to take a chance. The police station's door stood ajar, exuding an air of eerie silence. With a gentle press of his finger, the heavy door swung open with a resounding thud. Chao Tianming strode in with determination, followed closely by Feng Shunan. In stark contrast to Chao Tianming's nonchalance, Feng Shunan was visibly tense, her gaze darting warily around the room. The lobby lay in disarray, strewn with scattered papers and office supplies, a clear indicator that chaos had reigned here during the disaster. After surveying the surroundings, Chao Tianming proceeded in a specific direction. Feng Shunan hurried to keep pace, her footsteps light, as if fearful that the slightest sound might summon some unknown danger. Following Chao Tianming's chosen path, they traversed a dimly lit corridor, its walls marred with splotches of blood and claw marks. As though some entity had struggled there, sending chills down their spines. Despite the grim atmosphere, Chao Tianming remained composed, his eyes sharp and alert, leaving no corner unexamined for potential weapons. Soon, they arrived at an office door slightly ajar. Chao Tianming carefully pushed it open. The aged hinges creaked ominously, echoing through the stillness of the police station, causing Feng Shunan's heart to race. The interior was equally chaotic, with chairs and tables askew and documents scattered everywhere. This room was likely the archives, though the sign indicating its purpose had long since vanished. Firearms would surely be stored in a designated area, meticulously safeguarded when not in use, and Chao Tianming was well aware of this fact. Thus, after a brief glance around, he stepped back outside. Feng Shunan followed closely, her palms clammy with anxiety, frequently glancing back at the foreboding archive room, as though fearing something might emerge from the disorderly mess. The two individuals continued their journey down the corridor, passing several rooms, most of which had their doors firmly shut. Chao Tianming attempted to push a few open. Some remained immovable, likely locked from within, while others yielded to his touch, revealing either emptiness or merely some damaged office equipment, with nary a firearm in sight. They proceeded along the corridor, where signs of struggle marred the walls, and the sight of dried blood was particularly harrowing. Feng Shunan could not help but shudder and instinctively drew closer to Chao Tianming. Suddenly, a faint noise emanated from ahead, prompting Chao Tianming to signal for silence, and both halted in their tracks. In the next moment, a zombie ambled out from a nearby room, its body grotesquely contorted, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Feng Shunan, terrified, covered her mouth, while Chao Tianming chuckled nonchalantly. To him, the zombie posed no threat whatsoever. Just as he prepared to dispatch the creature, he noticed a gun holstered at its waist. At that instant, his eyes lit up, and a grin spread across his face as he brandished a hammer in his right hand. Swinging it with force, a resounding crash echoed as the zombie was sent flying. One must commend the resilience of the police station's walls. Despite the zombie's skull being pulverized, the wall remained intact. save for a slight dent. Without a second thought, Chao Tianming retrieved the firearm from the zombie's waist. A Type 92? Chapter 41. The truth is within reach. Examining the weapon in his hands, Chao Tianming's eyes sparkled with delight as he murmured, "What fortuitous luck! This Type 92 boasts commendable performance. With it, your safety is further assured." He adeptly inspected the gun, relieved to find it in fairly good condition, likely still operational, with a full magazine. However, he lamented the absence of spare ammunition on the zombie. Feng Shunan, regaining her composure, furrowed her brow at the mangled creature, her stomach churning. It was simply too brutal. Chao Tianming handed the gun to Feng Shunan, instructing, "Take this and familiarize yourself with its weight. I will check the room the zombie emerged from. Perhaps there are some bullets to be found." Hesitating momentarily, Feng Shunan accepted the firearm, gripping it tightly as she stood vigil at the door. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chao Tianming's retreating figure. As he entered the room, a more potent stench of decay assaulted his senses, prompting him to cover his nose as he began rummaging through the disarray. The room was a chaotic mess, with various items strewn about, and after a considerable search, he found himself empty-handed. Obviously, such sensitive items as ammunition would not be carelessly left out in the open. They were likely stored in an armory. Disheartened, he exited the room and shook his head at Feng Shunan, stating, "No bullets in there. It seems we must continue searching for the armory. Husband, should we not return?" "I fear for my cousin Anren," Feng Shunan admitted, her concern for her cousin palpable. After all, during these times, unforeseen events could transpire at any moment. Nodding in agreement, Chao Tianming replied, "All right, there are still a few more rooms ahead. Regardless of our findings, we shall proceed." Truth be told, he harbored similar worries for Feng Shuanan's cousin. Encountering someone with a beauty surpassing a score of 90, coupled with her lack of experience, was indeed a rarity. He had no desire for anyone else to claim her first. Thus, they quickened their pace. Perhaps fortune smiled upon them, for just as Chao Tianming had nearly abandoned hope, they discovered the armory at the corridor's end. Before them stood a massive, heavy alloy door, emanating an aura of coldness and solidity, the word storage emblazoned upon it. Though the inscription had worn over time, Chao Tianming could still discern it clearly. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he approached, pushing against the door, but it remained steadfastly shut, clearly locked. He applied more force, causing the door to emit a resounding thud, yet it showed no signs of yielding. "Well, this is quite secure." Feng Shunan, having joined him, observed the impenetrable door with a furrowed brow and expressed her concern. "It appears to be quite sturdy. Without a key, we may not be able to open it." Chao Tianming smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. Watch your husband work, and no matter how tight, it shall not withstand my efforts." Step back with that. He raised the hammer high and struck the alloy door with tremendous force. Boom, boom. The impact reverberated through the walls, causing the very ground beneath Feng Shuanan's feet to tremble slightly. With one final blow, the steadfast door finally gave way, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Satisfied, Chao Tianming stowed the hefty hammer and turned to Feng Shunan, a smirk of triumph adorning his face as he declared, "What did I tell you? No matter how secure, there is no door we cannot breach." Feng Shuanan's surprise quickly morphed into joy as she hurried forward, eagerly peering inside the armory. Before her lay a spacious and orderly room, with rows of gun racks standing at attention, resembling soldiers awaiting inspection. The shelves glimmered with an array of firearms, their cold metallic sheen captivating even in the dim light, evoking a thrill within her. Even a gentle soul like Feng Shunan could not suppress the sparkle of excitement in her eyes upon witnessing such an arsenal. "Husband, there are so many guns here." "Indeed," Chao Tianming replied, scanning the collection, which included 5 Type 92 pistols, 3 CS-LS-7 submachine guns, and 2 Type 97 riot shotguns, alongside a substantial cache of ammunition. Additionally, there were 2 riot shields, bulletproof vests, and various combat uniforms, all appearing nearly new, as if scarcely used. Overjoyed by the abundance of weaponry, Chao Tianming, a lifelong gun enthusiast, felt a surge of exhilaration. Had it not been for his decent academic performance and the need to care for his grandmother, he might have pursued a military career. Despite his elation, he recognized the urgency of the situation. Anren was still waiting for them. After a brief survey of the equipment, he unceremoniously swept them all into his system storage. "Let us depart." With that, Chao Tianming led Feng Shunan out of the police station. At Moonlight International, Building 21, Room 1301, two men sat together, sharing a cigarette. One was Zhang Wenshan, and the other, his brother Zhang Wenhai. On the day of the zombie outbreak, the two had been at home, drinking and discussing potential layoffs at their company. Little did they know that upon awakening, the world would have irrevocably changed. They found themselves trapped in their home, but fortunately, their food supplies were still plentiful, allowing them to endure thus far. However, with over 10 days past and no sign of rescue, their provisions were dwindling. Elder brother, you need to make a decision. Our food is nearly gone. The outside is crawling with zombies. It won't be long before we starve to death here, Zhang Wenhai implored, taking a drag from the last shared cigarette his brother had offered. Zhang Wenshan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a lengthy silence, he slowly lifted his head, his expression grim as he spoke. We can no longer afford to waste time like this. There must be other residents in this building. We need to venture out and see if there's any food to be had. Zhang Wenhai's face reflected his unease. Elder brother, the outside world is overrun with zombies. Isn't going out a death wish? Are you suggesting we wait here to die? We have hardly any food left, one meal at most. But, Chapter 42, brother, you are truly clever. There are no buts. Right now, we have two choices. The first is to wait here to die. The second is to go outside. Zhang Wenhai understood the futility of inaction, but the thought of confronting zombies filled him with dread. Perhaps sensing his brother's apprehension, Zhang Wenshan offered words of comfort. We will indeed go outside, but we need not seek food ourselves. What do you mean? Zhang Wenhai inquired, puzzled. Zhang Wenshan's face twisted into a cunning smile. Our neighborhood has a high occupancy rate and decent amenities. Surely we can find something to eat. Elder brother, what are you suggesting? Zhang Wenshan lowered his voice conspiratorially. We can start by knocking on our neighbors' doors to see if anyone responds. If there is no answer, it likely means they've met with misfortune, and we can then force our way in and claim whatever supplies they have. Of course, if someone is inside, we will assess the situation and act accordingly. When necessary, we cannot afford to be merciful. Zhang Wenhai's eyes widened in alarm. Elder brother, that seems rather unethical. They are our neighbors. Besides, Haven Tea, we've been living a clean life for years. Zhang Wenshan patted his shoulder. Brother, what does that matter at this point? This is a matter of survival. We must think of ourselves. Moreover, in our current plight, we find ourselves devoid of sustenance, compelled to resort to the act of seizing from others. If we do not take action now, it is likely that in a few days, someone will come to rob us. Zhang Wenhai lowered his head, remaining silent for a while, then slowly nodded in agreement. Elder brother, I shall heed your counsel. Hee, that's the spirit. We shall first target those women. It will be comparatively easier if we encounter a beautiful one. Upon hearing Zhang Wenshan's words, Zhang Wenhai's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Ha, brother, you are truly clever. Suddenly, a series of knocks shattered the tranquility of room 1801. Anren, who had been nervously fixated on her phone, was startled, causing her arm hairs to stand on end. Could it be my cousin and brother-in-law? Anren pondered. However, if they had arrived, they should have called me first. Knock. The knocking persisted. Hello, we are community workers. We have received the latest notice and have been specially arranged to deliver supplies to the survivors. To assist everyone in overcoming this disaster, is anyone home? There are limited supplies. First come, first served. If anyone is present, please open the door to receive them. If not, we will proceed to the next household. Outside the door, Zhang Wenhai whispered to Zhang Wenshan, Elder brother, can we really pull this off? Who would believe that we are here to deliver supplies? Lower your voice. Don't let them hear you, Zhang Wenshan replied. I'll tell you, this household consists of 3 members and lives comfortably. The couple engages in business, frequently traveling, leaving only their daughter at home. She is exceptionally beautiful, surpassing even the stars on television. Most importantly, I haven't seen the couple since the week before the zombie outbreak. I suspect they were away when the chaos erupted, and thus could not return. Do you understand? After speaking, Zhang Wenshan shot a glare at Zhang Wenhai, then bent down to press his ear against the security door, listening intently. Inside, Anren furrowed her brow upon hearing that they were community workers. If this were the first day and community workers had come to deliver supplies, she might have believed them. However, this was already the 11th day. Her own supplies had run dry, and the authorities had not made any announcements online for several days. It was implausible that they would send community workers at this juncture. Clearly, the visitors harbored ulterior motives. Anren's heart raced with fear. She stealthily made her way to the kitchen, withdrawing a dining knife from the rack. Then she crept to the door, peering through the peephole. Outside stood two middle-aged men wearing masks, their faces obscured, clutching a package. Anren gripped the knife tightly, her heart pounding like a rabbit's. She forced herself to remain calm, meticulously observing the movements of the two men outside. They lingered at the door, seemingly awaiting a response, one occasionally glancing at the door number while the other quietly murmured something to his companion, too softly for Anren to discern. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenshan and Zhang Wenhale felt a surge of excitement, realizing someone was inside, as the peephole that had once held a glimmer of light was now shrouded in darkness, indicating that someone was indeed watching them. Survivor inside, are you still alive? We are community workers here to distribute supplies. If you are alive, please open the door to receive them. Anren remained silent, which caused Zhang Wenhale to grow anxious, prompting him to call out again. Friends inside, we are not deceiving you. These supplies were hard-earned. Please open the door and accept them. We genuinely wish to help you. Observing this, Zhang Wenshan quickly tugged at Zhang Wenhale, signaling him to temper his eagerness, then cleared his throat and spoke gently. Well then, since you are hesitant to open the door, we understand. How about this? We will leave the supplies here, and when we are gone, you can come out and retrieve them when you feel safe. As he spoke, he bent down, gently placing the package he held on the ground, deliberately exposing a corner to reveal a visible instant noodle packet. Of course, this noodle packet was empty, filled instead with crumpled paper and refuse, though the exterior concealed its true contents. Although Zhang Wenhale was somewhat reluctant, he followed his elder brother's lead and pretended to leave. The two turned and slowly made their way toward the hallway. Though they intentionally tread lightly, eavesdropping on any sounds from behind, Anren, upon witnessing them leave the package and depart through the peephole, felt a slight sense of relief wash over her. Yet, she remained vigilant, continuing to watch intently until the figures of the two men vanished around the corner of the hallway. It was at that moment that Zhang Wenshan and Zhang Wenhale, hiding around the corner, were secretly observing the movements of room 1801. Zhang Wenhale anxiously inquired, Elder brother, do you think she will open the door? Zhang Wenshan gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he replied in a hushed tone. Do not rush. Let us wait a bit longer. Once she opens the door, we shall. He. Chapter 43. Brother, I will follow your lead. Anren remained fixated on the peephole, acutely aware of her surroundings. Although she was naive, she was certainly not foolish. She would not be swayed by the stranger's deceitful words. In this apocalyptic era, they were not kin, and if they had no ulterior motives, why would they come to deliver supplies? Time passed, and after more than 10 minutes, Zhang Wenshan and Zhang Wenhale grew increasingly anxious as they waited for a response from inside. The occupants were inside, while they were outside. If too much time elapsed without a response, they might instead attract the attention of zombies, which would spell disaster. Damn it, I intended to be clever, but it seems we may have to resort to force. Brother, let us pry it open with that. Zhang Wenshan retrieved another black bag and produced a collection of burglary tools. It is worth mentioning that before they ventured into business, they had indeed dabbled in lockpicking. However, after facing crackdowns and serving time, they decided to abandon that line of work, never anticipating they would one day need to rely on those old skills for survival. Zhang Wenhale looked at the tools with trepidation, voicing his concerns. Elder brother, do you truly believe this will work? If there is more than one person inside, we might be in serious trouble. Zhang Wenshan, fiddling with the lock-picking tools, replied impatiently, We've come this far. Do you still fear? Let us just be cautious. Besides, even if a man is inside, he is but one. How can we not overpower one man and two women? If we are ruthless, we can eliminate him, and the rest will be at our mercy. Upon hearing the mention of women, Zhang Wenhale's eyes lit up, invigorated by the prospect. Brother, I will follow your lead. Just as the two brothers began their attempt to pry open the door, Chao Tianming and Feng Shunan entered the Yuehua International Community. The pathways were in disarray, littered with debris and the remains of bodies ravaged by zombies. Vehicles could not navigate through, so Chao Tianming and Feng Shunan had no choice but to proceed on foot. Let us call my cousin and ask her for directions, Chao Tianming suggested. Hearing his words, Feng Shunan took out her phone and dialed Anren's number. Anren, entirely focused on the door, was startled when her phone suddenly rang. Nearly dropping it in shock, recognizing it was a call from Feng Shunan, she quickly answered. Cousin, we've arrived at the community. Which way should we go? Feng Shunan inquired softly. Overwhelmed by emotions, Anren immediately broke into tears. Sister! The sound of her cousin weeping sent a jolt of concern through Feng Shunan, prompting her to ask anxiously, What's wrong, cousin? With a quivering voice, Anren replied, There are 2 suspicious men outside my door. They claim to be from the community, and I didn't dare to speak, but they haven't left yet and seem intent on prying the door open. Feng Shuanan's heart tightened upon hearing this, and she hurriedly reassured her, Cousin, don't be afraid. Lock the door securely and hide in the bedroom. We will be there shortly. After hanging up, Feng Shunan glanced at Chao Tianming. Before she could speak, she noticed his grim expression and no need to say anything. I overheard your call with your cousin. We must hurry. Chao Tianming's enhanced physical abilities had sharpened his senses, allowing him to hear every word exchanged between Feng Shunan and Anren. It was clear that the 2 men outside were up to no good. Had they not arrived today, Anren would likely have faced dire consequences. Feng Shunan was understandably worried. Anren, being her only surviving family member, was of utmost concern. Moreover, Chao Tianming had already considered Anren as someone dear to him, and he could not bear the thought of her in danger. Thus, the 2 quickened their pace toward Building 21. Disregarding caution, their sole focus being to reach Anren's home as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, at the door of room 1801, Zhang Wenshan and Zhang Wenhale were persistently attempting to pry it open. Zhang Wenhale, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, nervously remarked, Elder brother, this door is rather difficult to breach. Don't you think the noise will attract the zombies? Zhang Wenshan, exerting himself to pry open the door, muttered curses under his breath. Enough with the nonsense, put in some effort. Once we're inside, everything we need will be at our fingertips. 5 minutes later, a sharp click echoed from the lock. A triumphant smile spread across both Zhang Wenshan and Zhang Wenhai's faces. Lowering his voice in excitement, Zhang Wenshan instructed, We did it, second brother. Get ready. Once we're inside, act swiftly. If anyone resists, show no mercy. But the elder brother can't open it. There must be someone inside holding the door. Zhang Wenshan's expression darkened at this remark, and he gritted his teeth in a low growl. Humph, they dare to resist? Second brother, let us put our strength together. I refuse to believe we can't force this wretched door open. With that, the 2 men summoned all their might, desperately pulling on the door. Meanwhile, on the other side, Anren's face was flushed with anxiety as she clung tightly to the doorknob. She knew that if these 2 managed to force the door open, the consequences would be dire. Yet, as a young woman, her strength was ultimately limited, and the door was being pried open inch by inch. Tears welled in her eyes as she shouted, Don't come in. If you do, I'll fight you. The shouts from inside only emboldened Zhang Wenshan and Zhang Wenhai, who became increasingly convinced that there were no formidable adversaries within. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. Could it be a zombie? Zhang Wenhai wondered anxiously, his complexion paling as he unconsciously pulled back on the door with less force. Zhang Wenshan felt a jolt of fear but quickly steeled himself, saying, What's there to be afraid of? Let us get the door open first. If a zombie comes, we can take shelter inside. With renewed determination, they resumed their efforts to force the door. As the footsteps grew louder, they resonated ominously in the tense silence of the corridor, each step seeming to echo in their hearts. Just as the door was about to yield completely, a thunderous voice rang out from the hallway. Hey, what are you 2 doing here? The booming reprimand sent a shiver down Zhang Wenshan and Zhang Wenhai's spines, causing their hands to freeze mid-action. Instinctively, they turned to see a tall figure emerging into view. The person's eyes were icy, like a blade in a cold night, radiating a chilling intensity and fury. It was Chao Tianming, who had hurried over. Feng Shunan arrived shortly after, breathless but filled with vigilance and anger. Zhang Wenshan's heart sank, yet he attempted to feign innocence, stammering, We heard some noise from inside and were concerned something might have happened. So we thought we'd help open the door to check. Feng Shunan scoffed, mercilessly exposing his flimsy excuse. Help? You're prying the door with such fervor and still expect us to believe you? Do you think we're fools? Chao Tianming had no intention of engaging in further pleasantries. Stepping forward, He lowered his voice, yet his tone brimmed with menace. What are you plotting? Don't think we're unaware of your intentions. If you dare to harbor ill thoughts towards my cousin's residence, you won't be leaving here today. Zhang Wenhai's legs trembled in fear, his voice quaking as he replied, Big brother, we truly mean no harm. In this apocalypse, we're all just trying to scavenge for supplies to survive. Scavenging for supplies? Using such despicable means as prying open doors? I suspect you're not seeking supplies but attempting to rob them. Chao Tianming's voice was as frigid as the winter wind, sending shivers down their spines. Zhang Wenhai, intimidated by Chao Tianming's presence, took a step back, but Zhang Wenshan, having regained his composure, drew a concealed dagger from his waist. With a menacing grin, he sneered, Second brother, what are you afraid of? He looks like nothing more than a freshly graduated college student. With the two of us, we can surely overpower him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhai felt a flicker of reassurance. His mind began racing. They had the numerical advantage, and the opponent was unarmed. He and his brother were both armed with knives. This was a clear advantage. As for any other factors, they were irrelevant. It was 2 against 1, and the odds were in their favor. Moreover, his elder brother was eyeing that girl. He thought to himself that once they dealt with this nuisance, he could have his way. All right, as long as we take care of this guy, you can do whatever you want with her. With that, Zhang Wenshan brandished his dagger, his eyes gleaming with greed and malice. Chao Tianming regarded his actions with indifference, a cold smile playing on his lips. You think you can challenge me with that pitiful dagger? How laughably presumptuous. Infuriated by Chao Tianming's scornful demeanor, Zhang Wenshan roared. Attack! Before the last echoes of his voice faded, he lunged at Chao Tianming, the dagger glinting ominously in the dim light of the corridor, aimed directly at Chao Tianming's vital points. Feng Shuanan's face paled as she shouted, Darling, be careful, inside, and Ran gasped in horror, nearly screaming out loud. However, Chao Tianming merely smiled, not even flinching. Just as the dagger was about to make contact, he moved with astonishing speed, grasping Zhang Wenshan's wrist before he could react, rendering him powerless to advance. Humph, with such meager skills, you dare to boast? Chao Tianming scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. With a slight twist of his fingers, a sickening crack echoed from Zhang Wenshan's wrist, followed by a piercing scream as excruciating pain radiated through him, contorting his face in agony, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The dagger slipped from his grip, clattering to the ground. Big brother! Zhang Wenhai exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury coursing through him. He had never anticipated that his elder brother would be so easily subdued by Chao Tianming. What had once seemed like a guaranteed victory now left him feeling utterly disoriented. Yet, there was no turning back. He gritted his teeth and brandished a kitchen knife at Chao Tianming's head, shouting, I'll fight you. Against the forceful swing of the knife, Chao Tianming merely extended 2 fingers, casually and deliberately catching the blade's edge with remarkable precision. Zhang Wenhai felt as if he were striking solid steel. No matter how much strength he exerted, the knife would not budge an inch. Utterly foolish, Chao Tianming's tone remained laced with scorn, his expression one of contempt, as if Zhang Wenhai's efforts were nothing more than a child's game. Zhang Wenhai's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom how his all-out assault had been so effortlessly neutralized. Am I in a movie? Is this some kind of martial arts flick? This guy can't possibly be using some mystical technique. Before he could gather his thoughts, Chao Tianming twisted his fingers slightly, causing the knife to slip from Zhang Wenhai's grasp, which he then caught in his own. Chao Tianming toyed with the knife, a bemused expression adorning his face, as if he were handling a trivial trinket rather than a lethal weapon recently seized from his adversary. Super, he remarked, before exerting a slight pressure, effortlessly crumpling the steel knife into a malleable mass. Witnessing Chao Tianming transform the sturdy knife into a mere lump of metal was akin to encountering a specter for Zhang Wenshan and Zhang Wenhai. Their eyes widened in shock, jaws nearly dropping to the ground, their minds blank as they grappled with the absurdity of the scene before them. Is this even human? Zhang Wenhai stammered, his voice trembling with terror as his legs weakened, nearly giving way beneath him. Zhang Wenshan, though striving to maintain composure, could not hide the tremors of his body and the pallor of his lips, betraying his inner turmoil and fear. He swallowed hard, managing to utter, What kind of monster are you? Chao Tianming chuckled coldly, tossing the crumpled mass of metal to the ground with a clatter that stirred up a cloud of dust. His gaze swept over the two men, as though they were mere insects, and he coldly commanded, "Shunan, take care of these two." Feng Shunan, who had been standing by, was momentarily taken aback by Chao Tianming's words. Then, she watched as he produced a sleek, black handgun from his palm. She recognized it immediately as the 92 style pistol they had just acquired from the police station. Understanding that they would likely face similar situations in the future, Chao Tianming intended for Feng Shunan to adapt to these challenges now. Zhang Wenshan and Zhang Wenhai, still reeling from the earlier shock, were paralyzed with fear as they witnessed Chao Tianming effortlessly produce a firearm. The entire being seemed to soften. The remnants of hope that lingered on the face vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror. "Elder brother, elder sister, please spare us. We truly recognize our mistakes. We beg you to show mercy and let us go this once." Chapter 45. Shunan, times have changed. Zhang Wenhai fell to his knees with a loud thud. He bowed his head repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. He pleaded for mercy, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thump. Soon becoming swollen and bruised, Zhang Wenxian hastily followed suit, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Indeed, we were momentarily blinded by folly. We shall never dare such actions again. Please, treat us as insignificant as dust and release us. We vow to reform and never engage in such disgraceful deeds again." Chao Tianming, however, remained impassive, his gaze icy as he regarded them, akin to two condemned criminals awaiting their fate. He passed the gun to Feng Shunan, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "Shunan, eliminate them. Such individuals are unworthy of sympathy. If we let them go today, they may cause untold harm in the future." Feng Shunan instinctively accepted the firearm from Chao Tianming. Her palms slick with perspiration, the weapon felt disproportionately heavy in her grasp. Biting her lip, a flicker of hesitation danced in her eyes. She was a clever girl, fully aware of the rationale behind Chao Tianming's words. These men were not innocents. Having sought to exploit Anren, faced with them, a decisive response was warranted. They were indeed beyond redemption. Had Chao Tianming been the one to end their lives, Feng Shunan would not have mourned them for a heartbeat. Yet now, the onus lay upon her to extinguish two lives, and she found herself momentarily paralyzed by the weight of that choice. It was not pity for these men that held her back, but rather an internal struggle. After all, before the onset of this apocalypse, she had been an ordinary girl, and the act of killing felt distant and alien. Gazing at the two men whose heads were bloodied from their frantic bowing, Feng Shuanan's expression twisted with difficulty as she looked to Chao Tianming, her eyes rife with conflict and turmoil. Ignoring her gaze, Chao Tianming simply stated, "Shunan, the times have changed. The world we inhabit is no longer governed by morality and law. It has reverted to the primal laws of the jungle. To survive and protect those around you, one must harden their heart. Otherwise, you will merely become a victim, consumed by the stronger." Drawing a deep breath, Feng Shunan slowly raised the gun, aiming at the still begging Zhang Wenxian and Zhang Wenhai. Her hand trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow, upon seeing the dark muzzle pointed at them. Zhang Wenxian and Zhang Wenhai felt their souls flee in terror. Their cries grew even more desperate, repeatedly begging for mercy, as their bodies involuntarily shrank back, but they found no refuge as the cold wall of the hallway blocked their escape. Chao Tianming observed coldly from the side. Knowing this was a hurdle Feng Shunan must overcome, in this chaotic world, compassion could lead to absolute ruin. The dangers would only multiply, and he could not remain by her side indefinitely. Thus, he needed to ensure she matured swiftly, at the very least. She must possess the ability to confront crises and make difficult decisions independently. Feng Shunan bit her lip, a flicker of resolve gradually igniting in her gaze. Yet her finger remained poised on the trigger, lacking the will to pull it that moment. Zhang Wenxian realized that escape was futile. He could only fight for his life. "Damn it, I'll fight you." Once a man whose wrist had been shattered and who had earlier cowered in fear, Zhang Wenxian now surged with a sudden ferocity, leaping from the ground like a feral beast, heedless of his injuries. In that instant, he disregarded his battered body, lunging toward Feng Shunan with desperation and savagery, his eyes aflame with despair and rage. His hands reached for her gun-wielding wrist, attempting to wrest the weapon away in this critical moment. Startled by his sudden, frenzied advance. Feng Shunan instinctively recoiled in that split second. Her finger tightened on the trigger. Bang! The gunfire erupted in the narrow hallway, a deafening sound that shattered the silence of the building. Zhang Wenxian's body stiffened abruptly, his movements frozen in midair, the madness and ferocity still etched on his face. Yet life swiftly ebbed from his gaze. A bullet struck his chest with unerring precision. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, blooming into a vivid crimson flower before him. Feng Shunan stood rooted in place, her eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the slowly collapsing form of Zhang Wenxian. The gun in her hand still emitting wisps of smoke. Her mind went blank, as if time itself had come to a standstill, and the pungent scent of blood invaded her senses, jarring her nerves. Elder brother. Zhang Wenhai's realization struck him like a bolt, witnessing his sibling's tragic demise. His eyes turned bloodshot, rage and hatred consuming him. Like a rabid wolf, he lunged recklessly at Feng Shunan, shouting, "I will kill you." Chao Tianming narrowed his eyes, preparing to intervene at a moment's notice. However, just as Zhang Wenhai was about to reach her, Feng Shunan squeezed the trigger once more. Bang! The bullet shot forth, striking Zhang Wenhai in the shoulder. The force of the impact sent him sprawling to the ground, a cry escaping his lips. Clutching his wound, he lifted his head, blood seeping between his fingers, yet the fire of vengeance in his eyes blazed undiminished. He glared fiercely at Chao Tianming and Feng Shunan. Today you may be stronger, and we concede, but do not rejoice too soon. One day, those even stronger than you will come to exact vengeance. I will wait for you below. Ha ha. Bang, bang. 2 more shots rang out, and Zhang Wenhai was irrevocably removed from this world. Feng Shunan, as if all vitality had drained from her, staggered back, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Chao Tianming was there to steady her. Preventing her fall, observing her dazed expression, his heart was a tumult of emotions. He understood that the cascade of events had been a tremendous shock for Feng Shunan. Yet, there was no alternative. Such was the reality of existence in this apocalyptic world. The 3 gunshots had reverberated throughout the building, startling the remaining survivors. Particularly, the neighbors above and below Anren's residence heard it most clearly. "Honey, what on earth is happening?" "I think it was gunfire." A young couple residing downstairs pressed their ears to the door. The wife clutching her husband's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling with evident fear. The husband's expression was grave as he gestured for silence, peeking through the peephole to observe. Chapter 46. She is my cousin. She will not harm me. The gunfire had startled more than just this household. Many other survivors still clinging to life were equally frightened. However, they dared not venture outside, fearing they might invite disaster upon themselves. Yet, their curiosity propelled them to flood the neighborhood chat with messages. "Did you all hear gunfire just now?" The chat exploded with responses, everyone speculating in a frenzy. "I heard it. It startled me. What is happening? Is someone really shooting? Could it be that zombies have breached the building? Are people fighting them off? Could there be armed intruders? Is there a villain in our midst?" Everyone chimed in with their theories, and the atmosphere of panic permeated the text. A few braver men suggested they investigate together, but their proposals were swiftly met with dissent. "Go out? Are you insane? Going out now is tantamount to seeking death." Meanwhile, Anren remained hidden, eyes tightly shut, her body trembling uncontrollably. She clutched her knees tightly, curling up on the floor. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door made her jump. "Cousin, open the door." Feng Shuanan's voice echoed from outside. Anren, seated on the floor, felt her heart leap into her throat, her body growing even more rigid, unsure of how to respond. She knew that her cousin, who had grown up alongside her, was on the other side of the door, yet the memory of her cousin taking the lives of those 2 men filled her with dread. "Cousin, are you all right?" "It's me, Shunan," the familiar voice called again from outside. Biting her lip, Anren slowly stood, her legs quaking as if they could scarcely support her weight. Leaning against the wall, she inhaled deeply, attempting to calm herself. "She is my cousin. She will not harm me. She is my cousin. She will not harm me," she mentally reassured herself, forcing herself to forget the gruesome scene she had just witnessed. Slowly, she approached the door, each step feeling like a monumental effort. When her hand brushed against the doorknob, she hesitated for a moment, the horrific images flashing through her mind. Nevertheless, She ultimately opened the door as the door swung open. She instinctively took a step back, her eyes locked onto the figure outside. Yet, when she saw Feng Shuanan's face etched with urgency and concern, the last remnants of her fear evaporated in an instant. "Cousin, are you all right? Sister." At this moment, Anren's nerves could no longer withstand the tension, and she suddenly burst into tears. Observing this, Feng Shunan quickly stepped forward, enveloping Anren tightly in her embrace, gently patting her back while repeatedly saying, "Cousin, do not cry. It is I, your elder sister, who has arrived late." However, before Anren could utter a word, Feng Shunan noticed Anren's head tilt as she fainted. "Anren, Anren." Feng Shuanan's heart raced with urgency, her voice trembling as she called out Anren's name, tightening her grip in an attempt to rouse her. Chao Tianming hurried over, extending his hand to check Anren's breath, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "There is still a pulse. It seems she has merely fainted from overwhelming shock. We must carry her inside." 2 hours later, Anren slowly regained consciousness. "Cousin, you are awake." Feng Shunan had remained vigilant by her bedside, and upon seeing Anren awaken, her face instantly lit up with a mix of joy and concern. She rushed forward, gently placing her hand on Anren's forehead, and asked with genuine care, "How do you feel, dear cousin? Is there anywhere that discomforts you?" Anren's gaze was still somewhat dazed, and it took her a while to fully awaken. Recalling the events that had transpired, a wave of trepidation washed over her. She looked at Feng Shunan and weakly murmured, "Sister, I doubt I am fine now, just a bit lightheaded." "That is good to hear, very good indeed. Come, let us have some porridge." Feng Shunan was aware that Anren's family had run out of provisions. Thus, she had taken the liberty of preparing some porridge while Anren was unconscious, eagerly awaiting her cousin's recovery to serve it. With that, Feng Shunan turned and retrieved the steaming bowl of porridge from the table. She scooped a spoonful, gently blowing on it before offering it to Anren's lips, speaking softly, "Cousin, please eat a little to settle your stomach." Anren was deeply touched by Feng Shuanan's concerned and careful demeanor. She slightly parted her lips and consumed the spoonful of porridge. The warm liquid slid down her throat, bringing a comforting warmth to her previously empty stomach. And she felt her strength gradually returning. "Sister, thank you," Anren said softly, her eyes brimming with gratitude for Feng Shunan. Feng Shunan smiled. "Silly girl, why would you thank me?" She continued to patiently feed Anren the porridge. "Each spoonful served with meticulous care. Don't just focus on feeding me. You should eat something too. I had my meal this morning. This porridge was specially prepared for you. You have been hungry for days, so you cannot indulge in anything too rich at once. Start with the porridge to help your stomach adjust. Tonight, I shall prepare hot pot for you." Upon hearing this, Anren's eyes brimmed with tears. She understood how scarce and precious food was in this apocalyptic world. Not to mention hot pot, even this simple bowl of porridge could incite fierce competition outside. Surely, her elder sister was merely trying to comfort her. "Sister, given the current situation, how could we even hope for hot pot? This porridge is already a blessing," Anren hastily replied, feeling a pang of sympathy for her elder sister. Yet Feng Shunan chuckled, ruffling Anren's hair. "Anren, do not fret. I have it all figured out. Once you finish eating, I will take you to meet your brother-in-law. You have yet to meet him." Anren was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Feng Shunan in confusion. She had indeed met her brother-in-law before. She had even been a bridesmaid at Feng Shuanan's wedding. Perhaps sensing Anren's puzzled gaze, Feng Shunan suddenly remembered that she had not informed her about her relationship with Chao Tianming. "Oh dear Anren, how could I forget to tell you?" Feng Shunan proceeded to recount the events that had transpired since the outbreak of zombies, how she had encountered Chao Tianming, and how she had come to be his partner. Initially, Anren listened with trepidation, astonished to learn that her sister's husband had chosen to abandon her on their wedding day, leaving her to navigate the most desolate and helpless period of her life alone. As Feng Shunan continued, Anren's astonishment only deepened. Chapter 47. Brother-in-law, you don't happen to possess a system like the protagonists in novels, do you? Eventually, I met your current brother Law. To be honest, there were times when I wished to end it all. But fortunately, your brother-in-law has been genuinely kind to me. Although he can be a bit domineering, he treats me well, and his strength is formidable. With him, I have no worries about food and drink, which gives me the confidence to survive in this apocalypse. Just seeing him makes me fearless. Anren gazed at her elder sister, who wore a blissful yet slightly bashful expression, feeling a surge of emotions. While she was genuinely happy for her sister, she couldn't help but envy her for finding someone as dependable as Chao Tianming. Sister, you are truly fortunate to have encountered someone like brother-in-law. After all the suffering you endured, you finally have someone who cares for you and protects you. Your brother-in-law has many strengths, but he is not without flaws. What flaws? Anren asked instinctively. His only flaw is that he is too robust. You will understand in time. Chao Tianming sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette while browsing WeChat. Following the events of the previous night, he had received even more friend requests. The red notification on his WeChat had now reached 99. Dear little brother, please save me. I haven't eaten in 2 days. How do I look? Image. Quite ample, but she looks to be about 50. Calling me little brother is really trying to take advantage of me. Block. I love eating beefy bunnies. Brother. I am 19 this year. How do you find me? I might be a tad chubby, but I am certainly fair. Fair indeed, but what do you mean by a tad chubby? I feel like you should be bringing Michelin a warning. Block. Crazy little sheep. Bro, which building and room number are you in? You must have stockpiled a lot of supplies. I am willing to pay for them. Name your price. Crazy little sheep. Don't be silent. If you seek women, here is my girlfriend. See what you think she is worth in food. Seeing this message, Chao Tianming couldn't help but reply. Tianming Logistics, dude, you're selling your own girlfriend? Let's be honest, that's quite despicable of you. Besides, it's not that your girlfriend is unattractive, nor is it that I don't find her appealing. I simply believe that as a young man of ideals, morals, and charm, associating with you would be a disgrace. Bah. Block, Midnight Weapon. Hello, I know you are not interested in money, but I have a plethora of attack speed and crit gear. Can these be traded for supplies? Although I may not be a stunning beauty, I possess a certain charm and can perform a split. After reading the images sent by this Midnight Weapon, Chao Tianming felt a surge of blood pressure. He quickly lit another cigarette to calm himself. Damn it, when I have time, I must gather supplies. I can't just rely on large supermarkets. I must also visit those unattended roadside shops. Coastal Quanjinai, brother. Must a secretary be a woman? Can't we be less strict about gender? What a woman can do, I can do too. Initially, he thought the 50-year-old woman was unbeatable, only to discover that there were still formidable competitors. A single recruitment message had drawn countless oddities, both male and female, young and old, and even some effeminate men. Truly, it was a sight to behold. However, logically speaking, even if there were no outstanding women, it shouldn't all be such peculiar individuals. To spare himself from rising blood pressure, Chao Tianming set his phone down and moved to the window to smoke. Click. The bedroom door was pushed open from the inside. Feng Shun slowly led Anren out. The moment Chao Tianming turned to look, his eyes brightened. To be honest, this sister-in-law was quite captivating, with willow-like brows and cherry lips. After assessing her, he felt an urge to take action. Honey, allow me to formally introduce you. This is my cousin Anren. Feng Shuanan's voice shattered the silence within the room. Anren, this is your brother-in-law, Chao Tianming. Upon hearing this abrupt introduction, Chao Tianming was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly composed himself. A warm smile spreading across his face as he greeted, Hello, cousin Anren. I have often heard Shunan speak of you, and seeing you today, I find you even more radiant than her descriptions. Uncertain of what the sisters had discussed in the bedroom, Anren felt her fair complexion flush with a rosy hue upon first meeting Chao Tianming, akin to the clouds at dusk. When his gaze fell upon her, she seemed a tad bashful, lowering her head slightly. Only when Chao Tianming spoke did she timidly lift her head, a smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, Hello, brother-in-law. The voice was akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze brushing against the willow branches. Soft and melodious, reminiscent of a yellow oriole's sweet song echoing through the verdant valleys and tranquil forests, imbued with a touch of youthful innocence and untainted purity. A mere handful of simple words flowed from her lips. As vibrant as cherries, yet they seemed to carry a lingering resonance, softly reverberating in the air of the room, subtly stirring the hearts of those nearby. Upon hearing this sound, Chao Tianming could not help but be momentarily taken aback. A vague ripple of indescribable emotion surfacing deep within him. He mused quietly, indeed, the exceptional is truly exceptional. Even her voice possesses a certain allure. Darling, I'm going to prepare dinner, Feng Shunan said tenderly. Sister, I will help you with the cooking. Anren chimed in eagerly, hastening to follow her sister Feng Shunan, ready to lend a hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Chao Tianming's lips curled into a faint smile, a gentle expression gracing his features, before he retrieved a plethora of ingredients from his spatial realm. This action left Anren momentarily astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. Despite the many tales her cousin Feng Shunan had shared about Chao Tianming, revealing his remarkable abilities, witnessing the ingredients materialize before her eyes rendered Anren speechless with awe. Her eyes widened as she stared at the heap of ingredients, as if gazing upon some rare treasure. Noticing Anren's reaction, Feng Shunan gently patted her shoulder and chuckled. "What do you think? Isn't it marvelous? I was just as astonished the first time I saw it. It was only then that Anren regained her composure, stammering, "Sister, this is simply unbelievable. How on earth did brother-in-law manage this? Brother-in-law, you don't possess a system akin to that of a protagonist in a novel, do you?" Faced with the incredulous gaze of his sister-in-law Anren, Chao Tianming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This girl certainly has a keen perception. Chapter 48. Mr. Chao, my father passed away early. If you do not mind, I would like to provide for your old age. Chao Tianming retreated to the living room for a smoke, while Feng Shunan and Anren busied themselves in the kitchen. The presence of multiple women in the household proved advantageous, as within a short time, they had thoroughly cleaned the ingredients. Anren's residence was notably more spacious compared to Feng Shuan's, featuring a standard layout of 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. The independent dining room was decorated simply yet elegantly, and at that moment, the white frosted stone dining table was adorned with an array of mouth-watering ingredients. To the naked eye, there were 4 large plates of meat rolls alone, accompanied by tender tripe, crisp bean curd sheets, and a vibrant assortment of vegetables and seafood, replete with oceanic essence. Originally, they had dined on hot pot the previous day, and by all accounts, it was time for a change. However, considering Anren had not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time, coupled with Chao Tianming's insatiable appetite for hot pot, he and Feng Shunan decided to indulge in hot pot once more. Chao Tianming initially contemplated retrieving a bottle of red wine to complement the meal, but upon reflection, he deemed that beer would be more fitting for hot pot, and thus decisively extracted several chilled craft beers from his spatial realm. In the past, Chao Tianming never recorded videos of his meals to share on social media. However, times had changed. To attract more attention, one must bait the hook. He took out his advanced Mate 110, disregarding any filters, and began to enthusiastically capture images of the sumptuous spread before him. "Family, today we simply enjoy hot pot, the essence of life." Finally, he pulled Feng Shunan and Anren over, positioning them on either side of him for a snapshot. As Chao Tianming's video was posted, the community group for the exquisite Qingqing neighborhood erupted in excitement. "Oh my goodness, is Mr. Chao drinking again? Mr. Chao, don't you ever tire of hot pot? How about letting me try some, so I can determine if it's truly as delightful as you say? Beef rolls, lamb rolls, tripe, bean curd sheets, lettuce, cilantro, oil wheat, tribute vegetables, broccoli. Bamboo shoots, giant prawns, king crabs. Good heavens, these are all my favorites, wah. I thought I was being extravagant for enjoying a self-heating hot pot, but I had no idea there were such experts out there. Mom, I suddenly feel that my self-heating hot pot isn't so appealing anymore. Brother, can you finish all this by yourself? Can you take me along? If you don't like me calling you brother, I can call you Dad. You up there, stop that. With your chubby waist and large backside, how dare you call Mr. Chao Dad? Eat dirt, will you? Mr. Chao, my father passed away early. If you do not mind, I would like to provide for your old age." What is going on? What is going on? Just because you have some food at home, you think you're special. If it weren't for the zombie outbreak, who couldn't afford to eat, why flaunt it? Huh? And what s with hiring a female secretary? It seems like you are just out to deceive young girls. It's just a mountain of food. Can he even finish it all? Isn't this wasteful? Many families are struggling to find food in these trying times, and he doesn't even consider sharing. You're all blind. Can't you see? Mr. Chao isn't he alone? What about the 2 stunning beauties sitting beside him? Oh my heavens, these are truly exceptional. If I could just spend one night with such women, I would gladly settle for a hot pot meal. Who's urinating yellow? Wake him up for me. I'm afraid a diabetic might enjoy it too much. It seems Mr. Chao's job postings are genuine. As long as you have good looks, You can truly enjoy hot pot there. Tianming Logistics, little brother. I've added you as a friend. Please accept my request. In Qingqing Yijing Community. Building 34, Apartment 1306, Zhang Xinyue gazed at the video on her phone, swallowing repeatedly, her eyes filled with longing. In this apocalyptic world ravaged by zombies, where resources were severely scarce, the hot pot feast depicted in the video felt like a temptation from heaven. She had seen Chao Tianming's video the previous day, but, clinging to the last vestiges of pride, she had resisted the urge to add him as a friend. Unlike others who begged for favors, attempting to exchange their bodies for sustenance, she had resolved to venture out alone in search of supplies. Yet, before she could act, she chanced upon another video from Chao Tianming in the community group today. The video revealed a gleaming white dining table laden with abundant food, and to her astonishment, two exceptionally beautiful girls were already by Chao Tianming's side. Clearly, someone had already gained his favor and was sharing in the culinary delights. Torn between the remnants of her pride and dignity and the primal instinct for food, along with the fierce desire to survive, Zhang Xinyue felt an internal conflict raging within her. She understood that in this desolate world, every morsel of food was invaluable, and missing this opportunity might mean never encountering it again. However, to acquire such food, she would have to offer herself in return. Dad, Mom, I can't hold on any longer. She too was human, yearning for sustenance, especially given her rigorous training that heightened her need for nourishment. Zhang Xinyue's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, her defiance preventing them from falling. She bit her lip, leaving deep imprints from her teeth, as if that could quell the tumultuous struggle and anguish within her. As tears finally fell, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhang Xinyue extended her delicate, fair hand and picked up the phone from the coffee table. On the other end, Su Ling was hiding in her room, eating instant noodles. Halfway through her meal, she noticed that Chao Tianming had updated his social media. Upon checking, her eyes widened in disbelief. The post showcased a lavish spread of food, an impressive array of meats, vegetables, and seafood amidst the desolate landscape of scarcity surrounding them. These culinary delights appeared like an oasis in a desert, dazzling and captivating, making it impossible to look away. Su Ling, with a mouthful of instant noodles, suddenly found her usual comfort food utterly bland. Unable to believe her eyes, she rubbed them and leaned closer to the screen to confirm what she had seen. And as the reality sank in, a surge of anger began to swell within her. What was Chao Tianming thinking? While she was here eating instant noodles, he was indulging in hot pot. He had promised to come pick her up yesterday. But today, he hadn't shown up, and instead, he was cuddling with two stunning women. This was simply intolerable. Chapter 49. A double delight. Su Ling, infuriated, tossed her chopsticks onto the table and began to pace back and forth in her cramped room. Her face flushed with anger as she walked. She cursed Chao Tianming in her mind, replaying every unflattering word she could think of. In her eyes, Chao Tianming should be at her beck and call. Since he had promised to pick her up, his food ought to belong to her. Now, seeing him enjoy it with other women was unacceptable. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling betrayed by him. Her fury surged like the tide, crashing against her reason. She halted her pacing, plopped down onto the bed, and crossed her arms, her chest heaving with indignation. After a while, she gradually calmed down a bit. Su Ling, though a self-centered individual, was not foolish. When Chao Tianming failed to arrive to pick her up, she hesitated to directly call and confront him. The thought of provoking his ire and resulting in him not showing up at all left her apprehensive. Akin to an elderly lady wrestling with an unyielding old man, a predicament she could not afford. Thus, she forcibly suppressed her rising anger, picked up her phone, and began to scroll rapidly across the screen, her words devoid of any overt dissatisfaction. Tianming, what are you busy with? I miss you. When will you come to get me? I'm feeling quite scared here. After sending the message, Su Ling let out a long sigh. Yet her heart felt as though it were weighed down by a heavy stone. She placed her phone aside and resumed eating the half-cold instant noodles, but after just one bite, the bland taste made her frown, prompting her to set the noodles down once more. Leaning back against her bed, she stared at the ceiling, her mind flooded with images of the delectable foods showcased in Chao Tianming's social media posts. Alongside the two women nestled closely beside him, in an instant, the flames of jealousy ignited within her. She mused that once Chao Tianming replied, if his tone were agreeable and he was willing to come for her. She would settle the score with him later, demanding he present her with those delicious dishes as compensation. Conversely, if his attitude were poor and he refused to come, she would not easily relent. She could not allow him to comfortably indulge while she suffered alone. In this tumultuous and tangled train of thought, Su Ling anxiously awaited Chao Tianming's response, each passing second feeling like an eternity. Yet, disappointment was her destined fate. At that moment, Chao Tianming was reveling in a feast with Feng Shunan and Enran. This meal afforded Enran a long-forgotten sense of fullness. As the meal progressed, she grew increasingly familiar with Chao Tianming, occasionally sharing light-hearted jokes during their animated conversations. However, even the briefest of accidental glances between them would leave her cheeks flushed. The reason behind her shyness stemmed from a conversation she had earlier that morning with her cousin Feng Shunan, who spoke at length about how the three of them would live together in the future. The mere thought of cohabiting with her cousin and her cousin's husband made her blush uncontrollably. Was she resistant to it? To be honest, she initially felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing her cousin's sudden declaration. After all, the era of polygamy had long since faded. In contemporary society, the notion of two women sharing a single husband was virtually non-existent among the common folk. Thus, when her sister unexpectedly proposed such a living arrangement, Enran felt immensely bashful. Nevertheless, she was a perceptive individual, recognizing that in this apocalyptic world, survival necessitated either possessing the means to fend for oneself or relying on others. In the past few days, she witnessed many women, who were once proud and elegantly adorned, demeaning themselves for mere scraps of food, even resorting to selling their bodies. Realizing her own limitations, she understood that in order to survive, she must depend on others. Consequently, after reconciling this notion, she ceased to resist the idea of sharing a husband with her cousin. Even if she did not hold affection for the individual, survival was paramount, and sacrifices were inevitable. Thus, she silently prayed that her new brother-in-law would not be overly unattractive, for she was quite particular about appearances. When she finally beheld Chao Tianming's visage, she was taken aback. She never anticipated her brother-in-law would be so strikingly handsome. His deep-set eyes seemed to harbor countless untold stories, while his prominent nose and slightly upturned lips bore a hint of a carefree smile. The contours of his face were chiseled yet softened, and his tousled black hair appeared both neat and spirited, exuding a unique charm that emanated not only from his appearance, but also from an inner confidence and composure. To describe him succinctly, sharp brows and bright eyes, an imposing presence. Any lingering feelings of resistance within her dissipated in an instant, replaced by a flicker of delight. After all, her brother-in-law's appearance aligned perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. Now fully satiated, Enran would occasionally steal glances at Chao Tianming seated across from her, her heart racing with anticipation for the night to unfold. Having been raised as a model of propriety, she had never engaged in anything so exhilarating. Chao Tianming, relaxed in his chair, indulged in a cigarette while casually sliding his finger across his phone screen. A barrage of messages flooded in, all from individuals seeking to barter food from him. He noticed the red notification on Su Ling's profile but chose to ignore it. He had little interest in women of such low caliber. At that moment, several strangers added him as friends, prompting him to continue his selection process. A disciplined man must not allow a minor success to deter him from his work. What is this? Name: Zhang Xinyue. Appearance rating: 92. Rewards for scores above 90. Age: 21. Occupation: performing arts university student. Traits: dashing and resilient. Dating experience: 0. Overall evaluation: a girl skilled in martial arts. Progress: incomplete. Wow! Double the joy. Upon seeing the system prompt beside the photograph, Chao Tianming was momentarily taken aback. Then, a radiant smile illuminated his face, his eyes glimmering with excitement. When had his luck become so fortuitous? This was indeed a double blessing. Who said fortune never knocks twice? Chao Tianming swiftly typed a response. Interview successful. Please send me your address. I will come to pick you up now. Faced with such a quality candidate, Chao Tianming knew he must act swiftly, especially with someone so inexperienced. She was a precious find. Should he arrive too late and allow her to fall prey to unsavory characters, it would be disastrous. Before long, she sent him her address. Qingqing Yijing, Building 34, Room 1306. After receiving the information, he replied succinctly, "Stay hidden. Wait for me." He then stood up to dress. While putting on his clothes, he called out to Feng Shunan, who was tidying up in the kitchen. "Shunan," and ran. "Come here." The two women hurriedly set down their utensils and approached. "What is the matter, darling?" "I need to step out for a bit. Take these two guns. Use them for self-defense if necessary." As he spoke, 292-style pistols appeared in his hands as if conjured from thin air. "Honey, what is this?" Feng Shunan asked, puzzled. "Someone has successfully applied for the position, and I'm going to pick her up." And Ran remained somewhat confused, but Feng Shunan understood the implications. She was astonished that someone had actually passed the interview. After all, Chao Tianming had previously stated that applicants must be on par with her in beauty, or they would not be accepted, and their bodies had to be clean. The previous woman, Su Ling, had been dismissed for her perceived flaws. "Darling, please be careful." Feng Shunan gently adjusted his attire, her voice soft. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. You both must lock the door after I leave. If any threats arise, shoot." Chao Tianming's tone was serious, his gaze scanning Feng Shunan and Enran's faces, conveying an unyielding gravity. Both women nodded obediently in response. After Chao Tianming departed, Enran locked the door and then turned to Feng Shunan, asking, "Sister, who is brother-in-law going to pick up?" "Someone like us." "Enran?" Chao Tianming descended the stairs and promptly unveiled his prized possession. A BMW later 719, roaring to life as he exited the community. This moment, traveling alone, riding a motorcycle was far quicker and more convenient than driving. He sped along, quickly arriving at the Qingqing Yijing community. When he left that morning, he had assumed he would not return. Yet merely half a day later, fate had brought him back to this place. Chao Tianming entered the premises, the roar of his motorcycle echoing throughout the community, immediately drawing the attention of the survivors within. They flocked to their windows, peering out toward the source of the noise. "Who's making such a ruckus? Don't they fear attracting zombies? This young man is quite reckless. Doesn't he know that zombies are sensitive to sound? Humph! What a fool!" The survivors, hidden within the buildings, expressed their disdain at Chao Tianming's ostentatious display, deeming his behavior nothing short of suicidal. Unbeknownst to them, Chao Tianming remained oblivious to their thoughts and had no concern about whether the noise might attract zombies. He simply was not afraid. After receiving Chao Tianming's message, Zhang Xinyue sat quietly on the sofa, waiting. Yet, as time ticked by, nearly an hour had elapsed, and impatience began to stir within her. She frequently glanced at the door and then down at her phone, anxious not to miss a single message from Chao Tianming. Such is the nature of people. They often oscillated between hope and anxiety. Before sending her application to Chao Tianming, she had weighed her dignity and his reliability. In this modern age, after sending a message, she anxiously awaited a response, her mind plagued by doubts about whether the other party was deceiving her. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, a faint sound echoed from outside the door. Could it be Chao Tianming? Her heart raced, and she hurried to the entrance. Peering through the peephole, a figure approached slowly, and she clenched her fists in nervous anticipation. However, when she discerned the silhouette outside, she was startled. It was not Chao Tianming at all, but rather a zombie wandering the corridor. Zhang Xinyue instinctively covered her mouth, terrified of making a sound that might attract the creature's attention. She understood that if she alarmed the zombie, it would scratch at her door relentlessly. Although her door was sturdy, she preferred not to have a zombie stationed outside. Cautiously, she retreated to the living room and grasped the tang knife resting on the coffee table. The zombie lingered at the door, and from her position on the sofa, Zhang Xinyue could occasionally hear its low growls. Suddenly, the tranquility of the room was shattered by the ringing of her phone. The unexpected sound made her jump slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and answered, "Hello. I'm downstairs. Could you please call the elevator?" Zhang Xinyue responded, "I'm sorry, I can't open the door to call the elevator right now. Perhaps you could wait a moment before coming up." Chao Tianming, hearing her voice from the phone, frowned in confusion. "What's going on? Did someone else get there first? Damn it, if someone has taken my place, I'll crush them." His tone turned icy. No, it's just that there's a zombie outside my door, and I can't go out to call the elevator. Once it leaves, you can come up. But it's too dangerous right now." Hearing her explanation, Chao Tianming's expression relaxed. He had feared he was too late, but he dismissed the threat. "It's just a zombie. I'll take care of it." Zhang Xinyue wanted to say more, but she was cut off by the sound of the call disconnecting. With a sigh of frustration, she was filled with worry. After an internal struggle, she had finally resolved to forego her dignity for a chance at survival. And now, he had come as promised. She fervently hoped that the zombie at her door would not lead to an unfortunate outcome for him. That would spell disaster. She tightened her grip on the tang knife, contemplating whether she should assist Chao Tianming if he encountered trouble with the zombie. Before long, she heard heavy footsteps approaching in the hallway. Zhang Xinyue leaned against the door to peer outside. A young man, approximately 185 centimeters tall, ascended the stairs with a steady gait. He was athletic, his heavy steps exuding confidence, and he carried a specialized octagonal hammer used for construction. Chapter 51. Are you planning to use that giant toothpick to pick my teeth? At that moment, the zombie detected Chao Tianming and was instantly drawn to the living energy radiating from him. His teeth emitted a chilling, excited growl and lunged at him, claws outstretched. However, Chao Tianming remained unfazed. A smirk of disdain curling his lips, he casually weighed the octagonal hammer in his hand, its weight seemingly negligible. Just as the zombie was about to pounce, he swiftly sidestepped, evading its sharp claws with ease. Following through, he swung the hammer in a powerful arc, the air whistling around it as it struck the zombie's head with precision. There was a dull thud, and the creature's skull shattered like a ripe watermelon, brains and blood splattering everywhere. Its body crumpled to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Inside, Zhang Xinyue witnessed this heart-stopping scene through the peephole. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, her expression a mix of astonishment and shock. She had anticipated a fierce struggle, but to her astonishment, the battle had ended before it truly began. She even questioned whether the creature she had just seen was truly a zombie or if they were all so feeble. Just as she was grappling with her shock, Chao Tianming knocked on her door, the sound ringing clearly in the quiet hallway, snapping her back to reality. Her hand trembled on the doorknob, and she hesitated to open it. A wave of indecision washed over her. She questioned whether inviting him to pick her up had been the right choice. Yet, Chao Tianming, seeing no response, knocked again, this time with greater urgency. Open the door. I know you're home. He then pulled out his phone to call Zhang Xinyue. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing a girl clad in snug yoga attire, sporting a playful bun, and wielding a tang knife. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, her skin porcelain white, and her features strikingly defined, with slightly raised eyebrows lending her an air of confidence. Yet, the wariness reflected in her gaze added an unexpected allure. Truly, she was a beauty deserving of a score of 92. Her looks, figure, and demeanor were all of exceptional quality. Even though her yoga outfit concealed her figure, Chao Tianming found her even more alluring. Perhaps sensing his unabashed stare, Zhang Xinyue instinctively crossed her legs and placed her left hand over her chest. Stepping back slightly, observing her reaction, Chao Tianming smirked and began, "Hello, I am Chao Tianming." Zhang Xinyue raised her gaze slightly, her eyes lingering on his face as she softly replied, "Hello, I'm Zhang Xinyue. Thank you for coming all this way." Her voice carried a hint of nervousness and shyness, her grip tightening around the tang knife. Noticing this, Chao Tianming chuckled and teased, "Beautiful lady, are you planning to use that giant toothpick to pick my teeth?" He continued, "There's no need to be nervous or afraid. Since you've decided to follow me, I will ensure your safety. Of course, if you're wary of me, it's unnecessary, for if I intended to harm you, even if you wielded a gun, it wouldn't pose any threat to me." His words startled Zhang Xinyue, making her heart race. She hadn't expected him to perceive her apprehension so quickly. Yet his boastful demeanor was hard to swallow, and no matter how formidable he was, claiming that even a gun posed no danger was a stretch. However, she refrained from voicing her doubts, merely biting her lip and gazing at him. Chao Tianming, sensing her hesitation, chose not to press further. "Have you packed everything you need? If all is well, we should leave." Unbeknownst to Zhang Xinyue, Chao Tianming intended to take her away from the neighborhood. So she had packed only a few essentials. He reached for her suitcase and effortlessly stored it within his system space. Zhang Xinyue blinked in disbelief, convinced she was seeing things. After confirming her suitcase had vanished into thin air, her eyes widened in shock, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. As a young person, she had certainly read fantasy novels and watched Xinxia dramas, believing such abilities to be fictional. Yet here it was, unfolding before her very eyes, leaving her mind in a state of chaotic astonishment. How did you do that?" she finally managed to ask, her tone laced with incredulity, her gaze fixated on Chao Tianming as if searching for answers. He smiled, recalling how Feng Shunan had reacted similarly upon witnessing his ability to make objects disappear. "It's merely a small ability of mine. Don't be too surprised, I'll explain it to you when the opportunity arises." His tone was casual, as if discussing an everyday occurrence. Zhang Xinyue remained entranced by the revelation, her heartbeat quickening as questions flooded her mind. However, she discerned that Chao Tianming was not inclined to elaborate, so she wisely held her tongue and followed him quietly. After locking the door, they descended the elevator together. Once outside the building, Zhang Xinyue noticed that Chao Tianming was leading her away from the neighborhood. Prompting her curiosity, "Where are we going?" she asked. Chao Tianming glanced back at her, his expression calm as he replied, "We're heading to the Yuehua International Community in Binhainu District." Zhang Xinyue furrowed her brows, her curiosity intensifying. "Why there? Don't you live in this community?" she queried, her steps slowing as she pressed for answers. Chao Tianming explained as they walked, "With the increasing population, there aren't enough houses here to accommodate everyone, so we'll be moving there." Although his explanation was straightforward, the tone carried an air of inevitability. Zhang Xinyue listened to Chao Tianming's explanation and couldn't help but slightly curl her lips, inwardly scoffing. What kind of justification is this? If the house is too small, one can simply move to a larger one. Why go all the way to Binhainu District? However, she refrained from pressing further and silently followed Chao Tianming as they continued onward. Chapter 52. Step aside, I am about to show off. Under Chao Tianming's formidable protection, the two swiftly exited the community. During this time, Zhang Xinyue once again witnessed Chao Tianming's extraordinary prowess. Although she was a woman, her years of martial arts training had endowed her with strength surpassing that of an average adult male. Yet, dispatching a zombie was no trivial feat. Zombies, devoid of pain and possessing swift movements, were not the lumbering, rigid creatures depicted in films. Even if she managed to strike a zombie in the neck, it would not cease its assault unless she decapitated it with a single blow. Otherwise, it was impossible to kill a zombie. However, if a person were to be scratched or bitten by a zombie, they would inevitably succumb to the zombie virus and eventually perish. Thus, without firearms, it was exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to independently kill a zombie without sustaining injuries. Yet, Chao Tianming had shattered this assumption. Just moments ago, as they neared the entrance of the community, a large wave of zombies suddenly appeared, surrounding them in an instant. Zhang Xinyue thought she was doomed. However, in the face of the zombie tide, Chao Tianming remained as steady as a mountain, his expression unwavering. He simply uttered, "Step aside. I am about to show off," and then proceeded to demonstrate his skills before Zhang Xinyue. His hammer flew through the air like a whirlwind, each swing sending a zombie flying back. In less than 3 minutes, all 30-odd zombies lay motionless on the ground, unable to rise again. Zhang Xinyue stood aside, utterly astonished. She couldn't comprehend why killing zombies seemed so effortless for Chao Tianming. Before the apocalypse, she had trained diligently in martial arts and swordsmanship for over a decade, believing herself to be quite formidable among ordinary people. Yet, in the face of the zombie outbreak, she found herself lacking the courage to confront them. Now, compared to Chao Tianming, her skills seemed utterly insignificant. In that moment, she realized that Chao Tianming was not merely boasting. Even if she were given a gun, she would likely be unable to defeat him. His strength was simply beyond imagination, both in terms of power and speed, unlike any normal human. Could it be that he was a martial arts master? As she gazed at the multitude of fallen zombies, Chao Tianming stood, resting on his hammer, showing no signs of fatigue. He turned to Zhang Xinyue and calmly said, "Let's go. We cannot afford to waste too much time on these creatures." Zhang Xinyue regained her composure and hurried to catch up with Chao Tianming. Upon exiting the community, Chao Tianming summoned a BMW X7. Though Zhang Xinyue was aware of his ability to conjure items from thin air, she couldn't help but be astonished when a brand new BMW X7 materialized before her. The two continued their journey towards Binhainu District, and throughout the ride, Zhang Xinyue was filled with curiosity and awe towards Chao Tianming. Yet she was at a loss for words. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of the car's engine. Inside the tranquil vehicle, it felt as though they were in a vacuum, where even the slightest sound was magnified. The rhythm of their breathing resonated clearly in the stillness, and Zhang Xinyue's gaze occasionally drifted towards the focused Chao Tianming, her thoughts unvoiced. Chao Tianming, with an expression of calm detachment, kept his eyes fixed ahead, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, seemingly lost in contemplation. Outside the window, desolate scenes raced by like a slideshow. Broken walls, abandoned vehicles, and the occasional wandering zombie, all contributing to a grim tableau of the apocalypse. Observing this, Zhang Xinyue couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, Zhang Xinyue's stomach grumbled audibly, the sound piercing the quiet of the car. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she instinctively covered her belly, her eyes reflecting her discomfort. Chao Tianming glanced sideways, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Hungry? Zhang Xinyue nodded shyly, managing a quiet Chao Tianming, casually retrieving some snacks from the system space, offered them to her. Here, have a little something to tide you over. Gratefully accepting the snacks, Zhang Xinyue glanced at him, whispering, "Thank you." She eagerly tore open a bag of potato chips, having gone several days without a proper meal. As she munched on the chips, the crunching sound echoed within the car. After a while, she became aware that her eating was rather unrefined, and her pace slowed. Stealing a glance at Chao Tianming, she noticed he was unfazed, prompting her to continue nibbling. How can your strength be so extraordinary? Your speed and power far exceed that of an average person. Are you a martial arts master? And this ability to conjure objects, it feels almost supernatural, she inquired, swallowing a chip. Chao Tianming turned his head with a smile. A martial arts master? Ha ha ha, I have never practiced martial arts, nor do I know how formidable a martial arts master truly is. But I can assure you, they are certainly not more powerful than I am. Hearing Chao Tianming's bold claim, Zhang Xinyue couldn't help but inwardly scoff, thinking he was rather arrogant. After all, martial arts masters were the pinnacle of the martial arts world, a level that many spent their entire lives striving to reach. Her master had once told her that martial arts masters could walk on water and lift immense weights, rivaling the legendary Xiangyu. In ancient times, they would have been among the most skilled individuals. To hear him so casually assert that he surpassed a martial arts master was astounding. Yet, upon reflection, she considered that Chao Tianming claimed to have never practiced martial arts. Perhaps he was unaware of their true strength, coupled with the incredible abilities he had displayed and his overwhelming combat prowess against zombies. It was understandable that he might perceive himself as superior. Contemplating this, Zhang Xinyue hesitated momentarily before deciding to voice her thoughts. You might not fully grasp the capabilities of a martial arts master. My teacher once told me that they can not only walk on water and lift heavy weights, but can also unleash hidden strength to harm others invisibly. Moreover, their profound understanding of martial arts is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Perhaps you simply haven't truly witnessed their power, which is why you believe yourself to be stronger. Her tone carried a hint of intent to vindicate martial arts masters. Yet she worried about offending Chao Tianming, so she spoke gently. Chao Tianming listened without irritation, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. He hadn't anticipated that martial arts masters were held in such high regard in this world. However, he quickly regained his composure, a confident smile still gracing his lips. Inwardly, he mused. No matter how powerful a martial arts master is, they are still merely flesh and blood. I possess otherworldly abilities. The formidable power of the Black Emperor, and I fear neither missiles nor martial arts masters. It is simply ludicrous. Chapter 53. A dense fog descends, unknown creatures emerge naturally. Chao Tianming refrained from elaborating further, recognizing that the young lady had no idea just how formidable he truly was. Noticing that he merely smiled and remained silent, Zhang Xinyue also chose to refrain from further discussion. She understood that in this apocalyptic environment, her current situation was one of dependence on others. Regardless of whether Chao Tianming's strength truly surpassed that of a martial arts master, he was undoubtedly far more powerful than she was. As they drove, continuing their journey towards Binhai New District, the road ahead gradually became shrouded in mist. Initially, it was a mere wisp of fog, like a delicate veil hovering over the pavement, but in the blink of an eye, it surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire road. Visibility plummeted, prompting Chao Tianming to slow the vehicle and activate the fog lights, his gaze fixed intently on the indistinct path ahead. An unsettling feeling surged within Zhang Xinyue, and she furrowed her brow, voicing her concern. This fog is quite strange. Could there be some danger? Chao Tianming's expression grew serious. Binhai was a coastal city, and it was reasonable to expect fog. Yet this was the summer season, the hottest time of the year. and even if fog were to form, it should not be this dense. He drove cautiously while meticulously observing the surroundings. Everything in sight became obscured, with only the roar of the engine echoing through the eerie stillness of the fog. They proceeded slowly for about 20 minutes when suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted ahead, as if some colossal creature was moving on the ground. Due to the fog, Chao Tianming couldn't see clearly, but he could distinctly sense something shifting in the distance. He immediately reduced the speed of the vehicle, focusing intently on the vague outline ahead. Zhang Xinyue tensed, her hands instinctively clenching into fists, afraid to make a sound. As the noise grew ever closer, a massive, indistinct silhouette emerged from the fog, its form as thick as a water barrel, moving slowly yet deliberately through the mist, shaking the ground beneath it. Chao Tianming and Zhang Xinyue widened their eyes, uncertainty washing over them. They had no idea what this creature could be, but just based on its size, it was undoubtedly terrifying. The two individuals remained silent, sitting quietly within the confines of the vehicle. Zhang Xinyue even covered her mouth with both hands, fearful that even the slightest sound might attract the creature's attention. After approximately 3 minutes, the monstrous being slowly twisted its massive body, gradually vanishing into the depths of the thick fog. At that moment, Chao Tianming let out a long breath, the tension in his nerves easing slightly. Though he possessed considerable strength, the sight of such a colossal entity for the first time left him profoundly shaken. Turning his gaze towards Zhang Xinyue, he noticed her complexion remained as pale as a sheet, her forehead dotted with fine beads of sweat. What exactly was that creature? Zhang Xinyue trembled slightly. I am uncertain, but it is undoubtedly a mutated organism in this apocalyptic environment. Considering that zombies have already emerged, it is entirely plausible for mutated creatures to appear as well. Chao Tianming furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a mix of gravity and confusion. Although the creature was enormous, its outline suggested it was likely a serpentine being, perhaps a mutated giant python. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyue couldn't help but shiver, the image of that massive shadow writhing in her mind. If it were indeed a giant python, its lethality was unimaginable. What should we do now? The fog hasn't dissipated. Should we continue towards the coastal New District? After a moment of contemplation, Chao Tianming replied, we must press on. We have no other choice. However, we must exercise greater caution, as there may be other dangers hidden within this fog. To be honest, Chao Tianming felt a degree of trepidation regarding the mutated creature they had encountered. With his abilities, he could absorb almost all physical attacks, yet who could say whether that ghastly entity possessed some unique capability that could counter him? After all, it was not akin to a zombie. The pair continued to drive forward. The journey to Yuehua International Community, which typically took under an hour, had now stretched into over 2 hours, with still a considerable distance remaining. The fog remained dense, the scenery along the roadside appearing hazy and indistinct, concealing countless unknown perils. Both Chao Tianming and Zhang Xinyue remained on high alert, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. It should be soon. If we advance a bit further, we will exit the expressway. Once we do, we will be close to home, Chao Tianming remarked, his eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. Just then, a distant howling sound reached their ears, growing increasingly louder. What is that noise? Zhang Xinyue asked, her senses heightened. Chao Tianming frowned. I am not certain, but it is undoubtedly not a good sign as the sound drew nearer. A pack of zombie dogs gradually emerged into their line of sight. These undead canines glowed with an eerie red light in their eyes, drool dripping from their mouths, their fur patchy and falling away to reveal decaying flesh beneath. They were larger than typical dogs, yet their movements were swift and aggressive, charging directly towards the vehicle. The howling was the low growl emitted as they ran. Zombie dogs, be careful, Chao Tianming shouted, quickly bringing the car to a halt and preparing for battle. It was not that he wished to remain, but in such thick fog, visibility was severely compromised, making it impossible to shake off the pursuing zombie dogs while driving. If they were to be caught, the dogs would undoubtedly attack the vehicle. It was wiser to exit and deal with them directly. Zhang Xinyue watched as the pack of zombie dogs drew closer, a wave of panic washing over her. Yet she forced herself to remain calm, gripping her saber tightly and saying, there are quite a few of them. What should we do? No worries. You stay put in the car, and I will take care of them. I don't regard these creatures as a threat, Chao Tianming reassured her, then opened the car door and stepped outside. A demolition hammer appeared prominently in his hand. The pack of zombie dogs rushed forward without hesitation. Lunging at Chao Tianming with savage intent, he steadied his gaze, firmly planting his feet, and swung the hammer with great force, generating a fierce gust of wind. The lead zombie dog was struck squarely on the head, emitting a piercing scream as its body was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground. The creature twitched a couple of times before instantly regaining its footing. Chapter 54. A Powerful Strike. Chao Tianming was astonished. Although he had not exerted his full strength, the force he had delivered should have been sufficient to shatter the skull of a typical zombie. Yet, this undead dog merely paused for a moment before standing upright again. Its defensive capabilities were evidently several times stronger than those of the zombies he had previously dispatched. Nevertheless, Chao Tianming remained undeterred. If its defense had increased, he could simply apply more force. With a cold snort, he gripped the hammer tightly once more, his internal energy surging as it flowed into his arms. Facing the oncoming zombie dogs, a cold smile crept across his face as he swung the hammer with renewed vigor. Bang, bang! The resounding echoes reverberated through the deserted street. The heads of two zombie dogs exploded like brilliant fireworks in the air. Yet, the subsequent dogs, upon witnessing the demise of their companions, showed no sign of fear and continued to charge at Chao Tianming with reckless abandon. With a scoff, he sidestepped the lunge of one dog, countering with a swift strike to its back. A sickening crack resonated as the dog's spine shattered, collapsing to the ground while emitting low, mournful growls. Zhang Xinyue sat in the car, anxiously observing the battle outside. While she knew Chao Tianming was powerful, the sheer number of zombie dogs instilled a sense of dread within her. Gripping her saber tightly, her palms slick with sweat, she found herself wanting to rush out to assist, yet she feared that her interference would only complicate matters for Chao Tianming, leaving her to anxiously await the outcome from the vehicle. Amidst the horde of zombie dogs, Chao Tianming resembled a war god, the hammer dancing in the air as each swing resulted in injury or incapacitation among the creatures. However, the sheer number of them was overwhelming, continuously surging from all directions. Despite Chao Tianming's relentless strikes with the hammer, a few of the zombie dogs managed to claw at him, their attacks rendered ineffective against his unique ability to absorb energy. In fact, due to the nature of his powers, his clothing remained unscathed. These pests are rather tenacious. Chao Tianming gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He slammed the hammer down onto the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outwards, sending the nearby zombie dogs flying several meters away, rolling on the ground before finally coming to a stop. Seizing this opportunity, Chao Tianming took a moment to catch his breath and regain his composure. As he eyed the approaching zombie dogs once more, he gripped the hammer tightly. Channeling his abilities to their fullest extent, a faint glow began to emanate from his hands, a manifestation of the energy he had absorbed, causing the hammer to shimmer with a radiant light. Prepare to meet your end, monsters. This time, Chao Tianming charged directly into the pack of zombie dogs. After advancing a few meters, he bent his legs slightly, then propelled himself upwards with tremendous force, soaring through the fog like a cannonball, leaving behind a sharp arc of wind as he descended upon the center of the horde. Ian Madair. He cast a cold, piercing gaze upon the frenzied pack below. As he descended, he gripped the glowing hammer above his head, his arms tensed, muscles bulging, a display of power that seemed capable of splitting the heavens asunder. With a resounding crash, Chao Tianming plummeted into the midst of the zombie dogs like a meteor. The hammer, imbued with an overwhelming force, struck the ground, and an immense shockwave radiated outwards, akin to tumultuous tides. The sturdy asphalt road buckled beneath the weight of his strike, instantly fracturing like a spider's web, cracks spreading outwards in chaotic lines. Dust and debris erupted into the air, forming a visible wave of force. The approaching zombie dogs, oblivious to the concept of evasion, were immediately caught in the brunt of the impact. Several were sent flying in disarray, their bodies tossed like tattered dolls. Some collided with nearby trees, breaking them upon impact, while others arced through the air, crashing down with agonized whimpers, writhing for a moment before falling still. At the point of impact where the hammer struck, a deep crater emerged, the surrounding ground fracturing in a web-like pattern as the fissures extended outward. Chao Tianming knelt firmly in the center of the pit, his body coated in dust, yet his formidable aura remained undiminished. The hammer in his grasp continued to radiate light, as if narrating the incredible power it had just unleashed. Panting heavily, Chao Tianming felt the toll of expending such energy. Even a being of his strength would feel a sense of weakness after releasing all stored power in one go. However, the destructive force he had unleashed was nothing short of terrifying. The ground, now resembling a battlefield struck by a missile, bore a massive circular depression centered around where Chao Tianming had landed. The surrounding earth appearing as though it had been mercilessly kneaded by an invisible hand, dirt churned and stones scattered. Deep fissures extended in all directions, resembling the earth's anguished wrinkles. The weeds and small trees that once thrived by the roadside were uprooted by this tremendous force. Some cast far away, while others lay buried beneath the soil, revealing only a few broken branches and leaves trembling in the wind. The entire scene resembled a war-torn Afghanistan, ravaged and chaotic. The zombie hounds suffered devastating losses, particularly those closest to Chao Tianming, their bodies crushed to smithereens by the overwhelming impact. Limbs and severed appendages scattered everywhere, black blood and shattered entrails mingling to emit a nauseating stench. Those slightly farther away were thrust into the air like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Clearly, their spines must have shattered in the fall, leaving them to lie on the ground, continuously issuing fierce, grotesque howls, utterly incapable of continuing the fight. As for Zhang Xinyue, she sat in the car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her eyes filled with shock. She had witnessed Chao Tianming's godlike strike, which gave her a renewed understanding of his strength. In a wonder, he confidently claimed to be more formidable than a martial arts master. Zhang Xinyue murmured to herself, recalling her earlier doubts about Chao Tianming's words, and now, having witnessed it firsthand, she realized he spoke the truth. At this moment, Zhang Xinyue remained seated in the car, her delicate hands seemingly glued to the Tang Dao, gripping it so tightly that her knuckles turned pale. Her once enchanting eyes were now filled with unmistakable astonishment. Chapter 55. From now on, you will all be sisters. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Chao Tianming's astonishing strike, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. The power and might contained in that blow seemed capable of tearing the very earth asunder. Gazing at this breathtaking scene before her, Zhang Xinyue's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Previously, despite Chao Tianming's confident assertions of being stronger than the so-called martial arts masters, Zhang Xinyue had harbored doubts. After all, martial arts masters were perceived as unattainable figures, who could easily surpass them. Yet, at this moment, witnessing Chao Tianming's terrifying power, all her skepticism evaporated in an instant. In a wonder he dared to speak so confidently. It truly was fearsome. Zhang Xinyue couldn't help but murmur, her voice soft yet laden with indescribable emotion and admiration. Reflecting on her previous derision towards Chao Tianming's words, believing him to be boastful, she now felt like the fool, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. Chao Tianming took a deep breath, his gaze coldly sweeping the surroundings. He had not anticipated the immense energy required to eliminate this pack of zombie hounds. Thankfully, the issues had been resolved. He looked around. The dense fog still lingered, shrouding the area in a veil of unknown dangers that sent chills down his spine. They needed to leave this place swiftly. Chao Tianming pondered, moving with somewhat heavy steps toward the vehicle. With his unique ability to absorb energy, even if faced with twice as many zombie hounds, he could handle it, and the possibility of exhausting his energy was non-existent. However, he preferred to avoid complications. Upon seeing him return, Zhang Xinyue hurriedly opened the car door. Once Chao Tianming settled in and closed the door, she anxiously inquired, "Are you all right? Were you hurt?" Chao Tianming shook his head at Zhang Xinyue, indicating he was unscathed. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Those zombie hounds couldn't harm me." Hearing this, Zhang Xinyue let out a long sigh of relief, her tense nerves easing slightly. Chao Tianming pulled out a cigarette, lit one for himself, and started the car. The tires spun rapidly on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. They slowly moved forward. The car fell into a silence, broken only by the roar of the engine and the slightly heavy breaths of the two. Chao Tianming gazed out the window at the receding scenery, his thoughts still lingering on the confrontation with the zombie hounds. Though he was confident in his abilities, this encounter left him with a slight unease. Ignoring the massive python, the group of zombie hounds he had just faced was unlike any he had encountered before, in terms of speed, strength, and defense. They were several times stronger than the zombie hounds he had previously faced. What could be causing these creatures and the zombies to grow stronger? Could it be the fog? If that fog could induce mutations in living beings, then why had no so-called superhumans emerged among humans? Was it that they didn't exist, or simply that he hadn't discovered them? After pondering for a long time, Chao Tianming found no clarity. He decided to put it aside. He would confront whatever challenges arose. With his current capabilities, he was not invincible, but certainly possessed the means for self-preservation. Moreover, he would soon complete 2 system tasks, earning 2 rewards that would significantly enhance his strength. Therefore, he felt no concern. With this thought, a slight smile graced Chao Tianming's lips as he glanced at Zhang Xinyue, dressed in her yoga training outfit, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. At this moment, Zhang Xinyue remained tense, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing, her gaze fixed ahead, as if any blink might summon some horrifying creature. Her once fair complexion now bore a slight pallor, and a few strands of hair were damp with sweat, clinging to her cheek. Noticing this, Chao Tianming reached out, gently placing his hand on her thigh, attempting to convey a sense of reassurance. Don't be too tense. Rest assured. I'm here. I promise to keep you safe. Feeling the unexpected warmth on her thigh caused Zhang Xinyue to stiffen instinctively. Her face flushed, and she shyly cast a glance at Chao Tianming, wanting to withdraw her leg but forcing herself to resist the urge. Though her body remained tense, the anxiety from their encounter with the zombie hounds had lessened somewhat. Half an hour later, Chao Tianming and Zhang Xinyue finally returned to the Yuehua International Community. Come in. Chao Tianming beckoned Zhang Xinyue inside. Feng Shunan embodied the role of a gracious hostess. While Zhang Xinyue was still somewhat bewildered, she warmly took her hand, urging her to sit down. Chao Tianming smiled and said, "This is Feng Shunan, my first woman. When I'm not around, she calls the shots in this house. This is Ran, my sister-in-law. From now on, you will all be sisters." Zhang Xinyue gazed at the 2 stunningly beautiful girls before her, momentarily stunned. Though she had seen them in videos before, their real-life beauty surpassed her expectations. Especially Feng Shunan, whose exquisite looks were complemented by an ethereal grace. "Hello, I'm Zhang Xinyue. I hope to count on your support from now on." "Hello, hello." Feng Shunan and Ran smiled and nodded in response. "All right, you 2 get acquainted. I'm going to take a shower. Let us have some barbecue tonight." With that, Chao Tianming shed his clothes and entered the bathroom. The battle had left him drenched in sweat, and he needed a good wash. As for the interactions among the women, he believed they could handle it themselves, especially since he trusted Feng Shunan to manage everything well. Zhang Xinyue sat awkwardly on the couch, unsure of what to say, her head slightly bowed, her hands nervously folded on her knees. Feng Shunan, however, sat beside her with poise, a warm smile on her face, and brought over a fruit platter. "Sister, don't be so reserved. This is now your home," Feng Shunan said, gently patting Zhang Xinyue's hand and offering her an apple. An apple? Zhang Xinyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated on the apple that Feng Shunan had presented, her mouth slightly agape, as if unable to believe her eyes. In this post-apocalyptic world, food scarcity had become the norm. Even basic grains were considered rare. Fresh fruit was a luxury that seemed on the verge of extinction. To Zhang Xinyue, this apple resembled a precious commodity on the brink of vanishing. Her hand trembled involuntarily as she slowly reached for the apple but hesitated halfway, as if fearing this was merely a fleeting dream, and that touching it would cause it to disappear. As this, really an apple? Chapter 56. Can brother-in-law's body handle it? Zhang Xinyue's voice trembled with disbelief as she lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with a mix of longing and astonishment. "I haven't seen fresh fruit in ages. I thought I would never eat it again." Feng Shuanan's smile grew softer as she observed Zhang Xinyue's reaction. She gently covered Zhang Xinyue's trembling hand with her own, placing the apple securely in her palm, her tone soothing. "Sister, of course it's a real apple. Just take it and enjoy it. Although we are in this apocalypse and life is tough, your luck is good for being with Tianming. As Dawn brought you back, allowing you to step through this threshold. You have now become a member of this household. I dare not make promises about other matters. But when it comes to sustenance, you shall find ample assurance." Anren sat quietly beside them, refraining from speaking, let alone mocking the trembling fingers of another who was astonished to see an apple. Just a few hours prior, she too had been rendered speechless by the same astonishment. She gazed at her brother-in-law, Chao Tianming, who had just returned with this girl and inwardly marveled at his prowess. He had ventured out and returned with such a beautiful companion. Coupled with the words her sister, Feng Shunan, had shared with her earlier, a question began to form in her mind. With 3 women in this house, could her brother-in-law's constitution withstand the burden? The 3 women sat together in the living room, indulging in snacks and fruits while engaging in light-hearted conversation. They quickly grew familiar with one another. Zhang Xinyue soon shed the shyness she had displayed upon entering, discovering that she shared a school with Anren. Both were students at Binhai University. However, their paths diverged, as one was in the performing arts and the other in music. Separated by 2 academic years, senior, I never anticipated that you two are from Binhai University. It seems we are indeed alumni. Anren smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, I had no inkling either. How small the world can be. Junior, you mentioned you are in the performing arts. I noticed you entered with a Tang sword. Might you be studying martial arts performance? Zhang Xinyue glanced at the Tang sword resting on the TV stand. A smile gracing her lips as she responded, Senior, I suppose it is somewhat related. I have harbored a profound interest in martial arts since childhood, diligently studying traditional techniques under my master's guidance. This Tang sword was a parting gift from him before I embarked on my studies here. Upon hearing this, Anren's expression shifted to one of surprise, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she inquired. You have practiced martial arts since a young age? You must be quite formidable. Are you akin to the heroes in films, capable of scaling walls and leaping rooftops? Initially flattered by Anren's praise, Zhang Xinyue was suddenly haunted by the memory of her encounter with zombies earlier that day. In the face of those horrors, her years of martial training proved utterly futile. The fear and trepidation that surged within her robbed her of the courage to confront the undead. Her previously uplifted smile faded in an instant, her gaze dulled, as her pride dissipated, replaced by profound disappointment and self-reproach. She lowered her head slightly and, after a moment of silence, spoke in a subdued tone. Senior, I am not as formidable as you think. I once believed myself to be brave and diligent. My master often praised my talent, declaring me a suitable candidate for martial training. Yet now, I find myself lacking the courage to face zombies. Despite my skills, it has become painfully clear that my so-called bravery and abilities are feeble in the face of true peril. Today, when Tianming and I encountered several groups of zombies on our way here, I was utterly panicked. My limbs turned to jelly, my mind blank. The techniques I had practiced tirelessly became inaccessible. Had it not been for Brother Tianming's protection, I might not have even made it out of my own neighborhood. Let alone arrive here, I feel utterly useless, having let down my master's teachings over the years. As she spoke, tears welled in Zhang Xinyue's eyes, threatening to spill, yet she fought valiantly to keep them at bay. Feng Shunan, witnessing Zhang Xinyue's distress, felt a surge of compassion and understanding. She too had faced the horrors of zombies and knew their true terror. Gently, she grasped Zhang Xinyue's hand and reassured her. Sister, do not speak so. This is not your fault. Zombies are a fearsome unknown to us all. Anyone would be frightened when confronting them for the first time. Moreover, your survival in this apocalyptic world is already a remarkable feat. Indeed, Xinyue, Anren chimed in, her eyes reflecting the lingering fear of their recent ordeal. If it weren't for my cousin and brother-in-law's timely arrival today, I might have met a dire fate as well. You are indeed impressive. At least you possess your martial skills, while I am nearly defenseless in the face of danger. Let us not dwell on this any longer, Feng Shunan suggested. Xinyue, your presence here today signifies our fateful connection. And the fact that you and Anren are schoolmates truly underscores that we are indeed like family. We must celebrate this evening. That night, Chao Tianming and the 3 women gathered on the balcony. Before them stood a barbecue grill, approximately 60 centimeters in length, filled with authentic fruitwood charcoal, its flames glowing red and crackling merrily. The sparks danced upward, infusing the somewhat desolate and lonely apocalyptic night with warmth and vitality. At this moment, Chao Tianming transformed into a skilled grill master, expertly placing skewers of marinated meat upon the grill. Instantly, the sizzle and tantalizing aroma wafted through the AS and native of Binhai. Barbecuing was a skill that nearly everyone possessed. While he did not claim to rival the masters of formal barbecue establishments, he could certainly manage a roadside stand with ease. Moreover, he had his own unique grilling method. Chow Tianming never marinated his meat, believing it compromised the inherent flavor. He seasoned the skewers with salt without applying oil, placing them directly on the grill. The reason for not brushing with oil was that the meat itself contained ample fat. At this stage, it was crucial to refrain from flipping the skewers until they began to sizzle and release their juices, ensuring that each side received even heat, locking in the meat's tenderness and juiciness. When the skewers reached about 80 doneness, he began to sprinkle his special barbecue seasoning, continuing to grill. His seasoning consisted solely of sesame, cumin, chili powder, and a hint of red plum MSG. He eschewed all other flavor enhancers, allowing the meat's natural essence to shine through. Under the roasting charcoal, the sesame, cumin, and chili powder were infused with the meat's rendered fat, creating a unique and enticing flavor profile. As time passed, the skewers turned golden and glistening. Their aroma irresistible. Anren, Zhang Xinyue, and Feng Shunan sat eagerly nearby, their eyes fixated on the grilling meat, their mouths watering in anticipation. Feng Shunan remained composed, accustomed to the lavish meals she had enjoyed alongside Chow Tianming in recent days, whether it be hot pot or seafood. Thus, she retained her calm demeanor in the face of such tempting skewers, though the occasional upward curl of her lips betrayed her own eagerness for the barbecue feast. In contrast, Anren and Zhang Xinyue were less composed. Anren had scarcely had a proper meal in days, and had it not been for the timely arrival of Chow Tianming and Feng Shunan, she would likely be facing hunger once more. Fortunately, she had managed to partake in a hot pot meal at noon, leaving her with a modicum of sustenance. Zhang Xinyue was similarly famished, having gone days without adequate food, which was why she had set aside her pride to seek refuge with Chow Tianming. Despite her efforts to restrain herself, she found it impossible not to salivate at the sight of the grilling meat. Chow Tianming, observing their eager expressions, chuckled, "No need to rush. It will be ready shortly. There is plenty to go around, and tonight, I assure you, each of you will be thoroughly satisfied." Before long, the first batch of skewers was ready. Chow Tianming distributed them evenly among the three women. "Go on, taste and see how it is." With his encouragement, Anren eagerly seized a skewer and took a delicate bite, the succulent, juicy meat bursting with flavor on her tongue. A wave of rich aroma enveloped her senses, and she couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "This is absolutely delicious, brother-in-law. This is the best barbecue I have ever tasted in my life. Your culinary skills are simply extraordinary." Zhang Xinyue, too, carefully picked up a skewer, savoring the moment as she brought it to her lips. All she felt was immense satisfaction and happiness. She closed her eyes, relishing the hard-won delicacy, as if in that instant, all the world's troubles had vanished. Truth be told, even now, she felt as though she were in a dream, fearing that if she turned away, this dream would dissipate. "Thank you," Chow Tianming replied with a smile. Saying nothing more, meanwhile, Feng Shunan, holding her skewer without yet taking a bite, gradually approached Chow Tianming's side, offering him a piece, her voice soft as she said, "Darling." Chow Tianming opened his mouth slightly, taking a bite from the skewer she offered. His gaze warm and affectionate as he looked at her. As his first partner, Feng Shunan held a unique significance in his heart. Leaning against him, she murmured, "Having you here is truly wonderful. Meeting you may be the most fortunate event of my life. Though this world is frightening, being with you brings me a profound sense of security." Anren, observing this tender exchange, playfully teased, "Brother-in-law, you mustn't dote solely on my sister. Your little sister-in-law will need your care as well. You must showcase your culinary talents for me too." Chow Tianming laughed in response, "Rest assured, as long as there are ingredients, you will have your fill." Zhang Xinyue, while enjoying her skewer, occasionally cast furtive glances at Chow Tianming. Initially, she sought help out of sheer necessity for survival. She was acutely aware of Chow Tianming's intentions. Until now, she had believed that even if she managed to secure sufficient food, it would merely consist of scraps and leftovers. To her astonishment, the meal before her was bountiful and delectable. Coupled with the harmonious scene unfolding around her, she suddenly felt that perhaps she had indeed made the wisest choice. Below, Chow Tianming and Feng Shunan were relishing exquisite dishes, while their upstairs neighbors were enduring an endless torment. Residing above Anren's apartment was a couple in their 30s, just shy of 40. The man, Su Changming, was formerly a soldier who later transitioned to the Binhai steel plant, where he held the position of Director of Operations and Safety. His wife, Li Jing, was a teacher at Benhai Experimental Primary School. Over the years, they had strived hard, and with the support of their parents, they had established their home in this community. Perhaps due to Li Jing's impoverished childhood, where hunger was a frequent companion, she had developed a habit of stockpiling food after starting her own family. This foresight allowed the couple to hide away for several days during the zombie outbreak. Initially, they felt fortunate for their preparedness and ample supplies. However, as time wore on, their food reserves dwindled, while the undead continued to roam freely outside, rendering their situation increasingly dire. At that moment, the tantalizing scent of barbecued food wafted in from the balcony below, an invisible hand grasping tightly at their empty stomachs, awakening insatiable cravings. Su Changming paced back and forth in the living room, his brow furrowed, occasionally glancing at the ceiling as if he could see the culinary delights below. Meanwhile, Li Jing sat on the sofa, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead, her hands subconsciously rubbing the hem of her clothing, murmuring, "Why does it smell so good? How can they have so much food?" Finally unable to contain himself, Su Changming halted and turned to Li Jing, saying, "Wife, we cannot simply wait here any longer. If this continues, we will surely starve. The household below appears to have abundant supplies. Should we consider approaching them to negotiate for some food?" Li Jing's expression wavered with hesitation. She knew that in this apocalyptic world, food was the essence of survival, and few would willingly share their lifeline with others. Yet, the persistent aroma assaulted her rationality, causing her to waver. What if they refused? Perhaps it would even invite danger. The thought of the gunfire from earlier sent a shiver down her spine. Su Changming, too, found himself recalling the gunshots from that morning. With his military background, he was naturally attuned to the sound of firearms. He even deduced that the weapon used was a police-issued Type 92 pistol. His expression shifted momentarily, but resolve quickly replaced any uncertainty. "Darling, we have no other options left. If we do not at least try, we will truly perish here. Let us be cautious and sincere. Perhaps they will be willing to assist us. Moreover, we can offer them other items in exchange. I recall we still have some medical supplies and daily necessities from our stockpile. They might find them useful." To be honest, Su Changming had ventured out alone a couple of days ago in search of supplies. However, before he could even leave the community, he encountered a horde of zombies. Fortunately, his military training had endowed him with exceptional physical abilities, allowing him to escape. Otherwise, he might have already become one of the undead. Chapter 58. The upstairs neighbors listening to Su Changming's words. Li Jing bit her lip and slowly nodded. "All right, let us gather our items, bringing everything we can to trade, and strive to appear friendly. Hopefully, they will be willing to assist us." They began rummaging through their home, unearthing some unopened medical supplies, several packages of sanitary items, and a few practical tools. Finally, they discovered a box of unopened Okamoto 0.01, which Li Jing tucked away. However, after taking a few steps, she reconsidered and opened the box, leaving behind a few, before finally packing everything into a single bag. Su Changming took a deep breath, checking once more the military knife concealed on his person. It was his only means of defense. And while he hoped not to use it, caution was paramount in this perilous world. They quietly opened their door and cautiously descended the stairs. The corridor was permeated with a rancid odor, dim and silent, save for the soft sound of their footsteps and anxious breaths. With each step, their unease intensified, yet their hunger propelled them onward. Upon arriving at Anren's doorstep, Su Changming lifted his hand to knock, pausing momentarily in the air. Taking a deep breath, he finally rapped on the door. Inside, the laughter and chatter of Chao Tianming and the others came to an abrupt halt, their awareness heightened. "Honey!" Feng Shunan instinctively called out. Chao Tianming quickly gestured for silence, indicating to Feng Shunan to remain quiet. He then approached the door and peered through the peephole. There stood a man and a woman at their doorstep, their faces reflecting a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Chao Tianming, unfamiliar with them, felt a flicker of doubt rise within him, but he silently motioned to Anren to take a look, hoping she might recognize the neighbors. Anren, though nervous, tiptoed to the door and leaned closer to the peephole. When she discerned that it was the upstairs neighbors, she paused in surprise, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in her eyes. She turned to Chao Tianming and whispered, "Brother-in-law, it's Su and Li from upstairs. I've seen them a few times in the elevator." Chao Tianming gave a slight nod, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. In this chaotic world, human nature was unpredictable. Even former neighbors could not be trusted blindly. Indeed, one must be even more cautious. Zhang Wenshan and Zhang Wenhui, who had perished that morning, were also neighbors who had harbored ill intentions toward Anren, only to meet their end at Feng Shuanan's hand. After a moment of silence, Chao Tianming did not immediately open the door. It was only when the knocking resumed that he quietly inquired, "Who is it? What do you want?" Su Changming's face brightened at the sound of a response, and he quickly replied, "Neighbors, we are from upstairs. We truly have no other choice but to disturb you. We haven't eaten in several days, and upon smelling your cooking, we wanted to ask if you could spare us some food. We can trade you something in return." As he spoke, he shook the bag in his hand, allowing the items within to clink together softly, a gesture of sincerity. The transparent bag they carried clearly contained various medical supplies, indicating their genuine intent to barter for food. However, in this uncertain world, one had to remain cautious. He glanced at Anren, seeking her opinion. Surprised by her brother-in-law's inquiry, Anren felt momentarily at a loss. Yet after a moment's thought, she quietly replied, "Brother-in-law, we don't interact much, but I know that Su was a soldier and now works at the steel plant, while his wife Li is a primary school teacher." Chao Tianming nodded thoughtfully at Anren's words. To be frank, Su's past military service had slightly improved Chao Tianming's impression of him, but that was merely a fleeting sentiment. In this unforgiving world, the pressures of survival could warp even the noblest of characters. One's former profession could not fully define their current morality. After mulling over the steel plant reference in his mind, Chao Tianming gestured for Anren to retreat to the inner room, then opened the door. Upon seeing the door swing open, Su Changming and Li Jing were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such an immediate response. Did the occupants not fear they might be dangerous? Their lack of caution seemed astonishing. For a moment, Su Changming and Li Jing found themselves at a loss, standing frozen in place. Chao Tianming stood at the threshold, his gaze calmly sweeping across their faces. "I can provide you with some food, but I have 2 questions to ask you." "Please, go ahead." "First, I heard you work at the steel plant. Do you know how to smelt steel?" Upon learning from Anren that Su was a former soldier now employed at the steel plant, Chao Tianming felt a flicker of hope. If Su possessed skills in metallurgy, machining, or manufacturing, he would not mind taking on 2 additional mouths to feed. Su Changming promptly answered, "Yes." The second question, "If I provide you with a lathe and materials, could you fabricate weapons?" At this, Su Changming's pupils constricted. He had suspected from the moment the first question was posed that the other party had ulterior motives. But he had not anticipated the request for weapon manufacturing. Whether in times of peace or in this apocalyptic reality, the significance of weapons was self-evident. They were directly tied to survival and the ability to protect oneself from the undead and other threats. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind, causing him to hesitate in formulating his response. Li Jing, anxious beside him, glanced at her husband, fully aware of the gravity of the question. A poor answer could mean losing the promised food and possibly even attracting trouble. She subtly tugged at Su Changming's sleeve, her slight movement laden with worry. Su Changming took a deep breath, lifting his gaze to meet Chao Tianming's eyes with sincerity. He spoke slowly, "Indeed, I have worked in a steel mill for many years, and I am quite familiar with lathe operations. I also possess knowledge of some fundamental principles of weapon manufacturing. As long as we have the materials and the necessary tools, we can certainly create some rudimentary weapons." However, he paused, a hint of a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "In the steel mill, production follows a strict protocol, and privately manufacturing weapons is an illegal act. I have never attempted anything of the sort before. But now, in this apocalyptic world, I suppose I could experiment a bit. Yet, I cannot guarantee the quality of my initial creations." Chao Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Su Changming intently. To be honest, he was not afraid of being deceived. If the man before him dared to trick him, he would not hesitate to send them both on a one-way trip to the afterlife. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded with a smile, saying, "All right, since you say so, I can provide you with some food. However, let me be clear. My act of generosity is not out of pity, but rather because I recognize your skills. Should the time come when I require your assistance, do not shy away." Su Changming understood the underlying intentions but remained visibly grateful, nodding earnestly. "Brother, I know that making any guarantees at this moment is futile, but rest assured, I, Su Changming, may not possess great abilities. Yet I am a man who understands gratitude. As long as you place your trust in me, I will not falter." Whatever you need, I will do my utmost to assist you without hesitation. Li Jing chimed in from the side. Indeed, big brother, my husband and I will always remember your kindness, in this dire world. It is rare for someone to be willing to extend a helping hand. Her voice quavered slightly, a faint smile graced Chao Tianming's lips as he replied, there is no need for gratitude. Consider it in advance on your wages. Please wait here while I go inside to fetch some food for you. With that, Chao Tianming deliberately turned his back to Su Changming and Li Jing, intending to test their integrity. If they proved to be honest and straightforward, he would not mind providing for them, hoping they would assist him in weapon production in the future. However, if they harbored ulterior motives, regardless of their value, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Fortunately, Su Changming and his wife exhibited no signs of malice, eliciting a smile from Chao Tianming. Moments later, he re-emerged, holding a cloth bag which he handed to Su Changming, his expression calm as he stated, inside, you will find some compressed biscuits, instant noodles, sausages, and a few canned goods. These should last you for several days if you ration them wisely. Once I have gathered the materials and lathe, I will come to find you. Su Changming hurriedly accepted the bag, feeling its weight in his hands. Filled with gratitude and emotion, he quickly expressed his thanks. Brother, I cannot adequately express my gratitude for this kindness. Rest assured, I will not betray your trust. Li Jing's eyes glistened with tears. In this apocalyptic world, food represented hope for survival. They had been on the brink of despair, and Chao Tianming's generosity took them by surprise. She choked out, Big brother, thank you, we truly do not know how we can repay you. Here, take this pouch of medicine. It may come in handy if you ever fall ill. Chao Tianming waved his hand dismissively, replying, I do not need this. Keep it for yourselves, and there is no need to thank me further. As I mentioned, this is merely an advance on your wages. Of course, if your husband's skills prove beneficial, I will ensure you receive even more food. Upon hearing that more food might be forthcoming, Su Changming and Li Jing's expressions shifted from surprise to delight. All right, please share your contact information, and then hurry back. The corridor isn't safe. Make sure to secure your door. If anything arises, I will reach out to you. Sure, we will head back right away. You can count on us to remember your words, Su Changming replied as he took Li Jing's hand. Leading her upstairs, as they walked away, they turned back to wave gratefully at Chao Tianming, their figures soon vanishing around the corner of the staircase. Chao Tianming watched them leave, gently closing the door behind him as he returned indoors. Feng Shunan approached him, a hint of curiosity in her eyes regarding why he had chosen to give food to them. Yet she refrained from asking. She understood that if her husband wished to share, he would do so. If he chose not to, there was no point in inquiring. Besides, given Chao Tianming's character, he would not offer food without a reason. Anren and Zhang Xinyue, noticing Feng Shuanan's silence, likewise withheld their questions. They recognized that in this space, Chao Tianming was the authority and his actions were beyond reproach. Moreover, the food belonged to him, and they were merely beneficiaries. Yet, a glimmer of curiosity lingered in their eyes. As Chao Tianming observed their questioning gazes, he smiled but offered no further explanation. Instead, he wrapped an arm around Feng Shuanan's waist and settled down, inviting the others to join him in drinking. In the deep of night, the stars twinkled brilliantly. Chao Tianming stood on the balcony, gazing toward the horizon while smoking a cigarette. The smoke curled gracefully upward, dissipating into the cool night air. Just then, a gentle figure stealthily approached from behind him, akin to a delicate butterfly gliding silently. She raised her arms slightly, slowly and tenderly wrapping them around his waist. This gesture was imbued with affection and a sense of reliance. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the world fell into a tranquil silence. Chao Tianming exhaled a puff of smoke, turning to appraise Feng Shunan. Today, at his request, she wore an ink wash-colored qipao, its hues reminiscent of a beautifully blurred ink painting, with shades of black and gray intertwining like ethereal clouds, exuding an air of classic mystery. The qipao's tailored design accentuated her graceful curves, with each line flowing naturally as if crafted by a master artisan. The exquisite row of frog buttons at the front enhanced her elegant neckline, perfectly showcasing her long, fair neck, akin to that of a swan. Moreover, the high slit of the qipao served as a striking detail. As she moved gracefully, it revealed a glimpse of her fair thigh, akin to a flower blooming quietly in the night, exuding an alluring charm. At that moment, Chao Tianming's gaze wandered over her form, a flicker of undeniable desire igniting in his eyes. with a swift step forward. He embraced her slender waist, soft and devoid of any excess flesh. Simultaneously, he gently took her delicate hand, his eyes reflecting boundless tenderness. Chao Tianming chuckled softly. The bedroom lights had been dimmed to a soft glow, casting a warm hue across the room and creating an atmosphere of intimacy and allure. Anren donned a black lace backless dress, the intricate lace patterns cascading down the dress. Under the warm yellow light, it shimmered subtly, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, exuding a mysterious and enticing allure. The daring backless design showcased her smooth, fair back, like a piece of exquisite jade, inviting the imagination. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, appeared even more enticing. The delicate patterns on her stockings seemed to whisper the secrets of youthful innocence, adding a touch of mature charm to her youthful face, evoking a sense of pure desire. She wore a pair of black open-toe high heels, which accentuated her already long and straight legs, making her appear even more graceful. The cleverly designed cutouts on the sides of the shoes revealed a hint of skin, contrasting beautifully with the dark shoe surface, exuding a unique allure. It was as though they silently invited others to explore further beauty. Her cheeks flushed slightly, hands nervously clasped in front of her. Occasionally biting her lower lip, her eyes held a blend of youthful shyness and a hint of anticipation for what was to come, stealing glances at Chao Tianming, clad in a cloud-like, bean paste-colored dress. The fabric was as soft as mist. With each movement, the sheer material swayed gently, subtly framing her graceful figure. The neckline featured a delicate lace trim that hugged her skin, revealing the elegant curve of her collarbone. Reminiscent of a subtle ink painting, exuding a modest yet captivating charm, a matching ribbon cinched her waist, tied in a bow that draped loosely to one side, not only embellishing her overall look but also accentuating her slender waist. The length of the dress was just right, slightly exposing her fair calves, which appeared soft and flowing under the warm light. Her hair cascaded down her back, lending her an air of elegance and seduction. Her eyes, filled with a hint of restlessness and shyness, nervously tugged at the hem of her skirt, as her heart felt like a tangled mass of emotions. She experienced a blend of trepidation and anticipation. Gently biting her lip, the faint trace of lipstick upon it seemed to whisper the turmoil within, adding an alluring charm to her delicate demeanor. Standing before her was Chao Tianming, his gaze emanating a fervent intensity. He found himself captivated by her curvaceous figure, his breath growing heaved, as if under a spell. His footsteps moved forward with a deliberate steadiness. When Chao Tianming slowly raised his right hand, the warmth and softness of her youthful skin sent a jolt through his heart. Her clear eyes, now brimming with nervousness and bashfulness, glimmered with a rosy hue on her cheeks, akin to the most resplendent peach blossoms of spring, beautiful enough to captivate one's soul, yet, like a gentle hammer, it struck at the very core of his heart. This call, infused with the innocence of youth, carried an undercurrent of secret and fervent longing, creating an enticing atmosphere of ambiguity. For a moment, Chao Tianming found himself lost in her gaze. After a while, his fingers brushed lightly through her hair, gliding over her smooth, tender cheek. Feeling the heat of his touch, Zhang Xinyue trembled slightly, her eyes cast down toward her toes. This bashful display stirred a desire within Chao Tianming. Just as he was momentarily entranced, she, with a tender smile, reached out to lightly rest her hand on his collar, tilting her head upward to meet his gaze, and softly uttered, "Darling, wait a moment, let me dance for you first." After she spoke, the room soon resonated with the enchanting strains of symphonic music, and she danced gracefully. Chao Tianming watched this dreamlike scene before him, momentarily dazed. Each turn and every gesture seemed to exude boundless charm, showcasing the exquisite beauty and elegance of femininity. His gaze softened, filled with surprise and intoxication at this unique gift, as the moonlight cast its silvery glow upon the jade platform. Rosa, clad in elegant attire, gracefully approached the throne. Suddenly, the music began, and the Empress unfurled her long sleeves, dancing with an ethereal grace. Her figure was enchanting, reminiscent of a startled swan, while ribbons fluttered and jewels chimed with each step, embodying the essence of beauty. As her dance reached its zenith, her eyes sparkled with autumnal allure, occasionally casting a soft, enchanting glance toward the emperor. As the melody drew to a close, the music ceased, and the Empress, slightly perspiring and breathless, gracefully curtsied and said, "I humbly present my humble performance. May your majesty bear with me." Upon finishing, she slightly lifted her gaze, subtly peeking at the emperor's visage, her eyes concealing a blend of timidity and hope. "Ha ha ha, my beloved is indeed modest," the emperor replied, a smile gracing his face, as her cheeks flushed with delight, and she responded with another graceful bow. "I thank your majesty for your graciousness." Iron Room, 1701 of Building 21. Yuehua International. The soft lighting spilled onto the floor, illuminating the anxious yet curious figures of a young couple. They pressed closely against the wall, their ears nearly touching the surface, fully engrossed in listening to the sounds emanating from above. As time ticked by, the young wife's beautiful eyes gradually brightened, sparkling with excitement. She lowered her voice and whispered to her equally focused husband, "Darling, it seems like there's a fight happening upstairs." The young man nodded slightly, affirming her observation, his gaze fixated on the ceiling, as if trying to peer through the thin floorboards to discern the events unfolding above. After a moment, unable to contain herself, the wife spoke again. "Darling, it sounds like they're really going at it upstairs." Her tone revealed a hint of confusion and surprise. The young man furrowed his brow, contemplating for a brief moment before responding, "Who knows? Perhaps they're using some kind of tools." After a brief pause, the wife slowly approached him, a flush gracing her cheeks, gazing at him with eyes like autumn leaves. Her lips parted softly, her voice barely above a whisper, "Darling." Hearing this, the young man first froze. Then his eyes widened in surprise. "Don't tease me. I'm starving. I don't have the energy to fight you. Maybe you should use some tools." In the midst of the living room, Chao Tianming casually demonstrated the unique skills of Feng Baobao. He discovered that whether it was fist techniques, palm techniques, or leg techniques, they were all extraordinarily powerful. Particularly remarkable were the finger techniques, the eagle finger skill, which possessed boundless might, aptly described as a single finger parting the heavens, 2 fingers stirring the mountains and rivers, and 3 fingers determining the universe. He undoubtedly had the potential of a righteous path. Previously, Chao Tianming only possessed the energy absorption ability akin to the Black Emperor, which leaned more towards defense. Now, he was truly equipped for both offense and defense. The system panel opened. Name: Chao Tianming. Age: 25 years. Height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. System space: 10,000 cubic meters. Superpower: energy absorption, referencing Black Emperor. Tremor fruit, referencing Whitebeard. Feng Baobao's unique secret manual, referencing Feng Baobao. Speed: 7. Strength: 7. Spirit: 7. Physique: 10. Available attribute points: 20 points. Deep Blue Plus. Cough: system attribute allocation. This time, Chao Tianming focused his points on speed. In the realm of martial arts, nothing could withstand the might of speed. Speed was undoubtedly of utmost importance. With the combination of tremors and swift speed, he would be invincible. Name: Chao Tianming. Age: 25 years. Height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 81 kilograms. System space: 10,000 cubic meters. Superpower: energy absorption, referencing Black Emperor. Tremor fruit, referencing Whitebeard. Feng Baobao's unique secret manual, referencing Feng Baobao. Speed: 15. Strength: 10. Spirit: 11. Physique: 15. Available attribute points: 0 points. After completing the basic attribute allocation, Chao Tianming once again felt the surge of vigorous power coursing through his body. He could distinctly perceive that his muscles had become more compact and powerful, as if harboring boundless explosive force. Every subtle movement had grown more agile and sprightly, and his awareness of the surrounding environment had sharpened significantly. It would be no exaggeration to say that at this moment, Chao Tianming felt inflated with strength. Chapter 62. No one supports my aspirations. I tread the blood-stained summit. This chapter has been excessively abridged, and I apologize if it has detracted from your reading experience. However, if blame is to be placed, let it be on the censors. Their scrutiny has been rather severe. Sob, sob, sob. In the following 3 days, Chao Tianming refrained from venturing outside. Instead, he devoted all his energy to learning, developing, and applying his new abilities. It is essential to recognize that in a post-apocalyptic world, one's own strength is of paramount importance. Although Chao Tianming appeared to be invincible, who could say whether there might be beings even more formidable than he? Moreover, he began to train Feng Shunan intensively. Otherwise, even if Feng Shunan and her companions possessed firearms, they would likely be powerless against the terrifying zombies. Thus, Chao Tianming continued to lead them in daily training sessions. However, lacking superpowers, their physical speed and reaction capabilities paled in comparison to Chao Tianming's. It can only be said that the strength of superhumans far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. How does that song go? Crying afraid, fearful. As the sun set in the west, Chao Tianming sat leisurely on the balcony, smoking a cigarette. Outside, the fog still lingered, stretching into the distant white expanse. The zombies below began to grow more ferocious than before, and the occasional screams of survivors could be heard. He took out his phone and opened the owner group of the Qingqing Yijing community. Although he no longer resided there, he had not left the group. One reason was to cast a wider net, hoping to catch another beautiful mermaid. The second was that sometimes, group messages could provide first-hand information. For instance, in the Qingqing Yijing community, water and electricity had already been cut off as of yesterday, and today, a survivor even reported that upon waking, her cat had mutated, sharing a video. In the footage, the cat was pure white, appearing no different from an ordinary domestic cat, yet it could breathe out ice, clearly indicating a mutation. Many in the group were astonished and incessantly questioned the owner how. While others were out of food, she still had enough to feed her cat. Of course, while Chao Tianming was equally astonished by the mutated cat, his curiosity was piqued. He wondered what could have caused the mutation and the acquisition of superpowers. Based on the current trend of development, it was highly likely that a widespread biological evolution would occur. However, to date, he had yet to discover any humans awakening superpowers. Now that power had been cut off in the eastern part of the city, it was likely just a matter of time before it reached his area. It seemed prudent to make early preparations. In Building 21 of Yuehua International, Room 2005, Zhang Shiwei sat in front of his computer, clad in a black t-shirt, his body trembling uncontrollably. Approximately 10 seconds later, a burst of flames suddenly erupted from his palm. Zhang Shiwei, who had been intently focused on the computer screen, was startled by the flames that suddenly flared up from his waist. In an instant, he sprang from his chair as if electrocuted, gazing in terror at the flames dancing upon his palm. His face a mask of confusion. In his panic, his arm flailed uncontrollably, causing the flames to trace perilous arcs throughout the room, nearly igniting the curtains nearby. Attempting to swat at the flames with his hand proved futile, as they seemed to possess a life of their own, not only refusing to extinguish but instead creeping up his arm. He began to scream for help and dashed toward the kitchen. Fortunately, Yuehua International had not yet cut off the water supply. Zhang Shiwei immediately turned on the faucet, plunging his palm beneath the flowing water. With a sizzling sound, the moment the flames met the water, it erupted into a violent cloud of steam, akin to hot oil hitting a pan. As the flames were extinguished, Zhang Shiwei exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, and slowly slid down the kitchen wall. Collapsing onto the floor, he gasped for breath, overwhelmed with relief at having survived, yet a profound sense of dread lingered. After a considerable time, he finally lifted his right hand to inspect the damage. To his astonishment, he found his right hand smooth and pristine, save for being slightly damp. There was not a single trace of injury, nor could he feel any pain. Zhang Shiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively touched the skin of his right hand with his left, finding it to have the same familiar sensation. Indeed, there were no signs of burns, as if the harrowing incident of being engulfed in flames had merely been a nightmare. Am I experiencing a hallucination? For a moment, Zhang Shiwei thought he was dreaming. Yet the acrid scent of charred remnants lingered in the air, reminding him that what had transpired was real. Confusion filled his mind as he slowly stood, raising his palm before his eyes, examining it from all angles while muttering to himself, what on earth is happening? He gradually returned to his bedroom, where the computer screen continued to play the latest episode of SSNI. However, he found himself unable to appreciate it. Rubbing his thumb and index finger together, suddenly a flame, no larger than that of a lighter, flickered to life at his fingertip. Zhang Shiwei froze, incredulity washing over him as he stared at the burning flame on his finger. His body stiffened, rooted to the spot, his eyes glued to the flickering flame, his mind blank, engulfed in utter astonishment. His breathing quickened and became labored, his heart racing within his chest as if it were about to burst forth. This diminutive flame, as if from another mystical realm, shattered his perception of reality, plunging him into a state of endless amazement and confusion. Seconds later, he gently shook his index finger, causing the flame to sway in tandem. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Zhang Shiwei's astonishment gradually morphed into an indescribable excitement. A smile, somewhat stiff yet brimming with joy, crept onto his face as his eyes sparkled, akin to discovering a long-hidden treasure. I have obtained the ability to control fire, Zhang Shiwei murmured, his voice trembling with exhilaration. In the next moment, the room resonated with his exuberant laughter. One supports my aspirations. I tread the blood-stained summit. Ha 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 ha. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in various corners of the world. While smoking a cigarette, Chao Tianming held onto an electric wire. He sensed that the western part of the city was also on the verge of a power outage, thus seizing the last moments to absorb energy. This time, he absorbed electricity for a duration of 10 hours. It was not until he could no longer draw in any more energy, feeling a slight swelling in his body, that he finally ceased. Now, he felt invigorated, brimming with vitality. Chapter 63. You dare to report me? Are you not afraid of me settling the score tonight? In the kitchen, Anran was bent over preparing coffee. A sudden voice startled her, causing her legs to buckle, nearly spilling the coffee. With a gaze full of curiosity, he turned to look behind him. He discovered that among the three women, the one who appeared the most innocent, Anran, harbored the most fervent and untamed heart. She was like a boiled egg stripped of its shell, radiantly white on the outside, yet upon taking a bite, one would find it filled with rich yolk. Consequently, with each inadvertent touch from Chao Tianming, he could catch a fleeting glimpse of desire in Anran's doe-like eyes. Anran gently bit her lower lip, rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks, making her already enchanting visage even more alluring. With her head slightly bowed, a few strands of hair cascaded down her cheek, adding an extra layer of delicate charm. Observing Anran's captivating demeanor, Chao Tianming swallowed hard, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Feeling the heat of his gaze, Anran shyly glanced at him, her rosy cheeks appearing even more adorable at that moment. Chao Tianming took a step back, maintaining a certain distance. Freshly charged with energy, his body was in a state of volatility. The last thing he wanted was to lose control and inadvertently harm her. Not to mention, sometimes, avoiding homework is more pleasurable than completing it. That is the essence of emotional value. Just then, Feng Shunan emerged from the bedroom, intending to ask Chao Tianming what he wished to eat that evening. However, upon seeing the two figures, a smile crept across her lips. She instantly understood that Chao Tianming was deliberately trying to provoke her again. Spotting her sister Feng Shunan, Anran immediately rushed over to link arms with her, pouting her lips in a display of feigned grievance. Sister. Upon hearing Anran's words, Feng Shunan merely smiled quietly without responding. However, Chao Tianming chuckled at Anran's attempt to complain to Feng Shunan. You dare to report me? Are you not afraid of me dealing with you tonight? Anran shivered slightly, retracting her neck, yet there was a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. If you do, I'll team up with Sister Shunan and Sister Xinyue to take you on. Chao Tianming raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms, and feigned a fierce demeanor. Oh, so you dare to form alliances? I shall see what you can do to me. Chao Tianming relished this playful banter in their daily life. It imbued a sense of vitality in this apocalyptic world. Unlike the protagonists in the apocalyptic novels he had read, who often treated their women as mere slaves or tools, devoid of any romance, he preferred his women to possess their humanity. As long as they were not being deliberately difficult, their antics served as the seasoning of life. Zhang Xinyue, who had been eavesdropping in the bedroom, was too afraid to emerge, fearing that the flames of conflict would engulf her. After teasing Anran, Chao Tianming stepped onto the balcony for a smoke. He then began to practice horse stance. His feet turned outward at a 15-degree angle, shoulder-width apart, and he slightly crouched down. With his toes pointed forward, he lowered his center of gravity, gradually deepening his squat, spreading his feet wider until they reached a distance of 3 feet apart. His hands transitioned from an embrace to a horizontal position, palms facing inward. Then, one could see Chao Tianming's body begin to rhythmically rise and fall. Despite possessing numerous abilities and immense strength, he never neglected the practice of horse stance. This exercise not only increased his strength, but also effectively trained him in the precise control of his physical power. Years of perseverance, combined with the enhancements from the system, turned his horse stance into something more than mere practice. Adi felt as if a magnificent steed galloped beneath him. Hiding in the bedroom. Zhang Xinyue listened intently, like a timid rabbit with pricked ears. When she saw Feng Shunan and Anren return to the bedroom, she bit her lip, knowing her husband Chao Tianming was about to begin his training. Zhang Xinyue gently poked her head out from the bedroom door, her lively eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at the figure standing on the balcony. There he stood, tall and upright like a pine tree, his legs firmly planted in horse stance, fists resting at his waist, exuding a calm yet powerful aura. As she beheld the scene before her, Zhang Xinyue's thoughts drifted back to a few days prior. When she first witnessed Chao Tianming practicing horse stance, at that time, she could hardly believe her eyes, for in her memory, few could maintain such a standard, unwavering stance. After all, having followed her master in martial arts for many years, she understood the significance of horse stance for a martial artist. It was not only the foundation of all martial arts, but also a test of one's willpower and endurance. As the saying goes, without training, one achieves nothing in old age. Here, training referred to foundational exercises like horse stance. Although seemingly simple, horse stance was both monotonous and challenging, requiring daily persistence and sweat to achieve any success. However, Zhang Xinyue never anticipated that Chao Tianming, possessing extraordinary powers, would excel in horse stance training to such an advanced level. This was clearly not a skill bestowed by his abilities, but a result of countless hours of arduous training. With this thought, Zhang Xinyue gently pressed her lips together, her gaze reflecting admiration and determination. She quickly changed into a fitted yoga outfit and stepped lightly out of the bedroom to stand alongside Chao Tianming. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xinyue adjusted her posture and began to practice horse stance as well. Feng Shunan and Anren exchanged glances and joined in the living room, attempting to imitate the stance. Although their flexibility was commendable, they soon found themselves trembling after just 2 minutes, sweat glistening on their skin. Nevertheless, they persisted, taking brief breaks every 2 minutes to stand upright. If there had been an outsider present, they would have been captivated by the sight before them. On the balcony stood a remarkably fit man, firmly maintaining his horse stance. His physique resembled an indomitable mountain, each muscle well-defined and exuding strength. As the sun set, its rays illuminated his bronzed skin, reflecting a dazzling light, as if his body contained boundless energy. Behind this man stood 3 women, their figures nothing short of perfection, graceful and curvaceous. Whether it was their long, beautiful legs, slender waists, or full bosoms and pert dairy res, each aspect showcased the unique charm and allure of femininity. What was even more striking was the breathtaking beauty of these 3 women. Chapter 64. To let you know what is visible yet intangible. Point 1 had a face like a peach blossom, delicately radiant. Another's brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes brimming with autumnal waves, and the last, with ruby lips and pearly teeth, smiled like a blooming flower. Each possessed their own unique allure, yet all were breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, all 3 beauties were glistening with sweat. They donned lightweight yoga outfits, the fabric clinging to their alluring figures, revealing every curve. Building 21 of Yuehua International, in a disheveled room, stockings lay scattered across the floor. On the bed reclined a stunning woman, seemingly around 35 years old. Partially covered by a silk blanket, her fragrant shoulder exposed, a lingering flush adorned her face. Beside her, a young man leaned against the headboard, smoking. "Little brother, you really have taken your sister's breath away, Am I small?" Zhang Shuwei turned his head, raising his chin with an air of pride. "Not small at all," the woman quickly replied. "Then do you understand your mistake?" "I understand." This woman, named Fang Yin, was a dance instructor, truly living up to her name, radiantly beautiful and captivating. Before the zombie outbreak, each time Zhang Shuwei encountered her, he would blush and struggle to make eye contact. Perhaps he was a reclusive young man, just 25 this year, and the 10-year age gap with Fang Yin instilled a natural sense of intimidation in him. Furthermore, Fang Yin always carried herself with an air of cold elegance, leaving him to merely observe from a distance. However, today, he had risen to the occasion. Suddenly awakened to flame abilities, he transformed from a timid boy into a bold man. The desires that lay dormant within him surged forth. Thus, he knocked on the door of Feng Yan's apartment, using the pretext of exchanging instant noodles for cigarettes to lure her into opening the door. Yet, when Feng Yan swung the door open, the once shy young man who would avoid her gaze now stared at her with fervent, unblinking eyes. In that moment, she realized something was amiss. Though 35 and no longer a maiden, she was not one to be trifled with, especially not by a youth living next door. She fought desperately. Yet the current Zhang Shiwei was no longer the same as before. He was beyond her ability to restrain. It was only when she witnessed Zhang Shiwei's right hand suddenly conjuring flames from thin air that she relinquished her resistance. This was akin to the tribulations of life, transitioning from resistance to rejection, ultimately leading one to surrender and embrace existence. Merely 20 minutes had passed. Little rascal, always picking on your sister. What? Sister, don't you enjoy me teasing you? How annoying! As dusk descended and fatigue weighed heavily on Feng Yan, her stomach audibly protested. Master, I'm hungry. Feng Yan's voice was sweetly alluring, igniting another wave of fervor within Zhang Shiwei. Let us have some instant noodles first. Tomorrow, I shall venture out in search of supplies. Rest assured, my dear, I have awakened my abilities. Zombies pose no threat to me. As long as you take good care of me, we will surely indulge in a life of luxury. You better keep your word, little brother. Ha ha ha. Satisfied, she rose to prepare the noodles. Naturally, Chao Tianming and the others were unaware that within their Building 21, a fortunate soul had awakened extraordinary powers. That moment, Chao Tianming, Feng Shunan, and Ran, and Zhang Xinyue were gathered around the dining table. Today, at Chao Tianming's behest, dinner was styled in a Western fashion. The table was adorned with an exquisite floral tablecloth, and the gleaming silverware sparkled under the warm yellow light. In the center stood a bottle of freshly aerated Penfolds Grange Bin 95, its deep ruby liquid swirling within the transparent decanter, while a rich aroma wafted through the air on the plates. Succulent filet mignon was enveloped in a layer of cheese, glistening with an enticing golden sheen. Accompanied by a vibrant vegetable salad, the baked potatoes exuded a tempting buttery fragrance, a sight that could easily whet anyone's appetite. Chao Tianming recorded the scene on his phone, as was his custom, and sent it out. Having tasted the sweetness of this endeavor, he seized the current opportunity, while the internet was still accessible, to post another recruitment advertisement. Recruitment announcement, position, household secretary, gender, female, age, 18 to 35 years old, youthful and beautiful, job requirements, responsible for daily living, laundry, cooking, cleaning, experience not necessary, contact, Mr. Chow. WeChat contact, 138444XXXXX. Interested parties, please add on WeChat first, then send an unfiltered photo. Those who qualify will be accepted, with transportation provided. After editing the information, this time he not only sent it from his phone, but also enlisted the help of Feng Shunan and the other two women to disseminate it. He even had Ran edit it before posting it to the Yuehua International Residence Group. Su Ling immediately noticed Chao Tianming's update in his social circle. However, she did not respond right away, for she understood that even if she messaged him, he would not reply. She had realized that Chao Tianming had been deceiving her from the very beginning. Claiming he would arm himself to come for her was nothing but nonsense. Although Su Ling could be self-righteous at times, she was not foolish. Otherwise, she would not have caught the attention of a wealthy heir. Therefore, when she first called Chao Tianming and he did not answer, she knew she had been played. He was merely toying with her. Initially, she thought he might have encountered danger or been delayed due to some matter, but she soon discovered that he simply chose to ignore her, never missing a beat in updating his social media. Now, with a frosty expression, Su Ling glared at the screen of her phone, her teeth grinding audibly. Chao Tianming, may I never cross paths with you again. Otherwise, I shall break your legs and make you kneel before me like a dog, begging and licking my shoes. Su Ling spat these words through gritted teeth, her gaze filled with venomous resentment. Haven't you always craved my body? I shall show you what it means to be seen but untouchable. Chapter 65. Envy breeds malice. Just as Su Ling simmered in rage, the bathroom door beside her swung open. A man, approximately 6 feet tall with a buzz cut and a tattoo of Guangong on his back, emerged. This man's name was Luo Shan, and Su Ling had followed him to secure a meal. Upon seeing Luo Shan exit the bathroom, Su Ling instantly donned a delicate, feigned smile, her transformation so swift that it seemed as though the venomous creature from moments ago was an entirely different person. She glided towards Luo Shan with graceful steps, her smile blooming like a vibrant flower in spring, sweetly intoxicating. "Darling, you're finally done washing up. I've been waiting for you for ages." As she spoke, she lightly placed her hand on Luo Shan's arm, her fingers tracing the contours of his muscular forearm. Her gaze exuded a seductive charm, starkly contrasting her earlier venomous demeanor directed at her phone. Luo Shan looked down at her, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he lightly pinched Su Ling's chin. "What is this, my little treasure? Did you miss me while I was just washing up?" "Of course. Who wouldn't he miss you, my dear? Even a minute apart makes my heart feel empty. Oh, is that so?" "Absolutely. Honest words? Why don't you check for yourself?" Su Ling feigned a pout, casting a glance at Luo Shan that nearly entranced him. Leaning into Luo Shan's embrace, she traced circles on his chest with her fingers, yet her eyes occasionally flashed with a glimmer of malice as she plotted how to use Luo Shan's strength against Chao Tianming. Ensuring he would find no escape, "Darling, there is something I wish to tell you." What is it?" Su Ling then recounted to Luo Shan about Chao Tianming's substantial stockpile of supplies, embellishing the tale with accounts of how he had bullied her before the apocalypse. Narrating it with heartfelt emotion and tears, Luo Shan listened, his heart aching and fury brewing, his eyes wide as saucers, veins bulging on his forehead. He abruptly sat up, shaking Su Ling as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it! That scoundrel dares to touch my woman and hoard supplies for himself. I want he let him off easily." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously, as if he were ready to devour Chao Tianming whole. Seeing this, Su Ling secretly rejoiced, but pretended to be weak and helpless as she sobbed, "Darling, I was afraid to tell you before, worried you might act rashly and cause trouble for yourself. But I can no longer contain my grievances. Why should he, Chao Tianming, enjoy a comfortable life during this apocalypse while we struggle for mere sustenance?" With this, she nestled closer into Luo Shan's embrace, her voice quivering with faux sorrow as she continued to manipulate him. "If we could seize his supplies, our future would be secure, and we could ensure our friends benefit as well. They would undoubtedly be loyal to you. As you mentioned, that kid has quite a stockpile and has bullied you. I can't let him off." Luo Shan, however, was not motivated by a desire to defend Su Ling due to past grievances, but rather by the riches Chao Tianming had amassed. According to Su Ling, Chao Tianming was brazenly collecting beauties, indicating his resources must be substantial, which piqued Luo Shan's greed. "However, we have no idea where he is hiding, and with the dense fog outside, we cannot venture out. How can we teach that kid a lesson?" Upon hearing this, Su Ling fell silent. She was aware that Chao Tianming's former rental was far from her current location, and as Luo Shan stated, the outside was shrouded in fog, teeming with zombies. Venturing out would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, how could they possibly confront Chao Tianming or seize his supplies? For a moment, both fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, Su Ling stumbled upon a recruitment advertisement video in her community's property group. The video's content mirrored Chao Tianming's announcement exactly, the same dining table, the same food, yet the poster was not Chao Tianming but someone named Enran Wuyo. Though Su Ling did not recognize Enran Wuyo, it was evident that this person was a resident of their community. In an instant, Su Ling's eyes lit up with excitement. "Darling, look, Luo Shan's gaze fixated on the video, his excitement mounting, a grin forming that twisted into something sinister. "What a stroke of luck! I never expected that Chao Tianming would also be from our community. Indeed, darling. Once we figure out which building Enran Wuyo resides in, we can. He 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 he. Ha ha ha. You're absolutely right. I'll notify the boys to investigate. You're amazing, darling. Really? How amazing. Ah, how annoying. In the WeChat group of the residents of Yuehua International Community, this recruitment video detonated like a bomb, shattering the tranquility in an instant. Almost every survivor, regardless of gender, caught sight of it. However, a significant portion of them deemed the video a deception, designed to ensnare the unsuspecting young women. After all, according to conventional logic, it had been half a month since the zombie outbreak. Even if one had food stockpiled from before, it was implausible that it could be as lavish as depicted in the video. "You all must see this recruitment video. Is it real? I only have some noodles left at home, and he is eating steak. I recognize that red wine. It's Penfolds Grange Bin 95, which I used to drink often. Who is so shameless to flaunt such delicacies before midnight? Don't they know I haven't eaten all day? Stop it. I was already starving. And now I'm even hungrier after watching the video. Wow. Whose home is this? Their food looks too sumptuous. Little sister upstairs, you're too naive. This is clearly not a current video. Don't be fooled. Real or fake? Why do I feel like the video is genuine? I'm starving. In the group, a girl named Weipeng Kawaii Cat sent 3 emoticons of cats with their mouths wide open, waiting to be fed. Let us disperse. I've seen this, and it's definitely fake. It's been so many days since the apocalypse. How could he still be indulging in such luxurious food? Chapter 66. I am recruiting beautiful secretaries, not a group of seekers. Something that is obviously fake, and you're still discussing it here? How idle. I believe that anyone who can post such a video is either foolish or malicious. Perhaps just trying to deceive those ignorant women. Do you men are just envious because you see someone with good food, and since he specifies he is only hiring beautiful secretaries, you criticize him. You merely sour grapes because you can't partake. Just because someone can procure food doesn't diminish their ability. It's foolish to label their video as false. You women truly lack intellect. Have you considered the times? Yesterday, a wealthy second generation offered 10,000 for a bag of instant noodles, and you believe someone can still enjoy steak and red wine? A middle-aged man, glancing at his phone screen, nearly scoffed aloud, curling his lips as his fingers swiftly glided over the screen. Humph! In this day and age, even scammers don't pick their moments. We're on the brink of starvation, and he is using this gourmet food to deceive people. Who knows what malice lies behind it? After sending this message, he didn't forget to shove a piece of stale bread into his mouth, his face contorted in disdain. A single mother residing in Building 7, gazing at the table laden with food in the video, felt her eyes welling with tears. Her child tugged at her clothing, murmuring, "Mom, I'm so hungry, I want to eat meat." The mother, feeling helpless, hugged her child tightly, contemplating whether to add the other party on WeChat, thinking perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope for survival for herself and her child. Yet, just as she was about to add the WeChat ID from the job posting, someone in the residence group sent a message. Weipeng Kawaii Cat. Ladies, that video was fake. He is just a scoundrel. Don't believe it. The speaker was the same girl, Weipeng Kawaii Cat, who promptly added Chao Tianming on WeChat and sent him what she considered her most beautiful photo. However, he merely replied with unqualified before blocking her. This ignited her fury, prompting her to return to the residence group to declare that the recruitment video was false. Naturally, Chao Tianming wasn't one to let her off easily and retorted angrily in the group. You think you're worthy of trading your body for food? Am I some charity case? Let me say it again. I'm recruiting beautiful secretaries, not a group of seekers. You look like a netherworld messenger and expect to come here to feast on steak? Go eat dirt. Chao Tianming then shared the girl's photo along with their chat history in the group. Those curious residents who opened the photo found their minds buzzing. The screenshot of the conversation showed, Weipeng Kawaii Cat. Brother, are you there? I want to eat steak too. Begging. As long as you're willing to take me in, I'll do anything. Following that was Chao Tianming requesting her to send a no-makeup photo. Weipeng Kawaii Cat. I'm a bit chubby, you know. Shy. Image. The no-makeup photo she sent was unedited and, if one didn't know she spoke Mandarin, they might mistake her for a professional sumo wrestler from the Cherry Blossom region. Wow, sister, that is not chubby. That is a chubby tank. I feel like she is a natural-born heavyweight, equipped with a 6-piece set. Little girl, you're already so well endowed. Don't waste steak. In an instant, the once curious residents turned to ridicule Weipeng Kawaii Cat. Weipeng Kawaii Cat. You old, don't let him deceive you. That video is entirely fake, just to lure innocent girls. Anren. Sister-in-law, that little girl is slandering you again. Chao Tianming raised his glass of red wine and brought his phone closer to record. I don't wish to explain further. I can only say I have plenty of food. It all depends on whether you meet my criteria. As long as your looks are up to par, you can enjoy this feast with me. Lastly, let me add, if you meet the requirements, I guarantee you won't go hungry. Upon finishing, the hand in the video slowly lifted the wine glass from the dining table, and Chao Tianming's voice resonated. To this cup, may we drink together with all beauties. The moment this video was released, the group erupted. Even Weipeng Kawaii Cat, who had been adamant about the video being fake, fell silent, retreating into the shadows. Wow, that video is real. Bro, can you share some food with me? Young man, my grandson hasn't eaten in 3 days. Please send me 2 pieces of steak. Bro, with so much food, shouldn't you share a bit with us all? Yes, he should distribute the supplies. We all neighbors, and during these tough times, we should share resources. That's right, young man, this is a critical time. Since you have supplies, you should hand over the food for everyone to share. Indeed, one mustn't be selfish, especially since you want to trade food for women. That's illegal. Private message me and hand over the food for distribution, and I want to pursue responsibility. Absolutely. My child hasn't had meat in days. They're growing and need nutrition. You mustn't be selfish during such times. Think of your neighbors. Exactly, we're all neighbors. What's wrong with helping each other in times like these? It's just some food and drink, not like we can't afford it under normal circumstances. It's just that the situation is exceptional now. Witnessing the shamelessness of the survivors in the group, Chao Tianming let out a cold chuckle and subsequently muted the group notifications, letting them know he truly had food was sufficient. As for their moral coercion, he couldn't care less. After all, he had no morals to speak of, so why worry? In Villa 3 of Yuehua International, a pair of twin sisters donned in white gauzy dresses and white lace knee-high socks sat side by side at a computer. One of the girls rapidly tapped on the keyboard, her previously serious expression suddenly transforming into one of shock. Sister, this video of his is actually real. There's not a trace of AI fabrication. So, he really has stockpiled a lot of food? The younger sister, Jiang Shiyu, nodded vigorously. Not only that, I tracked down the source of his signal. Where? Right in our community, Building 21. Sister, you're not thinking of. Chapter 67. He is so bad. I like him so much. As the twin sister Jiang Shiyu shared a mysterious telepathic bond with her sister, she immediately discerned her sister's thoughts upon the mere flicker of an idea in her mind. With their food reserves dwindling at home, Jiang Shiyu was struck by a startling suspicion. Was her sister considering exchanging herself for more food? Once this notion surfaced, it spread through Jiang Shiyu's mind like a tidal wave. Oh dear, what should I do? If my sister truly goes through with this, what will happen to me? Should I join her in this endeavor? After all, we are incredibly close twin sisters. My sister's feelings are my feelings. If she is in pain or distress, I would feel equally tormented. Conversely, if she is joyful and elated, I too would share in that happiness. Moreover, if my sister truly harbored such intentions, just the thought of it sent Jiang Shiyu's heart racing, her cheeks flushing crimson and her breath growing slightly erratic. Merely imagining that scenario sent shivers of excitement through her. However, just as Jiang Shiyu was lost in her fanciful thoughts, her sister Jiang Shiqi seemed to sense the sinister notions lurking in her younger sibling's heart. Suddenly, she shot a cold glare in Jiang Shiyu's direction, turning her head with a swift motion, and reprimanded her in a hushed but stern tone. You mischievous girl, stop indulging in such indecent thoughts all day long. Stung by her sister's harsh rebuke, Jiang Shiyu recoiled like a startled rabbit, playfully sticking out her delicate pink tongue. Yet, before long, a faint, buzzing sound shattered the temporary tranquility of the room. A drone, equipped with advanced night vision cameras, was gliding smoothly out of the villa, heading steadily towards Building 21 of the neighborhood. After dinner, Chao Tianming reclined languidly on the soft and comfortable sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he leisurely exhaled billowing smoke rings. The room was suffused with a light haze, wrapping the entire space in a veil of ethereal mist. Meanwhile, the catchy tunes of a once globally popular girl group flowed from the speakers, instantly filling the atmosphere with a vibrant, rhythmic melody. Chao Tianming squinted slightly, his thoughts drifting back to his university days. Back then, his good buddy Wang Chao, who shared the same dormitory, was utterly enamored with the girl group, frequently dragging him along to watch their music videos. In particular, the song titled Puppet was one that Wang Chao never tired of, eagerly sharing it with Chao Tianming. He heard the familiar melody once more. Even though the dancers before him were no longer the youthful and radiant members of the group, the classic charm of the song remained undiminished. That moment, Feng Shun floated into the room like a graceful butterfly. She wore an exquisitely tailored lace blouse, its intricate patterns resembling a finely crafted work of art, exuding an air of mystery. Her lower half was artfully paired with a fitted pencil skirt that perfectly accentuated her alluring curves, reminiscent of a blooming flower, vibrant and captivating. Complemented by stockings of varying hues and a pair of elegant high heels, she radiated a unique aura of professionalism. Thus, she approached like a noble swan, her steps light and fluid, eventually coming to a halt in the center of the living room. As the music video played on the screen, she began to dance gracefully. Her movements were as enchanting as willow branches swaying in the breeze. Both delicate and powerful, each turn, gesture, and twist was executed with precision. As if she were one with the music, it must be said that Feng Shuanan's figure was nothing short of perfection. Her long, straight legs resembled two pillars carved from white jade, with smooth and natural lines. Her slender waist, barely graspable, concealed endless resilience. Her ample bosom seemed to beckon, further accentuated by her elegant dance, exuding an irresistible allure. Especially as the music reached its crescendo, the classic signature dance moves were revived in all their glory. Her movements were crisp and fluid, a harmonious blend of strength and grace that captivated all who beheld her. This scene left Chao Tianming's heart racing, as if it might leap from his chest. His breath quickened involuntarily, his gaze fixated on the dancing sprite before him, unwilling to look away for even a moment. To be fair, the choreography of these girl groups was indeed masterfully designed. Even as time passed, they could effortlessly evoke the memories of every youthful and innocent heart. Within the confines of Villa No. 3 at Moonlight International, a stiflingly heavy atmosphere enveloped the space, as if time had solidified into a dense leaden cloud in the spacious yet dimly lit room. Jiang Shiqi sat side by side with her sister Jiang Shiyao, resembling two sculptures quietly positioned upon sleek, gaming chairs. Their gazes were like two piercing lasers, intensely focused on the enormous computer screen before them, with the frequency of their blinking nearly imperceptible. The screen displayed real-time footage transmitted from an advanced drone. A sheer white veil cascaded down like a waterfall, starkly contrasting with the dark silhouette lurking behind it. From a distance, this scene resembled a traditional shadow play, ancient yet imbued with endless mystery. Sometimes, great art emerges in such a manner, born from the mundane yet elevated above it. At this moment, the two sisters were completely immersed in the wondrous spectacle, their attention unwavering. Suddenly, the once hazy image on the computer froze abruptly. It was not due to a malfunction of the drone's video feed, nor had the drone been discovered and shot down. Rather, a curvaceous silhouette drew the curtains shut. Sister Jiang Shiqi exclaimed, "How infuriating! You've already pulled the sheer curtain. Why must you also close the curtains at such a critical moment? Is there anyone outside?" Younger sister Jiang Shiyu replied, "He's so bad. Oh, I like him so much." Unbeknownst to Chao Tianming, at that very moment, two girls were watching him through the video, capturing the spirited and vibrant side of him. He was currently engaged in a serious critique of the dance performance he had just witnessed. In room 1701 of Building 21 at Moonlight International, Zhang Deng lay on his bed, scrolling through Douyin with dark circles under his eyes. Acutely aware of the tremors emanating from the ceiling above, his wife, Bao Shuang, sat beside him, her face alight with excitement. Chapter 68, Darling, I want to go with you. Honey. Zhang Dapeng glanced at her, his body involuntarily shivering. There was a flicker of fear in his eyes. What do you want? Honey, I'm hungry. Don't come over. Do you intend to kill me? It's the upstairs that's causing me trouble. I'm doomed. The next morning, Chao Tianming sat on the balcony, smoking a cigarette while checking WeChat. Thanks to the recruitment video he posted yesterday, which had garnered significant attention, he found himself inundated with friend requests from homeowners throughout the night. However, what troubled him was that a considerable number of these requests were from men, many of whom were looking to purchase food from him. Others came under the guise of righteousness, attempting to morally blackmail him. Chao Tianming promptly blocked these individuals, even suppressing the urge to verbally lash out at them. Bro, do you think I can manage? We have nothing to eat at home, and my child hasn't eaten for 2 days. He's still so young. I can't lose him. Accompanying the message were 2 candid photos. This was a single mother living in Building 7. Name, Zhang Liang. Appearance rating, 80. Rewards for over 90. Age, 36. Identity, single mother raising a child alone. Traits, parking and enjoying the autumn maples, while the scoundrel runs off with no one to care. Dating experience, 3. Overall evaluation, burdened by misfortune. Strategy progress, incomplete. Chao Tianming gazed at the photos on his phone for a long moment, finally sighing and muttering to himself, "She truly is pitiful." But he shook his head, grumbling, "What a shame. Fate plays cruel tricks. There are far too many unfortunate souls in this world. While I empathize with such people, I cannot save them." He had often heard that the wealthy indulged in extravagance, and today, Chao Tianming truly witnessed it. Staring at the photos displayed on his phone, his mind buzzed. It was unclear when it began, but men had increasingly adopted a more effeminate demeanor, even donning skirts and makeup, surpassing even the most flamboyant female influencers. Chao Tianming scrolled through two such profiles in quick succession. Both individuals had delicate features, resembling blossoming peach flowers, with strikingly chiseled features and skin as pale as snow, adorned with earrings and sporting long hair. At first glance, who could possibly discern that they were male? Initially, Chao Tianming felt a surge of excitement, thinking he had stumbled upon something special. However, after the system failed to provide any prompts for a considerable time, it ultimately issued a red warning. It was then that Chao Tianming realized the unsettling truth. The individual he was looking at was, in fact, male. What he thought was a stroke of luck turned out to be a cruel joke. To quell his sullied spirit, Chao Tianming smoked 2 cigarettes in quick succession. Even one less would not suppress his urge to confront the individual responsible. Suddenly, among the numerous applicants, he discovered an intriguing profile. This person was also male but had added him using a female account. Initially, Chao Tianming nearly blocked him, assuming he was yet another cross-dressing wannabe. However, upon reading the subsequent messages and watching the accompanying video, his previously mocking expression transformed into one of surprise. "Bro, I'm from Building 21. I'm running low on food. I hope you can be generous. If you help me, we will be brothers, and I'll have your back from now on." The video showed a young man standing in his living room, flames rising from his palm. Chao Tianming's eyes were glued to the phone screen. Watching the video repeatedly, he murmured to himself, "Indeed, it has appeared." The one who sent this video to Chao Tianming is none other than Zhang Shiwei. He, too, was present in the owners group yesterday alongside Fang Yan, and naturally, he saw the recruitment video posted by Chao Tianming. Without hesitation, he added Chao Tianming as a friend to circumvent the possibility of Chao Tianming rejecting a mail WeChat request. Zhang Shiwei deliberately used Fang Yan's account to connect with him. However, he did not resort to using Fang Yan's image to deceive Chao Tianming into providing food and drink. Instead, he boldly showcased his extraordinary abilities, proclaiming grandly that he would protect the other party in the future. In his eyes, he was the destined protagonist of this world, much like the characters depicted in novels, where no one supports his lofty aspirations, and he must tread upon the bloodied peaks alone. What heaven would not give birth to me, Zhang Shiwei? The apocalypse stretches on like an eternal night. Thus, he believed he was akin to the enchanting Lu Huangshu from the Three Kingdoms, needing only to display his might to attract talented individuals to his side. Otherwise, how could he have so easily won Fang Yan's unwavering obedience with just a single display of power? "Darling, do you think this person can provide us with food?" Fang Yan inquired, voicing her doubts. To speak candidly, she felt that Zhang Shiwei's approach might very well frighten the other party away. After all, in her view, Zhang Shiwei was a man capable of manipulating flames. Such an extraordinary ability, once revealed, would undoubtedly instill fear in anyone. A smirk of confidence and arrogance played upon Zhang Shiwei's lips as he thought, if he is wise, he ought to obediently present food to me. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme, and my ability to control fire commands respect wherever I go. Should he wish to befriend me and offer sustenance, I shall undoubtedly come to his aid in times of trouble. Nonetheless, beneath his bravado, a twinge of unease lingered, for since the previous night when he had sent a message to Chao Tianming, he had yet to receive a response. "Boss, we've found the person who sent the video." "What?" Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Luo Shan's face lit up with surprise. Su Ling beside him was equally thrilled. Clenching her fists in excitement, it turned out that last night, Luo Shan had commanded his subordinates to investigate the owner of the account and Ran Wuan, residing in that very building. As luck would have it, one of his subordinates' girlfriends had previously interacted with Ran before the apocalypse, having scratched Ran's car while learning to drive. They had exchanged WeChat information at that time, and she had learned that Ran lived in Building 21. Hearing that the person was right next to him in Building 21, Luo Shan's eyes gleamed even brighter. So you're saying the one who sent the video is a woman? And a beautiful one at that? Yes, boss. That's what my little brother told me. Luo Shan cast a sidelong glance at Su Ling, the unspoken inquiry evident in his gaze. And why, dear? What does it matter? That Chao Tianming was living in Qinqing Yijing before. Perhaps someone is willingly lowering themselves to become his cannon fodder, Su Ling replied, well aware that Chao Tianming was surrounded by two stunning beauties, even surpassing her in overall attractiveness. However, she had not mentioned this to Luo Shan before. Luo Shan raised an eyebrow, a spark of eagerness igniting in his eyes. Inform the brothers. Prepare yourselves. We shall pay a visit to this Chao Tianming in Building 21. Understood, boss. Upon seeing the little brother take his leave, Su Ling immediately nestled into Luo Shan's embrace, softly saying, Darling, I want to go with you. Oh? Luo Shan looked down at Su Ling with a bemused expression. You wish to join? This is not a leisurely outing. The outside is chaotic, with zombies potentially lurking. Are you not afraid? Though he posed this question, he understood Su Ling's penchant for mischief. Her eagerness to join was undoubtedly part of her own scheme. Su Ling pouted slightly, wrapping her arms around Luo Shan's neck, and playfully whined, Of course I'm scared, but I don't want to be apart from you. Besides, with you around, what can those zombies do to me? Furthermore, her eyes flickered as she continued, I want to witness him being brought down to his knees, begging before me, licking my toes, ultimately enduring the utmost humiliation and torment before departing this world. The latter part of her statement was delivered through gritted teeth, her resentment palpable. Luo Shan, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter, playfully pinching Su Ling's cheek. Very well. When the time comes, you shall have your way with Chao Tianming. However, tonight, you must allow me to access the back door. Everyone listens to you, she replied with a laugh. Soon, Luo Shan gathered over 30 of his subordinates, armed with tools for their endeavor, and they made their way to Building 21 through the underground parking lot. Meanwhile, Zhang Shiwei, who had been waiting in room 2005 for a message from Chao Tianming, finally received a notification inviting him to meet in the underground parking lot. Brimming with confidence, he readily accepted. Elated to discover that the other party resided in Building 21 as well, making it exceedingly convenient. After donning his attire, he prepared to descend. Fang Yin, concerned for his safety, insisted he take a kitchen knife with him. Zhang Shiwei initially intended to refuse, feeling that with his awakened powers, a mere kitchen knife was of little consequence. However, seeing Fang Yan's insistence, he acquiesced. As he made his way down, he encountered no obstacles. Not even a single zombie died in that moment. His belief in being the destined protagonist solidified further. Yet, as he exited the basement level and arrived at the underground parking lot, he was taken aback. The entrance to Building 21's parking lot was swarming with individuals, all menacing and armed. The sound of the door opening caught their attention, and every pair of eyes turned toward him, filled with malice and coldness. In an instant, he forgot his role as the destined protagonist, feeling a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, and a foreboding thought emerged. Chao, you traitor! By sheer coincidence, Chao Tianming had just arrived at the underground parking lot, intending to wait for Zhang Shiwei. Yet, within a minute, he encountered a large group of armed individuals rushing towards him, led by none other than his old acquaintance, Su Ling. Upon seeing Chao Tianming for the first time, Su Ling immediately assumed he had received advance notice and was attempting to flee, prompting her to instruct Luo Shan's subordinates to surround him to prevent his escape. Just as Chao Tianming was encircled, Zhang Shiwei arrived. Chao Tianming, what a surprise! We were just about to seek you out when you came down on your own. What is this? Planning to run? Su Ling's voice, clad in a sleek black leather coat that fluttered slightly with her movements, exuded a sharp and formidable aura. Yet, her gaze directed at Chao Tianming carried a hint of mockery. The system panel appeared, confirming that the previous 10-kill king had now become an 11-kill threat. Kid, be smart and hand over your stored supplies, then kneel and apologize to my woman. That way, you might have a chance to survive. If you resist, I'll break your legs first and lock you up, subjecting you to daily torment with chili oil and mustard oil smeared on your wounds, as well as your little friend. You'll wish for death. Luo Shan's words drew laughter from his surrounding minions. Chao Tianming, however, remained unfazed, glancing at Zhang Shiwei on the periphery before addressing them. Could you please allow my friend to enter? Zhang Shiwei. What? So this person is your friend? Then by all means, let him in. As Zhang Shiwei stood motionless, One of the subordinates wielding a baseball bat shoved him, growling, "Didn't you hear? Our boss wants you to step forward." Zhang Shiwei stumbled slightly, furrowing his brow as he shot a glare at the aggressor. "What are you looking at?" "How would I know what you're looking at?" "Of course I know." Suddenly, the subordinate realized the implications and was about to lash out at Zhang Shiwei when Luo Shan intervened, halting him mid-motion. The rage was evident in the subordinate's expression, veins bulging and eyes bloodshot, breathing heavily. "Kid, don't waste time. Point one word. Surrender your supplies, and you live. Otherwise, face the consequences." Luo Shan's casual demeanor seemed to have already stamped a label on Chao Tianming's life. "You showing me a lack of respect," Chao Tianming retorted, causing those around him to pause in surprise. Luo Shan, too, looked at Chao Tianming with a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend the sudden outburst. "You should address me as senior." With that, Chao Tianming's absurd declaration elicited laughter from Luo Shan, who had been unable to suppress his amusement. At this moment, he silently inscribed the words "mentally unstable" next to Chao Tianming's label in his mind. For the man was simply too eccentric. Luo Shan grinned as he approached Chao Tianming, gazing at him with an amused expression, as if he had encountered an intriguing toy. "Are you deliberately playing the fool to entertain me? Come now, tell me, why should I call you senior?" "Because I am your ex-husband's brother." At this proclamation, Luo Shan's previously cheerful demeanor faltered, his expression freezing in shocked eye. In that instant, his face darkened as if a shadow had cast over him. Feeling an overwhelming wave of jealousy wash over him, perhaps it will take others a moment to comprehend the implications entwined in Chao Tianming's words. However, he is acutely aware that Chao Tianming has previously entangled himself with Su Ling. Thus, the term ex-husband is self-evident. Gritting his teeth, he forces the words out between clenched jaws. "What the hell? Are you tired of living, daring to mock me here?" With that, he raises his hand, poised to slap Chao Tianming. "You are the 11th. "What?" Luo Shan instinctively inquires. Yet, unbeknownst to him, at the moment Chao Tianming declares that Luo Shan is the 11th, Su Ling, standing behind him, undergoes a dramatic change in countenance. Her eyes widen in terror, and the rosy hue of her face drains away, leaving her lips trembling slightly. Filled with disbelief, she cannot fathom why Chao Tianming would know that Luo Shan is her 11th man. Chapter 70. Who else is there? "I mean, you are her 11th. I was before you. Hence, you should address me as ex-husband," Chao Tianming stated with utmost seriousness. At this moment, Luo Shan is so enraged that his fingers tremble. He turns to Su Ling with a fierce glare, as if seeking confirmation of Chao Tianming's assertion. However, upon witnessing Su Ling's pale face and the unmistakable fear in her eyes, he realizes that the other party is not deceiving him. No, dear, do not listen to his nonsense. I have no relationship with him whatsoever. He was the one who kept pestering me. Su Ling desperately defends herself, her voice rising sharply in her panic. She steps forward, attempting to grasp Luo Shan's arm, only to be violently shoved away. Luo Shan, consumed by fury and humiliation, glares at Su Ling with bloodshot eyes, akin to an enraged bull. "Wretched woman, silence!" With a resounding smack, he strikes Su Ling across the face, sending her tumbling to the ground, her eyes spinning, her once delicate cheeks now swollen. She mumbles incoherently, "No." Note at this moment, Luo Shan has no time to concern himself with Su Ling. He turns to Chao Tianming with a venomous glare. Bellowing, "Break his legs!" A chorus of voices erupts from the gathered henchmen in furious agreement. They all raise their weapons, ready to charge at Chao Tianming. "Wait!" Chao Tianming bellows. "Kid, if you wish to beg for mercy, it's too late. I'm not begging for mercy. I'm informing you that I have backing, and you cannot harm me. Even if your backing is Jesus, it will not stop me," I said. "Attack!" As Luo Shan's words fall, the surrounding henchmen charge forth, as if they have encountered a naked woman. Observing this, Chao Tianming shoves Zhang Shiwei forward. "I'm counting on you, Zhang Shiwei." As he watches the mob rush toward him, Zhang Shiwei is overwhelmed with a rush of expletives in his mind. Even if he claims not to be familiar with Chao Tianming, it's likely no one would believe him. Watching the weapons descend upon him, Zhang Shiwei grits his teeth, bracing himself to unleash his powers. Boom! A powerful flame erupts, swirling around him and rapidly expanding outward. The first few henchmen are instantly engulfed by the flames, their wails echoing in the air. The others are forced to retreat in terror, their faces etched with horror. That Su Ling, who had been struck down by Luo Shan, is left aghast, her beauty fading as she scrambles backward. Luo Shan gazes at the fallen henchman, his hair singed and face grotesquely contorted, emitting pitiful cries. A chill runs down his spine, and he unconsciously swallows hard. Observing the fear in the eyes of those around him, Zhang Shiwei's confidence surges back to its pinnacle. He roars, "Who else?" His voice reverberates like a thunderclap in the vast, chaotic garage, carrying an undeniable authority and boldness. Flames dance around him, illuminating his resolute visage, making him appear as a warrior descended from the heavens. The henchmen, who usually swagger alongside Luo Shan, are now silenced, their eyes filled with dread at this overwhelming display of power, no longer daring to take a step forward. Seeing that he has intimidated those around him, Zhang Shiwei's face lights up with a triumphant grin. Come on, come on. Weren't you eager to break my brother's legs? Why not come at me? Keep being arrogant. And you? What was it you said earlier about Jesus not being able to stop you? Why are you silent now? As he speaks, his confidence grows and disdain flickers in his gaze. However, Luo Shan's expression shifts from green to pale, his fists clenching tightly, knuckles whitening with the effort. You, yes you, come here. Kneel before me and call me sir, then apologize to my brother, and we can let this matter go. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Upon hearing Zhang Shiwei's words, Chao Tianming, who had been quietly observing, suddenly tightens his lips. He hadn't anticipated that this boastful, ostentatious, and rather juvenile character would possess a sense of loyalty. Meanwhile, Luo Shan's eyes radiate cold fury. The fear he once felt has been completely eclipsed by rage. In his lifetime, no one has ever dared to make him bow down and submit, let alone in front of so many henchmen. Humph! I concede that your abilities have astonished me, but to make me kneel and call you sir? You do not possess the stature for that. With that, he produces a desert eagle from his waistband, an acquisition from the black market before the apocalypse, hidden away until the world fell into chaos. Faced with the sudden appearance of the dark barrel, Zhang Shiwei's previously smug expression vanishes. I would like to see whether your powers are superior or my bullets are faster. I apologize. I admit my voice was a bit loud earlier. Luo Shan. Chao Tianming. Wait, are you backing down so quickly? Zhang Shiwei's sudden shift in demeanor casts a surreal atmosphere over the scene. Luo Shan's grip on the gun falters for a moment, surprise flooding his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that the previously arrogant Zhang Shiwei would so quickly yield. After several seconds of shock, he finally manages to let out a cold snort. Humph! Now you know fear? It's too late. Now, it's your turn to kneel before me and call me sir. With his words still echoing, Luo Shan pulls the trigger without granting Zhang Shiwei a moment to react. Truth be told, Zhang Shiwei's ability to conjure fire leaves him quite wary. Although he desires to see his adversary humiliated before him, he is even less inclined to risk a setback. After all, many stories depict rebels who, having gained the upper hand, ultimately fall victim to their own arrogance. Luo Shan has no intention of following in the footsteps of those villains. Hence he shoots first as the gunfire erupts. Zhang Shiwei's expression shifts, instinctively closing his eyes, his mind consumed by a singular thought. This is the end. However, 2 seconds later, he feels no bullet pierce his body. Slowly, he opens his eyes, eager to understand what has transpired. Upon doing so, he sees Chao Tianming standing before him. Holy crap! He took the bullet for me. Zhang Shiwei's eyes widen in disbelief, momentarily overwhelmed with the impulse to weep. Brother! Chapter 71. A true man endures humiliation. Recognizing opportunity makes one a hero. Zhang Shiwei can't help but wail. Then he supports Chao Tianming, shielding him with his own body. Brother, hang in there. I will avenge you. Observing Zhang Shiwei's comically tragic demeanor, Chao Tianming's lips twitched. Do not lament. I am fine. Zhang Shiwei? Huh? Suddenly, he senses something amiss, realizing the surrounding atmosphere is eerily silent. The henchmen, wide-eyed, are frozen in disbelief. Looking at Luo Shan, he sees a similarly ghostly expression. Zhang Shiwei glances at Chao Tianming, and in that moment, his heart skips a beat. His eyes widen like saucers, his body seemingly frozen in place. Just as he is about to speak, the sound of gunfire rings out again. Bang, 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 bang. As the bullets fly, Chao Tianming merely waves his hand, catching them all in his grasp. Zhang Shiwei stares, dumbfounded, at the still-warm bullets in Chao Tianming's hand. His brain momentarily short-circuited. He feels as though he has been struck by a bolt of lightning, rendered speechless. Am I not the child of fate? The destined hero? Why does it seem he embodies the role of the protagonist more than I? In an instant, Zhang Shiwei's mind races to recall the apocalyptic novels he has read, yet he cannot find one where the protagonist's surname is Caod. At this moment, Luo Shan trembles, his throat dry. He struggles to speak, as if something is lodged in his throat, finally managing to stammer out a few words. Who exactly are you? I have already stated, I am your ex-husband, Luo Shan. In that moment, the underground parking lot was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill, with only the heavy breaths of the crowd intertwining in the stillness. Luo Shan's face fluctuated between pallor and crimson. He was rendered speechless by Chao Tianming's almost mocking reply, his eyes brimming with indignation and resentment. He never anticipated that, having arrived at such a critical juncture, Chao Tianming could utter such a statement, rekindling the anger in his heart that he had just resolved to suppress. Zhang Shiwei, having recovered from his initial shock, glanced at Chao Tianming and then at Luo Shan, suddenly bursting into laughter. This laughter was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing the taut atmosphere to loosen slightly. Sorry, I don't usually laugh unless I can't hold it at that moment. Luo Shan's expression darkened even further. He had been prepared to endure humiliation and concede to Chao Tianming, adhering to the adage that one should conserve their strength for future endeavors. A true man can bend and stretch. However, Zhang Shiwei's laughter nearly shattered his carefully adjusted mindset. Luo Shan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a surge of blood rushing to his head, his face ablaze with the humiliation and fury he had just endured. In that instant, he was consumed by a desire to disregard his own life and eliminate Zhang Shiwei. Yet, he knew that even with all his might, he could not defeat Zhang Shiwei at this moment. His teeth ground together, he forcibly suppressed the tumult of anger within him. However, just as he prepared to speak and bow to Chao Tianming, pleading for mercy, a chilling roar echoed from the depths of the garage. A sound that seemed to emanate from the very abyss of hell, shattered the brief tranquility of the parking lot and yanked Luo Shan back into the harsh reality. A shiver ran through him, and the anger on his face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Zhang Shiwei, equally startled by the roar, turned pale, abandoning his previous mockery of Luo Shan. He faced Chao Tianming, his voice trembling, "Brother, we need to get out of here. The zombies are coming." At this moment, the confidence he had once displayed was entirely gone, his eyes filled with urgency. Yet, Chao Tianming remained unmoved, calmly stating, "Stay calm, Zhang Shiwei. That what the hell? You're truly nailing this act." At that moment, Luo Shan and his subordinates had already begun to flee into the distance. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a horde of zombies suddenly rushed out from around the corner, moving with astonishing speed. Within moments, they were upon them, and the air filled with screams. Luo Shan and his group, numbering over 30, could typically handle a few stray zombies without issue. Even a cluster of 5 or 6 could be dealt with. But now, this wave of zombies surged forth like a tide, a dark mass that seemed to stretch endlessly, numbering at least 50. It struck terror into their hearts. "Help, dear, take me with you. Get lost, you vile creature." Su Ling, having worn high heels, could hardly argue in just a few paces. She was overtaken by the pursuing zombies. "Tianming, save me. I was wronged." Su Ling was soon overwhelmed, her form unrecognizable beneath the ravenous bites of the zombies. Chao Tianming observed the scene before him with an indifferent gaze, devoid of joy or sorrow, as such individuals were not worth his emotional investment. Zhang Shiwei's eyelids twitched, his lips quivered, but then he seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up with sudden realization. This woman is truly reckless. To venture out dressed in a lace nightgown and black stockings with red heels at a time like this, could she possibly be seeking a wild time? Chao Tianming turned to him, replying coolly, "Though she may be foolish, her powers of observation are commendable. Zhang Shiwei, thought you're the foolish one. I'm leaving. With so many zombies around, if I don't hurry, I'll be trapped here, feeding them just like Su Ling." As he spoke, he lifted his leg to flee, unwilling to become zombie fodder for the sake of Chao Tianming. Moreover, the surrounding zombies had all been drawn away by Luo Shan and his men. making it an optimal moment to escape. What do you mean? Zhang Shiwei asked, bewildered. However, the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. He noticed that the entrance to the side unit had become crowded with zombies. I told you to leave early, but you didn't listen. Now look where we are. There's no way out. We're both done for. Zhang Shiwei's face turned pale, a gust of wind blowing against the back of his head. His voice grew hoarse and trembled. What do we do now? Chao Tianming remained unfazed, teasing lightly, your current demeanor is a stark contrast to when you messaged me, insisting you wanted to be my support. Well, this is a different time and place. Soon, those zombies that had failed to claim their flesh turned their attention towards the two men standing still, letting out a deafening roar as they charged forward. In that moment, Zhang Shiwei felt as though he were staring into the eyes of his long-deceased great-grandmother. ITS over. Chapter 72. Brother, look at this oath. Can I resend it? Just as Zhang Shiwei prepared to make a desperate final stand, he sensed an unusual radiance emanating from beside him. What the hell? He beheld Chao Tianming, who had assumed a hoarse stance, palms pressed together at his waist, a powerful light emanating from his palms. Zhang Shiwei, observing closely, could distinctly feel a wave of energy radiating from Chao Tianming's body, spreading outward. This posture, this movement, it felt eerily familiar. There was no doubt. This was the very technique he had fantasized about possessing while binge-watching late into the night. As Zhang Shiwei's excitement grew, his fingers trembled slightly with anticipation. Hiya! With a mighty shout, Chao Tianming thrust his hands forward, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy from his palms. A visible beam of light surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing into the horde of zombies. Wherever it struck, the concrete ground cracked, and the zombies were swept away like leaves in a tempest, their bodies shattering, blood splattering, as the air filled with the pungent stench of mingled blood and decay. Standing beside Chao Tianming, Zhang Shiwei shielded his forehead with his left hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. His previously styled hair, akin to that of the fire god Kazanami Q, was now thoroughly disheveled by the powerful shockwave. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Shiwei finally closed his mouth and shouted, What the hell? You're incredible. You actually know how to do this move. It's simply phenomenal. Chao Tianming regarded Zhang Shiwei with confusion. You know this technique? Of course. I'm extremely familiar with it. You wouldn't believe it. Back in college, I would secretly watch it under the covers, and I even practiced it when no one was around. I never imagined you would actually know how to do it. Chao Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief. You practiced it secretly? His tone was filled with astonishment and skepticism. Zhang Shiwei nodded emphatically, a smile on his face. Absolutely. Not just me. I dare say nearly everyone in our dorm practiced it in secret. A hint of longing and shyness flickered across his face. Are you sure you practiced this technique? Of course. I've been honing this Kamehameha technique since childhood. Hearing this, Chao Tianming almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly retorted, Who told you my technique is called Kamehameha? Zhang Shiwei, however, looked utterly perplexed. Is it not? His eyes reflected confusion as he gazed at Chao Tianming. No, then what is it called? My technique is called One-Shot Ruhun. Zhang Shiwei. What? He was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Unable to close it for a long while, looking as if he had lost his prized staff in that moment, Zhang Shiwei felt as if the sound of shattering glass echoed in his mind. ISNT your move. Just as Zhang Shiwei was about to say more, several zombies that had narrowly escaped the earlier attack, dragging their mangled limbs, surged toward Chao Tianming. With swift precision, Chao Tianming pushed his palms together. Small blue energy orbs, akin to fist-sized projectiles, scattered like petals in the wind toward the approaching zombies. Boom. As the orbs detonated, they produced a sound reminiscent of explosions. The once menacing zombies were reduced to a bloody pulp. As if struck by missiles, Zhang Shiwei swallowed hard, turning his head away with a stiff expression. What is this technique called? To him, it seemed indistinguishable from the continuous energy blasts utilized by Dar. After Chao Tianming finished his assault, he nonchalantly uttered 4 words, Sustained attack, Pift. 10 minutes later, Chao Tianming and Zhang Shiwei sat on the steps of the basement level, smoking. From Zhang Shiwei, he learned that his awakening of supernatural abilities had been utterly abrupt, without a hint of forewarning, leaving him in a state of bewilderment even now. Others are enjoying hot pot while singing, when suddenly, bam, encountering bandits. However, He is engrossed in a film when, bam, his powers awaken. You truly possess a certain leisure and elegance. Chao Tianming teased with a smile. To be honest, he never expected this fellow would awaken while appreciating a movie. Well, everyone has their own hobbies, right, brother? Let me join you. I'll be your little brother, Zhang Shiwei pleaded with a mischievous grin. Chao Tianming shot him a glance, exhaling a puff of smoke. With your cowardly demeanor, just moments ago you were thinking of abandoning me to flee, and now you wish to be my little brother? Despite his words, there was no hint of reproach in his eyes. Zhang Shiwei scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That was due to the circumstances, and besides, I didn't realize how formidable you were at that moment. Brother, you are magnanimous and shouldn't hold my past actions against me. Observing Zhang Shiwei's cheeky expression, Chao Tianming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, responding with a playful reprimand. You certainly know how to read the room. Upon encountering a true master, I initially believed I was the destined protagonist of this world. But upon meeting you, I realized I am merely a secondary character. As he spoke, Zhang Shiwei exaggeratedly gestured, his face adorned with a flattering smile. Chao Tianming was amused by his antics, unable to stifle a laugh. You know, it's a pity you aren't in the political arena. With your shamelessness, you could easily attain a departmental leadership position. Hearing this, Zhang Shiwei's eyes lit up like light bulbs, his smile growing ever brighter. Brother, you truly have an eye for talent. My former teacher used to say the same. Chao Tianming. Is this fellow truly a homebuddy? Are homebuddies this cheeky? So, brother, will you take me under your wing? I promise to serve you faithfully from this day forth, ensuring you are never disappointed. Tio emphasized his sincerity. Zhang Shiwei even extended 3 fingers, solemnly declaring, I swear on this light, if I betray you, may the light extinguish and I perish. Chao Tianming pressed the cigarette but into the ground, observing him with a bemused expression. Enough of this verbal showmanship. If you have that much energy. Before Chao Tianming could finish, the lights in the corridor suddenly went out. Zhang Shiwei, Chao Tianming. With a woeful expression, Zhang Shiwei awkwardly asked, Brother, can I redo that oath? Chapter 73. The power outage begins. Ultimately, Chao Tianming accepted Zhang Shiwei, providing him with a box of instant noodles, along with some eggs and meat. When Zhang Shiwei witnessed Chao Tianming's ability to summon items seemingly out of thin air, he was so astonished that he stammered in his speech, repeatedly praising Chao Tianming's prowess. He became even more determined to cling to Chao Tianming's coattails. Before departing, to facilitate future contact, Chao Tianming gifted Zhang Shiwei a walkie-talkie. Fully charged and capable of lasting 48 hours on standby, he instructed him to reach out through the walkie-talkie if any significant events occurred, and to come back for a new one if it ran out of power. Upon returning home, Chao Tianming found that indeed, there was a power outage. They had now fully entered an era of darkness. Darling, have some water, Feng Shunan offered, presenting a teacup to Chao Tianming. Darling, it's completely dark now. Should we use the generator? Feng Shunan was aware that Chao Tianming had acquired several fuel generators in anticipation of such an event. After contemplating, Chao Tianming waved his hand dismissively. Not yet. Let us change locations in a couple of days. Change locations? Hearing Chao Tianming's words, Feng Shunan and Ran and Zhang Xinyue exchanged puzzled glances. They were unsure where they could possibly go amidst the throngs of zombies and dense fog. Indeed, we need to find a sufficiently large and secure place. In truth, Ran's residence was quite suitable. It was high enough, and there were very few zombies in the corridor. The only drawback was its small size. If a fuel generator were installed there, the noise would be unbearable. Chao Tianming had no desire to be subjected to constant racket. Moonlight International Villa District, number 3. Sister, the power is out. How long can our backup power last? It will probably last at most 2 days. Jiang Shiqi sighed softly. On the first day of the zombie outbreak, she had demonstrated remarkable composure, promptly securing all doors and windows of their villa and relocating all supplies to the basement. The backup power in their home was fully charged, and she and her sister had taken refuge in the basement, awaiting rescue. Now, with supplies nearly depleted and power cut off, the cessation of electricity also meant a halt in water supply. While one could survive without food for a few days, the lack of water would lead to severe bodily harm within 3 days, plunging them into a state of extreme peril. Ultimately, what awaited them was only death. Sister, while we still have phone signal, let us contact that bad guy. The term bad guy was the nickname Jiang Shiqi had given to Chao Tianming after the sisters had witnessed something they shouldn't have through a drone the previous night. This moniker had come into being. Jiang Shiqi wanted to tell her sister no, to caution her that the bad guy was not a good person, but the words stuck in her throat. She understood their precarious situation all too well. Without assistance, they would either end up as zombie fodder or starve to death in the basement of the villa. This was also why, upon seeing the recruitment video posted by Chao Tianming, she had immediately tasked her sister with verifying its authenticity and locating the signal source. She was prepared to sacrifice everything for this home. She feared not the loss of her chastity after 20 years of waiting. After all, even in a non-apocalyptic world, marriage would eventually require such a sacrifice. What she dreaded was the possibility of him being unattractive. If he turned out to be an old man, she would be utterly despondent. Moreover, it was conceivable that the two sisters might have to. The thought alone was terrifying that day. Her decision to use the drone was motivated by two reasons: to ascertain whether he had hoarded supplies and to glimpse the appearance of this Chao Tianming. Unfortunately, the curtains had been drawn, obscuring any view of him. All she knew was that he had a robust physique. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Shiqi finally nodded. Upon seeing her sister agree, Jiang Shiyu smiled broadly. Retrieving her phone to contact Chao Tianming, however, just as she located his profile and prepared to send a message, Jiang Shiqi stopped her. "Wait, what is it, sister?" Jiang Shiyu blinked her large, sparkling eyes in confusion. "Send our best photo." Hearing her sister's request, Jiang Shiyu was taken aback for a moment, then narrowed her eyes, a mischievous smile spreading across her face as she playfully teased her sister. "Oh yo!" Wicked smile. As identical twins, Jiang Shiqi understood her sister's thoughts all too well, and coupled with her sister's meaningful gaze, she felt a sudden rush of shyness, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze. "You little rascal, what are you staring at? Hurry up." Got it. Chao Tianming sat on the balcony, smoking while scrolling through his phone. With the power out, his phone was on the brink of dying. If anyone realized this predicament, those who had been hesitating would surely seize the last opportunity to message him, applying for the position of personal secretary. Thus, Chao Tianming needed to act swiftly in selecting his candidates. Name: Luo Fei. Appearance rating: 85, 90 and above earns a reward. Age: 32. Occupation: executive in a foreign enterprise. Traits: enjoys Western cuisine. Dating experience: 13. Overall evaluation: passionate about international culture. Raised on it. Progress: incomplete. Pass. Chao Tianming was not particularly worried about her age. His primary concern was whether she had any flaws. Additionally, engaging in endeavors without rewards was a waste of effort. He had no interest in such unprofitable ventures. Name: Peng Yi. Appearance rating: 80, 90 and above earns a reward. Age: 29. Occupation: leader of a listed company's dance troupe. Traits: intelligent and capable, striving for excellence. Dating experience: 31. Overall evaluation: a person willing to dedicate themselves to the arts. Progress: incomplete. Pass. For someone with such extensive experience and exceptional abilities, Chao Tianming preferred merely to observe rather than engage. Name: Sun Na. Appearance rating: 70, 90 and above earns a reward. Pass. 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 Chao Tianming's previously lazy gaze suddenly brightened. Name: Jiang Shiqi. Appearance rating: 92, 90 and above earns a reward. Age: 20. Occupation: university student, esports player, professional hacker, amateur model. Traits: gentle. Dating experience: 0. Comprehensive evaluation: a gentle, beautiful, well-proportioned, high IQ academic achiever. Progress: incomplete. Name: Jiang Shiyu. Appearance score: 92. Rewards for scores above 90. Age: 20 years. Identity: university student. Esports player, professional hacker, amateur model. Traits: kind-hearted. Dating experience: 0. Comprehensive evaluation: a kind-hearted, beautiful, well-proportioned, high IQ academic achiever. Progress: incomplete. Chapter 74. The rescue. In the photograph, there are twin girls resembling ethereal sprites. They possess identical exquisite features, as though the heavens meticulously sculpted them with the finest of brushes. Their porcelain-like skin radiates a soft glow, exuding an innate purity and innocence. Both sisters don white dresses. their legs adorned with white knee-high stockings, arms affectionately linked as they lean against each other, embodying both innocence and desire. The message they sent was not text but rather a voice recording. Brother, clear, ethereal, sweet yet salty, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Those simple 2 words made Chao Tianming shiver. Brother, we encountered difficulties. Please help me and my sister. The female bodhisattva no. Almost let it slip. Chao Tianming quickly retracted his thought. Little sister, could you tell me where you live? A few seconds later, the response arrived. Brother, we reside in Villa District number 3. They could hardly fathom that Chao Tianming had only just returned and was already heading out again. Moreover, from his tone, it was evident he intended to fetch someone. It was clear he was going to bring someone home again. They say that with great power comes great responsibility. Yet, there was a tinge of jealousy in their hearts. Still, they understood that their very existence was due to Chao Tianming's efforts. Without him, they would not enjoy the life they currently lead, and might have perished long ago. Thus, they felt they had no grounds to make excessive demands or interfere. As the household chores multiplied, the addition of new members would surely help alleviate some of the burdens. The fog outside appeared somewhat less dense than usual, yet still limited visibility. Chao Tianming and Jiang Shiyu utilized their phones for real-time location tracking, allowing him to reach Villa number 3 in the shortest time possible. Frankly speaking, with the thick fog and occasional zombie sightings, had it been anyone else, even with Jiang Shiyu's celestial beauty, they would likely hesitate to venture out for a rescue. After all, most would prioritize their lives over all else. Even those who yearn for a romantic demise beneath the peony must first encounter the flower itself. Along the way, Chao Tianming, utilizing his formidable strength, dispatched dozens of zombies before arriving at the villa district. This villa area is also stratified. The outermost are row houses. Rather than villas, they resemble 4-story small buildings, albeit with spacious interiors, and the floors are interconnected. At this moment, these row houses had lost their former luster, replaced by decay and silence. Deeper within lie the true standalone villas, occupying the prime location of Yuehua International. Soon, Chao Tianming found himself before Villa No. 3. The outer iron gate had long been destroyed, twisted rebar hanging limply. The ornate designs on the door were shattered, once intricate patterns now filled with grime and dried blood in the villa's courtyard. 2 bewildered zombies stood, their forms hunched, clad in tatters, broken flesh revealing stark white bones, their murky eyes devoid of life. With a flick of his wrist, Chao Tianming wielded his octagonal hammer, and with 2 resonant cracks akin to melons bursting, the zombies collapsed, silenced forever. The main door of the villa remained intact, though now shrouded in a thick layer of dust. The surrounding windows lay shattered, sharp glass shards glinting like jagged fangs in the fog. As Chao Tianming stepped inside, the crunch of glass beneath his feet echoed ominously in the stillness. Inside, the spacious hall was in disarray. Chao Tianming pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Hello. I've arrived in the basement. Jiang Shiyu's eyes sparkled upon receiving his call. She had not expected Chao Tianming to arrive so swiftly. Although Building 21 was not far from the Villa District, that was relative to the pre-apocalyptic world. Now, with the thick fog and zombies lurking, reaching this place safely was no small feat, let alone in such a short time. If not for the initial location indicating Chao Tianming was indeed at Building 21, they might have thought he resided in the Villa District himself. Following Jiang Shiyu's instructions, Chao Tianming made his way to the basement. When the door opened, and he first beheld the sisters Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu, 2 words echoed in his mind. What a fortune! The sisters appeared far more stunning in person than in the photograph. Today, they were not clad in white dresses but rather in JK uniforms, a white short-sleeved top, a deep blue skirt, and their hair styled in twin ponytails, resembling beautiful girls sprung from the pages of a manga, radiating youthful exuberance. Chao Tianming gazed at their innocent and youthful countenance, coupled with their extraordinary figures. And an enticing phrase inadvertently surfaced in his mind. Childlike features, ample curves, fair skin. JK, short skirts, twin ponytails, instant, marvelous, indescribably delightful. Upon seeing Chao Tianming, Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu were equally taken aback. They had assumed someone capable of hoarding such provisions would be a robust man. Not necessarily unattractive, but likely of ordinary looks. After all, if he were handsome, surely he would have attracted admirers before the apocalypse, rather than trading food for companionship now. They perhaps underestimated the difficulty men face in finding partners when lacking wealth. However, they were unprepared for Chao Tianming, who was not only handsome but also tall, with striking features that radiated a sense of nobility quite unlike this era. Tianming, brother, you have finally arrived. Jiang Shiyu broke the silence. Her voice ringing clear as a mountain spring, her eyes sparkling like the stars. Jiang Shiqi stood beside her, lips slightly pursed, her expression cool, reminiscent of a sliver of moonlight in winter. Hello. Which of you is the elder sister and which is the younger? Although Chao Tianming had a hunch, he still inquired. Just as Jiang Shiqi was about to speak, her sister interjected, I am Jiang Shiyu, the younger sister. This is my elder sister Jiang Shiqi. Chao Tianming thought to himself. Just as I suspected. Tianming, brother, please come in. With that, Jiang Shiyu extended her delicate hand, grasping Chao Tianming's arm. A skilled person is bold. Chao Tianming felt no trepidation about their intentions. After all, what malice could such a pure, ponytailed girl harbor? Chapter 75. Qin, Ming, Song, Tang. Qin, their basement was expansive, exquisitely decorated. The room was spotless, a stark contrast to the desolation above. Were it not for the water and electricity being cut off and supplies dwindling, they could likely endure for quite some time. After some pleasantries, Chao Tianming articulated the purpose of his visit. Sometimes, girls are shy to take the initiative. Shiyu, please gather the items you need. I can help you take whatever you desire. Tianming, brother, is that truly the case? Of course. As he spoke, Chao Tianming casually placed his hand on a chair, and in the next moment, it vanished before the sister's eyes. Jiang Shiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth agape, her smile frozen in utter disbelief. Her previously relaxed hand instinctively moved to cover her slightly parted lips. She stepped back, inadvertently bumping into the table leg, making a loud clatter. Yet, she paid no heed. Captivated by the spot where the chair had been, as if she had unearthed a monumental secret. Moments later, her eyes gleamed with excitement as she exclaimed, Tianming, brother, are you Kakashi? Or do you possess a spatial ring? Chao Tianming, Dada? Though Jiang Shiqi's reaction was less dramatic than her sister's, her cool demeanor was overtaken by an unmistakable look of astonishment. Her gaze toward Chao Tianming brimmed with curiosity and intrigue. Shiyu, I am neither Kakashi nor do I possess a spatial ring. This is simply one of my abilities. All right, I'll explain in detail later. For now, you need to tell me what items you wish to take. With that, Chao Tianming's gaze shifted toward the bedroom, his intention clear. Tianming, brother, can it be anything? Absolutely, wow, with a cheer. Jiang Shiyu eagerly took Chao Tianming's hand and led him into the bedroom. Jiang Shiqi was just about to say something, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Thus, under the circumstance where Jiang Shiqi's face was flushed the entire time, Chao Tianming collected all the clothing of both Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu into the spatial realm. To be honest, it was hardly surprising that the two sisters felt embarrassed at that moment. Chao Tianming himself was also experiencing a rush of blood, feeling his cheeks aflame. This was due to the astonishing variety of their garments. Everything from JK uniforms, sailor suits, office lady attire, flight attendant outfits, kipeos, to Lolita dresses, was indeed present in abundance. As for Hanfu, it was even more plentiful, encompassing styles from the Qing, Ming, Song, Tang, and Qin dynasties, all without exception. Chao Tianming felt that even the series from BYD could not compare in such completeness. Additionally, there were stockings and undergarments. While others had their stockings neatly boxed, theirs were stored in an entire cabinet, one of those large cabinets, no less. Fortunately, having previously raided an entire Balenciaga store, Chao Tianming had seen enough to steady his nerves and avoid being overwhelmed. When it came to collecting the lingerie, the two girls were somewhat shy and hesitated to allow Chao Tianming to proceed. Eventually, it was Jiang Shiyu, blushing, who led him to the cabinet. As soon as the door opened, Chao Tianming's eyes widened in astonishment. In that moment, he finally understood the phrase, the more you look, the more enchanting it becomes. Although he did not scrutinize closely, the array of items was diverse. With a notable number of lace pieces, he even spotted a particular style of belly band. It was simply. Following that, Chao Tianming accompanied Jiang Shiyu to another room, where he collected the computers and a series of electronic devices belonging to the two sisters. Speaking of which, the technology in that room was quite an eye-opener for Chao Tianming. The level of decor, the configuration of computers, and the high-end equipment were things he had never possessed before. It could be said that this set of devices represented the ultimate fantasy for every young man. He had never even seen such luxurious equipment online. If this collection had existed before the apocalypse, its value would have been enough to purchase an 80-square-meter apartment in a fourth-tier city. However, considering the current state, it might at most be traded for 2 buckets of instant noodles. After tidying everything up, Chao Tianming departed with the 2 women. At this point, Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu were no longer dressed in their JK skirts, but had donned thick cotton jackets and outdoor windbreakers. This was not due to the cold. On the contrary, the weather was relatively warm for the season. The reason for their attire was to guard against zombie attacks. Ever since the fog appeared, these zombies had begun to undergo mutations, with their attack power, defense, and speed increasing to varying degrees. Although they posed no threat to Chao Tianming, they could be deadly to ordinary people. Should a horde of zombies emerge and he failed to protect the 2 girls in time, resulting in them being scratched or injured and subsequently infected by the zombie virus, he would be left in despair, especially considering he had yet to complete his task regarding these 2 girls. Therefore, Chao Tianming instructed them to dress as warmly as possible. As long as their skin remained unbroken, it would not pose a significant issue. Chao Tianming vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, fearful of a sudden zombie appearance. The 2 women were tense, their calves trembling slightly, each clutching tightly to the corner of Chao Tianming's clothing. Thus, the 3 of them cautiously proceeded forward. However, sometimes, what one fears most is precisely what occurs. Just as they were about to exit the villa area, a low, guttural roar suddenly echoed from ahead. Chao Tianming's body tensed instantly, raising his hand to signal the 2 women to halt, his gaze fixed intently on the source of the sound. In that moment, the 2 women dared not breathe, their eyes wide open, fixated on Chao Tianming's back, their palms slick with cold sweat, clutching the fabric of his clothing into a crumpled mess. Soon, amidst the thick fog, they caught sight of a glimmering green light. It was a pair of eyes radiating an eerie glow, flickering like will-o'-the-wisps in the dense mist, exuding a chilling aura and bloodthirsty madness. A sense of foreboding stirred within Chao Tianming, for the owner of those eyes was evidently not an ordinary zombie, but rather resembled some form of mutated creature. Suddenly, a swift shadow lunged towards Chao Tianming and the others. This entity moved with extraordinary speed, leaving only a fleeting silhouette in the fog. Chao Tianming unleashed a punch, activating the powers of the shock fruit, as the air seemed to be violently kneaded by invisible hands, creating visible ripples that raced towards the dark figure. The shadow advanced aggressively. However, upon facing Chao Tianming's strike, it bizarrely halted its advance. Clearly, after sensing the imminent threat from Chao Tianming's fist, it could no longer evade the impending attack. It emitted a strange cry, and a black light began to emanate from its body. Chapter 76. The Big Black Cat Do-Do Buzz. There was no explosion, yet a tremendous tremor erupted in the air. Though the creature had attempted to defend itself, it was still sent flying. However, its landing posture indicated that it had sustained no injuries. Goodness. Its defensive capabilities are impressive. The previous attack, albeit a mere casual blow from Chao Tianming, would have obliterated a regular zombie given his current strength. Yet, this peculiar creature had withstood it. Fortunately, after that strike, the creature did not launch a counterattack against Chao Tianming and the others. Rather, it cautiously retreated a couple of steps. At this moment, they finally beheld the full form of this mysterious entity. It resembled a cat yet possessed the stature of a tiger. Its body cloaked in a layer of ink-black fur that shimmered with a cold sheen in the dim light, akin to satin. Its long tail flicked through the air like a steel whip, stirring up clouds of dust upon striking the ground. Most alarming were its eyes, which glowed with a spectral light, appearing rather eerie. The 2 women were utterly terrified, instinctively shrinking back behind Chao Tianming. He furrowed his brow, pondering. Is this a black panther that escaped from a zoo, or has someone's cat mutated? Yet, despite its fearsome appearance, it looked rather striking. Chao Tianming clenched his fist, slightly parted his feet, steadied his stance, and began to channel energy from within, emanating a sharp aura. Regardless of whether this being was a cat or a panther, it was now blocking his path, and that meant it was in for a fight. However, just as Chao Tianming locked onto his target, preparing to deliver a lethal blow, the peculiar black cat cast a glance at the Jiang sisters behind him, then swiftly retreated, vanishing at an astonishing speed. Goodness, how astute! Chao Tianming dared not pursue, for he still needed to protect Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu. Moreover, with such thick fog, even if he wished to chase, he likely would lose track of it. It would be wiser to leave the area quickly. He turned back to Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu, noticing their lingering shock and pale faces, and forced a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not fear. It has fled, and for now, we are safe." The two women nodded mechanically, their eyes filled with trepidation. They had never encountered a cat of such size, especially one with glowing green eyes. "Let us go. We must leave this place quickly," Chao Tianming whispered, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The two women closely followed behind him, not daring to lag even a step. Before long, they exited the villa area. The trio continued onward. Although the fog was considerably thinner than in previous days, visibility remained limited to a few meters. Each step was taken with utmost caution, wary of hidden dangers. Yet, Chao Tianming could not shake the feeling that something was silently observing him from the shadows. Throughout their journey, he occasionally heard the distant roars of zombies, yet they encountered none. This peculiar state of affairs was utterly bizarre. When they finally reached the base of Building 21, they still had not encountered a single zombie. This strange phenomenon was utterly preposterous. However, just as they were about to enter the building, a muffled cry echoed from behind them. The three immediately turned to look. Not far behind, a shadow stood, a familiar figure. The massive black cat resembling a tiger. Chao Tianming promptly positioned himself in front of Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu, watching the enormous black cat warily, ready to unleash a fatal strike at any moment. Yet, the great black cat showed no signs of aggression. Instead, it took 2 steps back and lay down on the ground, even rolling over to expose its belly. It is known that felines only reveal their bellies to those they trust or wish to befriend, as it is their most vulnerable area. What is happening? Is it attempting to extend an olive branch, embracing the age-old adage of "if you cannot win, join"? Chao Tianming couldn't help but speculate whether the absence of zombie attacks along their journey was due to this large creature's covert assistance. "Meow!" The big black cat called softly, its voice imbued with a sense of affection, a stark contrast to its imposing appearance. Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Shiyu could not help but murmur, "Sister, do you think it could be Dodo?" As she spoke, Jiang Shiyu cautiously took a small step forward. Chao Tianming wanted to intervene, but the black cat remained docile on the ground, showing no signs of aggression, even appearing excited at the sight of familiar faces. However, Chao Tianming did not relax his guard, his eyes fixed intently on the large black cat, prepared for any sudden movement. Jiang Shiyu also dared not approach too closely, instead softly inquiring, "Are you Dodo?" Upon hearing the name Dodo, the large black cat's eyes instantly brightened, and it sprang to its feet, swiftly darting towards Jiang Shiyu. Chao Tianming attempted to intercept it, but he noticed that Jiang Shiyu had already stretched out her arms. The big black cat leapt directly into her embrace, affectionately rubbing its head against her leg. Its tail held high and gently swaying, as if warmly responding to her. Jiang Shiqi approached, her face alight with surprise. "It truly is Dodo. Its transformation is astounding. We hardly recognized it. Indeed, sister." Jiang Shiyu's eyes glistened with emotion as she gently stroked the soft fur of the big black cat. "Before the apocalypse, when we first encountered it, it was merely a skinny little creature rummaging through the trash bins in our neighborhood for food. Who would have thought it could become so majestic? If it hadn't approached us, I would hardly have believed it was the same cat." Nestled in Jiang Shiyu's arms, the big black cat purred contentedly, occasionally glancing up at her, its face radiating satisfaction. At that moment, Chao Tianming also relaxed his vigilance. "I asked this big black cat one you used to keep?" "No, Brother Tianming," Jiang Shiyu replied. "It was once a stray in our neighborhood. We felt sorry for it and often fed it. And gradually it became familiar with us, frequently lounging on our windowsill to bask in the sun. We named it Dodo. However, when the apocalypse struck so suddenly, Dodo did not return, and we assumed it had perished. I never imagined it would return in such a transformed state that I could barely recognize it." After speaking, Jiang Shiyu affectionately nuzzled the big black cat again. "Dodo, I'm so sorry. We had no way to search for you back then." Perhaps sensing Jiang Shiyu's sentiment, the big black cat nuzzled even more vigorously, its purring growing louder. as if expressing the longing and joy of their reunion, and comforting her that all was well and there was no need for guilt. When Chao Tianming returned home with Jiang Shiqi and the big black cat Dodo, Feng Shunan, and Ran, and Zhang Xinyue were all taken aback. Chapter 77. This feast is extravagant. Feng Shunan instinctively grabbed a gun at the first moment. Ayan Ran, frightened, hid behind Feng Shunan, revealing only half her head, her face filled with terror as she stared at Dodo, her fingers unconsciously clutching Feng Shuanan's clothing. Zhang Xinyue, though relatively composed, furrowed her brows tightly, her tang knife already drawn, her eyes filled with wariness. The abrupt change startled the big black cat as well, instantly arching its back and assuming an aggressive stance. However, before it could bare its teeth, Chao Tianming interposed himself between it and the women, gently patting the cat's forehead to signal it to calm down. Jiang Shiyu and Jiang Shiqi hurried forward to soothe Dodo's agitation. With Chao Tianming nearby, Feng Shunan and the others felt somewhat reassured. Yet, upon seeing Dodo's tiger-like stature, they still felt a shiver of fear. They were puzzled. Their husband had mentioned going to fetch his sisters, yet he had returned with a large black cat. Perceiving the curious gazes directed at him, Chao Tianming succinctly recounted the events that had transpired and introduced everyone to one another. Including the big black cat, Feng Shunan and the other women were left speechless, taking a while to regain their composure. Feng Shunan gazed at Dodo in astonishment. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. Who would have thought that a frail stray cat could survive after the zombie outbreak and become so formidable? And Ran also peeked out from behind her, her eyes filled with curiosity. If it was a stray cat? I seem to recall encountering a pitch-black stray in our neighborhood. Could it possibly be Dodo? Sister Wan, if you met a stray in our neighborhood, it is very likely that it was Dodo. Jiang Shiyu affectionately called to Ran. All right, why don't you all get acquainted? This evening, we shall celebrate the addition of our new companions. Sure, husband, Feng Shunan nodded. You two sisters, please follow me to change your clothes. Saying this, Feng Shunan rose and led Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu into the bedroom, while Chao Tianming remained on the sofa, amusing Dodo. Before the cat lay a meter-long tuna. Eat up, from now on. As long as you stick with me, I guarantee you will feast luxuriously. That night, Chao Tianming prepared a plethora of ingredients. The group gathered around a hot pot, celebrating the arrival of Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu into their family. With the increase in household members, a single pot was insufficient, so they added two more. One spicy, one clear broth, and one tomato-based, offering a variety of flavors. The ingredients were a vibrant assortment: Australian lobsters, Arctic sweet shrimp, Antarctic prawns, and Siamese mantis shrimp, alongside king crabs and salmon, among other seafood. There were only two types of meat: premium Wagyu beef, marbled in red and white like exquisite marble, and carefully selected lamb leg meat. As for the vegetables, they were plentiful and varied. Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu, who had previously seen Chao Tianming's recruitment video showcasing steak and red wine, found this feast to be on an entirely different level. It was not that they were naive or had not seen the world. Prior to the apocalypse, such delicacies were considered luxuries for ordinary families, typically reserved for festive occasions. However, under their current living conditions, they could dine on such fare whenever they wished, perhaps even better. Yet now, amid the apocalypse, with the zombie outbreak having persisted for over 2 weeks, societal production had ground to a halt. They had previously bid exorbitantly in the homeowners group, even offering 10,000 for a single instant noodle, but no one was willing to sell. The brutality of the apocalypse was beyond imagination. Food had become an incredibly scarce resource, money had plummeted in value, rendering it worthless in the face of hunger. Thus, this table laden with priceless food could not simply be measured by the standard of luxury. Even money could not quantify its worth. Nevertheless, this priceless feast was prepared by Chao Tianming to welcome them. Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu were touched, their eyes slightly glistening with tears as they softly said, "Brother Tianming, thank you." "Ha ha ha, we are family. There is no need for such formalities," Chao Tianming replied, suddenly shifting his tone. He feigned sternness as he addressed Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu. "Before you entered this house, you called me Brother Tianming. Now that you are inside, what should you call me?" Initially taken aback, they exchanged glances, their cheeks flushing slightly as they tentatively whispered, "Husband." This meal was enjoyed with great harmony, and everyone indulged in a bit of wine. To Chao Tianming's surprise, Zhang Shiqi and Zhang Shiyu proved to be quite the heavyweights when it came to drinking. At first, he had prepared red wine simply to accommodate the women, hoping to add some cheer to the occasion. However, as they continued to drink, he noticed something was amiss. Although red wine is mild, it is still alcohol, and typically, the effects are felt later. After several rounds, Feng Shunan, and Ran, and Zhang Xinyue began to feel tipsy, their eyes becoming slightly glazed, and their voices gradually grew louder. In contrast, Zhang Shiqi and Zhang Shiyu maintained their fair complexions and bright eyes. Their hands steady as they raised their glasses, consuming cup after cup without any sign of inebriation. Chao Tianming couldn't help but inquire, "Shiyu, I never expected you to be such a heavy drinker. Have you trained for this?" Zhang Shiyu's cheeks were flushed, not from intoxication but from a hint of boisterousness that comes with it, as she laughed, "Husband, I've never specifically trained for it in the past. Our elders were strict, and we weren't allowed to drink freely. Then how come you can drink so well? Perhaps it's just in our nature." Outside, the night remained deep and dark, the occasional moans of zombies echoing like a mournful song heralding the apocalypse. Inside, the steaming hot pot and the laughter of the people brought a rare splash of color to this grim world. After the meal, due to their low tolerance for alcohol, Feng Shunan and the others retired early to their rooms. Meanwhile, Chao Tianming, Zhang Shiqi, and Zhang Shiyu engaged in a game of Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, opting for the classic battle mode on the Dota map. During his school days, Chao Tianming had represented his class in the annual competitions organized by the school, showcasing his undeniable prowess. However, Zhang Shiqi and Zhang Shiyu, being younger, had not been exposed to this game. Upon entering the map, Chao Tianming chose the mountain giant, commonly known as Tiny. This hero had a unique appearance, entirely composed of stone, exuding an aura of resilience. Its rugged stone texture seemed to narrate tales of battles fought and hardships endured, glimmering with a cold sheen under the game's lighting effects, presenting an imposing visual impact. Moreover, it was a melee hero. Chapter 78, Task Reward. Sharingan.it possessed 3 active skills and 1 passive skill, Avalanche, Toss, and the rugged exterior, along with a powerful ultimate ability that allowed it to grow in size and strength once it reached a certain level. One could say that the hero known as the Mountain Giant serves effectively both as an early game champion and a formidable force in the late game. With high attack power, substantial health, and exceptional burst damage, he possesses numerous advantages, including remarkable endurance in battles. On the other hand, Zhang Shiqi opted for the Crystal Maiden, a choice that aligns perfectly with her cool demeanor. The abilities of the Crystal Maiden primarily revolve around ice-based control, with the skill Frostbite being particularly formidable. This skill allows the player to encase an enemy unit in frost, rendering them immobile and incapable of attacking, while inflicting 25 damage every 0.25 seconds. Casting this on ordinary units below level 6 results in a duration of 10 seconds, during which the affected target is entirely incapacitated. Additionally, this hero possesses a powerful aura that facilitates rapid mana regeneration, enabling the Crystal Maiden to continuously employ Frostbite to restrain the mountain giant's movements. Although the damage dealt by this skill is modest, it nonetheless poses significant challenges for the mountain giant. Meanwhile, Zhang Shiyu selected the Lina, also known as the Firewoman, an intelligence hero that diverges from the typical mold. This hero can function as an ADC due to her exceptionally potent passive ability, Fiery Soul. Each time Lina casts a spell, her blazing spirit passively enhances her attack and movement speed, with effects that stack and refresh every time she uses a skill. The duration lasts for 10 seconds, with a maximum stack of 3, potentially boosting attack speed by 85 points and movement speed by 8. Within those 10 seconds, her attack speed can reach terrifying levels. Moreover, Lina's ultimate ability, Laguna Blade, is a powerful burst damage skill that deals directional damage, leaving no room for evasion. Fortunately for Zhang Shiyu, as a novice, she was unable to fully unleash the hero's potential. After executing a combo, she found herself powerless and was swiftly eliminated by the mountain giant's skills. Conceding first blood, the mountain giant continued to level up and destroy towers, ultimately reaching the enemy's fountain. Leveraging his impressive stature and formidable defense, he began to mercilessly attack the fountain. The match concluded with the surrender of both Lina and the Crystal Maiden. After the game, Chao Tianming closed his computer and exited the bedroom. At that moment, the black cat Dodo lay by the door, looking at Chao Tianming with a puzzled expression, a spare rib pressed beneath its body. Upon seeing Chao Tianming emerge, it slowly rose, affectionately nudging his calf with its head. Chao Tianming reached down to pet Dodo's head in response. Behave, and in a few days, when we move, I'll get you a bigger house. It seemed the black cat understood Chao Tianming's words, as it opened its mouth and meowed twice, as if to say, it's a promise. After releasing Dodo, Chao Tianming made his way to the balcony. Settling into his designated chair, he took out a Xinyuan Min cigarette and lit it gently. The thin smoke spiraled upwards as he gazed into the night sky, which was thick and impenetrable. The distant moans of zombies echoing in his ears. Yet, none of this disturbed Chao Tianming's state of mind. That moment, he accessed the system interface, eager to discover the rewards bestowed upon him this time. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Rewards. 1 out of pair of Sharingan, originating from the world of flames. It is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, possessing unique and powerful abilities. It typically appears red, and the single Tomo Sharingan grants the user a degree of dynamic visual acuity, facilitating insight into opponents' movements during combat. Upon evolution, it can offer special skills based on the user's attributes. Rest assured, host, it will not cause blindness. 2.10 basic attribute points. 3.10 basic attribute points. Within the system space were 2 transparent square boxes, each filled with a green liquid. Inside the liquid floated an eyeball. The Sharingan. This is remarkable. It is well known that in the world of Naruto, the existence of the Sharingan is pivotal to the entire narrative, from the story's inception to its conclusion. Anyone possessing the Sharingan, regardless of age, is undoubtedly a powerhouse. Even Danzo sought to acquire the Sharingan, orchestrating the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Even the only scientist in the fantasy realm, Orochimaru, coveted a pair. This illustrates the immense allure of the Sharingan. However, Chao Tianming was puzzled as to why, upon completing tasks, he usually received an ability or an item along with 10 attribute points. Yet this time he received only a pair of Sharingan and 20 attribute points. Where had the other item gone? Surely the system couldn't be skimming off the top system. Don't speak nonsense. I'm not like that. Yet, despite Chao Tianming's silent inquiries to the system, no hints were forthcoming. Ultimately, he resigned himself to this situation, recognizing that having something is better than nothing. He retrieved the 2 boxes containing the eyeballs from the system's space. Gazing at the Sharingan within, his heart raced with excitement. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that the reason it was contained in 2 boxes is that the system only awards 1 Sharingan per reward? Since he had completed 2 tasks simultaneously, perhaps that was why he received a pair system. Precisely, good grief. This system is quite cunning system. Regardless, with the Sharingan in hand, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Moreover, the system had kindly eliminated any side effects, ensuring he would not go blind. Without hesitation, Chao Tianming opened the boxes. The moment the boxes were unsealed, the Sharingan within soared into the air as if summoned, flying towards Chao Tianming's eyes. The sudden event startled Chao Tianming, and before he could react, the Sharingan transformed into a streak of light and vanished into him. In the next instant, he felt a chilling sensation in his eyes. Moments later, the coldness dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. He slowly opened his eyes to reveal a mesmerizing crimson glow, and the entire room sprang to life through the lens of the Sharingan. The flow of light, the float of dust, and even the minute veins in the walls became vividly visible. Chapter 79. I prepare to take a shortcut. Chao Tianming approached the balcony, attempting to concentrate and gaze into the distance. The single Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and where once the dense fog limited his view to a mere 10 meters, he could now see several times that distance. The wave of indescribable excitement surged within him. This miraculous Sharingan had effortlessly shattered the bounds of his vision. He stared into the distance, observing how the layers of mist under the scrutiny of the Sharingan seemed to part, revealing the hazy streets beyond. Indeed, the Sharingan had not merely enhanced his power directly, but it had bestowed him with heightened sensory perception. This was even more exhilarating than a mere increase in strength. The growth of the Sharingan relies on mental fortitude. Therefore, for his next attribute allocation, Chao Tianming resolved to invest all his points into mental strength. This would not only accelerate the evolution of his Sharingan, but also further compensate for his weaknesses. System Panel Attribute Allocation. Name: Chao Tianming. Age: 25. Height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 81 kilograms. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Powers, energy absorption, inspired by Black Emperor. Tremor fruit, inspired by Whitebeard. Feng Baobao's unique secret technique, inspired by Feng Baobao. Speed, 15. Strength, 10. Mental strength, 31. Constitution, 15. Available attribute points, 0 points. Upon completing the allocation, his mental attributes became the strongest aspect of his foundational abilities. He felt as if he had transformed entirely, akin to a rejuvenating head spa at a relaxation parlor, invigorated and alert. Furthermore, Chao Tianming discovered that at that moment, the Sharingan had directly evolved, skipping the 2-tomo stage and advancing straight to the 3-tomo stage. The world before his eyes shifted once again. It was as if the world had transformed completely. Tio put it another way. If this world were a colossal cinema, with every person and object being part of the film, then the previous world, in Chao Tianming's perception, resembled a 480p standard definition movie. The single Tomo Sharingan was akin to a 1080p high-definition film. However, now, with the 3-tomo Sharingan, it felt as if he were watching a 4K ultra-high-definition presentation. This sensation was simply awe-inspiring. Chao Tianming immersed himself in the powerful perception and strength granted by the evolved Sharingan, remaining awake through the night. His mind felt like a whirlwind charged with electricity, continuously whirling at high speed, devoid of fatigue. As the sun shone brightly and the fog began to dissipate, Feng Shunan emerged from the bedroom clad in pajamas, her sleep-laden eyes and slightly tousled hair exuding a unique, languid beauty. A rich aroma wafted through the air, prompting her to pause and instinctively inhale, her previously hazy mind instantly awakened by the alluring scent. Curiosity piqued, she shuffled in her slippers towards the kitchen, where she found Chao Tianming skillfully busy at the stove, wearing an apron. The frying pan sizzled with golden eggs. The edges of the fried egg were slightly crisp, while the egg whites were as pristine as freshly fallen snow. The yolk in the center resembled a plump sun, glistening enticingly. Nearby, the rice cooker emitted steam, enveloping the kitchen in a rich aroma of cooked rice. "Darling, it smells so good," Feng Shunan couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with delight and astonishment. Until now, she had only known that Chao Tianming excelled at barbecuing, but she had never realized he could prepare breakfast as well. The sound of her voice. Chao Tianming turned around, a fond smile gracing his face as the morning sunlight poured through the window, outlining his warm silhouette. "Little glutton, you woke up just in time. Breakfast will be ready shortly." Feng Shunan stepped closer, gently looping her arm through his, peering into the pot. "Why didn't you sleep a bit longer, darling? I had no idea you could cook breakfast." Chao Tianming chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Instead, he picked up the spatula and expertly plated the fried egg onto a beautifully arranged dish. Feng Shunan turned to the cupboard, neatly setting out bowls and chopsticks, and poured 2 glasses of warm water for them. She mentioned calling the others to join for breakfast once they woke up. But if they were still asleep, they could wait until later. As for Jiang Shiqi and her sister, there was no need to wake them, as they had only just gone to bed in the early hours. "Okay, darling." Before long, Anren and Zhang Xinyue arrived in the kitchen, joining the ranks of those ready to eat. It seemed that perhaps due to their excessive drinking the night before, they had hardly consumed anything, and now they were all quite famished. Tio Feng Shunan's surprise, Anren and Zhang Xinyue each downed 3 bowls of congee, still yearning for more. Had they not feared overindulgence, they would have wanted to eat even more. After the meal, Chao Tianming donned his outdoor attire, a sturdy, windproof, and waterproof jacket. He planned to venture out today to gather some supplies and scout for a suitable place for their growing household to reside. Though the current residence was decent, it was indeed somewhat cramped. While the supplies in his system space were sufficient for their survival, having more would certainly be advantageous, especially with the increasing number of residents. Including the enormous Dodo, who was always hungry. As for accommodations, he could only leave it to fate. If he could not find an exceptionally good shelter, he intended to search for the largest flat or duplex within the existing community and perhaps combine adjacent rooms for living space. Villas were out of the question. Without bulletproof and explosion-proof glass, they offered little defense. Hadn't Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu rushed to the basement at the first sign of danger? Chao Tianming had left the firearms and tactical gear he had acquired from the police station with Feng Shunan for safety. He decided to leave the big black cat, Dodo, at home to guard the women, rewarding it with half a steak. Chao Tianming then approached the window, pushed it open and felt the cool morning breeze rush in, brushing against his resolute face. "Darling." Feng Shuanan's eyes widened in confusion as she wondered why Chao Tianming, who had mentioned going out, was now on the balcony. Turning back, he flashed a grin and softly said, "I'm planning to take a shortcut with that." He leaped from the window. This sudden act startled Feng Shunan, Anren, and Zhang Xinyue, leaving them pale and nearly breathless. Dodo, who had just received a piece of steak, was also taken aback, its body instinctively arching, its fur bristling like an inky halo, emitting low growls as its eyes fixated on the direction in which Chao Tianming had vanished. Recovering from the shock, Feng Shunan couldn't help but shout, "Darling." Chapter 80. Apologies. I worried you. With reddened eyes, she rushed to the window, gripping the frame tightly as she leaned out to look below, but all she could see was a sea of mist. With no sign of Chao Tianming, the wind howled in her ears, sending her hair into a frenzy. "Darling, what on earth is happening? This is the 18th floor." As Feng Shuanan's thoughts spiraled into chaos, a thunderous crash echoed from below, causing her to tremble violently. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. She recognized that the sound was unmistakably that of a heavy object hitting the ground. "Darling!" The noise had indeed been caused by Chao Tianming's landing. From the 18th floor, a height of 50 to 60 meters, even the most steadfast and brave Feng Shunan found herself gripped by fear. Her hands trembled, her nails nearly digging into the window frame as she leaned forward, desperate to leap down and ensure Chao Tianming's safety. Anren and Zhang Xinyue hurried to the window as well, their faces ashen, eyes wide with terror as they peered below. Anren's voice trembled with tears. "Tianming Gu won't." Her words trailed off, choked by her own imagination. Zhang Xinyue clamped her mouth shut, stifling her sobs. Her eyes glued to the source of the sound. Meanwhile, the dust began to settle below, revealing a large circular crater in the ground. The once solid concrete now cracked like a spider's web moment. Chao Tianming emerged from the pit, shaking his head and brushing off the dust, muttering to himself, "Damn it, that didn't go as planned." Having the ability to absorb various forms of energy, he could also harness kinetic energy. Thus, jumping from the 18th floor posed no challenge for him. In fact, the height was inconsequential, for as his feet made contact with the ground, the kinetic energy generated from the force of gravity was instantaneously absorbed. Leaving him unscathed, however, he had not anticipated that while he emerged unharmed, he had created a sizable pit in the ground, leaving him covered in dirt. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu, who had been peacefully asleep, were jolted awake by the commotion. When they saw Feng Shunan, Anren, and Zhang Xinyue on the floor, weeping, they were momentarily bewildered. "What is going on? Where's Tianming Gu?" Feng Shunan was too distraught to articulate her thoughts, while Anren, trembling, pointed out the window. Jiang Shiqi and Jiang Shiyu exchanged puzzled glances, then, as if piecing it together, rushed to the window to look down. Just then, the intercom crackled to life. "Hello, hello, I'm Chao Tianming." Feng Shunan leapt forward as if grasping a lifeline, seizing the intercom, her voice thick with tears. "Darling, are you okay? You scared me to death." Her words were laced with distress and worry, tears cascading down her cheeks as her hands trembled. Almost dropping the intercom, hearing her tearful voice from below, Chao Tianming felt a pang in his heart and quickly reassured her. "I'm fine, Nan. Don't worry, it's my fault for not telling you beforehand and making you anxious." He had intended to tease them, but instead, he nearly caused a breakdown. "Darling, please don't scare me anymore." Woo. All right, it's okay now, it must be said. A woman's tears are a man's most irresistible weapon. Hearing her voice, filled with emotion, Chao Tianming felt as if something had pierced his heart. Taking a deep breath, he softly consoled her. "I'm sorry to have worried you." Once those words left his lips, her crying abruptly ceased. Since Feng Shunan had met Chao Tianming, she had never heard him speak to her in such a tone. "Darling." Feng Shunan fell silent, struggling to hold back her tears. "Please be safe." "Okay, wait for me to come back." Upstairs, some survivors had heard the earlier thunderous noise and curiously looked out the window, only to find nothing amiss. Leaving the community, Chao Tianming rode his BMW towards the nearest shopping mall. In the Xiqing district, a black Land Rover sped down the road, seemingly unaffected by the thick fog that enveloped the area. It deftly navigated around all obstacles. "Captain, Your ability is incredibly useful in this fog. We can barely see, yet you remain unfazed. Inside the vehicle, for individuals clad in deep blue tactical gear, resembling FBI agents, bore a police emblem depicting a winged angel. The one speaking was a young man named Han Yaojia. Appearing to be just over 20, I say, Yaojia, don't you realize that if the captain weren't capable, the base wouldn't he have dispatched us to gather supplies in such weather? Beside Han Yaojia sat another young man. Exuding an air of irreverence, a hint of a carefree smile danced at the corners of his mouth as he playfully patted Han Yaojia's shoulder. Our captain is the ace of the base. With him around, our mission is bound to proceed smoothly. His name was Lu Qi, known for his loquacity, always managing to inject a sense of levity into tense situations. I in the driver's seat, the captain. Lin Xiao wore a stern expression, gazing intently through the fog-laden windshield, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, seemingly oblivious to the banter behind him. Lin Xiao possessed extraordinary visual acuity, enabling him to see through the mist and discern the road conditions while keenly detecting subtle movements lurking in the shadows. This exceptional ability was precisely why the base entrusted him with the critical task of leading their team into this treacherous weather. Seated in the passenger seat was the only woman in the group, Su Yao. With her neatly cropped hair and determined gaze, she toyed with a compact firearm, remaining silent yet vigilant. The vehicle sped through the fog for approximately 20 minutes before emerging onto a main road. Lin Xiao decelerated, meticulously assessing the surroundings. As they entered a regular street, they observed an increasing number of zombies. The seemingly tranquil city concealed unknown dangers. Everyone steeled themselves. Ahead lay Wanda Plaza. Indeed, Su Yao, Lu Qi, and Han Yaojia chorused in unison as they approached their destination. A palpable tension mingled with excitement filled the air. They were part of the reconnaissance team, tasked with venturing out to locate supplies. Upon discovering resources, they would assess the quantities and relay their coordinates and details back to the base. Over the past few days, their base had successfully collected supplies from 2 large supermarkets and a seafood processing plant. Had it not been for the pervasive fog, their haul might have been even more substantial. Prepare to disembark, Lin Xiao commanded. Pushing open the car door, a wave of damp, decaying air rushed in. The group swiftly exited. Fanning out in a semicircle as they advanced toward their objective, Su Yao kept close to Lin Xiao, her footsteps light yet imbued with strength, each step silent as her firearm remained at the ready for any sudden developments. Lu Qi and Han Yaojia took up the rear, standing back to back, their eyes scanning for any potential threats lurking in the shadows. In no time, they reached Wanda Plaza, positioning themselves at Gate 3. The entrance had long been shattered, with glass strewn across the ground, crunching underfoot. Lin Xiao raised his hand, signaling for them to proceed. Instantly, the others raised their weapons and surged forward. Upon entering Wanda, the 4 dispersed, each scrutinizing a different direction. The once resplendent interior now bore no semblance of its former glory. Dim light filtered through the gaps in the shattered dome, dust swirling within the beams, and the once pristine marble floor was now marred with stains and dried blood. Shop signs lay in disarray, merchandise scattered about, and the only sounds were their soft footfalls in the eerie silence. Su Yao crouched low, deftly maneuvering through toppled shelves, her sharp gaze scanning every corner as the muzzle of her firearm followed her line of sight. "Boss, it looks like this place has been ransacked," Lu Qi murmured, frowning at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shot him a glance, taking in the desolate scene, and muttered, "It does appear quite chaotic, but I assure you, this place has not been thoroughly looted. Look at those shops. While they seem to have been ravaged, most items inside remain intact, with only a bit of disarray at the entrances. This state is likely a result of the zombie outbreak rather than subsequent looting. Even if someone has been here, it matters not. Our target is the supermarket in Zone A. These minor goods and clothing are of no consequence." Lu Qi surveyed the surroundings, confirming Lin Xiao's assessment. He nodded silently, falling into step behind him without further comment. Cautiously, they advanced toward the supermarket in Zone A. Suddenly, a shuffling sound echoed from nearby. Lin Xiao's reflexes kicked in, and he halted, signaling his teammates to silence. He focused intently on the source of the noise, but saw nothing unusual. He knew something lurked ahead. Just as he furrowed his brow, preparing to move forward, a hunched, ragged zombie emerged from around the corner. Its half-rotten face revealed ghastly bone, one arm dangling limply while the other dragged a human form behind it, which upon closer inspection was a decayed corpse, clearly long deceased. In that moment, Lin Zhao's pupils contracted. The others soon caught sight of the zombie. While they couldn't see the details as clearly as Lin Zhao, they recognized the figure as a zombie. Just as Han Yaojie raised his weapon to shoot, Su Yao intervened. Han Yaojie instinctively turned to Su Yao, perplexed by her obstruction. Yet, she remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Zhao. With a swift motion, Lin Zhao unfurled his collapsible BOW.in1 fluid motion. He drew an arrow and released it. The shadowy projectile whistled through the air, striking the zombie squarely in the head before it could charge toward them, causing it to collapse with a resounding thud. Sending dust swirling into the air, astonishment filled Han Yaojie's eyes. He momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Though he was aware of the captain's exceptional skills, the power of that shot exceeded his expectations. Lin Zhao, seemingly unfazed, swiftly stowed his bow and whispered, "Move." With that, he darted toward the supermarket in Zone A, his steps light and hurried. Lu Qi quickly followed, and it was only then that Han Yaojie regained his composure. Eager to catch up, yet, a voice echoed in his ear, "Remember, do not use your gun unless absolutely necessary. The noise can easily attract more zombies." With that, Su Yao hurried after the others, leaving Han Yaojie momentarily dazed. At Wanda Plaza, Zone A, within the supermarket area, Chao Tianming smiled at the sight of the intact roller shutter door. Its preservation indicated that this supermarket had yet to be visited. Truth be told, Chao Tianming found it somewhat extraordinary that such a large supermarket had not been scavenged by survivors. However, upon reflection, he understood. The West District was a newly developed area, and this Wanda Plaza had only recently opened. Although the land had been officially planned, the supporting infrastructure was not fully in place, and the occupancy rate of residential buildings remained low. Moreover, the zombie outbreak had occurred at midnight, when the mall was already closed, resulting in a relatively low number of zombies in the vicinity. Additionally, thick fog had engulfed the coastal area for days, and visibility had yet to fully improve. Ordinary individuals, even if driven by desire and courage to seek out supplies, would likely lack the means to safely reach Wanda. Chao Tianming's fingers, like claws, slipped through the gap, and with a gentle movement, he heard the sound of scraping. With ease, he lifted the locked roller shutter door. Lowering his head, he stepped inside, only to be met with a pungent odor of decay that made him instinctively cover his nose. Observing the scene before him, he thought, as expected, after more than half a month, the outermost layer of fruits and vegetables had long since rotted beyond recognition. Chao Tianming quickly traversed this area before commencing the collection of other supplies. Within the supermarket, aside from the perishable fruits and vegetables displayed prominently, other items boasted much longer shelf lives, some exceeding 18 months. However, while Chao Tianming unabashedly gathered supplies, four shadowy figures appeared at the supermarket entrance: Lin Zhao, Su Yao, and the others. Lin Zhao surveyed the damaged roller shutter door, his brow furrowing. The destruction of the door signified that someone had indeed been here, increasing the likelihood that the supplies had been thoroughly pillaged. Yet, standing at the entrance, he could not simply turn away. What if only a handful of survivors had come? He was determined not to leave empty-handed. "Let us go inside." Lin Zhao led the way, cautiously guiding Su Yao, Lu Qi, and Han Yaojie into the supermarket. Upon entry, the stench of decay mingled with dust assaulted them, prompting Su Yao to instinctively cover her mouth and nose, her brow creased in discomfort. Lu Qi murmured beside her, "This smell is even worse than outside. It's bound to be chaotic in here." Lin Zhao gazed at the desolate shelves, his heart sinking. Indeed, we have arrived too late. Although disappointment washed over him, this was not the first instance he had faced such a scenario. In the past, even before he took command, he had encountered similar situations more than once. Thus, he quickly adjusted his mindset. "Captain, this supermarket appears to have two levels. It seems that the lower level has been thoroughly ransacked. Should we venture upstairs to take a look? Perhaps there are still remnants to be found." To be honest, upon witnessing the state of this floor, Su Yao had little hope for the upper level. Yet, as the saying goes, since we are already here, it would be unsatisfying not to see it with our own eyes. It is crucial to understand that if they discover sufficient supplies and report back to the base, they will receive generous rewards upon their return, including better treatment, abundant food, and, most importantly, the X Serum. The X Serum is a concoction developed by the Angel Biological Base following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. This serum enables ordinary individuals to undergo mutations, thus acquiring superpowers, which are internally referred to as abilities. Those who possess these abilities are known as Awakened Ones. Although all 4 of them have already become Awakened Ones, rapid enhancement of their powers requires not only constant combat but also continued injections of the X serum. Hence, Lin Xiao and his companions are particularly concerned about the success of their mission. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and whispered, "Let us go check it out." Lu Qi and Han Yaojia, though somewhat disheartened, felt a flicker of hope upon hearing Su Yao's words. What if, just what if, the supplies upstairs remained untouched? The 4 of them cautiously made their way towards the staircase. The supermarket was eerily silent, save for the soft sound of their footsteps, creating an atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. As they stepped onto the staircase, faint noises reached their ears. Lin Xiao raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt, and they held their breath to listen, confirming that the sounds originated from the 2nd floor. They quickened their pace, stealthily making their way up. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. They beheld Chao Tianming, moving like a nimble leopard between the shelves, wherever he passed. Supplies seemed to vanish as if pulled into an invisible black hole. Lin Xiao's heart raced at this bizarre sight. He had never encountered anything so strange. Clutching his weapon tightly, he shouted, "Stop! What are you doing?" Chao Tianming, who had been eagerly collecting supplies, was initially oblivious to their presence. Startled by the shout, he abruptly ceased his movements and turned to face Lin Xiao and the others, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. "Is there something you need?" Chao Tianming's demeanor caught Lin Xiao off guard. He had not anticipated that the other party's first reaction would be anger rather than fear. Lin Xiao raised his bow, aiming it at Chao Tianming with a frosty gaze. "I said, don't move," at Lin Xiao's command. Su Yao, Lu Qi, and Han Yaojia promptly raised their guns, aiming at Chao Tianming, creating an atmosphere that suggested they would not hesitate to fire should he disobey. Chao Tianming grinned, a wicked smile gracing his lips, accompanied by a hint of disdain. Tilting his head and lifting his chin, he scoffed. "What, do you intend to shoot me?" Observing Chao Tianming's audacity, Lin Xiao's heart sank. From the earlier display of skill, it was evident that he was also an Awakened One, and a rare spatial type at that. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for how he could make supplies disappear merely by touching them. "Brother, you're an Awakened One too, aren't you? Which base do you belong to?" Lin Xiao inquired cautiously, keeping his arrow steady. Chao Tianming's eyebrows twitched slightly at the question. From his words, it was clear that these individuals were also Awakened Ones, and organized at that. With a chuckle, Chao Tianming revealed his teeth. "I have no organization." Taken aback by this revelation, Lin Xiao couldn't believe that Chao Tianming was unaffiliated. "Then how did you become an Awakened One?" Lin Xiao pressed, curiosity and confusion swirling within him, as he had never encountered anyone who could become an Awakened One without the aid of the X serum. Chao Tianming raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with skepticism. "What do you mean? Is it necessary to join an organization to become an Awakened One?" At this, Lin Xiao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in surprise. "Are you saying that you didn't awaken on your own?" Chao Tianming narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the faces of the 4 before him, eager to discern their reactions. It was known that he had previously inquired about the awakening of abilities from Zhang Shiwei, who had experienced it naturally. Did this organization have the capacity to artificially create Awakened Ones? At that moment, Chao Tianming's interest in the 4 intensified. Lin Xiao had not anticipated that Chao Tianming was unaffiliated, which sparked a new possibility in his mind. If they sought supplies, a conflict with him was inevitable. However, if he had no organization, perhaps inviting him could yield a mutually beneficial arrangement. "Brother, you guessed correctly. Our abilities did not awaken on their own." Chao Tianming raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging the revelation. "So, you 4 are all Awakened Ones." "Indeed. All 4 of us are Awakened Ones, from what I observed while you were collecting supplies." "You must be a spatial type Awakened One." In response to Lin Xiao's statement, Chao Tianming neither confirmed nor denied it, merely gazing at him with a neutral expression. Lin Xiao continued, "Brother, although you are a spatial type Awakened One and likely do not lack for supplies, being alone in this apocalypse must present its own challenges. If you are willing to join our base, I can assist you with the application." Chao Tianming blinked, contemplating. This fellow was quite clever, opting for a roundabout approach to persuade him to join their base rather than directly demanding the supplies he carried. It seemed that spatial type Awakened Ones were indeed valued. If he were successfully recruited, the base would likely offer him numerous benefits. However, Chao Tianming realized that agreeing to join would effectively shackle him. He would be subject to their manipulations. With a slight smile, he replied leisurely, "Since you insist on my joining your base, you ought to enlighten me on the benefits it entails." Noticing that Chao Tianming had not outright rejected the invitation, Lin Zhao's eyes glimmered with a barely perceptible smile. "There are abundant advantages. Our base boasts a comprehensive defense system that will shield you from zombies and other dangers in this apocalypse. Moreover, we have a wealth of resources, ensuring you will never go hungry or thirsty. Most importantly, we have a professional research team dedicated to the development and evolution of abilities. By joining us, you will gain access to cutting-edge research findings, allowing you to enhance your abilities further." Chao Tianming's lips curled into a subtle smile, pondering. Such sweet words. Yet, what ulterior motives lie behind these benefits? Furthermore, he had food, drink, and companionship. He would have to be foolish to join this so-called angel base. He feigned contemplation and eventually said, "It sounds appealing, but I am accustomed to my freedom and find it difficult to adapt to the constraints of an organization. Therefore, I must decline your offer." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao understood that further persuasion would be futile, and he decided to abandon the pretense, revealing his true intentions. "Humph. In that case, you shall hand over all the supplies you possess, or you shall not leave here unscathed." Upon hearing these words, Chao Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he coldly retorted, "Oh, are you threatening me?" "No, no, no. I am not threatening you. I am merely presenting you with a fact. There are 4 of us and only you. The advantage lies with me. Do you truly believe you can leave without surrendering your supplies?" Lin Zhao crossed his arms, exuding an air of unwavering confidence, while Lu Qi beside him wore a look of contempt in his eyes. It was evident that these individuals had not regarded him with any seriousness. A cold smile crept across Chao Tianming's heart, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. "Heh? You 4 think you can keep me here? How utterly foolish. Ha ha ha. He actually claims we are foolish. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you out of your mind? Do you honestly think you can defeat us 4 single-handedly? Spare me the jokes." Lin Zhao regarded Chao Tianming with a face full of disdain, his eyes brimming with scorn. There was a kernel of truth in his words. Had Chao Tianming not awakened his spatial abilities, he would have acted immediately and not wasted his breath. However, it was not because he considered Chao Tianming a talent. Rather, he feared that killing him outright would result in the loss of the supplies he possessed. Hearing this, a smirk played on Chao Tianming's lips as he retorted sarcastically, "By your logic, I should be thanking you." Lin Zhao chuckled coldly and continued, "No need for gratitude, but I will offer you one last opportunity to choose wisely. First, obediently accompany me back and join our organization. I assure you, you'll be treated well. Second, surrender all the supplies within your space, and I shall let you go. Third, I will capture you and force you to yield your supplies. Of course, I advise you to consider carefully. If you are caught, you will face dire consequences." Although Lin Zhao offered 3 choices, in reality, he had already marked Chao Tianming for death in his mind. Regardless of how Chao Tianming might choose, Lin Zhao would not spare him. Even if Chao Tianming were to comply and present his supplies, Lin Zhao would show no mercy. It was said that those who were not part of Lin Zhao's circle should no longer be part of this world. Chapter 84. Young man, you are too arrogant. I shall not entertain any of those 3 options you presented. To be honest, I have never fought against an awakened one before. Today, I am curious to see just how formidable you awakened individuals truly are." With that, a sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of Chao Tianming's mouth as he provocatively beckoned Lin Zhao and his companions with a curl of his finger, his demeanor exuding arrogance that was hard to overlook. Witnessing this, Lin Zhao could only shake his head slowly, sighing, "Young man, you are too full of yourself. Do not think that just because you have awakened spatial abilities, you can roam freely in this world. Today, let us impart a lesson upon you." With that, Lin Zhao signaled to the 3 individuals beside him. In an instant, the 4 moved with the speed of lightning, swiftly surrounding Chao Tianming in a fan-like formation. However, in the face of such an onslaught, Chao Tianming remained utterly unfazed. His eyes displayed not an ounce of fear, but rather a glimmer of eager anticipation. Since he had successfully completed the first task of the system and gained the formidable ability to absorb energy, he had yet to engage in a full-fledged battle. The appearance of these four awakened individuals provided him with an excellent opportunity to thoroughly test the extent of his current power. Gazing at Chao Tianming's expression, which radiated arrogance and disdain, Lin Zhao's gaze turned cold as he decisively issued the command, "Attack!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the hot-headed Lu Qi aimed his gun directly at Chao Tianming and fired without hesitation. The sharp and resonant gunfire echoed through the air, shattering the surrounding silence. Almost simultaneously, Han Yaojia and Su Yao, positioned nearby, reacted without hesitation, pulling the triggers of their respective firearms. In an instant, a torrential rain of bullets surged forth from the three guns, hurtling toward Chao Tianming with fierce momentum. Yet, despite the merciless barrage, they instinctively avoided targeting vital areas on Chao Tianming's body, as they intended to capture him alive. In that moment, sparks flew, shell casings scattered, and the intense gunfire reverberated throughout the supermarket, creating a thunderous cacophony. Faced with the overwhelming deluge of bullets, Chao Tianming appeared remarkably composed. He narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly observing the unfolding scene before him. Even allowing a faint smile to grace his lips, these bullets, capable of snuffing out lives in an instant, seemed no more significant than fireflies dancing in the summer night sky, insignificant and utterly incapable of posing any genuine threat. As the bullets drew nearer, on the verge of striking his body, his abilities instinctively activated. The flames that should have pierced through him were suddenly obstructed by an invisible force upon contact with his skin. Leaving behind only rippling patterns like water, the bullets, devoid of momentum, fell harmlessly to the ground. Lin Zhao and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. Lin Zhao had anticipated that ordinary firearms would not inflict real harm upon Chao Tianming, for he too was an awakened individual, and a rare spatial one at that. When Chao Tianming had seen them brandishing guns, he had remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. From that moment, Lin Zhao had sensed that this individual was anything but ordinary, undoubtedly possessing some hidden prowess. Thus, he had never believed that relying solely on firearms could easily subdue him. However, the current situation had exceeded their expectations. In the face of the whistling barrage, Chao Tianming did not flinch or evade. He made no attempt to dodge at all. More perplexingly, Lin Zhao was utterly convinced that Chao Tianming had not employed his unique spatial abilities. Instead, it appeared he had utilized another capability to deflect the bullets. Why did he assert this? Because the bullet casings littered on the ground indicated that he had not employed spatial abilities. Had he done so, the bullets would have been drawn into another dimensional space upon contact with Chao Tianming. Rather than simply being blocked and falling to the ground. As for physical resistance, that also seemed implausible. One of their team members, Han Yaojia, was a bona fide Earth-type awakener. When he utilized his abilities, his body became as hard as iron, capable of withstanding bullets. Yet even with his impressive strength, the bullets would still exhibit clear dents and deformation upon impact, some even becoming completely flattened. In stark contrast, the bullet casings at Chao Tianming's feet were all intact, precisely as they had been when fired, devoid of even the slightest indentation. This was undoubtedly unfathomable. How is this possible? Lu Qi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. His mind racing. The others exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a shared incredulity. That moment, Chao Tianming let out a derisive laugh. Heh! You think these firearms can deal with me? Frankly, you are overestimating your capabilities. To me, they are nothing more than a heap of scrap metal, utterly useless. I suggest you employ some genuine skills. Do not allow me to underestimate you. His nonchalant tone was imbued with confidence and scorn. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's temper flared, his anger boiling over. You arrogant little brat! How dare you underestimate us? In a fit of rage, Lu Qi tossed his firearm to the ground, unleashing his full strength as he activated his abilities. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy radiated outward from Lu Qi, enveloping the surroundings. Suddenly, flames erupted from his hands, roaring fiercely as if they intended to consume the entire world. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged toward Chao Tianming with lightning speed, leaving no time for anyone to react. The flames coiled around him like a fearsome fire dragon, roaring and surging forward with an inexhaustible force. Seemingly determined to engulf Chao Tianming whole, as the terrifying flames threatened to engulf him, Lu Qi's lips curled upward in a triumphant smile, transforming into a smug grin. He muttered to himself repeatedly. Imph. The temperature I can control is sufficient to melt steel. Even if you can withstand bullets, what difference does it make? I am keen to see if you can endure my flames. Chapter 85. Popping champagne midway? Do you genuinely not know how to write the character for death? Yet, just as Lu Qi believed victory was assured, a cold voice pierced through the air. You are celebrating too soon. What? Lu Qi's heart trembled. His face a mask of shock. He could hardly fathom that, despite exerting his full power, his opponent had not been reduced to ashes, but instead still had the capacity to speak. I said you are celebrating too soon. Popping champagne midway, do you truly not know how to write the character for death? This voice struck Lu Qi like a thunderclap. However, as the words faded, Lu Qi was horrified to discover that the flames which had been erupting continuously from his hands were now diminishing at a visibly rapid pace. It was as if an invisible force was contesting his command over the fire. Even more terrifying was the sight of Chao Tianming, leisurely approaching him with an air of nonchalance. The flames he had unleashed with all his might seemed to have vanished into thin air, inflicting not even a scratch upon his adversary. Simply put, not a single hair was harmed. This scene left Lu Qi astounded, his eyes wide open, a flicker of fear rising within him. That fear coiled around his spine like a chilling serpent, prompting an involuntary shiver. Let us engage. Witnessing his teammates' attacks having no effect on Chao Tianming, Lin Xiao made a swift decision. Without hesitation, Su Yao unleashed her unique abilities. Gripping her Glock 17 tightly, a mysterious force surged from within her, rapidly converging upon the firearm. In an instant, the once pitch-black gun was enveloped in a dazzling red glow, suffused with her powers. Then, a crisp gunshot rang out. Bullets raced from the chamber like untamed stallions, each one infused with astonishing energy, akin to miniature cannons, roaring forth towards Chao Tianming with overwhelming might. This was Su Yao's extraordinary ability, imbuing weapons with magical enhancements. While this power was quite specialized, it relied heavily on the weapon itself. However, as long as she wielded a handgun, she could amplify its potency to unimaginable levels, rendering it akin to a rocket launcher capable of continuous missile fire. Concurrently, Han Yaojia, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly invoked his earth-based abilities. With a fierce shout, he crouched down, extending his fingers to touch the ground. Remarkably, his hands appeared to forge a mysterious connection with the earth, rapidly becoming assimilated into it. The smoothness of his skin was soon replaced by a layer of coarse, brownish epidermis, like the earth's own armor, enveloping his hands, arms, and even extending to his shoulders in the blink of an eye. He seemed to don an impenetrable suit of armor, exuding an aura of immense strength. With wide eyes, Han Yaojia let out a thunderous roar and charged towards Chao Tianming like an enraged bull, each step causing the ground to tremble. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious onslaught, Chao Tianming remained unfazed. His eyes betrayed no hint of fear, instead glimmering with excitement. With a slight smile, he bellowed, "Ha ha ha! Come at me!" Boom, boom. The bullets, akin to rocket-propelled projectiles, detonated upon contact with Chao Tianming, unleashing a blinding explosion of fire and smoke that enveloped his vicinity, completely consuming him. Standing not far away, Su Yao, Lin Xiao, and Lu Qi felt a surge of hope. They each mused that, after such a tempestuous barrage, even if Chao Tianming did not perish, he would certainly be gravely wounded. However, as time passed and the thick smoke began to dissipate, the sight that greeted them made them collectively gasp in disbelief. Before them stood Chao Tianming, utterly unscathed. He stood there motionless, surrounded by a faintly glowing energy aura that shimmered with a mysterious light. The tremendous shockwaves and torrents of energy produced by the explosions seemed to vanish without a trace upon touching this enigmatic halo. Unbeknownst to them, the force of the blasts and the immense energy were being absorbed and converted into Chao Tianming's own power. He remained as steadfast as an unyielding mountain, impervious to any substantial harm. Not even a wrinkle marred the edges of his attire, as if the harrowing explosion had never occurred. How is this possible? Su Yao was struck with disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, incredulously murmuring to herself. It was known that within their team, her attacking power ranked just below that of Captain Lin Xiao. If she possessed an even stronger weapon, even Lin Xiao would likely be outmatched in raw offensive capability. Yet, This individual had withstood her formidable assault without a scratch, an unfathomable feat. Han Yaojia, who had been ready to charge at Chao Tianming with his abilities unleashed, was equally stunned, halting in his tracks. His eyes were filled with horror, for he understood just how powerful Su Yao's attacks could be. If her assault had failed to inflict any damage, then his efforts would be utterly futile. A profound fear welled up within him. So this is the extent of your strength. Chao Tianming lifted his chin slightly, a broad grin gracing his lips, laced with disdain. His piercing gaze swept over Lin Xiao and the others. Feel free to unleash any remaining tricks you have. If you lack further options, then it will be my turn to strike. Chapter 86. You have disappointed me. Standing across from them, Lin Xiao was already drenched in cold sweat. Chao Tianming's formidable strength and the challenges he posed far exceeded Lin Xiao's prior expectations. Yet, as the captain of the team, he was acutely aware that today's events could not conclude peacefully. Surrender. That notion barely flickered through his mind before being swiftly dismissed. What a joke. Had the roles been reversed, he would certainly not show mercy. Thus, the only path before him was to fight with all his might. You arrogant youth, try receiving this blow, Lin Xiao roared, gripping his longbow tightly and drawing it to its full moon shape. Meanwhile, a black arrow was knocked confidently on the string, as Lin Xiao infused his powers. A faint green light began to emanate. This ethereal glow danced around the arrow like a lively sprite, coalescing and solidifying. As its brilliance intensified, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn into a visible vortex of energy. Lin Xiao's eyes reflected determination and fervor, for he understood that this strike would determine the fate of their entire team. Whoosh! With a crisp sound, the arrow launched forth like a wild stallion. Its speed so astonishing that it became difficult to visually track its path, only a faint green streak visible as it sped through the air. This was no ordinary arrow. It encapsulated all of Lin Xiao's wind-based powers, coupled with the force of the surrounding airflow, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, charging forward with unparalleled might. As it passed, the air seemed unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure, splitting apart with a sharp, piercing wail. In an instant, the lethal arrow reached Chao Tianming. However, he remained unmoved, standing there with an expression as tranquil as still water. It appeared as if he had not even registered the incoming threat. Yet, at the very moment the lightning-fast arrow was about to strike him, Chao Tianming made his move. He leisurely raised his right hand, gently parting two slender fingers, and in that instant, the arrow, which had carried such immense force and energy, was effortlessly pinched between his fingers as if it were nothing more than a feather. As if under the enchantment of a spell, he suddenly lost all his strength, rendered completely immobile. Lin Xiao beheld this scene, his eyes widening in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. The confident expression that once adorned his face was now replaced by disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could swallow an egg whole. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the bow in his hand drooped helplessly. How is this possible? That he murmured, his voice laden with astonishment. Just how powerful is the opponent? His full-force attack seemed as trivial as a child's play in comparison. Instinctively, Chao Tianming grasped an arrow, slowly raising his hand to scrutinize it. The faint green glow lingering on the arrow flickered in his palm before extinguishing like a candle in the wind. Is this it? Utterly pathetic. You have greatly disappointed me. Chao Tianming's voice, though soft, rang out distinctly in the silent supermarket, each word striking Lin Xiao and his companions like a hammer. Han Yaojia, Lu Qi, and Su Yao stood there, dumbfounded, their faces etched with astonishment. They had believed that Lin Xiao's final, all-out strike would at least severely wound Chao Tianming, if not kill him. Yet now, Chao Tianming had effortlessly neutralized this lethal blow, reshaping their understanding of his strength and intensifying their fear. A smirk crept across Chao Tianming's lips, revealing a hint of disdain. He then flicked his finger, sending the arrow hurtling towards Lin Xiao at a speed faster than its arrival. Watch out! Han Yaojia shouted, leaping to shield Lin Xiao. He unleashed his powers with all his might, hoping to intercept the fatal strike. But he had underestimated Chao Tianming's offensive capability and overestimated his own defenses. The arrow pierced through his shoulder, the tremendous force propelling him backward until he crashed into a shelf, producing a dull thud. Han Yaojia screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain. A gaping hole now marred his shoulder, blood spilling through his fingers and staining his clothes. Yaojia! Lin Xiao cried out. Witnessing Han Yaojia injured on his behalf, a flicker of sorrow crossed Lin Zhao's eyes. You have harmed my comrade. I will not let you go. Lin Xiao roared, his eyes aflame with rage. As Zhao Tianming advanced step by step towards Lin Xiao, his figure loomed ominously in the dimly lit supermarket, resembling a demon from hell. Oh? Then do tell how you intend to stop me. I will kill you. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, drawing his bow once more, preparing to unleash an attack. However, before he could fully draw the bowstring, Zhao Tianming's figure materialized before him, like a phantom. With a swift sidestep, he exploited the opening and struck with a palm. This move was... Lin Xiao felt as if a train had collided with him, and then he saw Zhao Tianming swiftly retreating. Boom! Lin Zhao's body was sent flying like a kite, severed from its string, crashing violently against the supermarket wall, which instantly cracked under the impact, embedding him within it. He remained suspended there for a moment before slowly sliding down, appearing as though he were breathing his last. Su Yao and Lu Qi, finally regaining their senses, gasped in horror. Their bodies stiffened, their pupils wide with terror. They could scarcely believe that in just 2 moves, Zhao Tianming had incapacitated Han Yaojia, their strongest defender, and Lin Xiao, their most formidable and swiftest leader. Zhao Tianming's expression remained impassive, as if the events unfolding before him were nothing more than trivial occurrences. He gradually turned, his gaze settling upon Su Yao and Lu Qi, his eyes icy and penetrating, sending shivers down their spines. You mustn't come any closer. Lu Qi stammered, his voice trembling, his legs weakening as if they might buckle. Lu Qi, shaken to his core, could barely retain his composure, having lost the bravado he once held. Though fear gripped Su Yao as well, her pale face suggested she maintained a semblance of calm compared to Lu Qi. I am sorry, brother. We were blind to your might. I beg you, spare me. Lu Qi collapsed to his knees, pleading with Zhao Tianming, beseeching for mercy. Zhao Tianming regarded the kneeling Lu Qi with an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes betraying no hint of sympathy. He reached out, swiftly snapping Lu Qi's neck, discarding the lifeless body aside as he muttered, trash of the original quartet. Only the solitary woman, Su Yao, remained alive. Zhao Tianming said nothing, simply appraising Su Yao from head to toe. The woman before him, with her short hair and clad in combat attire, exuded an air of competence. Name: Su Yao. Age: 32. Appearance: 78. In the pre-apocalyptic world, she would have been considered attractive, at least appealing enough, with a figure that was quite impressive. What a pity! Su Yao felt uneasy under Zhao Tianming's invasive scrutiny, instinctively turning her head to avoid his probing gaze. She was but a lamb to the slaughter, unable to flee or resist. Thus, she stood there obediently, resigned to whatever humiliation he might inflict upon her, swallowing her pride. For this was her only chance at survival. 10 seconds passed in silence before 3 words pierced the air. Do you wish to live? Su Yao instinctively replied, yes. In that instant, she had steeled herself for sacrifice. If she wished to survive, she must answer his questions truthfully and without guile. Any hint of cleverness would surely lead to her demise. Remember, you have only this one chance. Feeling the coldness of Zhao Tianming's gaze, Su Yao involuntarily shivered, then nodded earnestly. First, tell me about your organization. After asking his question, Zhao Tianming summoned a chair from his spatial abilities and seated himself, lighting a cigarette. Although she was aware of his capacity as a spatial awakener and had witnessed him conjuring resources from thin air, watching him effortlessly materialize a chair and a cigarette still astonished Su Yao. Truly, his abilities were remarkably convenient. Speak. All right, Su Yao began to recount her organization. Our organization is called the Angel Biological Base. Before the apocalypse, it was known as the Angel Biological Gene Research Center, a company dedicated to genetic engineering research. Angel Biological Gene Research Center? Zhao Tianming had heard of this name prior to the apocalypse. IT was a foreign enterprise reputed for its formidable strength, having garnered the support of many prominent figures when it established itself in Binhai. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Zhao Tianming narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Yao as if attempting to see through her. Continue. How many people does this base currently house, and what is its strength? Su Yao swallowed hard, striving to maintain her composure, acutely aware that each response could determine her fate. As far as I know, the base currently has around 200 personnel, including numerous researchers who have been engaged in genetic studies since before the apocalypse. As for combat personnel, they are divided into two categories. First, there are 8 regular teams, each consisting of 4 members, totaling 32 individuals. Our team is one of them. Additionally, there are 5 elite teams, all specially trained, each member possessing considerable strength amounting to 20 individuals. The captain of one of these teams is the strongest, named Duanyu, codenamed Thor. His awakened ability is to manipulate lightning, and he is exceedingly powerful. Pausing for a moment, Su Yao added, "He is likely even stronger than what you have displayed." "Oh?" Chao Tianming raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest crossing his face. He had not anticipated that this woman, upon witnessing his earlier display of power, would claim there existed a man stronger than him. Lightning abilities? Intriguing. However, Chao Tianming did not dwell on it. What he had just shown was merely the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. In fact, he had not even utilized the powers of the Tremor Fruit or his Sharingan. "How is your base's resource supply situation?" Chao Tianming posed another question. "The resource supply is relatively abundant, as we began consciously gathering supplies at the onset of the apocalypse. Recently, our exploration team successfully discovered 2 large storage warehouses and transported them back to the base, ensuring we have enough supplies for a considerable time." She continued, "In addition to food and water, we have a wealth of medical supplies, which is a result of our base's origins as a medical enterprise." Su Yao, unwilling to conceal any details, answered truthfully. Chao Tianming fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. "Tell me about how you awaken." Su Yao did not find this question surprising. Moreover, she felt that had it not been for the other party's curiosity about how she and her companions had awakened, she might have already joined Lin Xiao and Lu Qi in the underworld. Su Yao took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "I have heard from others that our base had already begun researching genetic mutations even before the apocalypse. The individual I mentioned earlier, Duanyu, who awakened the power of lightning, is said to have awakened before the end of the world." Upon hearing this, Chao Tianming's gaze suddenly sharpened. He had not anticipated that this angel biological base was so unfathomable, with cases of ability awakening occurring before the apocalypse. His eyes became as keen as an eagle's, fixating intently on Su Yao, and he then demanded, "Tell me all the details you know." Su Yao felt a shiver down her spine under his gaze. And she hurriedly continued, "Duanyu was originally a core experimental subject at the base. From a very young age, he was secretly taken in by the base. The researchers conducted various genetic modification experiments on him, attempting to artificially create an ability user. During a high-risk experiment, he unexpectedly awakened the power of lightning." Chao Tianming's brow furrowed. "Aren't you afraid of retaliation from Duanyu?" "Not at all," Su Yao clarified. "Duanyu is fiercely loyal to the base. It is said that his father abandoned him when he was young, and later, his mother was tragically killed in an accident. It was the higher-ups of the base who adopted him. All the experiments he participated in were voluntary." Chao Tianming snorted coldly. "Clever tactics. I suspect his mother's death was not merely an accident." Chapter 88. "I want to follow you." Su Yao remained silent, as she too was unaware of the intricacies behind it all. However, she was aware that prior to Duanyu, many orphans had also been adopted by the base due to similar tragic circumstances. But what about the awakening of those individuals? This was developed based on Duanyu's genetic samples after his awakening. This new type of serum is referred to as the X serum, which has a 30% chance of altering human genes, allowing for the awakening of abilities. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that this X serum enhances the abilities of those who have already awakened. Upon hearing this, Chao Tianming's eyes gleamed with interest. "To be honest, a 30% success rate is already remarkably high. If Feng Shunan and her companions cannot awaken on their own, then it would be worth trying the X serum. As for its potential to enhance awakened individuals, that was of little importance to him, as he was not an awakened one himself. His abilities were all granted by the system. Moreover, possessing the Black Emperor ability to absorb energy, as long as he maintained sufficient energy in his body, all his bodily functions would grow automatically, far surpassing any effects of the X serum. As for how Su Yao knew of these secrets, Chao Tianming was indifferent. A woman who was not only attractive, but also managed to navigate the base without being kept in a cage as a pet had her own merits. Furthermore, he doubted Su Yao would deceive him, for she appeared to be a clever individual who would not be foolish enough to risk her life to protect a secret. "Very well, you are quite obedient. Lastly, tell me the location of your base, and then you may leave." After saying this, Chao Tianming handed her a notebook and a pen. Su Yao accepted them without hesitation, promptly writing down the detailed location of the base. When she handed the notebook back to Chao Tianming, she momentarily felt dazed. It seemed he truly intended to let her go. Chao Tianming glanced at the notebook and pen, furrowing his brow before looking up at her in surprise. I didn't expect your base to be located here. All right, you may leave. After this, he ignored Su Yao and began gathering the remaining supplies in the supermarket. However, once Chao Tianming had collected all the supplies, he noticed to his astonishment that Su Yao had not left. Why haven't you gone yet? His tone was somewhat frosty. Su Yao bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of hesitation and struggle. But soon after, her gaze became resolute. I wish to follow you. Chao Tianming halted his movements, his eyes coldly scrutinizing Su Yao. Follow me. You lack beauty and your abilities are merely average. What makes you think you can accompany me? To be honest, Su Yao was indeed quite attractive, and her physique was commendable. Yet, the individuals around Chao Tianming were all stunning, scoring above 90 in looks. Before the apocalypse, they would have been considered rare goddesses. Not to mention that he currently had 5 such women by his side, which had spoiled his taste. Thus, he found little interest in Su Yao. Su Yao lowered her head slightly, biting her lip. She had no retort regarding her abilities, as they were indeed incomparable to his. However, being told she lacked beauty stung her pride. Although she was over 30, she had maintained herself well. She had everything one could desire. How could she lack beauty? Of course, had she known the caliber of women surrounding Chao Tianming, she likely would not have felt this way. Nevertheless, even without that knowledge, she did not dare to confront Chao Tianming. She merely spoke softly. I understand I am being presumptuous, but I believe I can be of some use to you. You asked for the location of the base earlier, which leads me to suspect you have some intentions regarding it. At this point, Su Yao paused, cautiously observing any changes in Chao Tianming's expression. Noticing he did not appear displeased, she relaxed slightly and continued. I am well acquainted with the base's situation. I know the personnel distribution and the locations of various facilities like the back of my hand. Certainly, my abilities may seem insignificant to you, but I believe I can assist you in dealing with some minor threats. Chao Tianming crossed his arms, coldly gazing at Su Yao. She remained motionless, silently awaiting his response. The reason she dared to propose this idea so boldly was that she felt following this man would be far safer than returning to the base alone. Her small team consisted of 4 members. If she were to return alone, she would undoubtedly face scrutiny and potentially imprisonment. Even if she survived, she would suffer consequences, ultimately leading to marginalization and a reduction in her status. It would be far better to remain with this man. Firstly, he was an awakened one with spatial abilities, undoubtedly hoarding considerable resources. Following him meant she would at least not starve. Furthermore, he was powerful, and being by his side would likely ensure her safety. Most importantly, Su Yao had discerned that he was not the type to break his word. If she followed him, she could avoid the constant anxiety of living in fear. Of course, there was also the option of not returning to the base and going solo. But that thought had been extinguished the moment it surfaced. Such an idea was simply unthinkable. In this apocalyptic world, even as an awakened individual, she would not dare to live alone. Chao Tianming fixed his piercing gaze on Su Yao's face. His eyes sharp enough to seem as if they could penetrate her very soul, he sought to discern any semblance of deceit or malice from her expression. Undeniably, Su Yao was correct. He indeed harbored intentions regarding the Angel biological base and recognized her potential assistance in his future endeavors there. However, the harsh realities of the apocalypse had made him wary of accepting a stranger, no matter how useful they might be. Tio put it bluntly. It was also Su Yao's lack of beauty that fell short of the standards set by the system's rewards. Otherwise, even knowing she might have ulterior motives, he would have taken her under his wing and tamed her, making her his subordinate. Just as Chao Tianming weighed the pros and cons, the sky outside the supermarket suddenly darkened without warning. As if a colossal, invisible hand had swiftly drawn the night curtain. Following this, a deep, oppressive roar rolled in from the distance, growing closer, reminiscent of a speeding train, rattling one's eardrums and causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly. Chao Tianming's expression remained unchanged, but a glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. In contrast, Su Yao was startled by the sudden noise, her eyes reflecting a hint of unease. Let us go outside and take a look. Chapter 89. What it consumes, could it be the crystal cores mentioned in the novels? Let us go outside and take a look. With that, Chao Tianming took the lead and stepped outside. Yao hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and deciding to follow. Upon exiting the Wanda shopping center, Chao Tianming's pupils constricted. Before him, two enormous mutated beasts were locked in combat point. One of the beasts resembled a bull, towering over two men, its muscles bulging like steel. Exuding an intimidating aura, its massive head bore a pair of horns, and its blood-red eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. The other beast appeared somewhat wolf-like, slightly smaller than the bull-like beast but exceptionally agile. Its sharp claws glinted like steel knives in the sunlight, each swipe seemingly capable of tearing through the very air. Observing the wounds on both beasts, it was evident they had been engaged in a fierce battle for quite some time. The bull-like beast suddenly exerted its strength, stomping its powerful front hooves down heavily, causing the ground to tremble, attempting to intimidate the wolf-like beast. The wolf-like mutant beast remained unfazed, its form akin to a bolt of lightning as it swiftly danced around the bull-like mutant beast, seeking the perfect moment to strike with its razor-sharp claws, leaving a series of bloody gashes upon its opponent's hide. Suddenly, the bull-like mutant beast appeared thoroughly enraged, emitting a thunderous roar as it charged recklessly towards the wolf-like creature. Its sharp horns aimed directly at its adversary. The wolf-like mutant reacted with remarkable agility, leaping gracefully to evade the lethal assault. However, the bull-like mutant did not relent. Utilizing its forward momentum, it executed a powerful turn, swinging its robust tail like a steel whip towards the airborne wolf. Caught off guard, the wolf was struck with tremendous force, sent sprawling like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto a nearby vehicle, which crumpled under the impact. Seizing the advantage, the bull-like mutant advanced aggressively, closing in on the wolf-like creature. Just as it neared, the seemingly gravely injured wolf suddenly opened its eyes, a glint of cunning illuminating its gaze. In a flash, it propelled itself off the vehicle, lunging directly for the bull's neck, its sharp claws embedding deeply into the beast's flesh. The bull-like creature thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge its assailant, yet the wolf clung tenaciously, and the two mutated beasts began to roll upon the ground, colliding with nearby vehicles and debris in a chaotic frenzy. Chao Tianming observed the spectacle with the detached curiosity of a spectator, while Su Yao was profoundly shaken by the scene before her, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear. She had encountered a mutated beast during a previous mission, a colossal python with a girth exceeding a meter and an estimated length of over 30 meters. That creature had merely exhaled, freezing a multitude of zombies into icy statues, its destructive power terrifyingly palpable. Had they not been at a considerable distance, she surmised she might have met a grim fate. Thus, she regarded such mutants with trepidation, even in the presence of a skilled individual like Chao Tianming. At that moment, both beasts became aware of the sudden presence of Chao Tianming and Su Yao. To them, these bipeds were merely prey, posing no threat whatsoever. The bull disregarded Chao Tianming and Su Yao, focusing instead on the wolf, its nostrils flaring with fury, its eyes locked onto the mutant wolf that had exerted considerable pressure upon it. Despite its inferior strength, the wolf's extraordinary speed and razor-sharp claws had inflicted considerable pain upon its back. Most infuriating was the wolf's unfathomable cunning, as it attempted to exploit a weakness in the bull's defenses. Conversely, the wolf directed its cold gaze towards Chao Tianming and Su Yao, as if eyeing a tantalizing meal. Yet, it refrained from attacking them, for its primary target remained the bull. Soon, the two mutant beasts resumed their fierce battle, energy crackling and blood splattering. Before long, the bull found itself at a disadvantage. Just then, the wolf seized an opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. However, to everyone's astonishment, as the wolf leaped high, preparing to sever the bull's throat with its gaping maw, the bull seemed to revive, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth that surged toward the wolf. The wolf, unable to evade the sudden inferno, was engulfed and let out a harrowing scream, its fur igniting as it tumbled through the air, crashing painfully to the ground and writhing in agony. The bull seized the moment, its eyes gleaming with vengeance as it charged towards the wolf with the force of a freight truck, each step sending tremors through the earth. The impact sent the wolf flying, its body akin to a tattered sack, hurtling past Chao Tianming and Su Yao before crashing into the wall of a nearby shopping mall, creating a dull thud as the outer wall began to crack and dent. The wolf struggled for some time but could not rise. However, the bull was relentless. gathering strength before surging once more at the fallen wolf. This time, the bull's assault was even more ferocious, leaving deep fissures in the ground with each stride, causing the mall's walls to tremble precariously, bricks beginning to loosen and fall. Yet, the wolf was already lifeless, its eyes remaining open, holding a flicker of defiance. Upon confirming the wolf's demise, the bull stepped triumphantly upon its head, crushing it with a series of brutal stomps until it shattered like a watermelon. The bull then turned slowly to regard Chao Tianming and Su Yao, lowering its head as if in search of something. Soon, it found a grayish-brown object resembling a crystal stone, which it deftly flicked into its mouth with its tongue. Swallowing it whole, after consuming the crystal, the bull let out a satisfied roar, and to Chao Tianming and Su Yao's astonishment, the deep wounds upon its body began emitting steam as its muscles accelerated their healing process. Su Yao's eyes widened in shock and fear, realizing that the object consumed might indeed be the crystal nucleus often mentioned in novels. Chao Tianming nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the possibility. He had not anticipated the existence of such a thing. Capable of facilitating rapid recovery for these mutant beasts, as the bull's wounds healed significantly, it shook itself off and fixed its bulbous eyes upon Chao Tianming and Su Yao, taken aback by its gaze. Stepped back instinctively, while Chao Tianming maintained a calm demeanor, internally contemplating, "Come on, make your move. If you charge at me, I'll feast on hot pot tonight." Meanwhile, the bull pondered the unusual behavior of this biped, which did not flee as others had, but instead smiled at it, felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Thus, the two stared at each other for an extended moment. However, to Chao Tianming's dismay, the bull did not attack. Instead, it nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner before turning and bolting away, its speed astonishing. Chao Tianming and Su Yao stood frozen, their minds blank as they watched the bull's retreating form. After what felt like an eternity, Su Yao exhaled in relief. It has finally left. Chao Tianming furrowed his brow in disappointment, wondering why the bull had not attacked him. If only it had, perhaps I would be enjoying hot pot tonight. Su Yao gazed at him in confusion, a sense of absurdity rising within her. Is that really something a person would say? Chao Tianming approached the now lifeless wolf, its head a mangled mess. Yet its body remained relatively intact. He decided to store it within his space, intending to examine it at a later time. "All right, let us depart." Upon hearing this, Su Yao initially paused in surprise before breaking into a joyful smile, realizing that his words implied she could remain by his side. "Yes," she exclaimed, hurrying to follow him. Yet, after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly remembered something, pausing to tear off the name tag from her combat uniform and throw it to the ground. "My surname is Chao. My name is Chao Tianming. From now on, you may call me boss." "All right, Chao boss. Just calling me boss suffices. There's no need for the surname." "Yes, boss." Chao Tianming did not return directly, but instead led Su Yao on a brief foray through the Wanda shopping mall, gathering anything useful he could find into his space. They then proceeded to a nearby gas station, for fuel, whether in the pre-apocalyptic world or now, remained a strategic resource, and thus, the more the better. This time, Chao Tianming did not slowly fill up using the fuel pump as before. Instead, he ventured into the gas station's backyard, accessing the underground storage facility and directly retrieving the oil tanks within. These tanks, each with a capacity of 60 tons, totaled 4, sufficient for Chao Tianming's needs for some time. Checking the time, he noted it was already noon. He and Su Yao sat in the vehicle, each enjoying a box of self-heating hot pot as a simple meal. Afterward, while Chao Tianming smoked a cigarette, he perused the maps on his phone, maps he had previously downloaded, marking over 10 locations of interest. The Wanda they had just visited was among them. Chao Tianming pointed to a marked spot on the map and said to Su Yao, "Our next destination is here. You will drive." Su Yao gazed at the red on the map, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Instinctively, she inquired, "What is this place?" "This is a slaughterhouse in Binhai, to be precise, a meat processing facility for semi-finished products. Much of the beef and lamb we consume originates from here. They conduct the slaughtering, then proceed to butchery and packaging, before distributing the products to various large markets and stores in Binhai, with some even shipped to other regions." Su Yao nodded slightly, starting the vehicle and steering toward the slaughterhouse. As they traveled, the road conditions deteriorated significantly, riddled with sinkholes and debris, compelling Su Yao to navigate the vehicle with utmost caution. Upon finally arriving at the slaughterhouse, the sight before them caused both to furrow their brows. The entrance to the slaughterhouse was ajar, and a foul stench permeated the air, as if whispering tales of the chaos that had unfolded here. Chao Tianming was the first to exit the car. His gaze piercing as he peered inside, Xu Yao followed suit, closely trailing behind him, her handgun poised for any unforeseen circumstances. They cautiously traversed the slaughterhouse, observing various meat processing tools scattered about, alongside some decaying chunks of meat. The machinery within the facility lay askew, evidently having suffered severe destruction. Suddenly, Xu Yao stepped on something soft, glancing down to gasp in horror. It was the severed arm of a freshly deceased zombie. Its fingers curled as if attempting to grasp something. Chao Tianming crouched to examine the zombie's arm, noting peculiar bite marks upon it. Clearly, this place harbored not only zombies but potentially other creatures as well. Rising to his feet, Chao Tianming's expression darkened. His fear was not of the mutated beasts, but rather the concern of undertaking a futile journey. Zombies do not consume frozen meat, yet if those mutated creatures were famished, they would not discriminate between fresh and frozen flesh. Should the cold storage be compromised by the mutated beasts, the frozen meat within would likely have turned foul by now. Chao Tianming pondered this. A low, rumbling growl echoed from the depths of the facility. This sound was distinct from the groans of zombies. It resembled that of a large beast. Chao Tianming and Xu Yao exchanged a glance, an ominous premonition rising within them. "Stay close to me," he instructed, quickening his pace as he ventured deeper into the building. Xu Yao, gun in hand, followed closely behind, as they neared the source of the growl. The air around them thickened with tension. Suddenly, a colossal mutated porcupine burst forth from the shadows, its quills glinting with a chilling sheen, each nearly half a meter in length. Chapter 91. The might of a single fist, this mutated porcupine radiated a pungent scent of blood. Clearly having recently feasted, upon its emergence, it locked onto Chao Tianming and Xu Yao, unleashing a deafening roar before charging toward them with astonishing speed. Xu Yao's pupils constricted as she swiftly activated her powers. The gun transformed into a vivid red hue, and the bullets surged forth like rockets. The first shot struck the mutated porcupine squarely in the shoulder. Boom! The explosion reverberated throughout the facility. The immense force caused the porcupine to stagger, letting out a painful cry as its footing faltered. However, it proved ineffective. The blast inflicted pain upon the mutated creature, yet failed to breach its defenses, rendering it even more ferocious and aggressive. The porcupine steadied itself, fury igniting in its eyes as it charged at Chao Tianming and Xu Yao once more, now faster than before, whipping up a gale that distorted the surrounding air. Xu Yao's heart raced with fear. Yet Chao Tianming's gaze remained icy, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Abominable beast, meet your end. With a swift punch, the air around him seemed to solidify for a fleeting moment. A powerful, invisible wave emanated from his fist, expanding outward in a frenzied circle. This wave contained the terrifying might of the tremor fruit, causing the ground to crack, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The mutated porcupine, confronted with this overwhelming blow, instinctively narrowed its pupils, revealing a flicker of fear. Its body had no time to react before being struck by the forceful wave. Buzz! Under the impact of this dreadful power, countless tiny fissures erupted across the porcupine's body. As if ensnared by an invisible web, these cracks rapidly spread, the once formidable skin beginning to flake away like shattered porcelain. Its bones creaked ominously under the strain, as though on the verge of collapse. The mutated porcupine twisted uncontrollably in midair, its internal organs violently shaken, blood gushing from its mouth and nostrils, painting the air with crimson streaks. In an instant, this once mighty mutated beast was gravely wounded, its life force swiftly waning. Within the facility, the ground lay pockmarked from the tremors, while bricks from the walls loosened and fell. The overhead lights swayed precariously, emitting a grating creak, threatening to plummet at any moment. The surrounding machinery was left in disarray, metal fragments scattering, some embedding themselves into the walls. Xu Yao stood in shock, rendered speechless by the spectacle before her. Her eyes widened as she regarded Chao Tianming. Filled with astonishment and reverence, it dawned on her just how foolish their previous actions had been. To survive in his presence was a stroke of fortune. Had he wished her harm, a mere finger could have sufficed. Previously, she had unconsciously compared Chao Tianming to Duan Yu, even believing the latter to possess greater strength. Yet now, she felt utterly foolish. With this single punch, not only Duan Yu but even 10 of him would likely prove futile against such power. The mutated porcupine, possessing defenses that eclipsed those of a fierce bull, had been rendered helpless by her own feeble attacks, akin to mere tickling. Such a terrifying creature had succumbed to Chao Tianming's one strike. Moreover, it appeared he had hardly exerted himself. The sheer terror of it all. Standing firm, Chao Tianming slowly retracted his fist, his expression as tranquil as ever, as if this entire occurrence had been anticipated. "Boss, you." Su Yao stammered, her words tumbling out in confusion. Chao Tianming cast a nonchalant glance at her, remaining silent. The air was thick with the scent of blood and dust, the mutated porcupine lying still. Its bones shattered, flesh reduced to mush, resembling a torn sack. Were it not for the outer layer of skin, it would be unrecognizable as a pig. Approaching the fallen beast, Chao Tianming crouched down, donning a pair of disposable gloves. With the gloves secured, he began to search for the crystal hidden within the creature's skull. Soon, a grayish-brown crystal emerged in his palm. This translucent crystal, somewhat resembling quartz, contained a murky essence within. It felt light in his hand, yet Chao Tianming could keenly sense the energy it harbored. After washing it with water, he stored it in the system space, intending to study it further upon returning home. Subsequently, Chao Tianming led Su Yao to the cold storage of the facility. Due to a power outage, the refrigeration fans had ceased operation 2 days prior. The cold storage door bore ghastly scratch marks and deep dents, hinting at a fierce assault. When Chao Tianming forcefully opened the door, a frigid gust swept over them, causing both to shiver involuntarily. To their astonishment, the frozen meat stored inside remained intact, neatly arranged and coated in a thick layer of frost. A sweeping glance revealed a sea of white. Exchanging excited glances, both Chao Tianming and Su Yao could see the thrill reflected in each other's eyes. What they had initially deemed hopeless had unexpectedly yielded a delightful surprise. A brief inspection revealed approximately 50 tons of frozen meat, predominantly pork and beef, with a smaller portion of lamb. Naturally, Chao Tianming would not hesitate, promptly packing it all for transport. After all, this was the very purpose of his visit. Thus, the principle of taking everything was imperative. Once everything was packed, Chao Tianming checked the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. If he were to seek additional supplies elsewhere, time would be of the essence. Moreover, the current capacity of his system space had exceeded 2/3 full, with ample food, water, and fuel to sustain him and those around him for an extended period. Additionally, there remained the fact that the Angel biological base housed a significant stockpile of resources. According to Su Yao, the base contained not only everyday supplies but also exceedingly valuable strategic materials, including medicine, weapons, and fuel. Furthermore, Su Yao recounted that during the early stages of the apocalypse, a squad had discovered a seed store while scavenging for supplies and had returned with a substantial cache of seeds. It is important to note that seeds, in the early days of the apocalypse, possess limited utility. However, once humanity has weathered the initial storm, the value of these seeds will soar dramatically, for they embody the hope for mankind's future survival. Chapter 92. The Blame Game. Hence, Chao Tianming does not exhibit excessive urgency regarding the collection of supplies. After a period of time, once the Angel biological base has refined the so-called X serum, he will be able to harvest it himself. By then, it is likely that even his spatial system may struggle to accommodate all that he collects. "All right, let us depart," he said as he and Su Yao left the premises. Driving towards home. Meanwhile, at the Angel biological base, 5 floors underground, within a sealed chamber, a young man clad in combat attire furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the computer screen before him. Behind him sat a robust middle-aged man with slicked-back hair. Known as Wang Zhigua, a senior official responsible for monitoring the operatives on external missions. "Captain, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss," he remarked. "What troubles you, Ding Pong?" "Captain, the Eagle Eye team has not moved since reaching their destination and has now been stationary for nearly 3 hours." The captain's brow furrowed deeper as he stood and approached the screen. Their mission site was supposed to be at the Wanda Shopping Center in the West District, where no significant obstacles should impede them. Could they have encountered a formidable mutated beast? Wang Zhigua muttered to himself. Ding Pong, who was genuinely in charge of overseeing these teams, fell into deep thought. He was one of the few skilled in communications within the base. Having implanted tracking devices into the name tags of Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and the others to monitor their movements without their knowledge. Each team possessed a communication device to maintain contact with the base. If they encountered danger or discovered crucial supplies, they were to use the communicator to reach out. Yet, with Lin Xiao's team now stationary for 3 hours without reporting back, the situation was highly irregular. Ding Pong, send them a message through their communicator and demand a response. Understood. Ding Pong promptly sent a message. At the Wanda Shopping Center, Building A, on the second floor of the supermarket, 3 youths in camouflage stood together. One, with lifeless eyes, crouched down to examine several corpses on the floor. Captain, they appear to have died recently, and it was a swift kill. The captain's brow tightened as he scanned the area, seeking further clues amidst the chaos. Can you discern who was responsible? He inquired. The youth with the lifeless eyes shook his head, a grave expression on his face. The method was clean, leaving no obvious traces. However, judging by these 3 corpses, their killer possesses formidable strength. Just as they pondered this, a faint beeping sound pierced the air. Following the sound, one of them discovered a palm-sized communicator lodged in the lower back of one of the bodies. The captain's eyes narrowed as he picked it up, revealing a message from the base. Eagle Eye Team, what is your status? Why have you not reported your progress? Please respond immediately. Captain, this is a communicator from the Angel Biological Base. It seems the deceased were affiliated with them, the youth with lifeless eyes remarked. The captain's expression darkened, recalling previous encounters with the Angel Biological Base, including a violent clash over resources. Although they had ultimately lost the supplies, the cost had been significant. Thus, he regarded the strength of the Angel Biological Base's personnel with caution. Now, however, their operatives had been eliminated here, leaving no opportunity to contact their base. This indicated that their killer was exceptionally powerful, suggesting the existence of a formidable force behind them. The most alarming aspect was their ignorance of this force's presence. Captain, what shall we do? One asked. The captain remained silent, crushing the communicator in his hand before speaking somberly. We need not concern ourselves with this. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If the angels have angered these individuals, it is of no consequence to us. However, should those individuals seek vengeance against the angels, as the enemy of our enemy, we may find ourselves compelled to intervene. Back at the Angel Biological Base, Ding Pong observed the computer screen, his throat dry as he spoke. Captain, the signal from the Eagle Eye Team's communicator has been severed. Wang Zhigua's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. It was evident that the Eagle Eye Team had likely perished. Otherwise, their communicator would not have lost signal at this moment. Clearly, their assailants were nearby, having destroyed the device. The possibility of the Eagle Eye Team betraying the base or fleeing was deemed highly unlikely. Despite being awakened beings, without the protection and resources of the base, they would be rendered nearly helpless. Hence, Wang Zhigua dismissed the notion of betrayal. Captain, could it be that the Eagle Eye Team has already? Ding Pong hesitated, the implication of his words hanging in the air. Wang Zhigua shot him a glance, anger bubbling within him as he began to speculate who might have annihilated the Eagle Eye Team. In his mind, only 2 organizations possessed the strength to do so: the official organization and the Huaguang Society. He reasoned that the Eagle Eye Team would not be foolish enough to engage in conflict with the official organization, which preferred capturing rather than outright killing. Thus, he concluded that the Huaguang Society must be the orchestrator of the Eagle Eye Team's demise, especially considering the recent violent confrontation over a cache of resources discovered simultaneously by both bases. Ding Pong, continue your work. I will report this matter upward, Wang Zhigua declared before striding out of the room. Unbeknownst to Chao Tianming, he had inadvertently placed the blame for Lin Xiao and his companion's demise squarely upon someone else's shoulders. Chapter 93. Su Yao's abilities. As Chao Tianming and Su Yao drove home, the desolate landscape outside the window flashed by like a slideshow. Engaging in a light conversation, Chao Tianming reclined lazily in the passenger seat, his body slightly tilted as he observed Su Yao driving with keen interest. Suddenly, he inquired, "You mentioned that your ability enhances firearms, correct?" His tone was casual, yet tinged with curiosity. Without hesitation, Su Yao replied, "Indeed, my ability is called enhancement, but I prefer to refer to it as magical modification." "Oh? Magical modification?" Chao Tianming raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the term. "Could you elaborate on how this modification works?" As Su Yao pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward. She briefly glanced at him before returning her focus to the road, explaining, I can use my ability to alter the power and attributes of ordinary bullets. In simpler terms, I can transform mundane bullets into weapons of extraordinary destructive capability. Chao Tianming nodded slightly, recalling their earlier confrontation. A faint smile crept across his face as he softly asked, So, the ability you used against me was this very one? Yes, indeed, boss, Su Yao answered straightforwardly, showing no embarrassment about having previously attacked him with that ability. It is quite fascinating that ordinary bullets, when enhanced by you, can achieve the power of a rocket launcher. Boss, I can also imbue bullets with freezing attributes, which far surpasses explosive properties in terms of immobilizing foes. Albeit with reduced damage, she added. Oh, you can even apply different attributes? Indeed, as Chao Tianming lit a cigarette, a sense of admiration filled his gaze. Through their brief exchange, he garnered a rough understanding of Su Yao's abilities. Her potential for growth was substantial, yet it came with limitations. For instance, while she could amplify a weapon's power, she required a physical medium. If she lacked a weapon, her ability would be rendered ineffective. However, should she possess a suitable weapon, her ability would undoubtedly prove formidable. If utilized judiciously, it will undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset in future confrontations. Currently, she wields merely a handgun. Imagine if she were to employ a sniper rifle instead? Or perhaps carry a rocket launcher while operating a tank. What level of power would that attain? Returning to the Moonlight International community, the women were taken aback when Chao Tianming brought yet another woman with him. To their astonishment, this woman named Su Yao appeared to possess a beauty that was somewhat inferior to theirs. They were all well aware of Chao Tianming's standards. He would rather have none than settle for less. Thus, they were filled with curiosity regarding what charm Su Yao possessed that compelled him to bring her along. Su Yao, upon seeing the group of women, was equally astonished. She had believed her own looks to be quite commendable. Though she may not rival the likes of major celebrities, in this post-apocalyptic world, she certainly appeared more appealing than those who had gone days without sustenance. However, upon encountering Feng Shunan and the others, she was left speechless. Were it not for her combat attire, which served as a reminder of the grim reality, she might have thought she had stumbled into a private gathering of stars. The beauty of these individuals was simply overwhelming. In that moment, she comprehended why Chao Tianming remained indifferent towards her. It was not a matter of his psychological state, but rather that she had not captured his attention in the slightest. To further astonish Su Yao, she discovered that Chao Tianming's residence harbored a mutated beast. The creature, resembling a tiger in size, was entirely jet black, although it did not exhibit any hostility towards her. She could still sense a twinge of trepidation. Simultaneously, she found herself pondering the extent of her new employer's strength, capable as he was of taming such a beast for protection. Subsequently, Chao Tianming introduced Su Yao to the other women. When they learned that she was an awakener, their surprise was palpable. Su Yao was only the second individual with extraordinary abilities that they had ever encountered. Following their introductions, however, Chao Tianming did not permit Su Yao to reside in their midst. Nor did he offer her a meal. Instead, he handed her a bag of food and instructed her to find a suitable place to live nearby. In essence, his lack of trust towards Su Yao was evident. Had she not been an awakener with substantial knowledge of the angel biological base, he would have swiftly disposed of her or left her behind, never allowing her to linger in his vicinity. Su Yao harbored no discontent. She clearly understood her position. She was an employee of Chao Tianming, not a woman to be integrated into their living arrangements. Thus, being given the autonomy to seek her own accommodation was, in fact, a relief. After departing, Chao Tianming provided her with a walkie-talkie for ease of communication, leaving her to choose her residence without further concern, as long as she reported back once she settled in. As night fell, Chao Tianming and the women gathered around the dining table, relishing delectable dishes while recounting the day's events, which left the women in awe. Darling, do you mean to say that Su Yao is a postnatal awakener? Feng Shunan inquired, her expression reflecting her surprise. Earlier that day, while Chao Tianming was out, Feng Shunan and the others, feeling bored, had been browsing Douyin. During this time, they discovered numerous individuals posting online about their sudden awakening of superpowers. Some claimed to have gained immense strength, others boasted of the ability to enlarge specific body parts, and there were even those who could manipulate water and fire. Among them was a blonde girl who posted a video of herself in a white dress, adorned with a pair of pristine wings, floating gracefully in the air. embodying an angelic figure in the video. She declared herself a messenger sent by the heavens to alleviate human suffering. Chao Tianming, setting down his utensils, casually pulled out a cigarette and lit it. After inhaling deeply, he slowly remarked, "Indeed, Su Yao was originally an employee at the Angel Biological Gene Research Center. After the apocalypse struck, she was injected with a substance known as the Angel Biological Base, which led to her awakening her current abilities. However, I did not anticipate the sudden emergence of so many awakeners online. It appears this pervasive fog not only facilitates the evolution of animals, but also that of humans." Chapter 94, Shout Out. The streets are teeming with zombies. I wonder who will come to your rescue. Zhang Shiyu's eyes widened in excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, this is exhilarating. Does this mean we will soon be surrounded by superpowered individuals? Darling, do you think we might also become awakeners in the future?" Zhang Shiqi lightly swatted her sister's hand, chiding her, "Stop interrupting, listen carefully." Zhang Shiyu pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction with her sister but remained silent. Her large eyes fixed on Chao Tianming, listening intently. Although there are many who have awakened their abilities online, whether you can become awakeners is uncertain. I liken it to a lottery. It depends on one's physical constitution. However, even if you cannot awaken on your own, I will find a way to assist you in becoming awakeners. So, darling, that's why you brought Su Yao back. Feng Shunan quickly deduced Chao Tianming's intentions. He smiled and nodded, looking at her with admiration. "Right? It seems you truly understand me, Shunan. Since Su Yao awakened through the injection of this agent, it indicates that the substance has a certain degree of feasibility. My intention in bringing her back is to glean more information regarding the agent and see if we can discover a method for you to acquire extraordinary powers." Zhang Shiyu clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, darling, you're amazing. If we become awakeners, we can fight alongside you against those zombies." Feng Shunan, however, expressed her concern, "But darling, that agent was developed by the Angel Biological Base. If we use it recklessly, could there be any side effects?" This indeed posed a significant issue. Hence, I did not rush to the Angel Biological Base to procure this agent. I planned to observe Su Yao's condition first, to ascertain whether what she claimed about the agent being devoid of side effects holds true. Furthermore, Su Yao mentioned that the success rate of this agent is currently only 30%. The risk of failure is substantial, which is why I intend to wait a while before visiting the Angel Biological Base. By that time, they should have developed a version of this agent with a higher success rate. Upon hearing that the success rate of this agent was merely 30%, Zhang Shiyu's earlier excitement was significantly dampened. "Darling, 30%? That failure rate is far too high. What if we happen to fail in awakening? Such an agent must alter human genes. A failure could mean paralysis at best, or death at worst." Her words drew gasps from the other women present, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. Chao Tianming glanced at the expressions of the women and then chuckled heartily, "No need to worry. You are all my people. If I cannot ensure 100% success, I would never allow you to try it. Moreover, you all possess qualities that set you apart even before the apocalypse. I believe that one day, at some moment, you may suddenly awaken." Chao Tianming's reassurances eased the women's anxiety, offering them hope and confidence. They were all exceptional individuals, proud at their core, and they did not entertain the notion that they were inferior to others. Especially Zhang Shiqi and Zhang Shiyu, who had long been regarded as prodigies, having become renowned hackers by the age of 20. Thus, they remained the most optimistic and confident among them. As the night unfolded, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, while Chao Tianming indulged in a luxurious experience akin to that of a chaebol in South Korea, soaking in a bath, enjoying massages, and having his ears cleaned. Meanwhile, in room 1701 of Building 21, an atmosphere thick with oppression and anger permeated the space. Bao Shuang, her face flushed with fury, pointed at the ceiling, her emotions running high as she exclaimed, "Darling, you must listen. They are utterly outrageous. It's sheer bullying." At that moment, Zhang Daping, famished to the point of dizziness, languidly leaned against the sofa, his once bright eyes now dulled and vacant, with his mouth slightly ajar. He weakly inquired, "What's wrong now?" Bao Shuang, exasperated, stomped her foot, hands on her hips, her eyes wide with indignation. "What do you mean, what's wrong? It's all because of the people upstairs." Zhang Daping furrowed his brow. Mustering the energy to ask, "What is happening upstairs?" Bao Shuang, filled with righteous anger, replied, "Can't you hear? It's so noisy. Since 8 o'clock, they've been making a racket for over 2 hours, and they're not letting anyone sleep. Zhang Daping sighed in resignation, waving his hand dismissively. If they want to make noise, let them. It's not like we can control it. However, his words ignited Bao Shuang's frustration like a spark to a powder keg. She stormed up to Zhang Daping, jabbing her finger at his nose and scolding. I'm not saying this to hurt you, Zhang Daping, but can you at least act like a man? Just look at that family upstairs. What are they eating, drinking, and playing with? Upon glancing at you again, I find myself at a loss for words. How could you be so utterly feeble? Do you not possess the slightest desire to compete with others? Upon hearing this, Zhang Daping was immediately engulfed by a surge of indignation, yet the gnawing hunger left him unable to mount a vigorous rebuttal. He struggled to sit upright, raising his voice to declare, "How am I supposed to compete? I yearn for fine food, exquisite drinks, and delightful entertainment. Yet do I possess any of these luxuries? Are you not aware of our current predicament? We are amidst an apocalypse, dear sister. The streets are overrun with zombies. Resources are scarce, and merely surviving is a feat in itself. You still wish for indulgences? You might as well put me out of my misery." With that, he heavily reclined back onto the sofa, ignoring Bao Shuang. "Yet you cannot remain idle all day," Bao Shuang remarked, her brow furrowed, dissatisfaction evident in her expression as she spoke to Zhang Daping. Zhang Daping rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, "Move? What nonsense. It seems you are deliberately wishing for my demise, for who else would pressure their husband so relentlessly? Humph! What kind of attitude is that? Am I truly coercing you merely by asking you to move a little?" She replied, "Do you not realize that if you continue to lounge like this, your limbs will soon atrophy? What can I do? There is nothing to eat at home. My hunger compels me to lie here." "No. What do you intend to do?" Observing Bao Shuang approaching him, Zhang Daping felt an involuntary surge of trepidation. This fierce woman was indeed beyond his capacity to provoke. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer," he shouted, retreating behind the sofa, warning her, "I tell you, a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet." However, Bao Shuang remained unfazed, merely offering a cold smile as she nonchalantly replied, "I am aware it is not sweet.